Welcome to live stream day number 2, the live stream marathon, where my super chat money is going to pay for my Harley Davidson if we can actually get that far. I actually did a 12-hour live stream yesterday, which is kind of crazy. I bought a $9,000 Harley Davidson and I put $500 down in it. And yesterday during the live stream, we actually raised $400, which is pretty cool. So I decided to print out these little signs. So this is what I owe on my Harley Davidson. Right now, $8,165. That is a really big number. We're gonna try to pay it off with the super chat. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this sign, I'm gonna put it right here. So you can see where we're at on the super chat Harley Davidson. All right. Whew. Yesterday, that was crazy. 12 hours live stream. Oh my goodness. I can't believe people are coming back too. All right, we got a question already. What's up? What if you get when you mix a banana with a normal? So the banana is actually co-dominant. So you'd get half bananas and half normals. How's it going? What's up? 28 people already. Wow. It's filling up. And Bobby is doing great. Look at how big Bobby is. Bobby, my bamboo ball python, looking really good. Woo, Bobby is back for another 12-hour live stream. We'll see how far we can get today. You know what's funny? I actually did that 12-hour live stream. If you actually go back to my replay and look at the time on the video, it looks like it's only 12 hours, 11 hours, 55 minutes, and like 59 seconds. It like cut me off right before 12 hours. I don't know if it compressed the video or what's going on, but I actually said 12 hours on my phone, and then you go over to YouTube, and it didn't say quite 12 hours. So people are like, you almost made it to 12 hours, and like, according to my phone, I actually did 12 hours of live stream yesterday, which is kind of crazy. Whew. All right, a bunch of questions already. Day 2 of 10. Hi from Missouri. Yes. Bobby Hardwick. He is, I guess you can call him Bobby Hardwick. He's starting to choke me out here. What are you doing, Bobby? Whew. From Denver. Nice. That's like right down the mountain. Denver is only a couple hours away. All right. Big, huge Bobby fan. Bobby is very handsome. He is very good. All right. Last night, my throat was starting to lock up and my eyes were going blurry after a 12-hour live stream. I was dying at the end. I was doing pretty good till about the 11th hour, and then I was going down really fast. I could not believe it. Kind of crazy. All right. How did someone get a hold of you to get ball pythons? So you can actually go over to my Morphmarket channel. I actually have a Morphmarket store with all my ball pythons listed over there. You can see what I have for sale, and if you're interested in anything, you can actually contact me over there. Let's see. Are the scaleless head and micro scale compatible? I'm not sure on that one. That's a pretty interesting question. So the micro scale is close to the scaleless head, but if you actually make the super micro scale, from what I've actually seen, it looks like you actually end up with a snake without the heat pits on the front, which is kind of interesting. You both get, and both you actually end up with completely scaleless ball pythons. But if you actually look at Bobby here, he's got the little like heat pits, the little holes right on his nose, these little holes right in here. And if you actually make a super micro scale, it actually doesn't have the holes right in the face of the snake. And with the super scaleless head, you actually get the holes, which is a kind of an interesting thing. I actually didn't know the difference until I looked into it and actually did a video. I think I did a video comparing the two at one point. I can't remember what the title was called. Is there a super banana? Yes, there is. You can actually make a super banana. It looks really similar to a regular banana, a little bit lighter. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell the super banana from the regular banana. What do you get if you mix a pied with a banana? You get you get half normal het pieds and half banana het pieds. You started breeding because of my videos. It is pretty addictive. Once you get into it, it's kind of crazy. Let's see. How long should it be before my ball python sheds? It's usually once you start seeing the first indication of a shed. Usually it's about 4 to 5 days before you'll actually see a shed, all the way to completion. Sometimes it could take even up to a week, which is kind of crazy. What can I breed with an orange ghost to get a visual? You get another orange ghost, or you could do another het orange ghost, since it's recessive. How hard is it to set up a Morphmarket store account? You can set one up. I think they actually have limits over on Morphmarket as far as what you can sell. I think you can sell like up to 10 snakes with a free account, and then you have to upgrade. They have different levels of that you have to pay every year to actually sell more than, I think it's more than 10. I think they changed it. It used to be unlimited for free, and they kept changing it over the years, which is kind of interesting. What's my favorite snake? My favorite snake is Bobby, of course. This is Bobby, my bamboo ball python, pretty much the star of my YouTube channel. Yes, the one I'm holding. What gene can take the black spots out of the banana? So there's actually quite a few that'll take the black spots. I know the Enchi will really reduce the spots if you have an Enchi banana. You can actually do a banana clown, which really reduces the black spots. And I think the black pastel actually increases the spots. I think I've seen some over there that are really full of spots, which is kind of interesting. Hi from North Carolina. What's going on? What happens if you breed a super fire? Hey, we got a super chat. Nice. All right, I'll come back to that question. So yeah, so the super chat, check this out. I actually put a sign up here. We're trying to pay off my Harley Davidson motorcycle with the super chat, and this is what we owe on the motorcycle. That is a really big number. I want to take that number down with this new super chat. All right. So that comes down to $81.55. Woo! All right. And once it gets to zero, the marathon is over. That is the Livestream Marathon Challenge. And that way, with the sign there, you can just come back and just kind of peek at the video, and you don't have to actually do anything. That is pretty awesome. All right. Thank you, Tara. Wish I could send more on food pantry level broke. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. These are some crazy times. A lot of people really struggling, trying to fill the food pantry. As a matter of fact, we just went shopping and we spent a lot of money on a lot of food, trying to stock up for the winter. It's kind of crazy. All right, so let's go back to this question. If you breed a super fire and a blue-eyed leucistic, so it really depends on what is in your blue-eyed leucistic. So the super fire has 2 copies of the fire. It's an all-white snake with black eyes. And sometimes the super fires can have a little yellow down the top. And your blue-eyed leucistic, I think there's like 40 different ways you can make a blue-eyed leucistic. Like if you took like Bobby here, he's in the blue-eyed leucistic complex, and you bred them to a lesser, they're both in the blue-eyed leucistic. You actually 25% of the time you get an all-white snake. So if you actually had a bamboo lesser and bred it to a super fire, you would get half bamboo fires and half lesser fires. And it really depends on what's in your blue-eyed leucistic. Based on you get everything would be fire, but the blue-eyed leucistic would be half and half. Depends on the genes that are in your blue-eyed leucistic. Bobby rocks. Yes, he does. Trying to get an Ultramel bamboo. I love the Ultramel bamboos. Those are really awesome. I think I have seen the bamboo with the Desert Ghost. I don't think it does a whole lot. Kind of cleans it up a little bit. I think they did have one over on Morphmarket. I was kind of eyeing that because I was thinking about doing that project, and it didn't seem like it had a really drastic effect. I might have to go back and look at that one. Yes, Bobby is really awesome. He's like crawling around, just kind of hanging out. It's funny. I think he likes to crawl on my lap more than he likes to be in the tub. I don't know why bamboos do that. They look straight up like they're looking at the ceiling, like they're looking for, predator birds or something. He is the funniest snake. I have no clue why he does that. My other bamboos do that too. I think it's the only ball python morph that just decides to look at the at the ceiling. That is kind of crazy. He's really mellow, super mellow. Let's see. What should I breed my Pastavi? That is pastel mochi. Uh, mm, well, the Pastavi, the pastel Mojave, I'd probably go with GHI Mojave. That's kind of my favorite Mojave combo. If I was breeding Pastavi, pretty much anything. Hey Chris, what's up? Are you gonna breed your retics? As a matter of fact, I did pair up my retics. I think it was about a month ago, and the funny thing is, they started both eating really crazy. So I'm thinking about pairing them up again here, maybe in another month, maybe after the next shed, I'll pair them up and see if we can actually get some retic babies for the first time. Have I ever dealt with an axanthic banana calico? No. Sounds pretty interesting though. Rats are hard to come by. Can I replace it with mice? Yeah, I say if you're in a tight spot, you can you can actually go back to mice if you can't find any rats. It's kind of interesting breeding my own rats because I actually saw at one point in the rat industry they had some kind of disease sweeping through all these rat breeding operations and it was killing a lot of rats and they were really hard to get for a while. And that was like when I first started in ball pythons and I was already breeding my own rats, which is pretty cool. So I wasn't really impacted by that. Can you go through your carbon filter setup? I guess for my air filter, so what I do for my air filters, I actually have a big, like a box fan air filter here in my reptile room. I actually have them throughout the house. And what I do is I use like a rolled up carbon fiber. Sometimes they come in like pleats, and then I cut them to size, and I use 2 layers of it's like a carbon impregnated fabric that I put on the front, on the intake side of the big box fan air filter. And it filters a lot of the, I actually used to put them on the inside of some of these, but you really can't see how dirty they are. If you put them on the outside, it kind of sucks the air and it pulls the filter right to the box fan. And you can filter out a lot of stuff and then you can just spot and vacuum them. I just vacuum them off instead of replacing them. And I'll probably replace them maybe once a month or once every other month to kind of cut down on the rat smell here in the reptile room. They work pretty good. How do I get a picky eater to eat? Yeah, that is the $1,000,000 question. I'd say you could a lot of times you just kind of have to wait it out on ball pythons. Sometimes if they're picky eaters, you can switch to like a live rodent. That'll actually work, or you can switch back to mice just for a little bit and then try to go back to rats. Sometimes you can scent the rats with the mouse and get them to eat. And sometimes you just have to let them fast and just keep offering every week until they go back on food. And usually with the picky eater, if they start eating again, what I do is I like to double up or triple up on their food just for a little bit to get their body condition back, because sometimes it can get a little bit thin on a really long fast. What temps do you use for breeding? I actually use the same temperature pretty much all year round. So my reptile room here, I actually have a temperature of 82 degrees, anywhere from 80 to 82. And then for my hotspot, I set my hotspots at 90 degrees and just pretty much leave the same temperature year round. I don't adjust the temperatures at all. Hello from Mississippi. What is going on? What is Bobby doing? He's kind of got the death grip on me. Oh, all right, Bobby. What are some unusual eye colors in snakes? I actually have one snake that has like a steel gray, like a metallic eye color, which is pretty awesome. That is the most unusual. There's black and there's blue, and then the albinos have red. So there's quite a few. I've actually seen some eye colors that are gold, which is pretty crazy. Let's see. I have a male normal and a female yellow belly pinstripe. I want to get another female, but unsure what morph. Let's see. Save a male normal. So what I would probably do, a female yellow belly pinstripe, I would probably get another male to breed to your female yellow belly pinstripe. What I would actually do is I would get a male asphalt and breed it to the yellow belly pinstripe and go for the pinstripe freeways. That would be a really amazing combination. Let's see. Is there anything special with regards to some spiders' forked tongues? No, I've never seen that only flick at a sharp right angle. I don't know. I know I've actually seen some snakes can have some kind of random defects in their tongue. I've seen some with like half a tongue or some deformed tongues, which doesn't really affect them, but sometimes when they're sticking their tongue out, you can kind of see a weird tongue. It could be just a random genetic defect. I don't think it's specific to any specific line of ball pythons or any genes or anything like that. Is it bad to handle your ball python too much? That is another $1 million question. I don't know. You can ask Bobby. He seems like he's more comfortable on my shoulder than in the tub. It's kind of crazy. I put him in the tub and he's like, no, I want to come back out. He always wants to come out and just kind of hang out on my shoulders. What would you suggest that we breed our pastel 100% het pied to? I would definitely breed it to another het pied or a visual pied to get some pastel pieds, which are pretty awesome. I'm breeding my banana to my super pastel, super vanilla. Awesome. I love the super vanilla stuff. Hello again. Love this marathon. This is a marathon. 58 people already on the line. Pretty crazy. I actually got a different Yeti cooler. Take a look at this. I actually have a blue one that I'm taking out today. These are really awesome. They actually come apart. I'm not associated with Yeti or anything, but or Coke. This is my drink of choice for my live stream marathon. Let's see. I'm a beginner planning on getting a cheap pastel female. What's the best and cost-effective to breed or to? Probably what I do with just a pastel, I'd probably do another pastel. I really love the super pastel combinations. So you could get another pastel and just that'd probably be the cheapest way to go, 2 pastels together. Cleaning snakes as I'm watching. All right. That is pretty awesome. Do you have an African soft fur project going? And can you make a video on them? Actually, well, so my African soft furs, I actually had African soft furs for a while. And it's kind of interesting. I had my mice and my rats in my African soft furs. And it seemed like my African soft furs would grow really super slow. And they wouldn't reproduce very fast and they wouldn't grow very fast. And it seemed like my rats and my mice were just producing litter after litter after litter. And I look in the African soft fur tubs. I was like, what's going on? You still have tiny little babies in here. They're growing so slow. And I finally just got rid of them. I'd say African soft furs are more of pets compared to like a really high production breeder like your regular rats and mice. But ball pythons really love the African soft furs. It's like their natural diet in the wild. So it could be good on the side to breed some African soft furs just for some picky eaters. I actually got some really picky eaters to take an African soft fur once in a while. So they're good that way too. Can you explain the confusion with a yellow belly and the asphalt? So the yellow belly and the asphalt, you breed them together to get the freeways, and the yellow belly and the asphalt pretty much look the same as a standalone gene. They almost look like a normal. Sometimes you can pick out markers like the different speckles on the belly, some tracks kind of along the sides of the belly. But that's kind of the hardest part. If you actually take a freeway, breed it to something else, you don't know the yellow bellies from the asphalt. Back again, yes, back again. 19 minutes into it. How long did I last yesterday? We went 12 hours, 15 seconds. That was crazy. That was really crazy. All right, let's see. Hey, we got another super chat, $4.99. All right. So today what I'm doing is I'm actually putting this sign back here. for the super chat to pay for my Harley Davidson. This is what we have left on the balance of the bike. Trying to pay off the bike with the super chat. So that way, if you just kind of stop in just for a second, you can kind of look right at the sign back there, and you know exactly what we're at as far as the super chat. And when that number gets to 0, the marathon is over. This is a really big number, $8,150. Whoo! That is crazy. So we actually bought a $9,000 Harley Davidson. I put $500 down to hold it, and he said I can pay it off in 2 weeks. I'm trying to pay it off with the super chat. How crazy is that? So only $8,150 to go. I don't know how long I'll be here. I'll probably be here for 2 weeks. And can you show us the retics? I can show you Sonny. Let me pull his head out. He's so big. I don't know if he can actually capture the whole thing with this phone camera that I'm using. All right, let me pull out Sonny. All right, Bobby's going back. All right, buddy. Yeah, my buddy. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. Whoa. All right. I don't know how this is gonna work. This is Sonny. Woo! He's not happy. He's all twisted up. All right. I don't know how long he's gonna last. All right. Woo. All right. Ooh. He's not a happy snake. Whoa. All right. We'll try it again. All right. Well, that's one reticulated python. Woo. All right. That was it for Sonny. Yeah, that's always an adventure there with that snake. I think I woke him up and he was all coiled up, sleeping in the back. He was not happy. He was like, he's in flight mode. He's going crazy. Whew. That snake. Yeah, you gotta watch out for that one. That is crazy. Yesterday was awesome. Yesterday was crazy. Yeah. Hey, we got another super chat. Nice. Woo! $5. Thank you. All right, we're changing the label. We're going fast. We're moving. All right, so we're down to 8,145. We're gonna be here a while. All right, so this is what we have left to pay off the Harley Davidson till the end of the live stream marathon. Woo. All right, thank you. Do ball python first-time breeder females take longer to breed? I'd say you probably, with first-time breeder females, especially if they're really young, like right on the edge, like 1,500 grams, I'd say, sometimes you can't get them to breed the first year, especially if they're really young. But if you actually have like a 3-year-old, I actually bought a whole collection of 3-year-old females that were never bred before. And the first time I bred them, they pretty much all bred right off the bat, which is pretty awesome. I think most of them, I think out of 13 snakes, I had like 10 of them breed. So that's pretty good. I'd say usually you can expect on an average, maybe 50% of your females will actually go every year. It's kind of crazy. You look at some of these big breeders, and sometimes you'll have like 80% breed one year, and then you'll have like, 30% the next. That's kind of where I'm at. Last year I had a really good year, and then this year I had probably less than half of my females breed. So sometimes it can be kind of hit and miss for some of those females. But I'd say if you have younger females, usually it's a little bit more difficult. If it's a first-time breeder and an older snake, you should be pretty good with that. How's the voice? Yeah, I actually brought some cough drops today. Yeah, about the last 30 minutes yesterday, after talking for 11 and a half hours on a live stream, my voice was like, my throat was so sore. I couldn't believe after all that talk. I did good all the way up to the last half hour, and then I was like dying for whatever reason, just right at the end. It was crazy. 1,800 gram females that are about 3 to 4 years old. That should be good. So yeah, so it really depends. I've actually seen 1-year-olds at 1,800 grams, and sometimes it'll take a while depending on how much you feed them. But 1,800 grams, that's well above the 1,500. I think you should be okay to actually breed that one the first time. If you were to create a new morph, what would you call it? It depends on what it looks like. If it was a really interesting looking morph, I would actually probably name it based on the appearance of the snake. So I was trying to figure out where the camera was on this one. I think it's over here on the left side. Yeah. All right. I was looking at the right side of the camera because if I look at like straight on my face, it looks like I'm not really looking at the camera. It's my phone, so you really can't tell what the camera is on this crazy phone. That's crazy. All right, can you mix 2 spider genes? No, I would definitely not, even if they're mixed in with other genes. So if you have 2 snakes with a whole bunch of genes, if they both contain the spider and you breed them together, 25% of the time you get the super spider and super spider with other genes in the mix. And from what I've heard, the super spider can be lethal, where a lot of times it'll actually die in the egg as it's developing, or in some cases, I've heard it'll have really severe head wobbles with the super spider. Although I have seen someone actually produce a perfectly fine super spider. The kind of rumors going around, I haven't actually seen it, but I would definitely avoid breeding anything, 2 snakes with the spider gene in it. All right. Yeah, super spider is lethal. You can say, I used to say super spider is lethal in a lot of my videos, and a lot of people chime in and say, hey, such and such produced a super spider. So it seems like everything you say in the ball python industry, there's an exception to the rule. It seems like everyone seems like breaks the rule as far as what you would expect. You kind of learn the basics at first, and then later on you find out that everything you thought you knew, you don't really know all of it, because there's always exceptions. It's kind of crazy. What would you recommend for my first 2 pythons? Depends on how much you can afford. What's Bobby doing? I don't know what Bobby's doing here. Crazy snake. I would probably go the first 2. I would probably do anything with dominant or co-dominant in the mix. So like pinstripe or pastel, or Mojave or lesser, or anything, some of those that are like really bright. Some of them you can see, maybe some dark ones like the GHI or the blackhead. Because if you go into the recessive, sometimes it's kind of frustrating. You think it's right side, not the left? Yeah, so right here is the lens right here. If I point over here to the other side of the camera, you can't even see my finger. That's kind of crazy. So yeah, I can actually see right there. I think that's where it is. That's the top of my camera. Yeah. Let's see, what should I do about a picky eater? You could try to go back to mice, like an adult mouse for a while, and then just do like 1 or 2 and then go back to rats. Or you can try a live rat. Sometimes that works. Sometimes you just have to offer every week and kind of wait them out. And sometimes, it really depends on how long they've been fasting. What is Bobby doing? He is getting really squirrely today. What morphs get better with age? I know, let's say the fireflies, the fire and the pastel combination, I've seen that get better with age. The bamboos, they come out pretty much exactly the same as Bobby, like pretty much exactly the same as a hatchling. I actually brought one of his babies out and put them side by side. Almost looks the same. Some of them kind of fade out if you just have a straight pastel. One of the ones I really like is the pastel desert ghost combination. Works really well to really hold the color and the contrast as it ages. It fades a little bit. The young ones are super bright, like crazy bright, but they're still pretty bright and flashy when they're adults. And there's so many genes. There's a lot that look good as adults. As a matter of fact, if you actually go over to Morphmarket and sort by the oldest age, you can actually see some of the oldest ball pythons and kind of what they look like as they're an adult versus the offspring. How many genes in your collection? That is a good question. I have no idea. I'd say maybe about 15. I don't know. I haven't actually counted all the genes. Something like that. I have about 100 snakes. Well, yeah, I'd say maybe about 15 or so in my collection. Hello. Thoughts on the chimera? So the chimera is kind of interesting. Essentially, as far as I'm not really a geneticist, so I just kind of hear kind of through the grapevine. I can't really explain it in the terms of a geneticist. But what I understand to be a chimera is it actually starts as two separate eggs, two separate individuals that fuse together and form one snake. And it's kind of weird. Usually on the chimeras, you can actually see a stripe like right down the middle of the snake sometimes, where half the snake has the DNA of one of the offspring of one of the eggs that developed, and the other half is the other half of the snake. So sometimes you can actually see really strong lines, like it's almost like two individuals that fuse together. And sometimes you can end up with a lot of genetic anomalies, some defects as far as the internal organs. And I've actually seen where a snake looks one way and you breed it and it actually has the DNA of another one. You actually get completely different results. Chimeras are pretty interesting. You can't really reproduce a chimera. It's like a really weird genetic anomaly. Should I look for health issues when adults that go off of food? Not really. I'd say most of my snakes go off of food at one point or another. So Bobby went off of food here. This year, he went off of food for almost 3 months. Didn't eat for 3 months, which is kind of crazy. And then he ate, 1 month he ate one. The next month he ate another one. The next month he ate two. And then last month he ate 3 rats. So it's just kind of par for the course. And I just keep offering him every week. And sometimes I'll actually double up. Sometimes I'll offer like 2 in a week, especially if they go back on food and they're really skinny, to kind of get them back into the proper body condition, especially after a really long fast and they get super skinny. Sometimes it can be pretty nerve-wracking working with ball pythons if they go on a really long fast. What would you do if you hatched a 2-headed snake? I'd probably give you updates on my 2-headed snake on, I don't know, turn my channel into a kind of a freak show. I don't know what I would do. I'd probably, I don't know what I'd do with a 2-headed snake. Maybe I'd sell it over on Morphmarket. Maybe at a really low price. I don't know. I don't know what I'd do with a 2-headed snake. Would slight head deformities be caused by genetics or incubation issues? So probably, sometimes you can just have random defects in just about any animal. So sometimes it's not necessarily that you have a bad pairing, but if you paired the same snakes twice and you had like genetic defects, I'd probably avoid breeding those snakes together in the future. I don't think it could be incubation issues. Hello from Scotland again. Hey, what's up? Are there any non-leucistic blue-eyed ball python morphs? I actually have a lesser pied that contains 1 copy of the lesser and 2 copies of the pied gene, and it actually has blue eyes. So technically, it's not a blue-eyed leucistic, although it's a completely white snake with blue eyes. So I don't know if you'd actually technically call it a non-leucistic with blue eyes, which is kind of interesting. It's I guess you'd consider it to be, it's not technically a leucistic like we kind of say in ball pythons, because the leucistic actually has 2 copies. It has 2 different genes or the same gene in the blue-eyed leucistic complex, like the bamboo and the lesser. So this case, it would just have 1 copy of a leucistic gene, but not 2. But it would, I guess you could still call it a blue-eyed leucistic. I don't know if you could actually make blue eyes with a patterned snake. That would be kind of interesting. If you could only choose one, what would you breed? 2,000-gram female that is not developing follicles, 1,500-gram female that is developing follicles. I kind of ignore the whole follicle thing. Some people go by the follicles and say, I'm not going to breed this until the follicles, the immature eggs in the females, are at least 10 millimeters as measured on an ultrasound. What I do is I just randomly pair up snakes on October 15th. I just pick a hard set date and start pairing up snakes. As long as the body condition is really good for the females, I don't think you'd have a problem. Let's see, what's the maximum amount of genes that a ball python can visually display? I think it's pretty much unlimited. Who holds the record for the most genes? You can actually go over to Morphmarket. I think the most I've ever seen in a snake is about 8 genes, which is kind of crazy. You can actually get a lot more genes. I've actually seen people breed like a 5-gene snake to a 5-gene snake. And the problem is you produce all these snakes that don't look anything like anything anyone has ever produced before. And a lot of times you'll spend most of your time trying to figure out what genes are in all the different combinations. And sometimes you actually can't. You can kind of pick out a few genes, but a lot of times you can't pick them all out. So sometimes it can be pretty difficult going down the rabbit hole with all of those genes. Sometimes it's kind of crazy. Yeah, let's see. Butter, lesser, Mojave, bamboo, and a few others are leucistic. Yeah, so in the leucistic complex, there's the butter and the lesser, the Mojave, the bamboo, the Russo, the Mystic, the Mocha, the Phantom. What else is in the blue-eyed cystic? There's a whole bunch. The Mojave, I said Mojave. Yeah. Quite a few in the blue-eyed leucistic complex. Brian Barczyk would buy the 2-headed snake. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'd probably sell them online. Other than female deserts, are there any other morphs with fertility issues? I think it's the only one with the fertility issues. And the coral glows are the only ones that are sex-linked. The coral glows and the bananas, that the male makers will only produce the males. The female makers only produce the females. This is my first season. I already have some locks. Nice. 3 different pairs. Keep in mind that if you put snakes together and they lock, it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll actually end up with eggs. I put all my snakes together and every single one of them locks usually, and I end up with about half of them actually producing eggs. It seems like you need quite a, if you actually want to breed, it's almost like you want to breed twice the number of females to get, the amount of eggs that you would expect. That's kind of crazy. GHI Enchi Het Ghost female. What should I mate with her? GHI Enchi Het Ghost. Well, I love the Mojave GHIs. I also love the Banana Enchis, which are really cool. Het Ghost, you can breed it to a ghost or a Het Ghost. There's a lot of stuff you can actually breed with that one. Fire is actually in the black-eyed leucistic complex, so it's not compatible with the blue eye. So if you make a fire bamboo, it'll look like kind of a faded out bamboo. But if you breed a fire with a fire, you'll get an all-white snake with black eyes. It's a little bit different. And fire is the same, pretty much the same as sulfur. I think sulfur's, as a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever done a video on sulfur. Maybe I actually have. I can't remember if I did or not. So sulfur is like another line of fire that has more yellow in the super version. Otherwise, the fires and the sulfurs look almost exactly the same. It's kind of wild. What's your top double recessive visual morph without desert ghost? Probably the most popular double recessive, I would say, is the albino pied. It's pretty much the number one thing that you can do with the albinos is work it into pies. Number 1 favorite morph has to be Bobby. Take a look at that, how beautiful Bobby is. Bobby's getting out in front of the camera. That is my number 1 morph. My big old bamboo. Just a straight bamboo, no other genes in the mix. It's weird, he almost has like the white coming up, kind of like a spider on the side, how they have, some of them have the high white and some of them don't. It's kind of crazy. And it's kind of variable, just like the spider. Sometimes you'll breed them and you get a whole clutch of bamboo. Some of them have the high white and some of them have a really low white on the side, which is kind of crazy. Is banana and coral glow the same thing? I actually did a video, banana versus coral glow, and I am convinced that banana and coral glow are actually the same exact gene. They're both they both start out it's kind of a, well, it's kind of weird because I think there's different versions of banana and different versions of coral glow. So when I bring my coral glows to the show, I actually see a lot of banana hatchlings that look completely different as far as the color and the intensity. Kind of compared to my coral glows. And I've actually seen bananas look different than other bananas as a hatchling, but usually once they age and mature, they turn into a two-tone yellow with the yellow spots, and they're both sex-linked genes. They both pretty much act the same way. I'm pretty much convinced that they are the same gene. I have a male maker banana male. What will the bananas that he sires be? Male maker or female maker? So it gets a little bit confusing with the male makers and the female makers. So if you have a male banana and you breed it to something else, all the banana offspring are going to be males. Well, assuming your male is a male maker. So if you have a male maker banana, breed it to something else, all your bananas will be males, and they will all be male makers. And if you actually have a female maker, you breed it to something else and you'll get all females, and those females won't be male makers or female makers. So it's the male maker and female makers only with the males. If you actually have a female and breed it to something else, half the offspring that are bananas will actually come out as males, half will come out as females. It's just something with the males that make them male makers and female makers. And it really depends on the breeding, the parents that it came from, which is pretty confusing once you get into it. Do I know anything about the Blaze gene? I haven't heard of that. Hey, do you want to send me some mice? No, actually, I pretty much have right now. I'm pretty much producing just enough mice to feed my hatchlings. It's kind of funny. My mice rack fills up, and then I feed all my hatchlings, and then they're all gone. Kind of on the off season. I was thinking maybe of bringing some mice to some of the reptile shows. If I actually do a show, maybe have a few mice on the side. They're really high production mice. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. Super Cinnamon looks like the dragon snake. I don't know what the dragon snake is. I want a pet snake, but my wife doesn't like them. How can I get her to give in? Any ideas? I actually have a video called How to Convince Your Parents to Let You Buy a Snake. And that video might actually help you convince your wife. I don't know, there's some hints in there. Sometimes you just can't do it. I know some people that are so terrified of snakes that you can't even bring one in the house. So I don't know how you could be afraid of Bobby. He's such a sweet snake. It's kind of funny. I always say he's never bit me, but the weird thing is the other day he actually drew blood. I was bleeding all over the place from Bobby, which was kind of weird. And the only thing I can think of is he was around my shoulders. As a matter of fact, he was the other way, and I reached around to grab Bobby, and I think when I grabbed him, he must have been yawning and had his mouth open, and he got me right in between the finger and the thumb, right in here. I can actually believe that he actually tagged me like that. And I think it kind of freaked him out more than anything. It was kind of crazy. The first time Bobby ever drew blood, but he's never tried to bite me at all. What do you think about the Pewter Blast Sunset female listed on Morphmarket? 3,800. Wow, that's so the pewter is the combination of the cinnamon and the pastel. Well, the Pewter Blast would have the pinstripe in it. So that's so it's actually a lemon blast with the cinnamon with a sunset. That sounds pretty awesome. I would go for it. It sounds like an awesome snake. If you discovered a new gene, what would you call it? The Hardwick or the Bobby? I don't know. I don't know what I'd call it. I probably wouldn't call it like the Stormtrooper or the Jedi or something like that. Darth Vader. I don't know. Probably wouldn't go to the dark side. What would I breed my male Mojave to? Mojave, I like to breed them to GHIs, and sometimes you can work in some pretty awesome genes in the GHI Mojave combination to really, you can do like yellow belly to bring out the contrast and the brightness, or you could breed it to a lesser and make the blue-eyed leucistics. Bobby, are ASFs regulated? Regulates able to chew out of your tubs? That's a good question. Can your rats chew out of the tubs? It's kind of funny when I first started in rats. I was thinking about going over to a rack system, and it seemed like everybody used the concrete mixing tubs. And I watched all these videos over on YouTube of people having their rats chew through their tubs. And I couldn't even imagine if the rats got out in the house, they could do an incredible amount of damage. And that's one of the reasons I actually went to these really expensive ARS racks. I was, watching a lot of videos on those, and there's nowhere on the tub that they can even make a chew mark. And I've actually had these for 5 years. I don't have one single chew mark on any of my ARS tubs in my rodent racks, which is one of the reasons I found I do not want rats running around the house. That'd be crazy. The most humane way to euthanize a snake. I actually did a video on that, and it was kind of funny because I had one snake that I euthanized out of all my snakes, and it was a California king snake, and for some reason I think it was dying of old age, and it was just falling apart. I don't know what was wrong with that snake. It just started losing all its scales, and then one of its eyes kind of fell out. It was weird. And then the other eye fell out. It was completely blind and crawling around, and it wouldn't eat, and I felt really bad. I was just like, this thing is just falling apart. I don't know what's going on. And I had other king snakes with no problems at all. I just thought it was like really old or something with that snake. So I thought, all right, I'm going to euthanize this king snake. And what I did is and when I euthanize my rats, what I do is I put them in a little container and I gas them with CO2, which is pretty much the universal way to euthanize any animals. I know, like during the pandemic, when they're like euthanizing, when they're trying to clear out all the animals because they can't move them because the transportation shut down. A lot of people would actually euthanize them with CO2, which is the only way that's humane as far as the state and the federal regulations and everything. That's pretty much why I use CO2. So I thought, all right, I want to take CO2 and I'm going to euthanize my king snake, which was kind of crazy. So I put my king snake in this little container and I gassed him for like 5 minutes, like I do on my rats. And usually 5 minutes will euthanize a rat. And after I euthanized him for 5 minutes, took the cover off, and about 10 minutes later, that snake woke up and started crawling around. I thought that was crazy. So I tried it again for like 10 minutes, and he woke up and started crawling around again. I was like, this is crazy. So I actually gassed him, left him in the gas for like 30 minutes, and I opened up the tub, and that snake was still crawling around after the third time. I was like, these snakes, you just can't kill them. They're unbelievable. So what I finally did is actually I gassed him for a fourth time and then decapitated him, which is kind of crazy. But he was completely knocked out. It seemed like the only way to put down a snake. So it's kind of weird. It seemed like the most humane way, but it was kind of a crazy way to actually learn it. Probably the best way to do it if you go to a veterinarian and have like an injection or something like that, as far as kind of like they do with dogs. I actually had a dog that was really super old, couldn't stand up, and it was getting really sick and it wouldn't eat, and you bring him to the vet and then they give him the shot, which is kind of crazy. Anyway, I got down a rabbit hole on that one. Yeah, euthanizing snakes, it's always difficult with so many animals, and then sometimes you have to put some down, which is unfortunate. I need to start producing. Yes, that's always the hard part. The beginning of snakes, where you lose all your money and you're spending everything going broke, buying snakes and hoping to produce. Let's see. Yeah, I saw a zoo, an older ball python laid a large clutch of eggs without ever mating. Yeah, so that can actually happen through parthenogenesis. A female without any male can lay viable eggs, and from what I've heard, they are like clones of the female. I've actually seen some people with like a multi-gene snake, and it's parthenogenesis if all the offspring come out exactly the same as the female that has the multi-genes. Otherwise, if you bred it to a male, you get all the different genes, kind of the whole random mix of all the combinations, which is kind of interesting, the whole parthenogenesis. I think it's pretty rare. Usually with these big breeders, you only see it, like 1 out of 10,000 times or something like that. It's pretty rare. Would you attempt to teach Bobby some tricks? I don't think I could teach. I don't think I could teach Bobby any tricks, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, actually, I've been teaching some of my ducks. I have my pecans, and I kind of give them their own little water at the end of the day where they can kind of take a bath away from the other ducks. And I'll be like, "Hey, pecan," and they'll all come running over and jump in the water. I kind of fence them off. It's like they know their name. It's kind of crazy. I don't know if you could teach a snake. Although I did see in one zoo where they actually had this venomous snake, and they did train that snake. What they actually did is they had a waterfall on the side of a tank, and they turned the waterfall on, and the snake, when that waterfall came on, it would crawl over and go inside of a snake-proof box, and they'd close it up so they could take the snake and move it out of the cage so they could close it. And that's the first time I've ever seen where someone actually trained a snake to do something on command. I did not think that was possible. It's kind of crazy. All right, pastel spot nose male and female. What else besides the super pastel comes out? So yeah, so if you bred a pastel spot nose male and female, so if they're both pastel spot nose, you would get some normals, you would get some pastels, some super pastels, you get some pastel spot nose, you would get some super spot nose, which is the Powerball, which the Powerball is actually, I've actually heard it's it can be susceptible to a head wobble with the super spot nose. I'm not sure how accurate that is. I heard that a long time ago. Haven't heard much about that since. You could also get the super pastel super spot nose, which would be, I guess, would be the killer Powerball. That combination. That would be pretty cool. Spot nose goes really well with a lot of your other genes that mix up the pattern, like pastel and leopard. Leopard goes really well with spot nose, especially if you mix in pastel. I'd definitely breed a leopard or maybe like a banana to that mix. That would be really awesome. What morphs do bananas and cinnamon make? Well, if you bred a banana to a cinnamon, you get a banana cinnamon and some bananas and cinnamons and normals. But you can pretty much breed bananas and cinnamons to just about anything. Let's see here. Oh, I think I lost my place here. Birthday cake. All right. Let's see. My grand will never visit me again. Yeah. Yeah, once you get snakes, a lot of people are like, I'm never going to visit you again. You have snakes in the house. I've actually had some people over. It's funny, pretty funny. I'll be like, hey, come down and check out my snakes. And they'll be standing by the door, cracking the door open, just peeking their head in like they're too scared to even come in. And then I'll open a tub and they'll just go running. They just can't even see a snake. It is kind of interesting. Some people won't even come into your house if they know you have snakes. And I don't know who could be afraid of Bobby. Bobby is such a cool snake. No way you could be afraid of Bobby. He's so cool, so mellow. What do I think of the Burmese ball hybrids? That's kind of interesting. So I saw someone actually took a Burmese python, bred it to a ball python, and made a Burmese ball, which is like essentially a really huge ball python, which is kind of crazy. It makes me wonder, like some of the characteristics of these hybrids. Ball pythons prefer like dark tubs, but Burmese pythons prefer kind of, open. So sometimes you mix them together. Is it like, ball pythons like high humidity, Burmese probably like a lower humidity. So sometimes when you cross them, you never know the care conditions for some of your snakes. Ball pythons are picky eaters, but what about the Burmese that will eat just about anything and grow really fast? So it's kind of interesting. It's almost like you're creating a hybrid monster and you're not sure exactly. It'd be kind of interesting to take some of the genes from a ball python and say, try to work bamboo into a Burmese ball. That would be amazing if you could have like a 10-foot long bamboo ball python. That would be crazy. All right. Welcome back. Yes. Yesterday we went for 12 hours. We're at 54 minutes. Kind of crazy. And the funny thing is yesterday, is we talked for, it was like 12 hours, over 12 hours on my phone. And then I go back to the replay and it only said 11 hours and 55 minutes. I don't know if they kind of shrunk the video, maybe sped it up a little bit. I don't know. It's kind of crazy how they kind of shrunk, lost 5 minutes. I don't know what happened to the extra 5 minutes in that crazy video. All right, let's see. Would butter leopard work with spider enchi? That is one of my pairing. The other is a normal with butter leopard. So let's see. Butter leopard with spider enchi. Yeah, that would be a good, really good combination. So the butter is essentially the same thing as the lesser. So the lesser leopard. So with the lesser leopard or the butter leopard, usually I'd say maybe in half the cases, you actually would get a striped snake, which is kind of interesting when you work those two genes together. And then when you work in spider, that would pretty much jumble it up. And then you work in enchi, which could really reduce it. Could be a really interesting combination. Watch Snake Discovery on euthanizing a snake. Said you only need a really low oxygen level. Yeah, so the CO2 essentially removes all the oxygen. Probably what you could do, you could do it the CO2 chamber and just leave it in for a longer time, like hours to actually do it. You could probably do that. Is it a difficult task to prepare a female naturally incubate, or you just recommend getting an incubator? I would always recommend getting an incubator for the eggs. Sometimes you can have problems. I've actually seen where female snakes, especially if you kind of mess with them while they're on eggs, sometimes they can constrict and completely destroy all the eggs. I've actually seen that, where especially with like big snakes, like a reticulated python, if you kind of bother them, sometimes they can just squash all the eggs and they just kind of completely crush them. And then you have to make sure that the humidity and the temperature is appropriate for the maternal incubation. And the other problem is when the snake is actually on the eggs, it'll pretty much go off of food for the whole 2 months, versus if you actually take that female and remove it from the eggs, a lot of times you can get that female right back on food, sometimes in the same week that you actually take them off of food. So sometimes you can get the females back up to body condition a lot faster if you remove them from the eggs. That's probably the number one reason I probably take them off the eggs, just so the female will start eating again. What morphs haven't you bred Bobby to? Haven't bred Bobby to a spider. That would be pretty cool. Maybe I could breed him to like my pastel spider desert ghost female and get some bamboo het desert ghost with the spider. The bamboo spiders are really awesome. It really reduces the pattern and it gives you a really awesome high contrast animal. That's probably one of my favorite combinations. Of course, a lot of people are against the spiders, so that's kind of controversial too. Let's see. I was able to teach my Naga that tapping on his enclosure means cheese boy time. So, yeah, sometimes you can give snakes triggers like tap on the glass right before feeding, and they know. Like for Lucy, what I do for my big reticulated python, she is like 100 pounds. What I actually do right before I feed her, I turn the lights on really bright, and it's kind of the trigger for her to know, hey, it's feeding time. A lot of times I'll turn on the brights really light, and she'll just kind of pop up and go, hey, where's my rat? So sometimes you can actually have cues for some snakes, but I don't know about training a snake. That'd be kind of crazy. What would you breed a banana enchi to? Anything goes good with banana enchi. You can breed it to just about anything to make some really cool combos. Probably one of my favorite banana enchis would be the banana enchi leopard. Those are really crazy. What about blood ball python hybrids? Yeah, that's kind of interesting. You can actually breed a blood python to a ball python. Blood pythons, I think, are a little bit more aggressive by nature. So it's kind of interesting mixing the two. You have to really work a lot with the blood python to tame it down. And blood pythons can get really big. They are pretty amazing when you actually mix them with the ball python. I probably wouldn't do it myself, mixing the hybrids, but I have seen some that are really impressive, pretty amazing. Let's see. Have I ever seen an asphalt gravel? Actually, I have. So if you actually breed a highway to a freeway, which is the yellow belly asphalt paired with a yellow belly gravel, What you'll actually get is 25% of the time you'll get an asphalt gravel, which is an interesting combination. They actually call that the pavement, which is a pretty cool common name for the asphalt gravel. And it gets a little bit confusing because sometimes if you actually breed that to something else, half come out as asphalt, half come out as gravel, and you won't know which one is which. And sometimes the highways and the freeways can look really similar. So sometimes you can kind of muddy the water actually doing that. It's I probably wouldn't recommend actually doing it, but I have seen some people do a combination like that. If you actually have different lines of asphalt and gravel in like your highways and the freeways where you can tell them apart, you could probably do it with no problem. You love noodles that allow you to boop the snoot. Yeah, I can boop the snoot. So when we boop the snoot, that is just bonking them on the nose. Boop the snoot, and Bobby will let you do it. No problem. He's a pretty funny snake. Yeah. Super tame. Crazy snake. I don't know what he's doing. What temperature do you have to keep in an incubator? I think most people say an incubator should be 88 degrees. And I actually set my incubator to 90 degrees in my incubator. Oh. So we are in 1 hour already, at 1 hour. Crazy. So this is the Livestream Marathon. I actually we're actually trying to pay off my Harley Davidson with the super chat right here. This is what we have left on the Harley Davidson. And it looks like so far we've had a few super chats. We're actually up to $19, which is pretty cool. Yesterday we actually did a 12-hour super chat. The Harley Davidson that I bought was actually $9,000. I put like $500 on it. And then yesterday, I think we made $401 on that to pay for the Harley Davidson. We're trying to pay off the bike with the super chat, which is kind of crazy. I was going to do a marathon live stream until we paid it off. So who knows how long this could actually go. This might go 10 days. Who knows? This is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. I don't know what Bobby's doing on my head. For my ball python, I'm getting, should I try feeding him the end of the first week I get him or the second? You could probably feed your new ball python after the first week. That's probably fine. As a matter of fact, if you actually get a ball python at a reptile show, you could probably feed them within the first day or two. I've actually seen that, which is, whoa, Bobby's like freaking out. Bobby's moving my mouse around. All right, Bobby. All right, let's see. Let's see. For my ball python, I'm getting, should I try feeding? Oh, I already read that one. Bobby messed me up. What are your tips for pricing snakes for sale? That is a good question. So normally what I do as far as pricing my snakes, you can actually go over to Morphmarket and kind of see the highs and the lows for certain ball pythons. And a lot of people, I'd say there's a really big range, and it really depends on how many there are and kind of what the demand is. So if you have, say for example, if you have like a snake that's only been made like 3 or 4 times, and the prices are a little bit lower, sometimes you can have a significantly higher price if you have the only one over on Morphmarket, even though the previous ones sold for less, as long as there's a demand for it. So a lot of it comes to supply and demand. I say pricing is kind of the hard part. Sometimes you price them too low and then they sell within a couple hours and you're like, oh, I should have priced it higher. Or sometimes you price them too high and then they won't sell for a really long time. So it's pretty much based on supply and demand. And I've actually gone to reptile shows. When I first started in ball pythons, I was obsessed over buying ball pythons. So I was looking at Morphmarket every single day. You may be in this phase yourself, and you're like looking at all the different prices and all the morphs, and you pretty much know in your mind, if you look at a clown, this is what the clowns are selling for over on Morphmarket. If you look at like a killer clown, super pastel clown, you know what the price is. And then when you go to a reptile show, I've actually done this before. Well, I've actually seen a whole table full of snakes for sale, and the guy is not selling a single snake, where other people, they're just flying off their tables. And the problem is that guy is significantly higher than you would find over on Morphmarket, plus the shipping. It's like, why would I buy a killer clown from this guy when I could just buy one on my phone and have it shipped to me to my doorstep tomorrow for a lower price? So sometimes I'd say you have to really look at Morphmarket and look at kind of the price range and what's available. You definitely don't want to overprice, and you definitely don't want to underprice either. So it's kind of a sweet spot when it comes to pricing. Let's see. Is there a space between their heat tape and their tubs? There is. I think on the ARS racks that I have, like right behind me, the tub rests directly on the heat tape. So they actually have a heat tape that is glued to the bottom of a metal panel, and then the tub slides on the metal panel to kind of protect the heat tape. So it's actually pretty much a direct contact there. What would be your most important piece of advice to someone getting into keeping balls who never had snakes? I would probably do a lot of research first as far as getting into ball pythons. Yeah, so I'd probably look at like I actually made a video, my first ball python that has a lot of views. That's kind of like the introduction to ball pythons. That'd be a good one. Kind of look over on YouTube to, like my first ball python, or how to, kind of the entry level stuff as far as what you're getting into. There's quite a bit to it. I could go on for a long time about the entry level stuff. All right. Do you think $5,000 is enough to start from scratch for snakes and equipment? 5,000, that is, it depends what you're doing. If you're trying to live off of the money from the snakes, that's different than if you're just trying to kind of get into it. So you can actually pick up, when I first started, I bought a pair of pieds. Probably what I would do to start out, I'd probably buy something like an adult female normal, something ready to breed, and then I'd breed something. You could probably pick up an adult female normal for a couple few $100 ready to breed, depending on where you go. Sometimes you can get them cheaper, and I'd do something like a multi-gene animal or something. So Bobby, when I bought him, he was like $1,200, and then I bred him to a whole bunch of normals, and half of the offspring were bamboos. So that would be a good way to go. And you could probably get set up for less than, it really depends. If you just buy one male and one female, you could probably do it for $500. If you went really cheap and got like a glass enclosure to start. I actually started with glass enclosures, and it just takes investment a little bit at a time. You could spend, a couple thousand, you could spend $1 million to jump in. It's kind of crazy. How long have I been going for? 1 hour and 7 minutes. All right. How's day 2 so far? Pretty good, pretty good. Only 11 hours left to go. 10 hours and almost 50 minutes. Let's see if we can go 12 hours today. Of course, we have 91 people on the line, which is kind of crazy. It seemed like yesterday, it was weird. At the end of the day, I was actually looking at my numbers, and when I got done, it said I had like 4,100 views. But then if you actually go back on my in the stats, it looks like I had 2,800. But if you actually look at the people online, it's only like anywhere from 60 to about 100 people at one time. So I think a lot of people are just coming in and leaving and coming in. I don't think a lot of people are staying through the whole thing, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. My snake just pulls away when I try to touch his nose. Yeah, you have to really work with the ball python. So on Bobby here, when I first started putting him around my neck, he was like really freaking out a lot. And kind of the thing, if you kind of want to get him out over the head shot thing, yeah, I don't know if Bobby will do it, but what I used to do is I put the kind of the chin of the snake right on my hand to kind of get him over the head shyness. And you can kind of do that even with a super head shy snake. You can kind of do that just once in a while to get them used to your hand right by the snake. But a lot of times, especially if you're not holding your snake a lot of times that the snake can be really afraid of you, and you have to really build the trust with the snake. What's your favorite snake other than pythons? I think my favorite snake might be the California king snakes. Those are pretty awesome. Like the black and white banded, like the desert phase California king snake. That's pretty awesome. From Mississippi, awesome. Love my channel. Thanks. Please show Rusty. I can show Rusty. I can show Rusty again. Let's take a look at Rusty. All right, Bobby. Oh my goodness, look at Rusty. All right, this is from my hatchling rack. This is Rusty. Take a look at that beautiful snake. That is a pastel, really super bright pastel. 100% het desert ghost female. Really awesome looking snake. I got a whole bunch of snakes in that rack over there. Like 100 snakes in this room. Take a look at that crazy thing. Oh, I can definitely tell my throat. I've been talking for 12 hours yesterday. That is kind of crazy. That is a really beautiful snake. I love the pastels and the super pastels. Really awesome. There's the belly on Rusty. Take a look at that girl. She is a good looking snake. Yeah, she's really beefy too. Take a look at that. How chunky it is. I think she's my biggest hatchling out of every single hatchling that I have over there. That is kind of crazy. She's been eating a lot. Good looking snake right there. All right, let's get another snake. How about something I can put around my neck? All right, so here is my most requested snake yesterday. I think people are asking like maybe 6 times to see the snake. Take a look at this. This is the biggest ball python in my entire collection. Take a look at this beast of a snake. Oh, a huge, huge female monster snake. Whew. Oh. 100% het caramel albino. She's almost big enough where I might not want to wrap her around my neck. I might get in trouble with this one. She's not that friendly either. She's a really big snake. I tried to breed her this last year and she didn't breed, and she's been eating quite a bit. Kind of crazy. Oh, I don't know how this is gonna work. Oh, she's got me now. She's got the death grip on me. Oh my goodness. Woo. All right, girl. Yeah, this girl's a handful. This is the biggest ball python I've ever seen in my life. This girl, she doesn't get out much. Look at how big she is. She is a monster. Woo. Might have to bring Bobby back after this one. Wow. All right, her name is Zeus. Zeus is my biggest. Wow. Look at her belly too. That's pretty cool. She's got a crazy belly pattern. Oh. Wow, she's crazy. And people think this one is actually what they call a Volta, which is a region-specific ball python, which is one of the bigger ones. And the head on this one is really super big. If I can get her head back around here. Oh, take a look at this. Look at how big her head is. For a ball python, that is pretty big. Pretty big head on that snake. Oh, she's wearing me out. All right, we need Bobby back. Woo. That's a monster. Oh, yeah, compare that one to Bobby. Bobby's a lightweight compared to that monster. Whew, that is crazy. All right. Let's see. All right, I'm behind on the questions here. Let's see. Oh, it looks like I got another super chat, right? Reptile Road. Nice. I missed that one. I think I was struggling with the snake when I saw that one. All right. So the purpose of this live stream is to pay for my Harley Davidson, to support Harley Davidson and to get a really cool bike. It's a $9,000 bike, and this is where we are at 8,145. I've been putting up the little sign so you can just kind of check back real quick and take a look at, oh, Bobby's choking me out. Ugh. Bobby, what are you doing? See, it's funny with Bobby. Take a look at this. Bobby does not like to be wrapped around my neck this way. He's like, I want to be the other way. Bobby is like training me to go this way instead of this way. I don't know why he wants to be wrapped just a certain way around my neck. I don't know, crazy snake. Whew, otherwise, he like chokes me out. All right, we are at $8,140. Nice. Whew. That's pretty awesome. I think that was the one, right? Yeah. Chipping away, chipping away. All right, so I'm way behind on the chat. So it's funny. Last night, we got to the point right around midnight when I caught up on all the chats. I was trying to hit every single comment on the whole chat. Of course, people come in and out, so I don't know if people are still here from some of these. But I'll just keep going pretty much in order, trying to answer every single chat here. Maybe I'll speed it up a little bit. How do you feel about purchasing snakes from pet stores or PetSmart? So that is a good question. So I'd say some reptile pet stores that specialize in reptiles are a lot better than any other pet store. Some of the big stores, I'm not sure about PetSmart, but some of the big ones like that, some of the chain stores, the problem is they get in ball python hatchlings, and they have policies against feeding live mice to those hatchlings. And sometimes the hatchlings are so small where they pretty much need the live mice in order to survive and get over that initial hump. So I'd say sometimes it can be kind of working against some of the bigger chain pet stores. I'd probably buy, from a smaller kind of mom and pop shop, like a reptile store. Got 3 copperheads. That's kind of crazy. Hoping to breed vipers and coppers. I don't do the venomous. I stay away from the venomous. What's my favorite snake other than pythons? That is California king snakes, I would say. They're really small and they eat every single time. Corn snakes are pretty cool too. I had that one big red. I actually finally sold Big Red. He was awesome. He would eat every single time, and he got to a decent size. He was like, probably about that big around. He was really big. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. So on Morphmarket, you can talk people down on the snakes. So it's kind of interesting. When I first started shopping on Morphmarket, I kind of thought the same thing. I could talk this person down on this ball python over on Morphmarket, but I'd say typically when you're working with people, even at the reptile shows and on Morphmarket, I'd say 99% of the time, nobody will talk you down in your price. They will just pay the price. And a lot of times, especially at the reptile shows, if your price isn't right, they'll just go to the table across the aisle and they'll buy the same exact snake for a cheaper price. Usually there's so many snakes to choose from that if you're interested in a snake, you're going to pay the price pretty much no matter what it is. And I pretty much found that on when I'm selling snakes. I think out of the hundreds of snakes that I've sold, I think maybe only 2 people have actually tried to talk me down on the price. As a matter of fact, a lot of these guys at the reptile shows, they kind of get offended if you try to talk them down on the price, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of unexpected. I did not expect that to be like that. Building my first 16 quart snake rack. Nice. What's the lowest ambient temp for ball pythons? I'd say you probably could do, I don't know, you'd have to look it up. I usually keep my ambient temp at about 80 to 82. You may be able to go down to like 78. I wouldn't go much below that as far as the ambient temp. And you can actually go lower and then have like a heat lamp on your cold side and kind of dial it in. And then like have a heat mat on the other side. You know, usually I set my hot spots at about 90. Combo rack, nice. Have you ever handled any poisonous snake? I think I caught a snake in the wild. And at one point, actually, when I didn't know anything about snakes, I caught a snake in the wild and used my knife and kind of used the dull side and popped out the fangs on that snake to kind of look at it. And I found out since then it's really dangerous to even do that. So if you actually get even pricked in the finger from one of those fangs, it can kill you. So definitely not. I think I did it once when I didn't know what I was doing. I would not recommend handling a venomous snake. What would you charge for a Mojave Ghost male? That is a good question. I'd actually go over on Morphmarket. Usually there's a range of prices. And sometimes if you have like a really stunning example of the combination, if you had a really cool Mojave Ghost that looks a lot better than anything else, sometimes you can actually charge a little bit more. So it really depends. Some people, it's funny, a lot of new people just into ball pythons, they go over to Morphmarket and they almost give their snakes away. It's kind of crazy how cheap some of them are. And then sometimes you wonder, you know, someone who's new into ball pythons that, you know, isn't used to the mites and everything else. When I first started, I had a mite infestation and stuff like that. So sometimes you have to really be careful as far as, you know, what you're, especially if you're buying really low ball priced animals. Let's see. What is the fan used for in your incubator? So yeah, so I actually have a fan in my incubator. My incubator is about 6 feet tall, and I put heat tape on either side of the incubator and control it with a heat controller. And the problem is if you actually take a temperature probe and you map the incubator, look at all the temperatures in every corner from the top to the bottom, you find that the top is a lot warmer than the bottom of the incubator. And when you start hatching eggs in your incubator, essentially what happens is all the eggs up on the top of the incubator will be a few degrees warmer and will hatch a few days earlier than some of your colder ones on the bottom. So the fan, essentially what that does is it circulates the air, kind of evens it out to a more regular temperature. As a matter of fact, what I actually do, even with the fan, if I have just a clutch or two, I'll put it right in the middle. So I have kind of the average temperature, almost right by the thermostat probe on the thermostat to kind of control the temperature and dial it in. Do I have any pastel pinstripes or banana pinstripes? I do have a banana. I have a coral glow pinstripe that just hatched out. I can actually show you that one. It's right over here. This is actually, hasn't shed out yet. This is actually one of my holdbacks. Bobby around my neck. 2 snakes at once. Take a look at that beauty. That is awesome. So I actually produced one of these last year, and I brought it to a reptile show. I sold it. I should have hung on to it. So I was like, all right, I want to produce another one. So I bred my coral glow that is 100% het pied to my pinstripe, and I popped out 2 of these. And kind of the funny thing on these is there's a 50% chance that this is het pied. And on this one, you can actually see kind of the pinstripe pattern right in the side that's kind of jumbled up just a little bit. And this one hasn't shed yet, so it's so brown you can't even appreciate the beauty of this one because it hasn't even shed for the first time. It hasn't eaten. It's fresh out of the egg, a brand new hatchling. Really super cute. Look at that guy. That is a really awesome thing. And for some reason, I find that the coral glows seems like they're cuter in the face and a lot more friendly than a lot of your other genes just by nature. It's kind of weird how some genes seem like they're just a little bit more friendlier than others. And bamboos can be really feisty, which means they actually eat a lot more, which is kind of cool. But this one, once it sheds out, it's going to be a really awesome hatchling. And I'm pretty sure it's 100% het pied, or it's maybe it has a good probability of being het pied just because of the patterns on either side. But that is a really awesome snake. That's actually one of my holdbacks. I'm going to hold that one back. One of my 9 holdbacks for this year. That's a pretty awesome snake. What's up? Love your videos. Keep it up. I will. I'm trying. We are at 1 hour, 24 minutes. Breeding my banana butter pastel fire to my super stripe. Wow, that's awesome. First time breeding snakes. Any advice? Yeah, you can go over to my YouTube channel and watch all my videos. Then you'll know everything I know if you watch all 1,000 of my videos. I have so many videos of it. Just started a recessive project. Nice. Clown pied to het albino. That is awesome. I really love the lavender albino clowns. Those are really crazy. I just started seeing some of those pop up over on Morphmarket. Really super high-end combo. What day do I start pairing? How often are you pairing? First year pairing. I actually start pairing up on October 15th every single year. I go through all my snakes and I kind of look at all the females that have the proper body condition. So if they're really super skinny, if they haven't eaten for like 3 months or something crazy like that, I definitely won't pair up my females. But if they're eating pretty good and they have a really good body condition, or even if they're fasting for a few weeks right before then, if they're really big and chunky, I'll go ahead and pair them up. I just put my males with my females October 15th, and I usually leave them in for 3 to 4 days in with the females, and then I'll move the males to other females and kind of cycle them through. And then usually after about a week, what I'll do is I'll separate them and then give them like 2 weeks off, and then go through and feed everyone. And then if you feed them, you definitely want to give them at least, I'd say at least 3 or 4 days before you pair them up again. I actually kind of ran into this problem. If I feed my ball python and then the next day or even 2 days later, if I pair it up with the female, it seems like there's a higher chance that they'll actually regurgitate for some reason. I think it's really stressful to feed and then breed really close together, which is kind of crazy. So I definitely give them some time between them. But yeah, it's coming up here pretty soon. It's like in 3 weeks or something. It's kind of crazy. What would you pair a female pastel spot nose to? You could do, I absolutely love the spot noses with the leopards. You can make the leopard spot nose, which is really crazy. So especially with the pastel, that would be a really good combination. Started my ball and hog back venomous breeding. Started breeding with 10,000. Yeah, you could do that. You can spend an unlimited amount in ball pythons. The more you spend, the more you can make as far as a return on investment. Unless you buy into a gene that drops really fast, like back in the day when people were buying scaleless heads for 45,000. That was crazy. Back for the long haul. All right. Hour 27. We have, let's see, what do we have? 10 hours, 10 and a half hours to go. 10 and a half hours to go in the live stream, or until this number goes to 0 from my super chat. So I can pay off my Harley Davidson with the super chat. We'll see how long this goes. Days and days. Nice. So you finally saw Rusty. Cool. How successful have you been? That was another question for another. Yeah. I have a 40-gallon enclosure. Can a ball python live in it its whole life? I think you could do a 40-gallon. Kind of the bad thing about a glass aquarium. So if you actually look at a glass aquarium, the glass, it doesn't really matter the size of the glass aquarium. It matters really the size of the hide. So essentially these tubs behind me are like I think the ones right behind me, these are like the size of a 20-gallon, but the whole thing is a hide versus it's completely usable space versus if it was a glass aquarium and then you had a hide inside of there. The ball python really prefers to be in the dark. I don't know what Bobby's doing here to my ear. He is pretty funny. So I always like the gray tubs because it really gives them a lot more area. So like a 40-gallon, I think these big Era 70 tubs, that's like maybe what, a 55-gallon, maybe a 60-gallon or something like that. And the whole area is completely usable versus just the hide in the glass enclosure. So sometimes you can have a really big tank, but if the enclosure is really small, it can kind of be cramped. But I think you can have a ball python in a 40-gallon its whole life. Unless it gets really big, like that big one that I pulled out, that would be kind of crazy. I don't know. Most ball pythons don't get that big. All right. How long does it take a female to get that large? My biggest one, she is, believe it or not, my biggest female that I pulled out is only 8 years old. That is crazy. I don't know if she'll get any bigger than that. It's like 5,000 grams in 8 years. That's crazy. You should keep Rusty. Actually, I sold Rusty. I sold Rusty, yeah. So, yeah. How is your dinker project? It is going good. I can actually show you my dinker. That's a pretty awesome snake. We'll put Bobby back for this one. All right, Bobby. Bobby does not want to go back in the tub. All right, Bobby. Crazy snake. All right. This one. This one, I think she's going into shed, so you really can't see her. Really can't see her that good. So I actually bred a coral glow to a normal, and I hatched out this crazy looking snake. It's as far as I can tell, this was supposed to be a normal 50% het pied, but if you actually look at the pattern on her side, look at that. That looks so much different than a normal ball python. Really crazy jumbled up pattern where I don't even know where that came from. If you look at the line right down the back, kind of weird, kind of a bubbly line. And there's actually a few ball pythons over on Morphmarket that kind of look like this. I actually saw a mahogany that, I'm not sure if it was mahogany. It looked exactly like this. I don't know if the guy popped out something like this and maybe he used breed of mahogany and thought it was a weird looking mahogany. I saw another one that looked like this that was a Rio, which was the Super Arroyo that looked almost exactly like this. But I don't think there is Arroyo in both of my parents, which is kind of crazy on that side. And look at the belly on this one. This is kind of has a wild, almost like these weird tracks up and down the whole length of the belly. So that is my dinker project, and it's a female, so I don't think she's big enough this year to actually breed. I was kind of on the fence. I think she's over 1,500 grams, but I think I'm going to give her one more year to get some more weight on her before I breed her. I'm kind of thinking maybe going 3 years. This girl, I think she's only 2 years old, and she's kind of in shed, so she's usually a lot brighter than this, but that is my dinker project. Pretty awesome. I don't know if she'll stay around my neck. My most expensive snake. Yeah, I can show you that one too. I'll show you that one. So this is, well, this is the one I paid the most for. Take a look at that one. This is my banana Enchi clown. Beautiful male. I tried to breed him last year at 500 grams. Big mistake. I should have waited till he was a little bit bigger. Really awesome snake right there. Look at the head. So it's weird that the clown gives him that, he's got the clown in it, which gives him that really funny looking head stamp on his head. Then he's got the banana that turns him yellow. Got the Enchi that really reduces the pattern, brings out some more yellow. And then usually with the bananas, they get all these little spots all over them, but the combination of the Enchi with the banana seems like it removes all the spots. as they age and mature, which is kind of wild. It's like it almost looks like like the color of a banana, which is kind of crazy. That is a pretty awesome snake. $1,500 I paid for that one. Hopefully it'll pay off if I can actually breed it to some of my clowns. Let's see. What's the favorite part about breeding? All the different colors and patterns of the ball pythons. Do I plan on getting into any new morphs? Probably. I'm thinking probably the next one I want to get into is the confusion. The confusion, the acid, or the static is pretty much considered to be the same thing. Probably one of those is going to be my next one. I think the cheapest confusion just for the single gene confusion is about $1,500, so it's kind of pricey. It's almost acts like kind of a leopard on steroids. It's kind of a crazy gene. All right, let's see. Wow, I'm way behind on the comments. I'm already getting addicted to ball pythons. Yes, it is very addictive. Let's see. UK has the most relaxed reptile laws. That is interesting. I know Australia has really super strict laws. I don't even think you can have a ball python in Australia, which is kind of crazy. The weird thing, I actually saw a show. They were doing a reptile show in Australia, and the weird thing there is you go to a reptile show and you can't sell the snakes at the show, and you can't even display the prices. But you can actually, after the show, you can have a private transaction to sell your snakes in private apart from the show. It's kind of crazy over some of the laws in some places is kind of crazy. Let's see. How do you use the fan in your incubator? So I actually have just a little fan on the bottom of my incubator. I have a 6-foot tall incubator that I built out of a beverage cooler. And I put a little fan on the bottom that circulates the air. And I keep it running nonstop the whole time. I actually used to have 2 little fans in there. And believe it or not, the fans were heating the incubator above the set point of the thermostat. I actually had to remove one of the fans. So that's one thing you have to watch out, that your fans don't produce so much heat that it kind of messes you up, especially in the summer when the incubator temperature is almost the same as, a hot room temperature. Oh, this guy's choking me out. Let's see. In your 90 series tubs, is 5-inch heat enough, or do I upgrade? So pretty much in all my tubs, I use the standard heat size panel that comes with the ARS. You can actually upgrade the panel size, but I just went with the standard size. I don't think you really need it. Travel to New Mexico and get some green chili. That's what I need. Will a 40-gallon work? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so that female was 5,000 grams. Never been on a live stream before. Wow. Welcome to the live stream. I actually did a live stream for 12 hours yesterday, and someone commented, they're like, I missed it. And it's like, how can you miss a 12-hour live stream? Oh, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm way behind on the comments. I might jump ahead to some of the more recent ones. Round 2, Harley Davidson. All right, that is the recent comment. So yeah, so we're doing a live stream marathon to pay for the Harley Davidson with the super chat. We're actually in it 1 hour and 37 minutes, going for a 12-hour live stream. And this is what's left on the Harley Davidson, $8,140. Let's see if we can actually get some super chats to pay that off. Yesterday we did pretty good. I think I made $400 on super chats. That was actually $8,500 yesterday when we started. Hopefully I'll actually get it down to in the 7,000s. And I was thinking, I'm gonna have to live stream for 2 weeks to actually pay for that bike on the super chats. That's gonna be kind of crazy. Loving these live streams, yes. Let's see. Can you show us how the racks are heated? Yeah, so the racks, essentially the way they're heated, you pull the tubs out, and then right in the back of the rack, there's a metal plate that sits on the bottom of the rack. That's probably, it depends on the size of the tub. I'd say maybe 3 or 4 inches, just right on the back of the tub. And then they have the heat tape glued into the heat panel underneath the metal bracket to kind of protect the heat tape, and then the tub slides right on top of that, right on the back bottom of the tub. That's pretty much how it heats. Do you have any freeway or highway? I don't have any highway or freeway. I don't have any asphalt or gravel. Forget the bike, buy me a rack. Yeah, I have probably, I don't know, my whole operation between my racks and my display cases for the shows. I think I have maybe $25,000 in racks. All right, this guy's choking me out. I think we're done. We got to get Bobby back. Woo. All right, let's see. All right, Bobby. All the other snakes choke me out. Bobby doesn't. All right. I'll have to hit some of these more recent questions here. Besides bamboo, what is your favorite single gene morph? Single gene that's not recessive. What are you doing, Bobby? I don't know what my favorite is. Maybe the pinstripe. The pinstripes are really awesome. I absolutely love the pinstripes. How do you feel about breeding the spider? It's kind of a risk breeding the spider. I actually do it and I haven't had any problems. I have seen some people where they'll breed a spider and they'll get some severe head wobbles and they decide not to breed the spider. I've actually bred some spiders and I haven't had any problem with the severe head wobble. Sometimes in my spiders, I'll see just a slight little kind of a wobble of the head, but nothing really severe like other people are saying. I actually have a spider in some of my desert ghost and it has pretty much zero head wobble, which is kind of crazy. Is a hidden gene woma just a morph? Yep, the hidden gene woma is just one single gene. So the hidden gene woma is considered to be in the spider complex. So a lot of people say you shouldn't breed a hidden gene woma to like a champagne or a spider or a woma, although I've seen some people do it, but you can increase your risks for head wobbles if you actually do it. The hidden gene woma looks almost exactly like the woma side by side. And the reason they call it the hidden gene woma is because when you breed it with other combinations, you get completely different results as far as the visual effect of the hidden gene woma compared to the woma. They look almost exactly the same. Almost looks like a cross between a spider and an enchi. The hidden gene woma actually is pretty awesome. You can actually make the infernos with the hidden gene woma that have the yellow belly and the pastel in them. Really awesome combination. Probably one of my favorites with the hidden gene woma. What's your most difficult being a breeder? What's the most difficult part of being a breeder? That is a good question. Probably the hardest thing when I first started becoming a breeder is I bought this snake that was really super mean. It was actually an Australian woma python that got beat up really bad in the mail. I actually brought it down here and put it in a glass aquarium, and that thing would hit the glass so hard. It was an absolutely terrifying snake. And as a matter of fact, that snake, I almost got out of snake breeding because of that snake. And I finally tamed that thing down where it was puppy dog tame. It took me a really long time. But let me tell you, if you actually bring a snake like that in your collection, and it's really terrifying, it can make you think twice about actually breeding some snakes. And usually ball pythons are like that. It's kind of a crazy snake. It got beat up really bad in the mail. If I could breed one thing to a pinstripe, what would it be? Well, I like the lemon blast, the pastel, and the pinstripe. I like the pinstripe pines. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can do with the pinstripe, which is pretty cool. I actually made a pinstripe calico, which is a pretty cool combination. Any multi-gene pied females for sale? I don't have any pies. I tried to breed my pie this year. I bred my fire pied to my pied female. She laid a whole clutch of eggs, and the weird thing is I candled those eggs. There was no veins and no embryos in all those eggs, and they're big pearly white eggs. They all look completely fine. I put them in the incubator, and like a month and a half later, they're all full of green fuzzy mold. Not a single one developed. It was pretty sad. So this year, I thought I was going to get a bunch of pies, and I actually have none at all. It's kind of crazy. What would you suggest in the beginning? Buying a lot of females or males? So keep in mind your females have to be at least 3 years old, 2 to 3 years usually. So I'd probably buy females first and then sit on them. And then once they get up to size, then you can buy some males to actually pair with them. How much should I sell my BEL hatchlings for? That is a good question. As a matter of fact, I actually looked over on Morphmarket. It seems like the blue-eyed leucistics have really gone up in price over on Morphmarket. They used to be like $300, but it seems like everybody's selling them for like $600, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if a lot of people are just buying them up and they don't have any left, and they're just kind of, jumping in and raising the prices all together. But I thought it was kind of crazy. Is the Desert Ghost your favorite gene? And you like my new haircut? Yeah, I finally got a haircut. I didn't, I was kind of afraid to leave the house during the pandemic, and I finally risked my life and went to the barber to get a haircut. That was kind of crazy. Yeah, Desert Ghost is one of my favorite, probably my favorite recessive when it comes to recessive genes. Got a male pushing 2,500. It was like the devil when I first got him, and now puppy dog tame. Yeah, you can. A lot of times you can calm down ball pythons pretty good. I got one that's really, really super feisty. Just got rid of my het pied. Actually, I'm actually trying to constantly upgrade. So some stuff I'm getting rid of, some stuff I'm actually, replacing with some of the better stuff. So I've actually seen some people do like, they have like the original het clowns they started with, and then they produce visual clowns and never hold those back to increase their collection. And like 10 years later, they're still working with the het clowns. I always think it's good to kind of unload some of your old stuff and upgrade to new stuff and keep improving your collection along the way. All right, so I'm going to go back into some of these older comments here. Let's see. Get a Burmese. Oh, thank you. My helper is bringing me a drink. All right, bringing me some Kool-Aid, and Bobby's on my head. All right. Nothing like cherry Kool-Aid. A crazy snake. All right, Bobby. I don't know what you're doing. Crazy snake. Woo. All right, Bobby. Here we go. Ugh. All right, so we are in 1 hour, 47 minutes. Only 10 hours to go. 10 hours and something. I shouldn't even look at the time because I'll just keep looking. That's a long way to go. All right, let's see. Burmese versus retic for first giant snake. I would probably actually have two retics. They're pretty awesome. But I think Burmese are a little bit easier to handle because you have like a thicker bodied snake, but it's in a shorter package. So I've actually handled 100-pound Burmese, and they're not 17 feet long like Lucy is. They're a lot more easier to handle because you can kind of wrap yourself around the Burmese. So I'd probably go for Burmese. But the retics, I think there's more genes in reticulated python. So you might be able to get some really more high-end combos in retics. I guess you could go for either one. They're both really awesome snakes. My second year breeding have genetic stripes, leopard, bamboo, banana, yellow belly, pastel black. Wow, that's a lot of snakes. Let's see. What's the cheapest you can find a pied? I think I haven't looked over on Morphmarket. I think pies run anywhere from like $250 to $350, something like that. Sometimes you can find some cheaper ones. I got some old ones. One after second shed is best to feed the baby. I'm actually, as a matter of fact, if I'm going through all my hatchling racks, what I like to do is, even if they're in shed, I will offer the rodent, even if the ball python is in shed. And sometimes if you have a young hatchling that's in a deep shed and you're going through and feeding them, you can actually take the rodent and put them right up to the mouth of the hatchling. And a lot of times that'll actually get them to feed even in a deep shed. How did my PewDiePie test go? It actually went pretty well. I actually made a video. I hate PewDiePie. I don't know if you watched that. That was kind of just a crazy random video, kind of like this live stream marathon. I made this crazy video. And it seemed like my views actually went up on my channel after I put that out just for a little bit, and then they went back down. It was kind of crazy. And it's kind of, every now and then I'll throw something weird. It's funny, I actually put out some duck videos. If you've actually watched my channel, I put out just 2 of them recently, and when I put them out, they got like half the views, maybe even less than half, and it seems like they're even trending better than my snake videos, where the duck videos kind of overtake my snake videos over the long haul. It's kind of interesting that duck videos do better than snakes on my channel. I think my #1 video on my channel is a duck video. It's kind of crazy. What's my favorite Orange Dream mix morph? So Orange Dream's pretty awesome. There's different versions of Orange Dream. You can actually get like a low intensity Orange Dream, or you can get a high intensity Orange Dream. And it's a really big difference between the two. Orange Dream is a brightening gene, so you can actually mix it with pastel or yellow belly or fire, stuff like that, to really make some super bright combinations. Let's see. Has the Super Mojave Clown been done? So the Super Mojave is an all-white snake, and if you actually made a Super Mojave Clown, it would be a really expensive blue-eyed leucistic, and it would probably be kind of a hard sell. Actually, I did see an all-white clown mix. I think it was like a super lesser or something like that, but it's kind of hard because you're selling like what looks like a blue-eyed leucistic for like thousands of dollars. That'd be kind of hard to actually get people to buy it, I think. Although it would be a really powerful breeder, because with the Super Mojave Clown, you'd produce all. You could actually breed it with another clown and produce all Mojave Clowns. What would I breed a pastel female? Would you breed a pastel female to a yellow belly male or a cinnamon calico male? So pastel, I don't know, pastel yellow bellies are really super bright. Or if you did pastel to cinnamon, you would make the, so the pastel cinnamon is actually the pewter. So that would be a pretty awesome snake. So the pastel and the cinnamon, sometimes it really depends on the version of cinnamon. Some of them make a real silvery colored snake, and it depends on the version of calico too. So if you actually did the calico with the cinnamon, you could actually make some really cool silver colored snake, which would be pretty awesome. Let's see. Super Lesser Clown posted for 2,000. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of an interesting. Yeah, when you make a Super Lesser, that pretty much dominates all the other genes. I don't think anything can break through the all white snake of a Super Lesser. Kind of crazy. Can you do a video on how morphs age in time? I've actually been asked that quite a bit, and it's kind of hard unless you actually have the same snake and you keep making videos of the same snake over time, because sometimes the hatchlings can look different, and then when you compare them to the adults, a lot of times they can be really different. So that video, I don't know if I could actually do it accurately. A lot of people have asked for that. I know some of them, like the Pastel Desert Ghost, will do really well over time. It'll remain to be, it'll keep its brightness and its contrast as it gets older and matures. And the bamboos, pretty much you see what you get. You see a hatchling bamboo, it pretty much looks the same as an adult bamboo, pretty much like Bobby here. And same with an all-white snake, the blue-eyed leucistic, they don't really change with age. Another one that works really good over the long haul is the fireflies with the fire and the pastel. They look pretty awesome as adults. I've seen some really flashy ones. Yeah, what about PewDiePie? Yeah, that was kind of a test of the algorithm. That actually did actually boost some views for a bit, which is kind of interesting. Watching from England for over a year. Wow, that's crazy that anyone would watch me for over a year. It's kind of interesting watching some of these kids that say, "Yeah, I've been watching for you for the last 3 years, pretty much my whole life." I put out videos every single day. That kind of blows me away. Some of my early stuff is kind of interesting. Will I continue to show farm animals? Yes, I will. I kind of like to throw that in kind of at the end of the videos. I'm actually going to break open a yogurt today. Blueberry yogurt. Yesterday I didn't have enough food, I think. I was kind of dying at the end. I definitely had enough Coke yesterday. I think I drank 3 of them over the 12 hours. We're almost on 2 hours. It's kind of crazy. All right. Let's see. I was sold an inchy male, but it isn't banded. It has more of a normal pattern. Yeah, some inchies can be a really low expression inchies. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. Some of them are a little bit oranger. A lot of times your inchies will be a lot a lot more orange in color than a lot of your normals. That's another way to pick them out. Sometimes they can be really banded, and sometimes they can look almost normal. They can kind of trick you on some of those inchies. I have a het pied male. Should I get a pied female? Or save money and get 100% het pied? So, so yeah, I would always save money and get the visual. I'd spend the money and get the visuals if you can, because let me tell you, every dollar you save at the beginning, you'll pay tenfold over every single year after year, because you'll have, half het pieds and half visual pieds in the long haul. So I'd always go for, sometimes it sounds better to actually get them at the beginning. As a matter of fact, if you can actually find like a full mature female het pied, I would probably invest in that one, and that way you can make your own visual pieds the following years and kind of invest into it that way. That'd be another good way to go. Have I paired up my snakes yet? I usually pair up on October 15th as far as pairing them up. So nope, I haven't paired up my snakes yet. Any funny snake stories? Yeah, I have a couple of funny snake stories. I actually lost a snake in the house and I never did find it. It was, I'm not coming over to your house because you lost a snake and you can't find that snake in your house. I actually bought 2 California king snakes, really tiny little, they were like the black and white banded ones. And they were so small, they were the size, they're smaller than smaller around than a pencil, really super skinny. And I put them in some of my snake tubs, and they're so skinny they got in between the tub and the frame. I don't know what Bobby's doing. Crazy. And it was kind of funny because I had those 2. It was like when I first got into ball pythons, first got my ARS 70 series racks, and one of them got out, and I found it on the floor, and I was like, I was going through feeding my snakes and cleaning. I was like, I must have left the tub open or something. I don't know how the snake got out. So I put them both back in different tubs, and I went back and looked at them later, and one was gone. And I looked everywhere for that snake for like weeks and weeks, could not find the snake anywhere. And finally, I pretty much gave up. I think that snake is just gone. It was really super small. I don't think a small king snake like that could live, for months and months without actually. Hey, I got another super chat. All right. Thank you. Hey, we're actually doing a live stream marathon and super chat to pay for my Harley Davidson. This is what we have left. This number's so big I shouldn't even show. It's crazy. We actually started at 8,500. We're actually down to 8,140, which is pretty good. So I'm actually kind of putting the signs up back there. So if you look on the replay, you can kind of scroll through and watch the numbers drop over time. It's a little bit better than having to watch the replay. And it's kind of interesting. It's like constantly almost like 80 to 100 people on the live streams pretty much, nonstop. And then you get to the end and there's like 2,500 views. So I'm thinking it's like 2,500 people, but there's people just cycling in and out, which is, it's kind of weird how YouTube works. So, all right, this is $10 and we're down to, whoo, we still have a really big number. I don't know where we're going to fit this out. $8,130 left to buy the Harley Davidson. So, wow. Whew, the Livestream Marathon. I don't know anyone who's ever done anything like this. I thought, you know, that'd be something different on my channel. Why not, right? And then you guys, you don't have to rush your questions. I'll just sit here and answer all the questions all day long. No rush at all. All right, the super chat. Thank you, David. Any thoughts on the Motley ball python? The Motley ball python. All right, I'm going to go over to Morphmarket here on my computer because I'm not familiar with the Motley. The Motley. That's a video I have not done yet. The Motley. There's a gene, Motley. There you go. It shows how much I know about ball pythons. After 1,000 videos, I have just discovered the Motley. All right, so I'm going to sort by least expensive and all for sale. And the Motley looks like it is banded, which is interesting. It almost looks like a genetic banded in some cases. So I am not familiar with the Motley. I'm going to have to research that and do a video on the Motley. Thank you for that. Any suggestions on what to breed a Motley clown to? I'll definitely look into that and stay tuned for the Motley morph review sometime in the near future. I'm starting to breed pies. What gene would you suggest breeding into a pied? All right, Bobby is backwards. Well, you could do, if you want to go the really long road and you want to make some really high-end stuff, you can actually do a clown pied, which is, they are really expensive over on Morphmarket. Now, I haven't actually looked at the prices. You can do like an albino pied or a clown pied or an axanthic pied, any of the double recessives. So you breed those two together and you get all normal looking snakes. And then you'd have to breed the normal looking snakes together. And you would get, like for the albino pieds, you'd get albinos, you would get pieds, and you would get albino pieds. And I think about half the time you'd actually get normals. So it can be a little bit frustrating with the double recessive, but when you actually hit it, you can make some pretty good money, especially if you held them back and then bred them back together. I'm actually doing a triple het with the albino, pied, and clowns. I actually have 3 females and a males, and they all look like normal snakes, but they're super high end. It'll be really interesting to produce a whole bunch of really crazy combos from those. So that's what I would do with pies. Hey, Michael Ross, what is up? Create a website called Bobby's Bamboos. They would sell out in minutes. Matter of fact, they do sell out in minutes. I can't remember how many bamboos I had, and I did a video about it and posted them on Morphmarket, and I think it was like 10 hours, and I sold every single bamboo. And then there's people waiting in line for bamboos. You know, if I actually did a waiting list, there'd be like 100 people in line waiting for a bamboo. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, they sell super quick. When I first started selling bamboos, I was selling them the first year for $250, which was kind of crazy. And all the breeders in the whole reptile show, they'd come up to me and they'd be like, I can't believe you're giving those bamboos away. It's just kind of crazy. And then the next year I went up to 300. And this year I went to 400, and it looks like some people are even at 500. It seems like the prices are definitely going up on the bamboos, which is kind of crazy. If you actually look back to the very first bamboo that ever sold in the history of bamboos, I think it sold for like over $100,000 for the very first bamboo, which is like, I have a $100,000 snake around my neck that used to be worth $100,000, and now I don't know how much Bobby's worth now. I actually paid $1,200 for him back in, I think it was like 4 years ago or something like that. But now he's famous, you know, now he's worth, you know, $100,000 again, maybe. I don't know. Who knows how much Bobby's worth? Let's see. Yeah, check back in a few weeks for that video. Yeah, Yeah, if you want a more video, the way we're going with the Harley Davidson money and the super chat, it might be a few weeks of live stream before I actually get to the Motley video. Yeah. Yeah, yours is the best. Bobby is a super, probably one of the best bamboos I have ever seen. As a matter of fact, I can show you his, I don't know if, I'm sure I have a different crowd now. I can show you one of Bobby's grandkids. I have a straight bamboo over here. Her name is Macaroni. She is a really beautiful snake. Oh, she is feisty. Ah, she is looking for a mouse. She's on mice. She's getting to that point where she's really going crazy. So take a look at Bobby's granddaughter. Really awesome snake. And I had a whole bunch of bamboos. I decided to keep this one back. It seems like it's the cleanest and the brightest. It has the little hearts on the side, just like Bobby. And it's kind of interesting if you actually look at kind of the color difference, talking about, the hatchlings versus adults. They look really close as far as the color and the contrast. The bamboos really don't change at all from when they're hatchlings to adults. Really awesome snake. It seems like the bamboos, look, she kind of goes up just like Bobby. That is pretty crazy. She's a pretty crazy snake. I thought I was gonna have to assist feed this one, and she finally went on food by herself, which is pretty awesome. Really cute little bamboo. The only straight bamboo that I'm actually holding back this year. Really awesome pattern on this one. Absolutely love the bamboos. Little Macaroni right over here. How long have you kept the stream going? Hey, Dave from New Hampshire. Yesterday, we did a 12-hour stream yesterday, and we're trying to do the super chat to pay for the Harley Davidson. Yesterday, we made $401, which is pretty cool. We knocked it down. As a matter of fact, it was like $8,500 yesterday. I actually bought a Harley Davidson for $9,000. I put $500 on it to hold it. And the guy's like, all right, you have to pay it off in 2 weeks. I was like, all right, I want to do a 2-week long live stream and use the super chat money to pay off my Harley Davidson. It's kind of a crazy idea. I've never seen anyone do anything like it before. So that is kind of the goal. So yesterday we did 12 hours. Today we're at 2 hours and 6 minutes. And kind of the weird thing is yesterday we did 12 hours. It was like 12 hours and 45 seconds on my phone. And then when I went back to the replay, it said 11 hours and 55 minutes. It's like we lost 5 minutes. I don't know if they kind of compressed it. Maybe they sped up my voice or something in the whole 12 hours. I don't know where the extra 5 minutes went in there. But let me tell you, I'm not going more than a few seconds over 12 hours today. Crazy, Bobby. What are you doing? And Bobby does this stuff like in my videos. I'm like, all right, I have to stop and restart my video because Bobby is going crazy on my head. What are you doing, Bobby? And then he flicked my glasses off. Whew. Couldn't put a number on Bobby's worth. That is true. How do you feel about retired breeder snakes? I used to think, like a 10-year-old snake was old or a 15-year-old. And then I saw that 65-year-old or was it 63-year-old snake in the zoo that laid some eggs in the 60s, which is kind of crazy. So now I'm kind of rethinking how old ball pythons can actually be. Bobby's like, I want some of this action. What are you doing? You crazy snake. Look at that. What is Bobby doing? All right, you crazy snake. Woo, now he wants to choke me out. All right. Woo. All right. I opened the recommendations on videos. So you can recommend them. I haven't actually taken many recommendations. What is this? All right, Bobby. Come on. He wants to get in the action. All right. Woo, and you wonder why I'm always laughing on my videos. It's like this thing is like in my glasses, in my ear, in my mouth, peeing on me. I don't know what this snake does. It's kind of crazy. All right. You were with me for quite a while yesterday, and I was shocked to see you back on. It's funny, yesterday someone said, I missed your live stream. I was like, how could you miss my live stream? It went on almost all day. It's like a 12-hour live stream. Then I had another guy say, hey, I was watching your live stream. Then I went to work for 8 hours and came back, and I was watching your live stream again for 12 hours. That's kind of crazy. Let's see. I just built a 28 quart rack with 10 bins. What weight should I upgrade them to the 41 quart? So usually it really depends. Really depends on the size of the bin. So I'm not really familiar with quarts as far as, the ball python. Essentially what I do is if you actually have a ball python coiled up, I don't know, Bobby's doing out, choking me out. Come on, boy. So what I usually do is when my ball pythons are in the tub on the hotspot, kind of coiled up in a ball over the hotspot, if they're wide enough in that coil to get really close to either side of the tub, that's when I would say that is the limit for the size of the tub. And I kind of move them up to a bigger size than that. You don't want them in too big of a tub. If you put them in a really big tub, sometimes they can get kind of freaked out, especially these gray tubs, because the tub really acts as the hide, which really acts as the entire living space of the ball pythons. I really think the gray tubs are designed for ball pythons. I actually had some king snakes in these gray tubs, and I don't think they really did very well. I think the king snakes and the corn snakes, they like the tubs with the windows so they can actually see out. And it's like my reticulated python. I can actually look over and he's completely happy. He's just sitting there looking at me through the window on the tub. And I found like if you put like a king snake in one of these gray tubs, they kind of go around and around and around and kind of stir up all the substrate trying to get out of that tub, where a ball python is completely happy in a completely enclosed tub. As a matter of fact, actually on some of these tubs with the windows, I actually took duct tape and taped over the windows just for the ball pythons. And then if I put anything else in there, I'll take the tape off and open them up, which is kind of interesting. He wants to try my glasses. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. The star impact is all over the place. Female. Pied male. Get a clown female or get a pair of het pied, het clown. So if I had a pied male, I would get a clown female instead of getting the het pied, het clowns. Well, I guess it depends. It depends on how fast you want to make the clown pied. So probably what I would do is I would probably get the visual clown female if you had a pied male, because keep in mind with the clown female, you can breed anything to that and everything would be 100% het clown. Or you could breed in some other clown combos and get visual clowns right off the bat if you actually had a visual clown. So, and you can also make your own het pied, het clowns with the pair, but it'll take a little bit longer to actually make the visual, pied clowns if you're going that way. So yeah, I would probably get the clown. You should create a website. Yeah, the problem is I'm so busy with everything between YouTube and everything else that's going on here with the snakes. It's kind of hard to do anything else. I actually started kind of a Facebook, and I actually shut that down. I started a whole bunch of other things, and I just did not have the time for anything else. Yeah, my snakes would sell faster on a website. The snakes sell super fast on my website. It's pretty amazing how fast they sell. Show me kitties. Hello. How's it going? Let's see. 28 quart tub is 23 by 16. You have to go back and look at the ARS dimensions as far as the tubs. I would say an ARS 70 series is usually good enough for most of your biggest ball pythons that you produce, except some of the really super large ones. It's not very often you get a really super big one. Just came back from Nerd. Kevin is deep in the odium genes. So yeah, so some of those nerd genes, it's hard to wrap my head around what's actually going on. They have like the odium and the Lucifer and all those genes over at Nerd. I almost have to sit down and talk to some of those guys over at Nerd to really wrap my head around some of those genes before I actually do some of the review videos, as far as like a morph review or something like that. It is 4:25. Hey, did you see my new Yeti container? I actually had one from yesterday that was black. I actually bought a blue one too. And it's a really cool vacuum thermos. I am not associated with Yeti or Coke. It's just my preferred beverage. Everyone yesterday was like, "What are you drinking?" This time I have a blue one, which is pretty cool. I actually have my Yeti drink holder and my Yeti cooler. Pretty much just paid for the name on that. You get the Yeti stuff. Kind of crazy. How many eggs should I expect from my 1,800-gram female? So if you have, I'd say usually the smallest snake you can breed is about 1,500 grams, and usually from that, I'd say you can expect maybe 6 eggs on average. So 1,800 grams, I'd say you could probably expect maybe 6 to 7 eggs. And then my 5,000-gram female, I'll get like 13 to 15 eggs from that one. So the bigger the snake, the more eggs that you can get. Sometimes it's worth it to actually go over to Morphmarket, search for the biggest female you can buy, no matter what the genes are, and then take a really fancy male and breed it to that one, get a really big clutch of eggs. So if I actually bred like a bamboo to my really big female, even if just half the eggs came out as bamboo, and you're talking about like a 14 egg clutch, that's 7 bamboos versus if you breed it to something else, you'll only get like 3 or 4 bamboos, which is it's kind of crazy how the math works on some of that. All right, yeah, please toss me a super chat. We got to pay off this Harley Davidson. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. That's all right. Any suggestions on what to breed the male leopard with other than my female maker banana? So with leopard's actually a dark gene that really jumbles up the pattern. It looks really good. I really like to take the leopard and work it into some of the other pattern enhancing genes, like the leopard. The leopard spot nose is probably one of my favorites. That is a really amazing combo. You can actually do like a leopard spot nose banana. That thing is really crazy. Or work pastel in with the leopard and the spot nose and the banana. You get some really cool combinations with those genes. Your snake is pretty. This is Bobby, my bamboo ball python, 7 years old. Look at Bobby. He's trying to steal the show. Super mellow, super tame snake. He is the tamest snake in the world because I hold him for about 12 hours a day on live streams here on YouTube. Look at him. It's funny. I actually brought him to a reptile show, and he was like, he's so funny at the reptile show. He's just like frozen, just like staring at people, just crazy. Look at him. He's just, look, I think he sees himself on the camera. He just can't quite figure out what is going on the camera. I've never seen him look like that when he sees himself in the camera. That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen Bobby do. That is crazy. Just got here. What did I miss? You missed yesterday. You missed 12 hours of live stream, and today you missed 2 hours and 17 minutes of live stream. Trying to do the super chat to pay for the Harley Davidson. All right. Let's see. Have you ever noticed specific morphs are more or less docile than others? Yeah, I actually have, and usually with more docile genes that are not as aggressive, you'll actually find that usually they're not as good of feeders. Sometimes the more aggressive snakes, especially as hatchlings, can be really a lot better feeders. Like bamboos seem like they're a little bit more aggressive when they're hatchlings. They almost jump out of the tub when they're hatchlings, and they're really good feeders too. All right, I'm gonna have a little more yogurt here. I'm starting to lose my voice. Yeah, he's got a puppy face, that is for sure. Morning from Australia. What time is it in Australia? Yeah, it was funny yesterday. I had people from all over the world yesterday. They're like from Antarctica and Europe and the United. This is like everywhere you can imagine. It was kind of crazy. What would you get with a butter pastel banana and asphalt yellow belly? So the asphalt yellow belly, you breed it to something else. Half the offspring would come out asphalt, half would come out as yellow belly. That is the freeway. So you would get butters, you get pastel butters, you get banana pastel butters. All of them would be either asphalt or yellow belly, and you wouldn't know which gene that you had, either asphalt or yellow belly. But if you could actually figure it out and breed it back into the freeway, you get some really amazing combinations. So if you actually, what I would actually do is I'd actually pick up like an ivory, which is a super yellow belly, and then you can actually take your offspring, breed it back to the ivory, and then you would either get more ivories or you would get the freeways, and you could prove out the asphalts versus the yellow belly in your hatchlings. If you can actually follow all that, it gets a little bit confusing with all the freeway stuff. Has a super cine candy ever been produced? I don't think so, not that I've ever seen. So candy is a type of albino. It's similar to toffee, and candy can be really expensive. Seems like there's not a whole lot of candies out there. They're pretty much as expensive as they were like 5 years ago. Kind of crazy. So the super cinnamon would be all black. So it'd be interesting to actually make that to see if it was. I would imagine it would probably look like an albino color, maybe with the pattern wiped out, which would be pretty interesting. Almost like a patternless albino. Do you breed your females if they're 50 to 100 grams smaller than 1,500 grams? So I actually did once. I bred a 1,450 gram clown female 1 year. As a matter of fact, actually, it's actually right behind me. I actually bred this one, my clown female. See if I can actually pull her out. And she actually laid a clutch of eggs. 6 eggs. This is where I got all my triple hets from. Look at that clown. She's definitely bigger now. She's bigger than 1,500 grams. But this is the only one I ever bred at 2 years old, right on the edge, and she bred. And then I bred my other one, my lesser clown, just a little bit under. And, whoa, let's see if I get this guy back in. That one's kind of going in the shed. Not very happy. I actually bred my lesser clown a little bit smaller than that, and she didn't go. And I think sometimes if you breed them too early, they go on a really long fast, and it kind of sets you behind because otherwise you could actually put more weight on them. If you actually waited till the 3rd year, that female would have been a lot bigger because she pretty much fasted for the whole year. Oh, how about that on my nose? I still have gnats in the snake room. Driving me crazy. I have like whole bunch of strips of fly paper all over that are just covered with gnats, and it got most of them down with that fly paper, but every now and then I get one that like crawls up my nose or something. Just drives me crazy. Do BELs keep their bright white as they age? They do. They stay super bright. Pretty much nothing can break through a blue-eyed leucistic in most cases. Have to leave the chat. Your iPad is low. I actually plugged everything into power source here, so I had to plug my phone into my computer to keep it going. What's up? Hey, we got a super chat. Nice. Slowly but surely, we're paying off the Harley Davidson. Thank you so much. I actually put the sign up here with the amount if you guys are watching. So it's kind of my idea so you can actually scroll through the video to see exactly what I have left till the end of the marathon live stream. So I printed out 60. I don't know if I get more than 60 in a day. Yesterday we got a whole bunch like right at the end that were kind of crazy. So this one was 20. Wow. We might actually make it down below 8,000 today. So we were down to 8,100. I'm just going to call that a 10. Woo! We are moving the needle. Moving the needle on the gas tank. So if I actually manage to buy this bike with my super chat, when you see me at the reptile shows, you'll probably hear me before you actually see me. This motorcycle that I bought, it's crazy. It has it's completely custom. Where the guy that bought it before me, it's actually a used bike. The guy that had it before me tore it down to like the frame and rebuilt the whole thing. And I was actually looking up all the different parts on the bike that he actually put on there. And he actually put on this muffler system. It's called the Vansenheim's Short Shots. And if you can actually go over to YouTube and search for Vansenheim's Short Shots, and those things are so loud. They have such a mean rumble to them. They sound absolutely incredible. And you can actually hear it from like 4 blocks away. I don't even know if they're legal in Colorado. I'll probably get a ticket going to the reptile show because my muffler is too loud on the bike. It's gonna be crazy. It's a pretty cool bike. I actually got what Harley did you get? I got a Harley Davidson Dyna. It was a Dyna Street Bob. And usually the Street Bob, I think they have a little bit thicker of a tire. And it looked like this guy kind of stripped down the whole front end and replaced the forks and the fender and got a little bit skinnier of a tire on the front and got like the ape hanger handlebars that go way up. it's like way over the top. The whole bike is so crazy. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's black on silver. It looks really mean. He pretty much replaced every single part that I could see. The intake, it's like a Screaming Eagle intake and all that. It's pretty crazy. Are the males or females more aggressive? I don't think there's really a difference between the males and the females. Yeah, speaking of motorcycles, it was pretty funny. There's some guy left a comment after I actually posted that live stream yesterday. And he's like, why would you get a Harley? You could get Kawasaki. So it's a whole debate over, the Japanese, the Chinese bikes versus the American bikes, the crotch rockets versus the Harleys. And you really can't compare them. They're like two completely different animals. So yeah, it's definitely it's definitely a different. I actually had a Harley Davidson Sportster once, and that thing was crazy. They're big, they're loud, they're slow, and they're really awesome. They're like a work of art. It's pretty amazing. Nothing like a Harley. What causes scale rot? That is a good question. So scale rot is usually, I think it's a bacterial infection. I'm pretty sure it's caused from too humid of an environment. So what I really like is I like the coconut husk chips because it retains the perfect humidity, especially here in Colorado that's really dry. I can actually really water down the coconut husk chips, and it's really wet on the bottom, but it's dry on the top. So the snake, when he sits on it, he's sitting on a dry substrate, but underneath it has a lot of humidity that it slowly releases over time, versus if you had them if you actually put them like just on paper towel and then you like spilled some water in there's not a lot of absorption there, and if they're sitting on something wet and damp all the time, you can run into scale rot. I've never actually had scale rot, thank goodness. Another thing, what may look like scale rot is if you actually have one of those heat rocks. You should definitely not use a heat rock for a ball python, because the heat rocks are designed for reptiles, for lizards and stuff like that, and they get I think they get like 140 degrees, some of those rocks. And I think ball pythons, pretty much the max for the hot spot would be like maybe 90, 92. You don't want to go much above that. I've actually seen I saw one video where someone said if you have temperatures above 95 degrees on your hot spots, it can temporarily sterilize the males, make them infertile, and it's temporary. So if you actually get rid of that hot spot or lower down the temperature, it'll actually correct it. So that's one thing you gotta watch, especially if you're breeding. You don't want your hot spots too hot, especially with your males. Let's see. Would you ever consider giving a fan a tour of your farm or snake room? I'd be willing, but I don't know if my wife would be willing. She'd probably freak out. She'd be like cleaning the house for 2 weeks before someone came over. It'd be kind of crazy. Anyway, yeah, probably wouldn't happen. What do I think of the Indian motorcycles? So it's kind of interesting. A lot of people, I've been watching a lot of motorcycle comparisons and kind of, the tension between different motorcycle buyers. And, it's like the Japanese, the foreign, the crotch rockets versus the Harley. Seems like there's some tension there. And it seems like a lot of Harley guys are kind of more, friendlier towards the Indian guys. And sometimes it's like a sharp division, the Indian versus the Harley. But as far as the looks of the Indian, it almost looks exactly like the Harley, which is kind of interesting. Some guys are like, Harley only, there's only one bike on the road, that's a Harley Davidson. Everything else, it just doesn't count. It's kind of interesting, the whole motorcycle culture and comparing one bike to the other. He's taught me everything I know about ball pythons. So it's kind of interesting. When I started my YouTube channel, I kind of wanted to do something more educational, specifically with the genetics and the morphs. And when I started doing it at first, people were like, I just can't take another morph video. I want something else. And it's like no one else on YouTube at the time was really doing like a deep dive into each individual. I was kind of setting it up to be more of like an encyclopedia. It's kind of, my channel is kind of like reading through the encyclopedia in a lot of cases. It's not really designed to be like, binge watch. Some people actually do binge watch, but it's more of a reference where you can actually, pick up a bamboo at the show and then go to YouTube, type in bamboo, and then I have the video all about the bamboos and the bamboo combos and all that. So that's kind of what I set it up as. If you actually look at my statistics on my YouTube channel, most viewers only watch an average of 2 to 2.5 videos. So I'm thinking most people, what they're doing is they're going to a reptile show, picking up a snake, doing a quick Google search or a YouTube search, and then bringing up the videos specific for their morph or their combination. And that's kind of what I geared it towards. Let's see. You have to get your wife on your channel. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of, I don't know. There's a lot of crazy people on YouTube, a lot of stalkers and everything else. I don't know if I'd bring anyone else in because they'd be, up against all the crazy stuff over here on YouTube. So, yeah, Brian and Snake Discovery started me, but Chris is getting serious. Yeah, that's the problem. That is the problem. Once you start getting hooked into the morphs, and kind of the hard part is I found when I first went to reptile shows, I'd see some combination that was really bright and flashy, but I really didn't understand all the genes in that combination, and there was really nowhere to go to really figure them out. And that's kind of why I made my channel, so you can actually, figure out all the ins and outs of all the genetics and what you can actually do with them. Wow, people put links in as my videos for answers in the forums. That's pretty interesting. It's kind of funny. Some of my videos have pretty high views from external sources, so I was wondering if that was actually coming from some forums or something like that. Binge watch your channel when I first started watching last year. So yeah, my channel I actually have about 1,000 videos. It's like 900, coming up on 960 videos on my channel. So if you actually binge watch all my videos 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, I think it would take you like 2 months or something crazy like that. There's not many people that watch that have the time to actually watch every single video on my channel. What's the most expensive I ever purchased? That was my banana inchy clown for $1,500. Which is a lot for me. For some people, it's not that much. Some people can throw down like 10,000 or 20,000 on a certain thing, which is kind of crazy. Boy, my nose is itchy. I think I have a gnat up my nose. Do you have any crazy fans? I do have crazy fans. I do. And being a YouTuber, it's like I don't know. You got the people on. It's kind of like a bell curve. If you look at all of my fans, you got kind of the people in the middle that that like the channel and kind of watching it, and then you have the extreme stuff on the way on the right end that are just crazy. They love you and want to watch everything, and then on the other end you have the extreme that the people that just hate you. they want to go after you and spam your channel and everything else. So it seems like the bigger your channel gets, it seems like the more the extremes kind of stick out, even though they're the minority of the people over on your channel, which is kind of crazy. What was the first snake that I bred? The first snake that I bred was Bobby. Believe it or not, I bred Bobby to a whole bunch of females and produced a whole bunch of bamboos. My first year, I think I had my very first year that I produced hatchlings, I think I had 13 snakes that laid eggs, and I had over 100 hatchlings. And that's kind of funny because when you first get into ball pythons, you're always looking at, all right, I want to buy this, I want to buy this. You know, you're breaking the budget, you're going in debt, you know, you're getting everything you can. And then your first year, when you have a really big year and you produce like 100 hatchlings, then you can actually kind of pick from all your hatchlings instead of buying it into projects. So it's like I produce 100 and I can actually hold back whatever I want. You know, it's pretty cool to actually start producing a lot. What are my favorite two jeans? I would say probably the Bamboo and the Desert Ghost, probably the best. You're a morph genius. Yeah, it's funny when I do those morph videos, because what I do is I sit down for about 3 hours and I study the morph in detail and look at everything. And then when I do the video, I kind of just, you know, just tell you, kind of summarize everything I learned. And a lot of times I forget a lot of it and I have to go back to my own videos to kind of refresh my memory. It's like, what did I study for 3 hours and make the video about? It's kind of crazy. A lot of stuff, a lot of times I'll forget it. And a lot of stuff I'll keep repeating it. And then after a couple of years, it's kind of gets ingrained, which is kind of crazy. Do you plan to attend any upcoming reptile shows? We drive out just to buy from you and meet Bobby. So I'm probably not going to do any reptile shows until after I get my vaccine for the coronavirus. Oh, I don't know what Bobby's doing here. Kind of crazy. Bobby was so calm. Was he handled a lot prior to you getting him? As a matter of fact, if you look at some of my earlier videos, Bobby was just kind of crazy. He's like choking me out and just jumping all over, super jumpy, pretty much like all my other ball pythons. And look at him just kind of sitting on my head. I don't know what he's doing. On my head, crazy snake. He just likes to kind of hang out on my head. So he's just pretty much like any other ball python, but I pretty much work with them. I'd say I usually have them on my shoulders about maybe 2 hours a day, 2 to 3 hours every single day on my shoulders here, you know, trying to make YouTube videos, at least 30 minutes a day. And it seemed like it took him maybe 2 months to finally get really super chilled out. So we are at 2 hours and 35 minutes, 75 people still on, $56 in the super chat. That's pretty good. Made a dent in the Harley payoff. That is pretty cool. What is your take on Super Balls? So the Super Ball, I think the Super Ball is the blood python with the ball python. It's a hybrid. I think that's the Super Ball. That's kind of an interesting combination. It's like a really big, little aggressive ball python. I don't know if I do hybrids. I actually had an Australian Woma python. I was thinking about doing a Woma. I think they call it a wall ball or something like that. I can't remember what they called the common name for that one. But I decided not to get into the hybrids. If you actually go on a lot of the reptile forum and say, hey, I want to make this hybrid between a ball python and another species, you'll get roasted over there. There are a lot of people against doing hybrids. Any stories of meeting fans like at Walmart or something? Yeah, I pretty much meet fans everywhere I go. It's kind of crazy. A lot of people wave at me and honk at me. And, you know, I'll see people in reptile stores. I'm like, wow, I didn't know I was going to be in here with someone famous, or, you know, a lot of remarks like that. And some people are kind of crazy, yeah. Do you consider yourself a reptile guy or an animal guy? I consider myself to be a YouTuber. I don't know. I guess most of my videos are on ball pythons. Yeah, I actually started out with kind of general animals and kind of jumped around on my YouTube channel a lot, and then finally went over to pretty much ball pythons just by themselves to kind of get, you know, if you actually come over to my channel, give more of a niche, kind of like a niche topic for my channel versus kind of jumping all the way around. Indiana, USA, ignore the haters. Let me tell you, I ignore the haters every single day. It's kind of funny. When I first started in YouTube, it's like, you know, I'd be so excited. Hey, I got 10 views on this video. And then after you get into it, you know, a lot of people start chiming in. And then it seems like when you first start out, everyone's really friendly and you start responding to a lot of comments. And then the bigger you get, I kind of transition from responding to my comments to screening my comments and deleting all the hate comments. That's pretty much all I do now to kind of clean up the comments. And the funny thing is according to YouTube policy, I'm actually responsible for the comments that are left in the comments section. So if you go down there and you start cussing and swearing, I'm actually obligated, according to YouTube, to go in there and clean up those comments, which I don't even know how you do it if you got really big. I've seen some of these guys that have like, millions of subscribers and they do a live stream. The comments are going so fast you can't even read them. Or they make a video and they have like 28,000 comments. I don't know. I think you pretty much give up on the comments at that point. You can turn the comments off, but yeah, I don't know about that. Hello from Norway. Hey, what's going on? I have 6 ball pythons. Hey, I remember when I had 6 ball pythons. Yeah. Actually, as a matter of fact, I remember when I started and I had 20 snakes. And I was doing YouTube, like, I knew everything. Oh, yeah, I was doing all these reviews, and this is the way it is. And people would, say, hey, you've only been breeding for a year. You only have 20 snakes. You don't know what you're talking about. And back then, most of the time, I didn't know what I was talking about. I just kept plugging along, though. It was kind of crazy. You're planning on breeding your retics. Actually, I paired them up about a month ago. So I'm hoping that we'll actually get them. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure if I'm actually seeing all my comments. This was on top comments, which is kind of crazy. Oh, this is crazy. All right, so 2 hours and 40 minutes in, I just realized over here on the chat, it actually starts on top comments instead of live chat. So I don't know how it recognizes which comments are the top comments, but I wasn't seeing all the comments over here. So there is a whole bunch of other comments. Harley Davidson, yeah. So I am doing the live stream for my Harley Davidson. So I bought a Harley Davidson. Thought I'd try to pay it off with the super chat over here on a marathon live stream. And this is what we owe so far. We're chipping it down. It was actually 8,500 yesterday. We're down to 8,110. Yesterday we did pretty good. We had $401 in super chats. Today we're up to 56. Pretty good. Moving the needle. I'm going to live stream until we pay that bike off. So who knows how long that'll be. Woo. Let's see. Gotta look at both comments. Some people aren't registered to YouTube. So maybe I don't see my other comments if you don't have a YouTube channel, huh? Only have 49. Only have 49. That is a lot. 49 snakes. Super fires with the golden splotches. That's one of my favorite. Hey, we got another super chat. Can you see Lucy? I don't think I want to go in to see Lucy because the only way to do it is to move my phone. I'm afraid with this phone, it is super sensitive. I might actually hit the X or something on here where it'll X out. I can show you Sunny again. Let's see if we can bring Sunny over. She is a really big reticulated python. Sunny is a monster. All right, so let's take this down. We're moving the needle. Moving the needle. Woo. All right. 8,110. We are down to 8,000. That's such a big number to start with. Let's see, 110. So we're down to what, 90? 8,090. Woo. At least I started yesterday. It was kind of funny. I actually went to the Harley Davidson. Well, I was looking online for a Harley, and I found one in Wisconsin at this really big dealer in Wisconsin. And it didn't really seem like that much until they added up all the different fees and everything. And after my deposit, then they gave me that number of 8,500. I was like, wait a minute, that seems really high. 8,500. That's a pretty ambitious goal. I don't know. Woo. Starting to get late here in Norway. So by the time you wake up, I may still be live streaming in Norway. So we're only 3 hours in, so we still have 9 hours to go. So you can go to bed for about 8 hours and come back and catch the last hour. I've actually had people, they watch a little bit and they go to work and then they come back. So let's pull out Sunny. I'm gonna move my yogurt here because she'll probably knock it over. She is a monster. Definitely have to put Bobby back. All right, Bobby. So yeah, she's kind of in feeding mode right now. I almost need my snake hook. I need my hook for this one. All right, now we're ready. Here we go. All right, buddy, don't bite me. Whatever you do, don't bite me. She's gonna bite the hook. Woo. All right, we got her now. We got her now. Whoa. Come on, buddy. There you go. There we go. She's pretty skittish still. All right. Oh, yeah, we could get in trouble with this snake. We could get in trouble with this one. All right, let's see. Let's see. Oh, we could get in trouble. We could get in big trouble. Woo-wee. She's a monster. Here's Sunny. Sunny's about 50 pounds. Take a look at Sunny. That is, woo. All right, let's see. She was always really skittish as a hatchling. When I first got her, she was like snapping and biting and peeing, and she never really got over it. And she's, as a matter of fact, sometimes when I pick her up, she'll like open her mouth and just kind of snap at me. It's like she is just the craziest, most evil snake ever. And I've actually tried to calm her down a little bit, and she'll calm down a bit, but usually she's kind of a crazy snake. She's like, she just wants to run and run and run. And she's really super flighty. Not really, I don't know what happened to her as a hatchling, but she is just crazy. All right. Woo. All right. Yeah, that snake can wear you out. All right, let me get Bobby again. We got to get Bobby. Yeah, I'd say that snake is probably my second least friendly snake out of all my snakes. If that one ever bites me, I'll be in big trouble. That would really hurt. That would be kind of crazy. Whew, she's like, I think she's about 50. She might even be 55 pounds now because she's been eating really good lately. It's actually a boy, so he's been eating 3 big rats every week for almost a whole month. And before that, he actually fasted for 5 months with no food. Crazy. I could not get that snake to eat for anything. And all of a sudden, for whatever reason, he just snapped out of it. And I was like, all right, now's my chance, because he's getting so skinny. His like bones were sticking out. I've never seen anything like it. And now he's like getting really super plump, looking really good. It's crazy how snakes can go on a fast like that. Whew. And it looked like he could eat another rat. He's like jumping up, looking for another rat. That's crazy. All right. I use your channel to plan for future breeding projects. Cool. Somebody dropped 500. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've seen some, it's kind of weird because I see some of these big YouTubers, and I think the maximum you can do on a super chat is like 500. And it seems like every time I watch some of these YouTubers, that someone drops 500, and I'm thinking, I wonder if that's a setup where they actually have someone drop the 500 and then retract it afterwards just to kind of get people to go. I don't know. Sometimes it seems like, not many people actually threw it on 500. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Are there any big projects you missed out on? Not really. Ever taken a bite from Sonny? I actually did take a bite from when he was. I got him kind of as a juvenile hatchling, and he was not in the right enclosure. It's kind of funny actually, but he's actually a Craigslist snake. I actually went on Craigslist, and the guy had this really big enclosure. It was like an 8-foot enclosure, and then right in the middle of the enclosure, you had this tiny little hide, and he's a really small hatchling, and he's like really stressed out, and the hide wasn't completely enclosed, so he actually even couldn't get in there, and he was under a really bright light, and it was really super dry. He was not happy. And we took him out, and he was just going crazy, biting and peeing and going crazy. It was like, I think it was like $1,100 snake because he's part super dwarf and part dwarf. And the guy was selling it to me for like, I think it was like $400 or something. He just wanted to get rid of that crazy snake, and that's how I got that one. Actually got that one to breed to Lucy. That's why I bought him. And I thought I can tame him down, and it seems like for whatever reason I just cannot tame that thing down. I don't know. I just have to spend more time with him, I think. Yeah. I don't know. Usually retics are. So they say the bigger retics can actually be a little more gentle than that one. Can I bring out the tarantula? That's. I don't know if I can really show you the tarantula very well because I'd have to show you through a glass cage. And if I move the cage, I'm always afraid I'm going to hurt the tarantula. I could probably do it on one of my videos when I'm kind of moving around the farm. As a matter of fact, I actually did a video not too long ago where I did see all my 300 animals or something like that, and I'll show you the tarantula. And that one was just a few months ago, and I showed you every single animal that I have. How's the non-stop questions going? Pretty good for 3 hours. 2 hours, 50 minutes, 19 seconds. Pretty good. Got to eat a little yogurt, keep me going. What species is the tarantula? It's actually a female tarantula. It's a Brazilian giant white knee. I think it's super big. They get like 12 inches long. Look at Bobby all wrapped up in a pretzel. What are you doing, Bobby? What are you doing? Need an update on the ducks and cows. Yeah, the ducks and cows. As a matter of fact, if you go to that one video where I said I hate PewDiePie, I actually showed my ducks and my cows in that one. It's only like 3 minutes long. And my ducks, they're almost getting big enough to where they're going to lay some eggs, which would be pretty cool. I actually have some black Australorp chickens. Seems like the chickens are growing really slow though compared to my ducks. Got a few pecans. How do I get my wife over the fear of holding snakes? You know what got me over my fear is just watching a lot of YouTube videos. I think that's the thing. Because if you watch like me and Bobby, it's you can see me like day after day after day, and I can do whatever I want to Bobby, and he doesn't care. He would never bite me. He is just like a boop his nose. And this snake would never bite anybody. And if you actually really know how tame a ball python is, some of them can be really frightening, and you get certain ones that no matter what they'll do, they'll never bite you. And that's really what you have to see like every single day over on YouTube. And that seems like what really kind of reduces your fear of snakes. Let's see. Did we break into the 7Gs yet? No, actually. So I actually put the number right up here so everyone can see how much is left, so you don't actually have to ask. And that way you can kind of scroll through the replay and watch the numbers go down over time. Still not into the 7Gs on the Harley yet. I actually bought a Harley, put $500 down, and I owed $8,500 when I started. And we actually chipped it down about, I think it was $401 yesterday at the end of the day. And today we're actually down 76. So still in the 8,000s, which is kind of crazy. 8,090. We're getting close to the 7Gs. Do you put rocks or fake plants in the tubs? No, I don't put anything in there. A geniculata, yes. My tarantula is a geniculata. Yeah, a giant whitening. I never slept yet. Been playing games and admiring my pastel spot noses. All right. My favorite TV series. What I'm really into is I'm into Stargate, the Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, and they actually took them off of Amazon. You actually can't watch them anymore. I like to watch, I pretty much watched every single one all the way through. I even watched the movie, the Stargate movie, and I don't know if you've ever watched those. Those are pretty awesome, especially Stargate Atlantis. I really like that one. And then they took them off. I couldn't believe it. So now I actually watched. We've been watching kind of random stuff for a while. I watched Monk. If you ever watched that one, Monk, that is kind of an interesting show. I'd say that's probably one of the best ones that I've watched lately. Can you breed a ball python with a boa? We actually had that question yesterday. I thought maybe it might be possible, but then other people chimed in and said, boa is a live bear and a ball python lays eggs. So most people thought that you couldn't actually breed them together, which is kind of cool. Actually, a lot of people chiming in to kind of answer a lot of these questions too. Joe Exotic or Carol Baskin? Never heard of either one of them. I don't know if that dates me or what. So, by the way, I don't have a television, so if you're talking about TV shows, I have no clue what you're talking about. I actually used to have a TV back about 20 years ago. I have a big female tarantula and a colony of 8 males, Balfuri. There's actually a guy on YouTube, he does all tarantulas, and he does really well, just going through feeding his tarantulas. Tiger King on Netflix. Yeah, I'm good at the point where I don't really have time to watch anything anymore. Everything I'm doing, especially with a 12-hour live stream. Yep. Can't really watch them. I pretty much spend all my days making YouTube videos and taking care of my animals, at least at this point in my life. It is kind of crazy. I thought I was busy before until I started making YouTube videos every day, and then it's just like, yeah, it kind of takes over your life and doing it every single day. All right, so let's see. What outside enrichment do you like to provide your retics? What I like to do is I like to take the retics out and kind of let them crawl around the floor a little bit. sometimes they have to you have to have pretty good supervision for that. And sometimes I'll actually bring them up in the bathroom and throw them in the bathtub and stuff like that. I don't know. I thought about bringing them outside, but I'm really afraid of the hawks actually swooping down and grabbing them. The retic could probably take a hawk. I don't know, but actually herding a hawk is illegal here in Colorado. So if I brought the snake out and it took a hawk and I got caught, I'd probably get in trouble for endangering the hawk. That is kind of crazy. I actually thought about taking my retic to like one of the parks down in Denver and let them crawl around on the grass, maybe do a little video. I thought that would be kind of cool, but I'm pretty far from any parks as far as bringing her down to the city. Probably like at least an hour each way to drive her back and forth to do that. But I thought maybe that would be a kind of a cool video idea to bring Lucy to the park and see everybody's reaction on how big she is. She is really big. All right, let's see. Breeding pine and pastavi for the first time. What do you think? Sounds good. I like the pastel Mojaves. Those are pretty awesome. Pines are always really popular. How often should I handle my 3-month-old after she settles for a week in his enclosure? So snakes, you really don't have to handle them a lot. The more you handle them, the more they really chill out and relax. But I think snakes are perfectly fine without human interaction. They really don't need the interaction. And Bobby, I think, is kind of an exception. He seems like he enjoys being out. I think he's been, I don't know what he's doing. He's been out for so long on my shoulder. He's pretty much the only snake that completely trusts me as far as being out. I think that's why he really enjoys being out. Have I fed any of my snakes bunnies? So, yeah, that's an interesting question. So Lucy is actually big enough for rabbits. I should be feeding her rabbits, but I have so many old rats that's coming out of here. Rats only live like, 3 years old is pretty much the end of the life of the rat. I don't think even rats can even live 3 years old. So, usually they're really good breeders up until even my males after about 10 months. The male rats, after 10 months, they start looking really shaggy and old. They get really old. They'll last for about a year and a half to 2 years, and they look really super old, and they get really big and eat a lot of food. So I've been feeding them off to my retic, but, it takes a whole bunch of those rats to actually fill up Lucy. I should switch over to bunnies, but they're so expensive. If you actually go over on, I think it's Rodent Pro, they actually sell the rabbits. I think they're like $13 a piece, which is kind of crazy. $13 a piece if you're actually feeding every week, you're like breaking the bank, just feeding rabbits to your retic, which is kind of crazy. I thought about raising my own rabbits, but I don't know if I could euthanize a bunny. I don't know if I could go down that road. I might be able to euthanize a rat, but not a bunny. Do I put two males in a tub to simulate breeding? I've never actually done that before. I usually just throw the males in and close them up and then take them out 3 days later and then just hope for the best. I don't even look for locks or anything. What breeders don't you recommend? I wouldn't recommend any breeders that don't sell ball pythons. I don't know. I don't really go down the dark side, not recommending people or going towards, the controversial side of things. I haven't really seen any breeders that lasted very long that I wouldn't recommend. I would recommend any breeder. Usually, I'd say it really doesn't depend on the breeder. It depends on what kind of snake you're looking for. And sometimes, certain combinations, especially in ball pythons, they're so rare that sometimes only a few people have them. Sometimes you're limited to one or more breeders as far as what you're looking for. How long should you wait to feed after the ball python has been shipped? I've actually shipped ball pythons, and people have said they fed them the same day they got them and didn't have any problems. But I would probably wait, at least a couple days before you feed them to kind of let them settle in a little bit. Would you ever consider doing collaboration with one of the other reptile breeders? I don't. So collaborations can actually help you grow your YouTube channel, but the problem is if you do something on YouTube and kind of have a fallout with the reptile community, and then you have all these collaborations and they decide, hey, I don't want those videos up, then you have to go through and maybe delete videos. I don't really want to go down that road as far as doing collaborations. I might do collaborations at some point once I'm a bigger channel, but I haven't really done it so far. Can you shout out my sons, Lennon and Caleb from South England? Hey, what's going on? How do I convince my parents to get me a ball python? I actually made a video, how to convince your parents to buy a ball python. It's kind of funny because I figured it was mainly for kids, and I had to mark it as a kids video. And kids videos on YouTube, it pretty much strips out all the features. So you can't comment on that video. You can't do a thumbs up or a thumbs down. It pretty much disables that is for the most part, but you can actually still watch it. And I actually do make ad revenue from it. I think I make ad. I'll have to look back. I think it's a lower amount of money for kids videos. Ugh. All right. I watched it. It didn't work, huh? Yeah, sometimes you can't convince your parents, even with that video. You think that 100-gram weight gain a month is reasonable? Yeah, so that sounds about right for a snake that'll actually eat. Sometimes your snake won't eat, and sometimes it'll just kind of maintain. Have you ever thought about breeding lizards? So I actually have two crested geckos that are together upstairs. in a really big tank, and they've actually bred, and I've had some babies produced in there, and I'm wondering if they're actually eating their own babies, because I pretty much leave the babies in with them, and it seems like I see a baby and then it disappears. I'm thinking they're actually eating their offspring, which is kind of crazy. And I'm not really, into it to make money off of my crested geckos. I just thought it was kind of interesting to have a couple of geckos, which is kind of wild. Hello, Summit Serpents. What is up? So I'm going to go back. I think I missed some comments back in the back here. Top 3 favorite superheroes. I'm not really into the superhero thing. That's kind of interesting. Let's see. Let me go back a little bit further. I might be caught up on all the comments. We just passed 3 hours and 3 minutes on the live stream. Trying to do super chat money to pay for the Harley Davidson. Still not down to below in the 7s. We're still above 8,000. That is crazy. All right, so maybe I should pull out another snake. Let me finish up my yogurt here and we'll pull out another snake. All right, Bobby. Let's see. How about this one? Oh. That's a big girl here. All right, this is not a fancy ball pipe. Take a look at this one. This is one of my normal females, just a regular normal. Well, as normal as you can get. She's really big. She pretty much breeds for me every single year and produces eggs. Oh, she's been doing really well. Really good body condition. I'm definitely going to pair her up. I'm thinking of maybe pairing this one. So I could pair this one with my bamboo lesser, get half lessers and half bamboos from this girl. Just a regular normal. So you see my collection is not really high end all the way around. I got some really cool snakes and I still got some normals. You can look at her belly. Pretty much looks like a normal belly. This girl's gotten a lot bigger since I've had her too. I've had this one maybe 3 years. She's kind of a darker normal. It's really like a dark brown color to her. Pretty awesome. I don't know if this one will actually kind of hang around my neck. We'll see how long this one lasts. I love the spider gene. Do you? Yeah. So the spider gene is pretty controversial. Some people are against it. I do breed a few spiders, and I've never really had a problem with the head wobble on the spiders like some people say that they have. Let's see. A friend of mine, rat tubs flooded. The nozzles got stuck open from hard water buildup. So yeah, so essentially what I do on my rat racks, I go through every year and I just buy new nozzles for all the tubs. I kind of got to the point, this is not Bobby. This thing is like freaking out around my neck, kind of going crazy. I don't know how long we'll be able to hold this normal female on my neck. So on mine, I actually go through all my nozzles and I just replace them. I think it cost me like $50 or something. I think I have 50 nozzles and then like $1 a piece or something. And I just replace all the nozzles on all my tubs. So I actually started out having I had some floods on some of mine from hard water deposits and stuff like that. One of the big things from the floods is they'd actually pop the nozzles out and then they sit back down on the tub and then they kind of empty into the tub. I lost quite a few rats from flooded tubs. And after I lost rats and mice from flooded tubs, I was like, all right, that's it. I'm just buying new, pretty much buying new nozzles for Christmas. That's their Christmas present for the rats. They get new nozzles on all the tubs. All right, we'll bring Bobby out again. We need a snake that's going to last at least more than 2 minutes. Bobby will last another, so we have another 9 hours to go. 9 hours. All right. Is it breeding season? So in about 3 weeks, I pair up my ball pythons on October 15th. That is the time that I actually pair up my ball pythons. Have you seen any snakes from Venezuela? I have not seen snakes from Venezuela. I actually did have a P.O. box for my fan mail, and after the pandemic, I decided not to go into the post office and kind of expose myself. I've been pretty much just isolated here at home until I got my vaccine, so I actually didn't go in and renew my P.O. box, so it actually expired. Yeah, breeding season is over, so it's the end of one season, and about 3 weeks, it'll be the beginning of the next season. So I just had my last eggs hatch out like just a couple weeks ago. So it's yeah, we're right between the seasons now. It's the time of the year right now to start feeding your females pretty heavy to get them ready for the next season. And you can breed them year round, but it gets a little more complicated if you don't have defined seasons, because then you'd have to track, which snakes started which season and which part of the season. I've actually seen some really big breeders, and they'll have like multiple warehouses of snakes. And I think what they do is like each warehouse, they kind of stagger the season so they have hatchlings year round. That's another approach you can actually do. If normals were first, when was the first morph born? What date? So, I think the very first morph in the ball python craze was the albino. I'm pretty sure that was the very first one. I think it was over 20 years ago that we got the first albino. Do you sell any rats for pets? I think I sold a couple of rats as pets, but normally I don't sell them as pets. I think it might be a regulated industry. I think you might need a license to actually sell them for pets, but I'm not sure about that. Let's see. Yeah, shipping rodents is illegal. Shipping live rodents is illegal. I think you can actually ship them live if you have special containers and drive them to the airport and drop them off directly, and then you'd have to pick them up at the airport, but it's really super expensive. Not really something you do just for a few rats, unless it was like something really rare or something. How was the first albino made? I think, well, a lot of them they actually find in the wild. And sometimes you can have like heads floating around, just breed snakes together and pop out an albino. I'm not sure if it was made. A lot of times if you have like an albino in the wild, the predators will actually get it. So it's a little bit easier to actually get the heads in the wild. Yeah, if you're actually looking for rodents, what I do is I check your local reptile shops, because a lot of your reptile shops will actually sell rodents. That's where I got mine, actually. There's quite a few reptile shops that usually the rodents are in the back, so a lot of times you have to actually ask. All right, so I'm going to go back into these comments. When is your birthday? I missed that one. That one's pretty far back. My birthday is May 23rd. What combos make really red? There are really no combos that make a really red ball python. As a matter of fact, actually, I saw where someone was actually scamming people trying to paint a snake with watercolors and selling it as a brand new red morph. I don't know if you've actually seen that video that I made. It's like some big snake scam where they were selling for like $100,000 or something crazy, and a bunch of people fell for it. But other than that, there are no real red ball pythons that I know of. All right, let's scroll back down. Yeah, the Pompeii is kind of red. The red stripe combos can be a little red. as far as kind of a red tinge to them. All right, so let's get another snake. Let's see if we can find something else. All right, buddy. What do we have? What do we have? I can show you. How about Pee-wee right here? What's behind door number 2? This is Pee-wee, my coral glow. He's a male coral glow and a male maker. So you breed this to something else, and he produces all male coral glows, which is a pretty awesome snake. And you can see the coral glows get the spots as they age and mature. Getting some little freckles in here. The older they get, the more freckles they get. And my line of coral glow is really super bright. You can see this one's really super yellow. Of course, they kind of brown out as they age and mature. Really good looking snake. All right, so we still have 70 people on the line. Kind of crazy. All right, so I'm actually going to go way back to the top. Wow, I think it deleted some of my earlier comments, which is kind of crazy. What's my favorite book? I don't know if I have a favorite book. I'm not really into reading that much. My favorite color is black because my Harley Davidson that I'm trying to buy with my super chat money is black, and black is all colors put together. So it's really the combination of all colors. It's an awesome color. You're cleaning your kitchen and have me on my computer. All right, let's get another snake. Pee-wee is a pretty cool snake. All right. Let's see. So that is a small coral glow. We'll take a look at this. Oh boy. This one. So this one is Pee-wee's Papa. This is the male that produced that coral glow. And this is what they look like as an adult, pretty much the same as far as the color. Looks almost like a caramel albino, I guess you'd say. Definitely got the spots in there. It seems like this line of coral glow doesn't really have as many spots as you would see on some lines of coral glows. All right. Yeah, this one is a cutie. So this one's name is Mango. Yeah, he does have something in there. I don't think it's inchy. So the funny thing is, if you actually look at my dinker came from this one. If you actually look, usually they have, a lot of times, they'll have a pattern that looks more like a normal ball python. But I actually read this guy a bunch of stuff, and it doesn't look like I've seen any inchy come out of him. I think that's like the dinker gene that I have kind of coming in there. You can almost see something on the belly here. Kind of the same kind of markings is that dinker. This one's also 100% het pied. So the het pied may be jumbling up the pattern just a little bit. Looks like he's got a little bit of stuck shed. I just noticed that on this guy. Would I recommend a male or a female for a snake? I'd probably do a female, especially if you're thinking about breeding at some point, because the females take about 3 years to mature. So I definitely get the female. Yeah, he does have a cool pattern, and he's choking me out like Bobby used to at the beginning. super chat. All right, so we're doing the super chat to try to pay off the Harley Davidson. This is what we have left. I don't know if we're ever going to pay this thing off, but you never know. So, all right, that's awesome. All right, let's make a new sign. We are at, cool, that was $5. We were at 8,000. That's a big number. 8,085. Woo! This guy is going all over the place. All right. Awesome. We are moving the needle. And when that number gets to 0, I'm going to stop live streaming. All right. Summit Serpents, you got me into this snake mess. Now I have 18 ball pythons and corn snakes. Thank you for all the info and learning what you've provided. Oh, yeah. So sometimes, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing getting everybody into ball pythons. It's so addictive, and it's a fun hobby. It's pretty cool. And you can make some money and some really cool combinations along the way. It's pretty awesome. And it gives me a lot of good content for my YouTube channel too. There's so many things you can do with ball pythons. It's unbelievable. Any tips for getting a male in the mood? So sometimes if you have a male that's too small, sometimes they won't breed, especially if they're like in the 500 to 600 gram range. So I'd probably wait until they're a little bit bigger. Sometimes you can actually, what I like to do is I like to take the male and put it right on the female, and then take my watering can and kind of sprinkle water on both the snakes right when I pair them up. Sometimes that'll actually work to kind of get them in the mood. I've actually seen some people, well, they'll take 2 males and they'll put them together kind of supervised in the same tub, and they'll kind of let the males fight for just a little bit, just for like a few seconds until they kind of start sparring a little bit. And then they'll take the male they want to breed and put it in with the female. For some reason that works. I've also seen some people where they'll take the male, put it in with the female, and then they'll take the shed from a different male and put it in there with that other male and female. And sometimes that'll work. What I do is I don't even look in there. I don't know. I don't even care if they're breeding or not. I just throw them in, on October 15th when I start pairing them up, and they either breed or they don't. And every few weeks I like to breed. Sometimes you'll actually see them if you're kind of cycling your males through. You won't see them lock up on the first couple times, but then like a month later you'll actually see them pair up, like on the second or third time that you actually pair them up. So you have to keep pairing them up every few weeks I usually go for about 5 months to make sure that all the females are bred. So it doesn't really matter to me. I just keep pairing them up for 5 months, and then I separate them. And if I get eggs, I get eggs. And I say most of the times you don't really see a copulation if you keep pairing them up, because you don't always peek in the tubs, for the whole time while they're together. What causes the spots? Yeah, so for some reason, I think banana is the only one that actually gets the spots as it ages and matures. And there are certain genes you can mix with the banana to reduce the spots. You can mix banana with enchi, and the enchi seems to reduce the spots. It seems like the clown with the enchi also reduces some of the spots. And I've actually seen some banana black pastels that have an increase in spots, a crazy amount of spots over the whole snake. It's kind of crazy. So sometimes you can actually modify the amount of spots on the coral glows, which is kind of, some people like the spots and some people don't. They're like little freckles. Well, they almost look like mites. They kind of freak you out because you definitely do not want mites in your collection. He is a pretty good snake. And this is a male, so he is about the right size for a male. This is like the perfect size. Pretty awesome. All right. Let's put this guy back. All right, what else do I have over here? Here's another one I can show you. What I'll do is how about I do a coral glow special? Here is another coral glow. This is what they look like fresh out of the egg before they have their very first shed. And you can see on this one, no spots at all, 0 spots. And usually they're really super bright, like an orange and purple, kind of a lavender purple color. And this one is not shed even for the first time, hasn't had any meals, fresh out of the egg. And you can see there's no spots, and the colors are usually a lot brighter when they're really small. Really cute little hatchling. Those are all the different phases of the coral glows. So that's a pretty cool one. Let's see what else I have over here. How about, ooh, look at this. Hey, I didn't even know I had this. This is one of the new ones I just hatched out. Look at that. Let's see. I don't know if you can actually see this. So I don't know if this is a good comparison or not, because this one hasn't shed. So this one, take a look at this. This is just a straight pinstripe that hasn't shed at all. Still, it's fresh out of the egg, hasn't eaten anything, still shed. So the color's a little bit faded out on this pinstripe. So I actually figured out that I have a line of calico in my collection that brings in like a deep cherry red color in a lot of combinations. So check this out. This is actually a calico pinstripe with my deep cherry red version of the calico. Look at the difference between those two. Look what the calico does to that pinstripe. I used to like pinstripes as my #1 gene, and now I'm thinking the calico with the pinstripe, this really cherry orange red, kind of a crazy looking calico color, is probably my favorite pinstripe. That thing is really super crazy. I've never seen anything like it compared to just a regular pinstripe. That thing is really cool. So I'm definitely going to hold this one back. I'm not sure if it's a male or female. I haven't actually probed this one yet. Doing really good. I'm going to try to work that cherry, that kind of the dark orange color into some of my other combos, especially like dark combos. That thing is really crazy. All right, let's see. All right, so I want to show you a big one. See if we can put this one around my neck for a bit. This girl's probably going to freak out a bit. It's not really used to being handled. Take a look at this one. This is my lesser clown. Really beautiful lesser clown female. I bred her last year with my banana enchi clown. I think my banana enchi clown was too small. This girl is definitely big enough. This one is from 2017. So this is what happens if you don't breed for 3 years. They get nice and big. This one. So I'm going to breed this to my banana enchi clown. I'll get all clowns. I'll get banana clowns, enchi clowns, lesser clowns, and banana enchi lesser clowns, which would be pretty cool. Any closer to paying that Harley off? So I actually posted the number right here, 8,085. We actually started yesterday at 8,500. So that's we actually moved the needle quite a bit. Trying to pay off the Harley with the super chat on my live stream, and it's actually working pretty good. So yesterday we raised $401. Today we're up to 81, so not too bad. We've been live streaming for 3 hours and 27 minutes. It seems like a lot more of the super chats kind of come in towards the middle or the end of the live stream, which is kind of interesting. At least that's always yesterday. All right. Is it possible to ship a snake from US or Canada to Sweden? I think you actually can ship internationally, but it's really expensive. I think it's like $500 to $800 or something crazy like that in order to ship a snake. I don't know what this guy's doing. He's getting in trouble down there. All right, girl. Here we go. Here we go. This girl's starting to run. I don't want her to get stuck in the chair. Yeah, see, this is like when I first started with Bobby. Bobby was like this, just kind of running and jumping and wouldn't stay on my shoulder, kind of going crazy. You have to really work with a ball python to get it as chill as Bobby. Can I feed frozen thawed to hatchlings? You definitely can. I usually have to start with live mice, I found pretty much in most cases. And then eventually you want to switch over to, she is getting in trouble. I don't think she was that big. All right, we're going to bring Bobby back. All right. Here we go. Whew, that girl is awesome. I can't wait until I breed that one. That's awesome. Matter of fact, I'll probably hold back a lot of those clowns if I actually get some clown hatchlings. And if I ever get visual desert ghosts, I'll probably hold back some of those too. How do I sell my snakes besides Morphmarket? That's kind of funny because when I first started, I used to sell all my snakes at reptile shows. And there's like, I think there's like 4 reptile shows, 4 or 5 in Colorado. And I pretty much hold back all my hatchlings until, you know, I have a whole bunch of hatchlings. Actually, you know, on Morphmarket, you can pretty much sell them as soon as you produce them. So you don't really fill up your hatchling racks as much. But for the shows, you kind of have to wait till the next show. Sometimes it's months between shows. So sometimes you build up a lot of hatchlings and then you go to the show, and the shows seemed like they were so much easier because you didn't have to. A lot of people on Morphmarket, they're like, you know, they're like, all right, I want to buy this snake. Where do I pay? And then you tell them, and then they don't pay or something like that. Or, you know, people change their mind or, you know, put them on hold. It's a lot more complicated. And then you go to the show, and sometimes you can sell like 20 or 30 snakes in a day. It's really super fast. And you really don't have people like changing their mind on the snakes. So I think the shows are a little bit easier, but you really have to hold your hatchlings to the shows. And the shows, it seems like you get to meet a lot more people too, versus, you know, kind of just shipping them through the mail in the boxes. I don't know. Pros and cons each way, I guess. My name on Morphmarket is Chris Hardwick Reptiles. Yeah, hatchlings on frozen thawed. Yeah, I would definitely do. You can definitely feed hatchlings frozen thawed. I do like I start with live mice and then I switched over to a frozen thawed or a fresh killed mouse. And then after they've had quite a few of those, I'll switch over to rats, like a live rat pup, and then eventually over to the frozen thawed rat. That's kind of the progression that you go. But you can definitely, I'd say usually it's hard to start them on frozen thawed. It's almost a lot easier to start them on live mice. How's the algorithm thing going? It's going pretty good. My little algorithm video it's actually increased views just for a little bit, and then I went back down. I thought it was pretty funny. Do a fan art contest for the next video. Yeah, my merch is kind of really low end at this point. I heard that if you hit 100,000 subscribers, YouTube actually can help you on your merch. Like design some really high-end stuff. So I'm hoping once I hit 100,000, I could actually get some help on that. Let's see. Should you take the hides out when pairing? I probably would, even if the tubs are clear. I guess you could take the hides out when you're pairing them up. I have a girl in a PVC cage. Should I just put the male in there or put her in a rack for a while and then pair them in the rack? It doesn't really matter where you pair them up, as long as you can leave them alone for a few days. It should be fine either way. Wonder if you can make a green-eyed Lucy. I don't know if you could or not. So, yeah, you can make a black-eyed Lucy, a red-eyed Lucy, and a blue-eyed Lucy. So in order to make a green-eyed Lucy, you can actually make the green eyes with pastel. And then I think if you made a black-eyed leucistic, an all-white snake with black eyes, I don't know if you mix the pastel in there. Maybe if you did like a super pastel, super fire, if the green eyes from the super pastel might come through the eye color of the black-eyed leucistic. I don't know if you could do it. Maybe you could do the same thing with a blue-eyed leucistic, but maybe do the like a super pastel, super lesser, or something like that. It'd be interesting to see if you can actually get a green-eyed all-white snake. That'd be kind of cool. Let's see. Let's see. All right, so I think I missed some questions back here. So how was the first morph made? I'm not sure exactly. The first morph was an albino. Let's get this Harley Davidson money, huh? Yeah, we'll see if this is even doable on the Harley Davidson. Well, yeah, I was thinking of doing maybe a live stream for, well, I was thinking, I don't know how long it'll take to pay off that. That's a big number. But I was thinking if I don't actually reach the goal and bring it to zero, at some point, maybe, I don't know if I can live stream for 2 weeks. That'd be pretty extreme. But if we get close, I could probably sell something else to get down to zero. I have some stuff laying around here that I haven't used in years. Like I have an old drum set I could actually sell. I don't know if I'll start selling stuff like that though. But we could actually we'll do it one way or another. We'll get that Harley Davidson with a super chat or no super chat. What was your job before snakes? I was actually a chemist in a laboratory. I was actually a chemist for about 20 years. I got a master's degree in organic chemistry, and then I jumped into an industrial job doing analytical chemistry. Did mainly medical devices. So we came up with new medical devices like drug-eluting stents and like combination devices. And then I moved into more into natural products, like testing pretty much all the stuff like in the vitamin store to test for impurities and stuff that was toxic and stuff, kind of like a regulated testing. And then I pretty much switched to YouTube and snakes. Like there's kind of it. I'd say there's like a 4 year overlap when I was doing YouTube. I started in snakes about 4 years before I jumped off the cliff. And then just pretty much in the last year and a half, I was doing YouTube and work and snakes, not really sleeping much at all. It was kind of crazy. But yeah, that's what I did before. Let's see. How often do you get pooped on? I don't think I ever. Bobby peed on me once. I was actually doing a video. I was actually right in the middle of the video. I was like, hold this. It's funny. I was like holding that snake like it. It just started peeing all over me. It was kind of crazy. And I just kept it in the video. I thought it was kind of crazy. I can't even remember which video. It was some off-topic video from like 2 years ago or something. It was kind of funny. But I've never really been pooped. Snakes really don't go to the bathroom that much. That's why it's kind of unusual. Maybe once a week. So it's not that often that it actually happens. Of course, in this live stream, anything can happen with Bobby. You're cleaning snakes as you watch. Let's see. If you put a Mojave Lesser to another Bell Mojave Lesser, you get either Bell Super Mojave or Super Lesser, which are all white. How do you work out which is which? So that is a very good question. As a matter of fact, you can actually take like a bamboo lesser and breed it to like a Mojave something else in the Mojave Russo, and you have 4 genes at play, and you bring them together, and you get all white snakes, and you wouldn't know which ones were which. And a lot of people actually do that. And a lot of breeders will take a blue-eyed leucistic and breed it to another blue-eyed leucistic and sell the offspring as just a blue-eyed leucistic. You'll see that a lot at the reptile shows. And a lot of people will come up to me and say, hey, look at the snake I bought. It's a blue-eyed leucistic. I'm like, oh, what genes are in there? And they won't know. And they go back to the breeder. And sometimes the breeders won't know because they're doing the combinations like that. So for this one, you might be able to see the super lessers because super lessers tend to have smaller eyes. So if you actually produced one with smaller eyes that was an all-white snake, it could be your super lesser. And the Mojave lessers are really awesome. But yeah, sometimes it can be really confusing breeding 2 blue-eyed leucistics together. Let's see. If Sunny and Lucy don't do the job, we'll get another recheck. They'll breed eventually. So this is the first year with my reticulated pythons that I actually saw a lock. They actually locked for the first time that I saw. I've actually put them together quite a few years. It's been like this is like the third year I'm pairing them up. And as a matter of fact, actually, Lucy's 5 years old. And I was reading that reticulated pythons usually don't breed until their 5th year. So that is the long game on reticulated pythons. As a matter of fact, if they do breed and I produce a whole bunch of these, that may make me get a different male because I may flood the market with 35 snakes that all are exactly the same as far as that pairing. So I might actually get another male reticulated python to breed, or maybe I'll just borrow one. Actually buy another one and have another. They are a handful to take care of. Just as far as the size, it's kind of crazy. You need 8 to 10 hours a night of sleep. Yes. Usually I only get, I mean, on the average, what I usually get is about 4 to 5 hours of sleep every night. Let me tell you, after that live stream yesterday, I was wiped out. I couldn't believe how tired I was after 12 hours of talking. That's crazy. I did not think it. I felt like I ran a marathon for like an hour. It's kind of crazy. I didn't think I'd get that tired just sitting here talking. I mean, how hard can it be, right? For 12 hours? How hard can it be to pay off a Harley Davidson with the super chat? You can try a black light on your blue-eyed leucistics. Sometimes you can use a black light and see some pattern in there, but I don't know if you can actually see it just on a blue-eyed leucistic to try to tell the difference as far as what genes are in your blue-eyed leucistic. You may be able to do it. Yeah, you can work on it by breeding it out. That's pretty much the only way to work out what's in your blue-eyed leucistic. Oh yeah, the super Mojaves will have gray heads. I forgot about that. Yeah. So there you go. So you can see the super lessers. I think you can actually tell those all apart. The super Mojaves have gray heads. The super lessers will have the smaller eyes, and the lesser Mojaves should have the perfect size eyes, and they'll all be white snakes. So I think you may be able to actually tell those all apart. You should sell more on Morphmarket. Yeah, I just need more snakes. That's what I need. So actually, it's funny. I'll actually put like a whole bunch of hatchlings over there, and usually within less than a day. And last ones I put over there, they all sold in like 10 hours. It was crazy, super crazy, how many snakes I can actually sell so fast over there. And some of the stuff that I have over there now is, some of the kind of the oddball stuff that sometimes it's low end stuff where the shipping is more than the snake. That is kind of a hard sell. Or you have some stuff like I actually have. Well, I have actually have a couple over there that I'm working on selling. There's some people that are interested. Some of the stuff that sells a little bit slower, but some of the bamboo stuff goes so quick. Between leopard and pinstripe, which do you prefer most? I don't know. That pinstripe calico that I showed, that thing was crazy. That was probably the best pinstripe I had ever seen. That kind of leads me towards more pinstripe, the orange calico cows. I definitely like the leopard stuff. I don't know. They're pretty close. I don't have leopard in my collection, but pretty much from what I see over on Morphmarket, leopard can make some amazing combinations, especially when you work it in with like Enchi or spot nose or pastel. Really jumbles up the patterns. And the leopard is considered to be a dark gene too. So I think as far as breeding it into other combinations, I think the leopard has more potential as being a better gene, more universal, working with other genes. But as far as a standalone morph, I would say the pinstripe is probably my favorite just because it can be like a bright metallic gold. Pretty awesome gene. All right. Wow, you really want that Harley Davidson? I am going to live stream until that Harley Davidson comes home. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at that number. I was like, I need to keep live streaming because I don't know if I have $8,000 worth of snakes I can sell to buy that Harley Davidson. I don't have a choice. I'm in over my head now. Got to do some super chats to pay for that Harley Davidson. Super lessers. Do the super lessers have bug eyes? I think they might have bug eyes. All right, maybe I was thinking of something else. Super lessers, I think they do have bug eyes. Yeah. I actually have yeah, I actually have a lesser bamboo that has smaller eyes. I have a lesser pied that has micro eyes, which is kind of interesting. But I think the super lessers do have bug eyes. Yeah, so I was wrong on that one. To tell the three different blue eye leucistics apart. What would you pair with the blade clown? Wait a minute. Did I miss this super chat? I think I missed this super chat. I did miss this super chat. Hey, what do you know? I am like way behind on these. This is in some other currency. Okay. Wow, I'm like way out of it. I'm still like zoned from my 12-hour live stream from yesterday. I'm like, that was like so far behind. All right, so I don't even know how to convert this. This is DKK. Let's see, DKK currency. That is the Danish krone. Wow. Okay, we'll convert DKK to US dollars. Okay, this is a little bit complicated. 45.72. This is kind of crazy. 45.72. All right, I'm like so out of it. That is $7.14. What is going on? I'm like freaking out here. All right, I can't believe. All right, sorry about that. I was like, I completely missed that. I must have been like holding a snake or something during that super chat. All right, thank you for the super chat. 45.72 in Danish krone. That brings me down. That's an odd number. I'll just say $7. All right, we're chipping away. Ah, crazy. All right, so we're at 8,085, 78. Yeah. All right, moving the needle further to the Harley Davidson. Yes, I do want that Harley. If it takes me all week. All right, can you read that? 8708. All right. Whew. I got to keep up with these comments. Let's see. I want to start breeding snakes, but I don't know if customers would want to buy from someone young like me or someone older. It doesn't matter your age. It doesn't matter if you're 12 years old. If you're selling what I want, I am going to buy it. Let me tell you. I don't know. I almost prefer to buy from someone younger. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, it does. Your age does. I don't think there's any age discrimination in the reptile industry. I'm from Houston. Hey, what's up, Houston? Just got a kingpin. Nice. That is the lesser pinstripe. Sell me a snake. I actually have one over on. I have some over on Morphmarket. You can actually go over there. They go so fast. It's kind of hard to actually keep any kind of an inventory over there on Morphmarket. All right, I got to keep up with these current comments. I was like I'm stuck in the past here. How old am I? I am actually 54. What project would you like to work with in the future that you haven't worked on yet? I'm actually thinking about buying into the Confusion project. That's probably the next one. I'm thinking about buying maybe a female axanthic. And then if I actually hit my triple head, I actually have triple heads albino pied clowns. I have 3 females and a male. So once they mature in a couple of years, I can actually produce, hopefully, a visual albino pied clown. And that's a triple recessive visual. And I want to actually breed that to something else to get the quadruple heads. So I'm thinking probably an axanthic if I bought it this year or maybe next year. by the time I actually produced that triple visual, I could actually breed it to an axanthic and work that into the albino, pied, clown, axanthic. And kind of the tricky part about that is if you actually hit the albino axanthic, you'd actually get the snow, which would pretty much mask the, it would mask the clown. You'd actually could see the albino in there because you'd see you'd actually see the red eyes from the albino. It'd be kind of an interesting project working on that quadruple hat, which would be pretty cool. Kingpin's only 650 grams at the moment. Yep. Jason Amos. It sounds familiar. But I'm not really familiar with him. Bobby is in retirement. Bobby is in retirement. Hey, got another super chat. Awesome. Thank you, Richie Rich. All right, we're moving the needle. I think we can go past, I think we can hit the 7,000s by the end of the day. I think it's looking pretty good. We'll get down to the 7,000s to buy the Harley Davidson with the super chat money. So that was $10. So we are at 8,068. All right. I'm actually going to write that a little bit bigger so you can actually see it. All right. Yeah, this is the goal of the live stream, to pay off my Harley Davidson with the super chat money. Going 12 hours a day. We are at 3 hours and 49 minutes. Crazy. All right, here is the super chat. Grab pastel leopard pied today. Awesome. So the pastel and the leopard and the pied. Awesome. What's the ultimate pairing? Someone suggested a spot nose clown pied. You might also take us along on cleaning bins or something by day 3. Yeah, I probably won't do cleaning bins or anything like that. I'm almost afraid to pick up my phone that I'm actually recording on, because I might actually hit the X and then the live stream would end. So I might do some, farm tours and cleaning stuff on another, like a regular video, and kind of do some more, kind of the more day-to-day stuff as far as kind of the more personal vlogs. I don't know what Bobby's doing. It's like all in a pretzel here. All right, so you have a pastel leopard pied. So the leopard pied sometimes can be kind of tricky actually seeing the leopard in the pied, because the pied usually jumbles up the pattern. I've actually seen a lot of pieds listed as possible leopard, but a lot of times you can actually see the leopard as a kind of a darker pied because it's a dark gene. Sometimes you can see it in there. And the pastel, sometimes it'll fade it out just a little bit, so it's not quite as defined. If you work it in the pied, kind of lightens it a bit. So that is the male. And someone suggested a spot nose clown pied. Yeah. Spot nose clown pied. Spot nose clown pied could be a really expensive snake, because they actually have a double recessive with the spot nose. That would be pretty expensive. You could actually do that. That would be pretty awesome. So then you would end up with all pieds head for clown with the leopard spot nose, which is closer to the Batman. You'd actually make Batman clowns with the leopard and the spot nose in your clown. And you also have pastel. So you have the pastel Batmans, which would be het for pied. That would be pretty awesome. Although I think a spot nose clown pied might be out of most people's budget. I think that would be pretty expensive. That's a really awesome combination though. How was the first morph made? I think they either found it in the wild or they produced it in captivity with hets. I think it was an albino. I'm not sure if they actually found an albino in the wild or if they actually produced it by breeding some hets together. I'm not too sure on the history of a lot of the ball pythons. You can actually ask some of the old timers that have been breeding ball pythons for like 20 years. Those guys know a lot more of the history, but I'm pretty sure the albino was the very first morph on the scene. Although I actually heard just recently that the albino might have been the first recessive on the gene. They could have had something else before that. So let's see. Matt from Demo Ranch, they do merch for YouTubers. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. So I'm not really, so I do have a little bit of merch through Teespring. I'm not really focused a lot on merch, but I can do it. Yeah, the problem is I'm kind of all over the place. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do with my channel. If I'm gonna keep doing, series ball pythons, if I'm gonna do like some kind of a travel or get into something else. So I might actually change the focus of my YouTube channel, which might change my merch. All right, we have another super chat. All right, Trina Peterson, thank you. $4.99. All right, we are chipping away at the Harley Davidson. All right, we might get there eventually. I actually printed out 60 of these. I don't know if we'll have actually 60 super chats by the end of it. That is pretty awesome. So we are at 8,063. Whew, that's crazy. All right. If you can see that, I think you can see that. Hey, we got another one, $50. It's NOK 50, which is another version of currency. Let's see, NOK to USD. Norwegian krone. I'm finding out all these different currencies. All right, that is, let's see what that is. $5.22. Awesome. All these different currencies. Wow. Okay. So that brings us down another $10. Awesome. All right. We changed this. All right. I just put it up. We're going to change it. I printed out a whole bunch of these, so we got plenty to go. So we're down to 8053. Pretty crazy. All right, thank you guys. That is awesome. I can't wait for you guys to see my Harley at the reptile shows. All right. All right, Trina. Hey Chris, what should I buy to go with my Blade Clown? So Blade is kind of interesting. I actually did a comparison video between the Blade and the Enchi, and it's definitely a different gene than the Enchi. You can actually separate the Blade by itself, and some people say they kind of have a Blade version of the Clown, so sometimes it can kind of trick you. So sometimes you buy a Blade Clown and you can actually separate the Blade into a separate gene, and it looks similar to an Enchi, although a lot of times the Blade, I'd say the Blade has a lot more of a banded pattern, and when you actually make the Super Blade, it tends to bring a lot of the pattern up on the top in more of a line, like a blade, instead of the Enchi that kind of reduces it down into the splotches on the Super Enchi. And some people actually sell the Clowns as a blade line of Clown, meaning it's a reduced pattern of the Clown. So you may or may not actually have a separate gene that's Blade that is isolated from the Clown. I'd say in most cases, when people say Blade Clown, it is actually a two-gene animal with the Blade and the Clown. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Sometimes when you buy a Blade Clown, it's not actually a separate gene, the Blade, that you can separate in some cases that I've actually seen over on Morphmarket. I'd say most of the times you can actually separate it, and you can make a Super Blade, which is pretty cool. So you can actually buy another Blade Clown and make the Super Blade Clown, which is pretty cool. It looks like a clown, except it has just like a line right down the top of the thing. So if you actually bought like a Blade Clown with something else in it to actually kind of amplify the color of it, like a pastel Blade Clown, that would probably be pretty awesome. Or you could do like a banana Blade Clown. That would be kind of cool to have like a banana colored clown with a line right down the top. There's a lot of things you could actually do with that. Grail is my dream goal. So the Grail, I think the Grail, wasn't that the lavender albino clown? I think that's the Grail, right? Lavender albino clown, I think that's what it is. Could be the Holy Grail. That is pretty awesome. I don't have any lavender albino in here. My current dream goal is to make some really cool snakes and keep improving my collection, keep making more money on what I'm actually producing, more than just barely breaking even, paying the bills. So it's kind of a long-term goal. I think probably what I'll do is get more into the desert ghost, especially what I might actually do is focus more on the desert ghost more than anything. Like when I first started, my big focus was bamboo, but I think that there's no one that's really dug deep into making desert ghosts with all the other combinations, like just being one specific desert ghost guru. I think that is probably the direction that I'm actually gonna eventually head down. All right, let's see. I want to go back to the newest questions. Let's see. My husband wants to know how long it took for you to make your return on initial investments. So my initial investment, I was trying to add up everything in this room, and I think in racks I have about 20,000 invested in racks, and then I probably have another, I'd say maybe another 3,000, 3,500 in display cases for the display cases of the show. That have really high end display cases. So not including my snakes, probably close to 23, 25,000. And I actually made it back my third year. My third year was my first big year where I produced over 100 hatchlings, and I was selling. I pretty much made back all my money on my first big year. I pretty much broke even, I think, on that first year and got all my money back. So that was pretty awesome. And then after that, I got to the point where after you pay for everything, you can pretty much live off of what you're making. In some cases, if you have enough snakes, but it's a lot of work actually going through and and taking care of all the snakes. It's a full-time job. Oh boy. I don't know if I want to go down that road. It's kind of weird. Views on smoking. I used to smoke. All right, so since we're talking about smoking and Harley Davidsons, all right, someone just brought me a picture. All right, you guys want to see how many people are on the line here? 73 people are going to see this picture. This was my very first Harley Davidson when I had long hair down to the middle of my back when I used to smoke. All right, if you can actually see this, I don't know. Take a look at this. That is a flash from the past. Oh, that is crazy. Look at my hair. Look at my hair all the way down my back. That was 20 some years ago. That was my Harley Davidson Sportster that I had to paint the tank painted blue with black flames and everything. All right, yeah, that's going down the dark side there. All right, so that's kind of crazy. All right, let's get back to the chat. I was wondering if I actually have a moderator kind of working in the background, because I see messages pop up and they're deleted, there's a lot of messages that have been deleted, which is kind of crazy. Do I have another staff in my facility? No, I am a lone YouTuber, lone reptile keeper. Hey, we just passed 4 hours on the live stream, up to $108 on the super chat. That's pretty awesome. You need to assign a moderator. I actually am the moderator. I can actually screen stuff out. If there's anything that is really offensive, I can actually delete it. So nothing too bad so far. So that's kind of weird. So some people post something and it automatically gets deleted, which is kind of crazy. I think the algorithm is watching out for me deleting some bad comments. I was wondering if people would work for free for me. I feel kind of bad getting free help. I just need to get to the point where I can hire someone to help me out. But I don't know. It's kind of weird working at home, doing the whole snake thing. I'd probably move all this into another facility to get to the point where I'd actually hire someone. Still not at that point yet. It's kind of nice working from home. I can just come down in the basement though. Let's see. Is the spotted speckled pied a trait you can breed for? That's kind of interesting. I actually have a video on spotted snakes, and there are some genes you can mix with the pied to make spots, but there's also pieds that have a whole bunch of freckles, kind of like a genetic anomaly that's like some freckling on some pieds. I have seen some people say that if you actually take a freckled pied and breed it to another freckled pied, that you have a higher probability of producing a pied with spots on it versus just a pied with no spots. But I don't think it's genetic in terms of where you can take a spotted pied and breed it to something else and half the offspring come out as spotted pied. I think it's kind of a random anomaly. But I've actually seen some people doing like some paradoxes. If you actually take some paradoxes and breed them together, you don't always make paradoxes, but it seems like you have a higher probability of actually having kind of random splotches of paradox in your snake. Bobby is getting a little spry. I think he's about had it here. All right, Bobby's going to take a break. All right, Bobby. Let's see what else. All right, girl. I'm taking you. I'm taking you. All right. Speaking of desert ghosts, this is why I want to get into desert ghosts. Look at this girl. She is absolutely stunning. Beautiful. This is a pastel spider desert ghost. And as an adult, look at how beautiful she is. She's really retained a lot of her color and a lot of that crazy pattern. So it's interesting on this one. This actually has the spider, but not really. I'd say this one has pretty much zero head wobble as far as what you would expect in a spider. No head wobble, nothing at all. Just pretty much as stable as Bobby as far as the head on this one. This is really awesome. I tried to breed this girl this year, and she just went off a feed and did not actually. She didn't breed. She's really squirrely, so I don't know if I can hold her around my neck for very long. So this might be kind of a challenge on this one. Let's scroll down on some of these comments. The camera is kind of blurry. Yes. What is going on? I see that. What is going on with funny? There's a huge delay between my phone and my camera. Oh, it seems like it skipped ahead. It's kind of weird. If you can actually see that girl on my blurry screen, on my really bad internet, it's kind of wild. I can actually see the replay down here. So that is the video quality dipped a lot, huh? I don't know what's going on with my video quality. All right. Yeah, so our Wi-Fi here at home is really super bad. So we have like it's like 3 megabits per second. I think the upload is like 0.5 megabits per second. I'm surprised I can even live stream. So that is why it's really super bad as far as the video quality. So yeah, some of these snakes might not look like like you would think they would look in real person. All right. Could be my wife upstairs playing video games. I don't know. Buffer reset. I think that's what it was. There was a buffer in there, and there's a long delay, and now it seems like there's no delay, and it kind of reset the buffer, which is kind of crazy. Don't care about video quality. Yeah, we get to hang out all day long. We still have, it's 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 32 seconds. Trying to pay off the Harley Davidson on the Super Chat. We're really close to hitting the 7s versus the 8s. When I first saw the 8, I was like, that is a real big number. So we actually made $108 so far. Not too bad. Yesterday we dropped the price on the Harley by $400. That is pretty awesome. So we'll see how long we have to live stream to pay that guy off. And the dealer says I have 2 weeks, so 2 weeks of live stream and just hang out all day long. Which Harley Davidson are you trying to buy? So I actually bought the Harley Davidson. Uh-oh, this guy's going crazy. Oh, he's gonna choke me up. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. This is not one of the friendliest ball pythons. This guy is super skittish. One of the most beautiful in my collection. As a matter of fact, I was kind of at a toss-up between this one and Bobby when I first started. But the problem is when I started doing Bobby pretty much every single video, this one was not big enough to wrap around my neck. But this is like the next competitor to actually holding a snake around my neck. I think Bobby, I don't know, it's pretty close as far as this one versus Bobby. This one's name is Frosty. Pastel Desert Ghost female. Really awesome looking snake. Take a look at that one. Pretty awesome. So yeah, so I had this crazy idea a couple of days ago. Well, it's actually been about a week now. That I was thinking, hey, kind of the thing that brought it to mind is I saw Harley Davidson's sales were down 47%. So I thought, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy a Harley Davidson, not only to help them increase their sales, but to get a really cool bike and then try to pay for it on the super chat doing marathon live streams. Kind of a crazy idea that I don't know if it's gonna work or not. That's kind of the craziest thing. I actually did a search over on the internet for Harley Davidson, and I actually found one. It's a Harley Davidson Dyna Road Street Bob. Harley Davidson Dyna Street Bob. And the thing is like really tricked out. Whoever had it before me kind of stripped it down and rebuilt the whole thing. And I actually put $500 down on it. And then after the shipping and the taxes and the totals, they gave me the number, and it was like $8,500. And I don't know why, but once I wrote down the $8,500 and started live stream, I was like, that is a really big number, 8,500. It kind of freaked me out. So I don't know if we're actually gonna get that goal or not. So that is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. We are back for more Chris. Hey, what is up? Yeah. Bye. See you later. It's funny. I usually have about 80 people on the line, but if you look at the end of my live stream yesterday, I had like almost 3,000 people that kind of cycled through. So it's like people are coming and going all the time. A lot of people ask the same questions, which it's not a bad thing. And some people are hanging with the whole thing. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. Really enjoyed today's live stream. Thank you. Let's see. Got a lesser B 100% het clown female coming. Like to breed her in a few years. What morph would you suggest? So this is an interesting comment. You actually have a lesser B. So the lesser B's, when you mix the lesser with the spider, it turns into kind of an axanthic looking snake, which is kind of interesting. You can kind of do the same thing with the butter. The butter, a lot of people think the butter and the lesser are two different lines of pretty much the same thing. Some of them can have a little bit of yellow and brown, but a lot of times you can get some really axanthic looking snakes, which is pretty cool. So if you actually have a lesser B 100% het clown, what would you breed it to? That is a good question. Well, if it's het clown, I'd probably go for the clowns. The lesser clowns are really cool. So if you saw my clown that I pulled out earlier, it's kind of funny how they fade out as they get older, but then when they're really young, they're like super bright with a high contrast, and they really fade out as they get older. And the clown spiders are pretty cool too, with the clown and the spider. So you can actually do like a head clown or a visual clown, or since it's lesser, you can actually go for the blue-eyed leucistic and breed it with a Mojave or something like that. There's a lot of things you can do with it. Also, keep in mind, if you actually, it's actually in the blue-eyed leucistic, so if you mix lesser with anything else in the blue-eyed leucistic, you'll end up with an all-white snake. So if you actually take the lesser bee and you bred it to a clown that contained any of the genes in the blue-eyed leucistic, like the Lesser, the Mystic, the Mocha, the Phantom, the Special, the Russo, the Bamboo. There's a whole bunch of them. You'd end up with a white snake. So some people try to avoid the white snake, especially when you're working with the clown, because it would completely mask it and you wouldn't know if you'd actually have clown in there or not. Let me scroll down to some new stuff. Hey, new subscriber. I have had ball pythons before. Keep telling her they're very gentle. Yeah, so best way to do it, to find out how gentle they are, is watch all my videos, all 1,000 videos over on YouTube. And you'll see me and Bobby every single day. He is probably the gentlest ball python you'll ever see. Pretty much the ambassador for ball pythons. Do I plan on doing a collab video with fellow reptile breeders? I haven't really done collabs because you can get there faster if you're doing collaborations, but it almost seems like cheating. You know, kind of like taking a shortcut. You know, I've been doing videos every single day here on YouTube for like 3 years, and I get about like 36,000 subscribers right now. And I've seen people do collaborations with these guys with millions of subscribers, and within a week they have more subscribers and more views than I do on my channel. So I've actually seen some of these big YouTubers that get kind of mad over people doing collaborations. They're like, hey, I went through the grind myself. You know, I made it to the top all by myself without anyone else. It's not fair that people collab and jump ahead of me, which is kind of interesting. So I kind of feel like collaborating with some of the big guys is kind of cheating to get there. I wouldn't mind doing like a collaboration on a channel that was kind of the same size as I was, where we can kind of climb together. Although there's a lot of channels, I don't think there's any channels that I know of that are really kind of at the same level as I am. Some people are lower and some people are above, but it's kind of an interesting way to grow your channel with collaboration. Have I ever proved out a possible hat? Yes, actually I did. Let me show you that possible hat. Oh, I want to put this one away. It's getting a little crazy. It's actually calming down a little bit. Not too bad. This is a really awesome snake. Oh, we'll put Frosty away. All right, let's see. Let's bring out Chomper, and we'll try not to get bit. All right, Chomper. Come on, Chomper. Whoa. Whoa. This is my meanest snake. Woo! She's going to bite me. This is Chomper, and she bites everything. She will bite the camera. She will bite my hand. She is a crazy snake. So this is a bumblebee, which is a pastel and a spider. When I bought it, it was possible yellow belly, possible het pied. Hey, we got a super chat. All right, thank you so much. All right, so I want to show you this, and then we'll do that, and we'll get back to that super chat and then subtract it from the Harley. That is awesome. So this one was possible het pied, and I have never bred her. I tried to breed her, and she just does not breed. Finally, this last season, she laid a clutch of slugs with one boob egg that was kind of a misshaped. I did not think that thing was going to hatch, and I actually incubated the boob egg. And by the end of the incubation, that thing was all furry and kind of moldy. I thought there's no way anything's going to hatch out. And I actually hatched out something amazing. Just one snake from that boob egg and all those slugs from this girl. And I actually proved out the het pied on that one, which is crazy. And I actually got this snake, which we named Lucky. This is the baby from Chomper. This is Chomper's little baby. Take a look at this. I could not believe we actually produced this. And this is the proving out the pied. So we got a visual pied. We actually got the spider from the bumblebee. And we got, I think we got yellow belly in there, because the pastel and the yellow belly really gives it a super bright head. If you can actually see that on the grainy video, I think you can see it sometimes. That's a pretty bad connection, but that is pretty awesome that I proved out the pied. And I actually just sold Chomper. I knew this guy locally and he wanted to buy her, so that is kind of crazy. So chopper is so, as a matter of fact, a lot of these snakes are sold. I'm not sure if I'm going to sell this one or not. That is a really cool snake. I was trying to get out of most of my spiders, and I was just going to hold back. I was going to hold back my pastel spider desert ghost, and if I was to hold back another spider, it would be this one. This one's also 100% het albino, so it's a yellow belly pastel spider pied 100% het albino. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a male or female. It's a really awesome snake. Just hatched out and ate 4 meals. Just a baby, tiny baby little hatchling. Doesn't seem to have any head wobble at all either. That's pretty cool. All right. So $2. All right. What was Frosty? Frosty was my pastel spider desert ghost female. All right, this is it. Super Chat pays for the Harley Davidson motorcycle. All right. We're going to update this on the Livestream Marathon. See if we can pay off this motorcycle in the next 2 weeks. Live stream for 2 weeks. I don't know if my voice is gonna hold. Last night, after that 12 hours, my throat was like, I felt like I had strep throat or something. That was crazy, but it went away. That's good. $8,051. Woo! All right. Getting closer, slowly but surely. All right. Yeah, by the end of the week, Chopper is going to be tame. It's funny because I have like 3,000 people that cycle in and out of this live stream over the course of 12 hours, but there's only like 86 people at a time. So everyone keeps asking the same questions over and over. Hey, can I see your biggest ball python? And I think I pulled that one out like 6 times yesterday or something. It was kind of crazy. And I put it back, and then like an hour later, of course, it's like a 12-hour live stream. So, you know, I'm sure there's different people every hour kind of cycling through. Olympus Reptiles is who you should do a video with. Yeah, I thought about that. Olympus Reptiles is, I think they're at like 52,000 subscribers, which is pretty good. Yeah, Olympus Reptiles. I actually have my Yeti cooler here, and I'm drinking Coca-Cola, not associated with Yeti or Coke. But if I was at Olympus Reptiles, this would probably be like a beer or gin and tonic or something. He's kind of crazy over there drinking on the video. That is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. I'm gonna go down to the newer comments here. Snakes sometimes lay in the water dish. So I've actually heard that if a snake lays eggs in the water, the eggs can go bad. So you definitely do not want the eggs in the water. Sometimes they kind of roll the eggs all over the place. Usually they lay them kind of on the back over the hot spot, and they kind of clump them all up together. But sometimes they can kind of scatter them over all over the place. But I've never had a snake lay eggs in the water. What are some of your favorite reptile channels that I follow on YouTube? I kind of jump around all over. I like to watch Justin Kobelka. It seems like he always comes out with new stuff, which is kind of interesting. He doesn't put out a lot of videos, but his videos are always interesting. Some of the new clown combinations, some of the new stuff coming out. He had one where I think it was like spot nose and chocolate were allelic or something like that. He was telling about how he's trying to breed all these together, and he could not make a certain combination or something like that. Yes, it's kind of interesting. Probably that one. Every now and then I'll watch Olympus Reptiles. I like I watch Brian Barczyk once in a while, but I really like the old Brian Barczyk, the snake bites with Chewy and the kind of the old skits and stuff like that. That's kind of where I started. That's really what got me into ball pythons. Watching Chewy get bit over and over and over. That was hilarious. Watching some of his old stuff. I don't even think he puts anything on that channel anymore. That channel is kind of going down in views. There's another one. There's some with the egg cutting videos. I can't remember the name of the channel. But I'm subscribed to like, I think I'm subscribed to like 600 channels over here on YouTube, and I have so many. A lot of times I can't even scroll down through all my channels to actually find someone, because every time I see any snake channel, I'll subscribe to it, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Mutation Creation, yeah, I watch that once in a while over there. So yeah, he's kind of an interesting guy. As a matter of fact, he was doing a live stream once, and I was asking him about his Harley Davidson. He actually just bought one. Everything about setting up a hatch cam. So usually when they start peeking out of the eggs a little bit, I go in and cut the eggs open, and then I wait about 2 days until they all come out of the eggs. So I've actually seen some people. I've actually seen one where it had a time-lapse hatch over 2 days, kind of shrunk down into just a few minutes, and that actually did really well over on YouTube. They had a lot of views on that video, but I've never really thought about doing that myself. I'm still live. 4 hours and 23 minutes, 24 minutes. 76 people on, pretty awesome. $111 towards the Harley Davidson today. So far, pretty awesome. My favorite food. My favorite comfort food, mint chocolate chip ice cream and coffee. Just coffee, black. Pretty much I like all kinds of foods, whole variety. There's nothing that really kind of sticks out. As far as the stuff I cook, I usually do like a 15 bean soup with ham and bacon and brown sugar. That is really good. That I make myself. That's a really good dish. Also, I'm pretty much known as the expert in barbecue ribs. I say, all right. So my favorite food is probably a T-bone steak on the grill. That is probably my number one favorite food. Maybe with the side of like a grilled asparagus or something like that. Do I drink tea? No, I usually don't drink tea. Can't do a super chat. So yeah, let me know if you try to do a super chat and it doesn't work. I've actually had some of that yesterday, where for some reason some guy tried like 10 times to do a super chat and he just couldn't. It just wouldn't work for him, which is kind of crazy. So I don't know what's going on with that. It was kind of funny because he said he couldn't do a super chat, and I was wondering if it was working, and then I got a couple super chats right after that. So I don't know if it's working for some people, maybe in some countries or not, because people are like from Antarctica and Australia and Europe and all over the place. Can you breed the same rats over and over? Yes, you actually can. So all my rats, out of my probably tens of thousands of rats, all came from 6 rats. I think I bought 2 males and 4 females when I first started, and they all came from those. And kind of the interesting thing is when I first got the rats, they were all brown, and when I started breeding them, I produced the white ones, the black ones, the black and white, the gray and white, and a whole bunch of different colored rats. All came out of those original brown ones, which is kind of interesting. And I actually, usually what I do is I pair up a male and 2 females, and I just breed them over and over until they pretty much get worn out, maybe about a year and a half, where they get too old to breed, and then I'll just replace them with some new ones. All right, let's see. When do I move my hatchlings out of my tub? So usually I move hatchlings out when each side of the hatchling is getting close to the side of the tub, coiled up in the back. That's pretty much when I move my snakes to a bigger tub. Kind of depends on your setup. Yeah, my girl has been hanging out on her cool side at the top of her enclosure for about a week. I take her down. The second I put her back, she climbs right up back there. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, so I actually had that happen before, where I had an enclosure with, so I had a glass aquarium with an enclosure, and the ball python kept trying to go on top of the enclosure. And that's kind of the advantage of doing a tub, because there's nothing to really climb on top of. So I'm not sure exactly what you could do. Maybe move to like a dark tub like I kind of have over here. I think that is the ideal setup for ball pythons. Let's see. Will you be attending the Denver Expo, the upcoming Denver Expo? Probably not. Just because of the whole pandemic thing, I'm kind of waiting for my vaccine before I actually go to any reptile shows. All right, so I'm going to have another yogurt, cherry yogurt this time. Something quick. After 4 hours and 28 minutes of live stream. Are you thinking of getting more snakes? Well, the problem is I produce a lot of snakes. So every year I can hold back is pretty much an unlimited amount. I'm not sure if I want to buy any more racks. That's the question. If I actually want to buy a rack. So this year I'm actually holding back 9 snakes. So I guess I am adding more snakes. My own snakes I'm adding to my collection. You made me hungry yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. I didn't eat much yesterday. It was kind of crazy. Need to upgrade to a rack system. What series ARS rack system do you recommend? So I actually use the 70 series rack, the ARS 70. You can actually, if you just have a small collection, you can do an ARS 7010, which is one stack, a single stack of 70 tubs. And you can actually have an adult ball python in there pretty much its entire life in the 70 series. And with ARS, you can buy every level individually. I think it's just a little over like $100 a level, which is pretty awesome. So you can just, for another $100, you can just add another level. Comes with the heat strip and the tape and everything, and the tub and the frame and everything. You just stack it on top. That's probably what I would do. Let's see. Legend is still going. Yes, they call me the legend. I'm kind of going crazy over this super chat for the Harley Davidson. I don't know if this is going to work. We'll see how I feel after 2 days of a 12-hour live stream. I can already tell my voice is starting to go out. So there's 2 ways this marathon live stream can end. One is I pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat money. 2, I lose my voice. If I lose my voice, we're pretty much done. That's it. I was wondering if I was going to lose my voice after yesterday. It's kind of crazy. All right. You have 6 snakes. Awesome. I remember when I started and I had 6 snakes. My first 6 snakes were actually king snakes and Arizona mountain king snakes and California king snakes. That's how I actually started. Let's see. Let's see. Who's watching your chickens and cows while I'm streaming? So yeah, so in the morning, early in the morning, I went out and fed the cows. The cows actually have this huge water tank that's probably, I think it's a 1,200 gallon water tank, really huge water tank. And they have a really big feeder. It's a bull tough hay feeder that I could put, like I'd say maybe 4 days of hay in there. So usually what I do is I just go out and top off the water, give them the hay, and they're fine. Even if I miss a day with the cows, they're fine. And with the ducks and chickens and the dogs, I just feed them in the morning, pretty much once a day. And then in the evening, pretty much at the end of the super chat, I can actually go out and feed them then too. So everything's taken care of here for the long super chatting. Junebug was here yesterday. Awesome. Woo. Yeah, yesterday I was doing pretty good up all the way up until like the 11th hour, I think. And now I'm kind of feeling it at 4 hours and 32. We'll see how I feel at 10 hours today. It's going to be kind of crazy. All right, let's come back down to the bottom. The newest comments. What is your personal favorite ball python morph? Bobby. Yes, Bobby is my favorite. Can you ask my wife to let me have chickens? You can try. Chickens are pretty cool. The best way to do chickens or ducks is to actually sell the hatching eggs. Actually, believe it or not, the #1 video on my channel is how to make 2,000 a month with 25 ducks. You can actually sell all the hatching eggs over on eBay. That's why I got my chickens and my ducks. And as a matter of fact, when I bought my Cayuga ducks, I actually bought just the hatching eggs over on eBay, and I paid $70 a dozen for those duck eggs. They sell like super expensive, and they sell really good over there. You can make a killing on selling the hatching eggs for certain ducks and chickens. And that's kind of how I got them. Eventually, they'll probably make more than my snakes once those birds get going. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. I love your vids. Thank you. Do I breed year-round? I have specific times when I breed. So I breed all my snakes on October 15th, and they all go through the breeding cycle, and they lay eggs over usually the summer, late summer, and now we're pretty much at the end where everything is hatched out and going into the next breeding cycle here in about 3 weeks. So I don't really like kind of mix them up and breed year-round, but the breeding season is pretty much almost a 12-month breeding season. All right, so let me get Bobby back out, see what Bobby's doing. All right, Bobby. All right, Bobby. Joking me out. Let's see. Do I sell snakes? Yes. Right now I'm only selling on Morphmarket. I used to sell only at the shows, but I switched over to Morphmarket. I have 20 snakes, and it's all your fault. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I remember when I had 20 snakes. I had 20 snakes, and I started doing videos, and people are like, "I can't believe you're doing videos, and you only have 20 snakes." Oh, that's pretty funny. I have 6 snakes. Oh my God, so much yogurt. Yeah, so actually, I only have 2 little yogurts here, so it's not a whole lot of yogurt. All right, let's see. I'm going back in the history of chat here. I think I missed some comments back here. Maybe I did hit all the comments. All right. Separation anxiety from Bobby. My snakes keep locking on and off over a period of a few weeks, but she's not gravid. It's been well over a month. So yeah, usually it takes quite a few months before you actually see your females start building. So usually what I do is I start pairing my males and females every few weeks for like 5 months, and you usually won't see them ovulate until after 5 months. So it takes a really long time before you'll actually see something. All right, so I might try one of these cough drops. I could feel it in my throat today, let me tell you. After, let's see, we did 12 hours yesterday, 4 hours and 36 minutes today, 12. So we've been live streaming for 16 and a half hours. Wow. What's up, man? Wildland Warrior. I bought a hatchling leopard pinstripe cinnamon. What would you recommend to pair them up with in the future? So a leopard pinstripe cinnamon. So the cinnamon, you can actually go with the pastel to make some pewters. Sometimes that is like a silver colored snake with certain combinations of cinnamon, which would be pretty cool. I'd probably do something with pastel in it. Hey, we got another $20 super chat. Hey, from Punk Rocka Ball Pythons. All right, we're gonna change this. Getting closer on paying off this Harley Davidson with my super chat money. I don't know if this cough drop was good or bad for talking. I think it's worse. All right. So we are at 8,031. Woo! I think we can get into the sevens by the end of the day. Only $31 left. Which is pretty cool. All right. One day you're going to buy me that T-bone. All right. Your life goal is getting a table next to mine at an expo. Oh, that's pretty funny. All right, I won't tell your wife you sent the super chat. Thanks for the super chat. That's awesome. Yeah, you had to make flashcards to study all the morphs. There is a lot of morphs. It is pretty incredible. I'm still learning on all the morphs. So I'm going to take this cough drop out. I think that was a bad idea. I think it's making my throat even worse. I'm going to go back to the yogurt. All right. Yeah, flashcards can work. Other thing you can do is watch my channel, all the different morph videos, and you'll eventually learn all the genes. Can I breed my normal 100% het pied with my 100% het pied and have a visual? Yeah, if you breed two hets together, 25% of the time you'll actually get a visual pied. Saw a visual lock with my first female 30 days ago. She just shed. Would you consider that? No. So the pre-lay shed is usually when you pair up your ball pythons. I say usually it takes at least 3 to 4 months before your female will be gravid, and she'll actually shed maybe a few times before the final shed. So they're kind of tricky because they can actually shed and it's not the pre-lay shed. I'm eating yogurt now. That's pretty funny. All right, let's pull out another snake. All right, Bobby's going back. All right, this has become my favorite snake. My favorite one. This one's name is Cookie. All right, if you've been here for a while, you probably saw this before. Look at that one. A really orange pinstripe with the orange version of the calico. I think this has become my favorite snake out of everything I produced. Not really that expensive, but really awesome looking. That thing is crazy looking. If you can actually see that, I don't know if you can see the real visual appearance of that on the replay. I've seen a pretty choppy video. This thing is really super awesome. I don't know if you can really see it on the replay there, but it's pretty awesome. Still don't know if this is a male or a female. Pretty awesome snake right there. Well, of course, if you can compare that snake to this one, I don't know. There's not much comparison between that one and this one. This one is really, I think this one's better than that one. This is my Super Pastel Desert Ghost female. One of the best ones I produced this year. Really super crazy. I don't know if you can actually see that very good. This is probably the brightest snake right here in my collection. super bright. Yeah, some guy actually offered me like $1,500 for this, and I turned it down. I definitely want to keep that as a future breeder. This one's name is Fang, a female, really awesome female. That one's pretty cool. Let's see what else we have here. All right, let's see. This is a cool one too. This one is Dusty. Dusty has a lot of genes in there. This is a super pastel Enchi Calico Het Desert Ghost female. Pretty awesome snake right here. She's all balled up. She's all balled up in her tub. I don't know what's going on with this snake. Look at the Enchi pattern on that one. Really crazy banding from the Enchi. See if I can open her up a little bit. And the Calico kind of wipes her out just a little bit. And this has the same kind of a goldish orange Calico version in it. Take a look at that. This is one of my holdbacks as a future breeder. Really awesome snake right there. This is Rusty. All right, so here's Rusty, a pastel Het Desert Ghost. One of my biggest hatchlings. Look at how big this one is. This one's super chunky. Super chunky hatchling. I was showing Rusty off quite a bit the other day. It's a good looking snake right there. It's a really orange looking pastel, kind of an interesting color on Rusty. Pretty awesome. Do I have vanilla in my collection? I do not have vanilla. Oh. I don't have Mojave. I don't have. I have a bamboo lesser in my collection. So this is Twinkie. Come on, Twinkie. Oh, let's see. This is Twinkie, my bamboo lesser. Take a look at that one. Almost the same as a Mojave lesser. The weird thing on this one, it seems like the eyes are a little bit smaller than normal on the bamboo lesser, which is kind of wild. Really beautiful, bright white snake. Has a little thin, faint line right down the top. So if actually, this is a really powerful breeder. If I breed it to something, half the offspring will come out as bamboos, half will come out as lessers, which is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome looking snake. One of my hatchlings from, let's see, this was, it must have been 2018 on this one. Yeah, 2018 bamboo lesser. 2 years old on that one. All right, so we'll pull out another awesome one. We'll pull out this cool one here. All right. Oh, this one's in the shed. Ah. Deep in a shed. I was going to show you Queen Tut. Look at Queen Tut. She's pretty awesome. That's a bamboo pastel pinstripe. You can't really see her color because she is so deep in shed, kind of crazy. It's a lemon blast bamboo. That's pretty awesome. All right. Whew. All right, we got Bobby back. Yeah, we got 63 people on the line. It's kind of weird how it kind of comes and goes. I think the max we had yesterday was like 100 and something. Kind of crazy. Do I have a black-eyed Lucy? No, I don't have a black-eyed Lucy. So I get started with several single gene females and then a couple 2 or 3 gene males. Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd buy more lower end females probably to start, and then some higher end males to kind of spread the genes around. 17 hours and no bites. Yeah, I probably won't get any bites. Maybe from Chomper. I don't know, that one might bite me. Maybe a hatchling when I go in the tub, but usually once you pull them out, they're pretty good. I do not want to take a bite from Sunny. My reticulated python, that would be kind of crazy. 17 hours hanging with me. That is dedication there. Yeah, do you have a life? Not many people can hang out the whole time. Let's see. I'm going back in some of these old comments. Let's see. I think M&S is totally overpriced, at least on their German website. Not sure about M&S. All right, so let's get a little bit of excitement going. Let's pull out Sunny again. You ready for some excitement? We'll pull out a 50-pound snake. You may see me get bit on this one. Hopefully not. All right, so for this one, we need the snake hook. All right. Wish me luck on this one. All right, Sonny. Come on, Sonny. Here we go, here we go, here we go. What are you doing? What are you doing? There we go. You want to come back out? Want to come back out? All right. I think I switched him over from feeding mode to handling mode. Hopefully he'll be okay. Take a look at this beast of a snake. Woo! All right. I'm kind of on the wrong side of the snake here. He seems like he's getting a little bit better. Ugh. It's kind of hard to show you how big the snake really is. Look at that. He's still halfway in his tub and halfway over here. It's kind of hard to support his whole body. That's like the hardest thing with retics without actually wrapping them around. You know, you don't want to wrap them around your body or your neck or anything like that. That is a big boy. He is a male, 5-year-old male. Oh, and he's so powerful. I can't believe how much power this guy has. Woo! All right. All right. There we go. I'll bring him up for the camera here. He's doing great. He's halfway in the tub. This is only half of him. You're not even seeing a third of this thing. I think it's like 15 feet long. Woo! All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Back in the tub. All right. All right. I think I'm going to stick with a smaller snake. We'll stick with Bobby. uh, that snake is crazy. Can't have retics in Canada. That's kind of crazy. Yep, I go off screen and I am coming back. Don't worry. No problem. I think I'll stick with Bobby. Those retics can definitely wear you out. What's up, Sonic Boomy? Can't have retics in Montana. That is crazy. Seems like they're outlawing them everywhere. I don't think you can have them in California either. Yeah, there's certain places in Denver where you actually can't have reticulated pythons either. No Burmese. Wow. Have Bobby around your neck and a hatchling in your hand and sunny out. That's a recipe for disaster there, yeah. As a matter of fact, yesterday I had Bobby out and I had another hatchling right next to Bobby. I thought for sure Bobby was going to bite that hatchling. That was kind of crazy. Let's see. What should I pair with my male DJI Mojave Spider? I'm not sure if I answered that one before. I would probably do DJI Mojave Spider. You could go with the lesser and do the lesser Mojave blue-eyed cystic, which would be cool. All right. So we are at 4 hours and 54 minutes. Kind of crazy, huh? All right. All right, so you guys want to see any snakes? Oh, let's see. See what I got in here. How do you feel keeping big snakes in tubs? I'm fine with ball pythons and such, but feel big snakes never get enough space in their tub. So, yeah, with big snakes, you almost need a really large enclosure. It seems like that one is it seems like Sunny is really happy in that boa tub, although he could probably be moved up to something else. I was actually thinking of moving over to Lucy's enclosure and then moving Lucy up into something bigger at some point. But yeah, that's one of the challenges of being able to actually afford a big 10 by 10 enclosure for some of your really big snakes. Do I have a sunset? No, I don't have a sunset. Yeah, they do need their own bedroom. Convert the bedroom into the snake room is what you really need. No berms, no African rocks, anaconda retics, venomous in Ohio. That's kind of crazy. Okay. What time is it? 5, yeah. Okay. All right, so yeah, the laws are made by people who don't know anything about reptiles. That is true. Soul sucker. I don't have any soul suckers in my collection. So the soul sucker is the lesser hidden gene woma with the granite. My voice. Yeah, my voice is going fast. Actually, my voice. Last night. My throat was really super sore, and then it got a lot better, and then it was doing pretty good up until late. And then I tried to take a cough drop for my throat, and it seemed like it made it worse, which is kind of crazy. But I'm doing pretty good. If I lose my voice, I think the live stream will be pretty much done. a couple of days off, and then we'll have to restart it up again when I get my voice back, which is, yeah, that's the one thing that could put me out of business if I can't talk anymore. My clown with the most jeans. I do have a really awesome clown. All right. I can show you my clown with my most jeans. Which is not a lot. It's just 2 other jeans with the clown. It's the Banana Inchy Clown. This is it right here. Beautiful snake. That is a good one. Paid $1,500 for this little guy as a tiny little hatchling about a year ago. Bobby's like, hey, I'm getting jealous. Pay attention to me. Don't look at the clown. I think Bobby does get jealous. It's kind of interesting. He kind of tries to butt in when I hold another snake. It's kind of wild. I really like the head on this guy. Really cool head stamp on the top of the head. That is a pretty cool clown. All right. Hey, from Dublin, Ireland. Thank you. You watch me. You like my collection. Awesome. Yeah, he did really lighten up since I got him. He seemed like he had a lot more contrast in that Banana Inchy clown when he was a hatchling. It seems like a lot of the clown combos, when they're hatchlings, they seem like they're a lot more impressive, and then they kind of fade out quite a bit as they age and mature. What morph do I stay away from? I don't know. I think they're all really good. The one I stay away from is the desert. With that has the problems with the fertility of the females. I probably wouldn't get a desert. Besides that, I pretty much go with any gene as far as ball pythons. Look at Bobby. What are you doing? All right. All right, guy. He's kind of getting a little squirrely. All right. I have a banana lesser male and want to mix with banana leopard. Awesome. Super banana leopard. That sounds really good. Ever have to deal with mites? Yes, I had mites really bad. And when it comes to mites, there is no small outbreak. Once you have them, they will dominate your reptile room. Yeah. So when I actually had mites, I had no clue what mites were. And I actually had an all-white snake, blue-eyed leucistic. I actually saw all these little red sores on the snake, and then these little black dots kind of running around, crawling around. I was like, what in the world is this? Come to find out I had mites. And at the time, I think I had about 20 snakes, so it wasn't too bad. It wasn't like I have now. It'd be a nightmare to have mites with so many. And I actually used reptile spray. You can actually wipe it on your snakes. And one of the big things for me is I actually started vacuuming the floors and trying to get all the mites on the floors, because mites can actually crawl from all the way across the room, which I didn't know. And I tried to clear them up in the rack, and then they crawl from across the room and reinfect my rack. So you have to really stay. It took me months to get rid of those mites. It's awful. I do not ever want mites again. That is crazy. Inchy clown alone is amazing. That is true. And not many freckles on that one. It seems like the Inchy and the banana together really reduced the freckles. How far away from me from the purchase of that Harley? We have the number right here. We're still $8,031 away from the Harley Davidson, which is kind of crazy. As a matter of fact, yesterday we were at like 8,500, so we've chipped down a little bit at that Harley Davidson. Still got a long way to go. Trying to pay for the Harley with the super chat on these live streams. Let's see. I just bought a Pied and plan on working it for a couple years and expanding. That's a good plan. I would probably buy more visual Pieds and go for a whole clutch of visual Pieds. Let's see. I think I might have missed some. Should open 3 tubs so we can bet on who gets away first. Yeah, you can do that. I don't know if I want to lose any snakes in my reptile room here. I got a vanilla pastel, possible super pastel. What can I breed him that might make bright yellow? So what I would actually do with a vanilla is I would actually work it in with another vanilla and make the super vanillas. I actually did a video on the super vanillas, and they are really super awesome looking snakes. And anything you work with super vanilla is pretty awesome. That's probably what I do. Oh my. Okay. All right. So my helper brought me some dinner. Take a look at this. Hey, we're up to 91 viewers. Wow. We jumped up from like, oh no, it's 91 thumbs up. Nah, we're still at 65. All right. I was looking at the wrong button. All right. I got my famous 15 bean stew. I'm going to eat in the live stream after 5 hours and 3 minutes and 59 seconds. All right. Yep, that was the wrong number. Is there anything else infecting snakes through live feeders? I don't think you can get anything through live feeders. How many breeding snakes do you need to not have a day job? Depends on the genes. If you have really high-end snakes, you don't need that many snakes. If you kind of have a collection like I do, you need quite a few. So I think I'd say you need probably 15 to 20 females, something like that maybe. Yep, it is 5:18 p.m. Which ball pythons am I most excited to breed? Probably my desert ghosts. I actually have pastel Enchi desert ghost male, and I want to breed that with my pastel spider desert ghost. I actually bred them this year and they didn't lay eggs, which is kind of a bummer. No, I'm really excited. That's probably my most exciting one, my project. Favorite snake movie? I don't know about favorite snake movie. I don't know if I have maybe Indiana Jones. I guess that's what you consider to be a snake movie. Yeah, I can show you. I can show you my desert ghosts here in a little bit. What's the closest I've gotten to a new morph? Actually, well, I actually have my Dinker project that I don't know if it's a new morph or not, but that's pretty close to something new. All right, we are on 5 hours and my second Coca-Cola. Yesterday was a 3 Coke day. And I actually I'm using a Blue Yeti this time with a Coca-Cola, a Blue Yeti cooler. Not that I'm affiliated with Yeti. What's the piece of paper on the rack with the numbers? So yeah, I'm doing a live stream marathon trying to pay off a Harley Davidson with my super chat money to support Harley Davidson because their sales were down like 47% or something like that. And I would get a really cool bike, and I would kind of connect with my fans over here on the live stream. So this is what we have left to pay on the Harley Davidson, $8,031. We're on the Livestream Marathon so we can pay it off. Yesterday it was actually 8,500, so we're actually coming down quite a bit from where we started. All right, Bobby. All right, Bobby. Just gotta rehome. They bought it for me with my code. 18CO4M. Oh boy. Let's see. I might be able to bring that up. 2018 breeding results. Clutch 4. So that was actually a Coral Glow head pied with a normal 18CO4. So if it's a Coral Glow, it is a Coral Glow 50% head pied. If it's a normal, it is just a normal 50% het pied. I didn't actually write down all the numbers, but I do have the parents on that pairing. For the 18CO4M. All right, so I'm getting a lavender albino female, wanting a pied het lavender. I'm also wanting 2 other het lavenders. Or should I get blackhead, cinnamon, black pastel, and cheer spider? There's so many genes. I don't know. The one I really like is the blackhead because it's the darkest of the dark. Oh, cool. It's a Coral Glow. So that's a Coral Glow 50% het pied on that 18CO4M hatchling. Yeah, but there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do. Lavender albino female one, a pied het lavender. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do with all those genes. Super vanilla yellow belly, awesome. Yep, super cinnamons are pretty amazing. Is COVID-19 real? It's all a scam. I have no idea. What am I eating? I'm eating my 5-hour dinner after 5 hours of live stream. This is my famous 15-bean stew. This is like to die for. So, I actually gave the recipe for my dinner meal yesterday. I actually ate the same thing yesterday. There's a whole pack of bacon in it and brown sugar and ham. It's like almost half meat in this. It's really super good and sweet. The cows are great and doing fantastic. So why does Desert Ghost have you so excited? I can show you one of the hatchlings I produced this year. That's the whole pig in the bowl. It is the whole pig. How much more do you need to get the Harley? I actually put it up here on the wall. $8,031. We're getting close. Yesterday we started at 8,500 yesterday. And I think yesterday we got $401, and today we got 131 so far on the super chat. So slowly chipping away at the Harley Davidson. Hey, welcome back, Junebug. Do I butcher the cows? I just sell the whole cow. Use them mostly as a prop for my YouTube channel. Lots of cool videos we can make with the cows. How many days do I have left live streaming? So, if I had 16 people today that did a $500 super chat, I would be done by the end of the day. I don't think that's going to happen. So I paid a $500 deposit on the Harley Davidson, and he said I have 2 weeks to pay it off. So this will end either when I pay off the Harley Davidson or when I lose my voice. Hey, I got a super chat. All right, Bobby's so excited. All right, take a look at that, Bobby. We got a super chat. Woo! Bobby's like crawling all over like in a pretzel shape or something. I don't know what she's doing. Going kind of crazy. All right, hold the show. We're gonna change the sign. All right. So we are down to, thank you, Shotgun Shane 15. We are at 8026. Yeah, I started putting up on the wall, so when people kind of look back through the replay, you can actually kind of scroll through the replay and see where we're at instead of, having to stop and then try to listen to kind of where we're at. If you kind of want to see the real time as we go. Oh, I'll be happy if we actually get down in the sevens today. So that is only another $26. We're getting close to what I thought was going to be the goal for today, which is pretty cool. They'll be down by like 500. Yeah, so the weird thing about Bobby is one day I actually put him on my shoulders while I was cleaning all these racks. So I'd open up a tub, do some spot cleaning, change the water. I was going through all the racks, and he actually found out that there's snakes in all these racks. And now he's like, always wants to go to the tubs because he knows there's snakes in every tub. It's so funny. The ball pythons, I think, are smarter than you give them credit for. Hey, we got another super chat. Mutated balls. All right, we're moving the needle. Cool. We're down to, wow, 821. $80.21. Wow. That's crazy. I don't know what Bobby's doing here. Cool. Whew. All right. Thank you so much, Mutated Balls. Hey, we got another super chat. That is incredible. Woo. All right. Thank you, Ryan. All right. Now we're moving the needle. We didn't move the needle for the last 3 hours, but now we're actually moving it. That is awesome. We're down to 80-11. Wow. Yo, what's up? How many hours? We are at 5 hours and 18 minutes on the live stream. Yesterday we went 12 hours. Yeah, I think the cherry bombs are awesome. Not many cherry bombs on Morphmarket. I would think they would sell pretty good. Oh, I finally ate something. Yesterday I didn't eat anything at all. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, so when it comes to raffles or any kind of gambling like that, you can get into some trouble. I was actually thinking about doing that, and you see a lot of raffles and stuff, giveaways and stuff. And some people say, you can do it if you're not from California or New Jersey or something like that. There's a whole bunch of laws, and I don't really want to risk my YouTube channel by doing raffles and giveaways and stuff like that. So. Yeah, so my total is updated. So 80-21, 80-11. So this is the total that we still owe on the Harley Davidson, 8,011. So we had quite a few super chats today. Not too bad. $151 today. We had $401 donated yesterday. Pretty awesome. So that brings us closer to the needle. If I actually get that bike, you're going to hear me at the reptile shows coming from like 4 blocks away. That thing is so loud. That bike is over the top. All right. Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, the only way you were wondering yesterday if I didn't starve is if you watched the whole thing. I didn't eat almost anything yesterday. I was like, at the end, I was like ready to fall over. I only ate a couple. A bowl of stew is pretty good. I ate pretty good this morning. I had a bowl of stew for breakfast, and then I had some chips and dip right before I started. So, and then I can eat again in another 6 hours and 40 minutes. So I'll do pretty good here. Eating and live stream. Good night. Unwild Lennon Daughtry. What was the total that I started with? It was over 85. It was almost 8,600. I'd have to actually go back and look at the total. So I actually started, it was actually a little over 9,000 for total for that Harley Davidson, and I put 500 down of my own money to actually buy the bike and hold it, and then I still owed, like, I can't remember what the number was. I don't think I have it here with me. But it was 85, like 70 something, I think. So yeah, we definitely whittled it down quite a bit since then. I'm feeding my ball pythons big mouse. What would be the perfect time to switch to rat? So usually once they hit, I try to switch to rats before they hit like a jumbo mouse. Hey, we got another super chat to see the banana calico. All right. You mean the bamboo calico, right? I can say the bamboo calico. All right. We're getting close. Almost in the 7s. We are moving the needle now. Woo! All right, so let's see. We are at 5, 6, so 80,006, right? Wow. That's amazing. All right. What temperature controller do you recommend? I have almost a different controller on almost every single type, every single rack in this whole thing. I have the VE100s, the VE300s. I have the Herpstat ones, the Herpstat fours. I have all kinds of thermostats on all these. All right, bamboo calico. All right, so this is Slinky. Slinky is my bamboo calico. Pretty amazing working calico into the bamboo. And this is kind of an unusual version of calico. It's actually a dark version of calico that's a really dark orange as a standalone gene just by itself. And it seems like a lot of the calico combinations and the calico by itself doesn't really bring up a lot of the high white, which is kind of interesting. And this one you see quite a bit of high white. And I thought there was something else in here. First, I thought it was cinnamon in my pastel calico, and I come to find out it's just a darker version, like an orange version of the calico. And kind of the weird thing is, I don't know if you can see this on the replay. It's kind of, I'm watching down here, it's kind of grainy on my laptop, but it has kind of like it's almost like a charcoal gray streak right in here that is like, it almost looks like a really charcoal gray color, which is really interesting. And of course, the typical bamboo color right on the top. Pretty much looks just like Bobby from the top. Pretty awesome. What am I filming on? I am filming on my phone. I'm using my phone for the live stream. This is actually a Galaxy Note 9 phone. Yeah, but the problem is my upload speed is 0.5 megabits per second. I'm surprised I could even do a live stream with such a slow upload. I didn't even know I could do it at home. I like tried it once just as a test, and I couldn't believe it actually worked. So it might be pretty bad quality on the replay. I don't know, but that is a pretty amazing thing. I can almost put them around my neck. Enough live streams here. We're gonna have all these snakes tamed down. Let's see. Are you gonna do another live stream tomorrow? Probably, unless I can pay off the motorcycle today, which I don't think is a reality. Or if I lose my voice, that is probably a higher probability that if I lose my voice and I can't say anything, I'd be like writing on cards and holding them up and trying to answer on a piece of paper. I was trying to figure out if I lost my voice, how I would actually do it. I don't know if I actually could. Do you remember what snakes you made your first year of breeding? So actually, for the first couple years, I didn't really. I was buying a bunch of hatchlings, and I didn't really produce anything the first couple years. And then the end of my second year, I was kind of getting desperate because I was investing so much money, and I wasn't making anything. So I bought a collection of females that were lemon blasts with the pastel and the pinstripe, and then I bought some normals, and then I bought what else did I buy? A pinstripe. Pretty much all those in one collection. I think it was like 9 snakes. And then I bought my pastel calico female, and I bought Bobby. So the first year I bred Bobby to like most of that stuff and produced a whole bunch of bamboos with the bamboo calicos and the bamboo lemon blast and the bamboo pinstripes. That is pretty much what I produced my very first year. And I produced so much that year, I pretty much paid for all my equipment, which was kind of crazy with that very first year. I think it was like 125 hatchlings my very first year, which is pretty crazy. This year, I think I only did like 50, which is kind of a bad year this year. But I did produce some really cool stuff this year that I didn't expect to produce, which is pretty awesome. Nothing in the incubator. My incubator is empty. I actually still have it turned on just in case. One of my snakes lays, I think all my females are actually back on feed. So I don't think any of them would actually lay. I actually have my biggest female. She looks like she's full of eggs, but she's still eating rats. So I don't think she has any eggs in her. Yeah, this one's like choking me out. This is how Bobby used to be when I first had Bobby around my neck. He'd choke and choke and choke. Like right in the middle of my videos, he just kind of choked me out. How many snakes do I have? That is a good question. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 in that rack. And then, let's see. I have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 4 is 20, so that's 40, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, I have, including Lucy, I have 76 snakes. I didn't even know how many I had. I had to stop and count them. And of course, I think I have 2 that are sold and paid for that normally I would ship out on Tuesday, but I kind of told them I might be live streaming on Tuesday, so I might not ship out. And then I have a few others that are actually on hold that I've sold that people are making payments on. So that might bring me down to in the 60s as far as the total number of snakes. And you never really know, especially when you're hatching them out. Sometimes you hatch them and then you sell them, and it's kind of a mixed bag as far as figuring out how many snakes you have, because it always changes. Have you ever considered working with venomous? No, probably not. I actually looked at the cobras for a while, but I kind of talked myself out of the regular cobras. That's kind of crazy. Let's see. So there was one question. Something about the desert ghost back here. Way back here. I don't know if they're still on the stream, but so yeah, so I showed my desert ghost quite a bit. Someone says, what's so impressive about desert ghost? But I can show you this one. You've probably seen this one if you've been on the stream for a while. Someone was asking about why do you like desert ghost? And this is why I like the desert ghost, because there's no way you can produce anything this impressive that really keeps its color and its brightness. Of course, I don't know if you can see it on the resolution at 0.5 megabits per second upload. This is a really impressive ball python. This is Fang. This is a super pastel desert ghost female. The number one, probably the best snake in my entire collection. Pretty awesome. So that is why I'm into desert ghost, because of snakes like this. He is pretty crazy. Oh, if I can get him back in the tub. Come on, Fang. All right. So, oh, this one's in shed. I was going to show you this one too, because hard to tell on this one. So this is just the super pastel without the desert ghost. So you can see what the desert ghost does to the super pastel. It really just makes it explode as far as the brightness on the snake. Of course, this one's really kind of faded out because it's going into shed. So you bought a lesser from me. Hey. That must have been a while ago because I don't think I sold any Lessers this year. Maybe last year, huh? Let's see your pinstripe. Here, I'll show you my favorite pinstripe in my whole collection. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is whoa. Here, this is a better comparison of my pinstripes. So I actually have this really big pinstripe right here, and she is like hissing, going crazy. So this is actually the female pinstripe. Hey, we got another super chat, $25. Hey, that puts us down in the sevens. So I'm going to show you this one. Take a look at this. This is a really super gold pinstripe. I thought pinstripe is my number one favorite snake, and then came along baby pinstripe. Look at this with the calico in the pinstripe, the orange version of the calico. And look at the difference between those two. Super bright orange. I can't even believe that is like the craziest colored pinstripe. This is my favorite pinstripe I ever produced. This is definitely a keeper. Kind of crazy. All right, thanks for the super chat. Now I got pinstripes all over the place. Oh, I love that pinstripe with the calico. That thing's gonna look so good when it grows up. I might just do all pinstripe calicos for now. That thing is crazy. All right, we can change this. Woo! Down in the sevens. I'm gonna need a calculator for this. All right. So this would be 25. Wow. This would be 81. Is that right? 81, 79, 81. Wow, we're down in the 79, 81. All right, that's not such a big number. Once we get into the sevens, when I first started, this number was 85. I was like, that's I don't know, that's a big number. Oh my goodness, we're getting there. If it takes us another 2 weeks, we'll get there. Whew. All right. Yeah, we broke the 8K. Yeah. Does my wife like snakes? No, she does not. She will tolerate them. Her favorite snake is Lucy, which is kind of interesting. The only time she really helps me with my snakes is when I'm moving Lucy or Sunny. And I always take the bitey end. She gets the tail end. Yeah, it works pretty good. How do you breed mice? Good question. So you put a male mouse with a female mouse and you get babies. And the problem with mice is if you actually take a female that is breeding for the first time, a lot of times the first or second litter, the female can actually eat the babies, which is, it's kind of disturbing at first. As a matter of fact, when I first started breeding mice, my females kept eating the babies. I was like, these females are all messed up. So I'm just going to euthanize the females and start over with different mice. And come to find out, it's pretty common for, it's kind of a learning curve for the females. And after the first couple litters, they'll learn to actually raise their own mice. Usually by the third litter, there's no problems with eating the babies. And the other thing with mice is you always want one male per tub. So you have one male and as many females as you want. You can never put two males in the same tub, or otherwise they will fight. And fighting males get really stinky. They release some kind of a pheromone. And let me tell you, one male that's fighting with another, if you put two males in one tub, it will literally stink up your entire house from the mouse smell that two fighting males will produce. It's kind of crazy. So I actually go through and just have one male in each tub, usually with just two females. in each tub. So breeding mice is a lot more difficult. And kind of the other thing is if you actually have a whole colony of mice, like two separate colonies, and you start mixing the females or the babies sometimes, you can get a lot of fighting. So I do a lot of inbreeding on my mice, which really cuts down on the aggression. So what I do is I kind of have a whole litter, and then if I'm starting a new colony, I'll pick a male and two females out of that litter and move them over into a new colony to start a new colony with my mice. And it's been working great. I actually have a really, like a highly productive strain of mice, and they'll have like 16 babies at a time. So actually, so if you have two females, they can produce like 30 babies in a tub, and they grow so fast and fill up those tubs. It's pretty amazing how many babies they actually produce. So that is mice. The only reason I breed mice is to feed the baby hatchlings, the ball python hatchlings. Let's see. So I went on and on about that. Let's see. So the hatch date on my snakes. So let's see. That was the let's see. That was Zachary. That we were talking about the 18, the hatch date on the. Actually, I can look that up. 2018 results. The fourth clutch, the coral glow to the normal. The hatch date was, hey, it was almost on my birthday. It was the 29th of May, 2018 was the hatch date on that one, which is pretty cool. My birthday is actually on the 23rd. You're wondering the hatch date on that? Let's see. What project would be your next project with ball pythons? Probably do the looking to do the confusion. Make it something with a leopard in it. Maybe some blackhead, kind of mix it up a little bit. Maybe go towards the dark side. I really want to get that new version of the dark orange calico that I showed in that pinstripe into some dark stuff, like maybe a GHI or some blackhead to make some really, really crazy combos. Mice actually don't really stink that bad. Someone said here, mice stink so much worse than rats. 2 mice can smell worse than 20 rats. You definitely have to do mice right in order to avoid the smell. Never put 2 males together. As a matter of fact, when I first started in mice, I actually got them from this reptile shop, and they would buy mice in bulk, and they threw all these white mice all together in this tub, and the mice were fighting so bad that there's actually some bloody mice. They were just tearing each other up really super bad. And he gave me, I think it was 1 male and 2 females, and that male stunk so bad I actually had to take him out of the cab of my truck and put it in the bed of my truck because it was so bad. And let me tell you, if you just have 1 male that never fights another male, that is it won't smell hardly at all. And with mice, you definitely have to change out the bedding probably every 4 days. That's the one thing you want to stay up on top of. But you can actually do mice where they don't stink so bad. And if you do them wrong, you definitely don't want them in your house. They can be really super bad. Let's see. I have a pastel yellow belly female. What would you recommend? For pastel yellow belly, you can go with another yellow belly and do the ivories, which would be pretty cool. You can also do like an asphalt and work it into like the freeways, like the pastel freeways. Those are really crazy. That's probably what I would do, is buy an asphalt to make a freeway. And the yellow belly is actually a lightning gene that really brightens in a lot of combos. So you can mix it in with anything. Like a yellow belly lesser is usually a lot brighter than just the lesser by itself. So you could do like yellow belly into like pastel or orange dream or fire or some of those lightning genes, and you can actually make some really bright and flashy combos. What would I breed to a basic pinstripe? I would breed I would breed my well actually bamboo is really good with pinstripe. The bamboo pinstripes look almost metallic, like they're made out of metal, which is really crazy with the combination of those two genes. I'd probably also do my orange colored calico, which is pretty cool. Let's see. I would actually breed ASF if I could ever find some. Yeah, African soft furs are becoming more and more rare. Yeah, this is intense stuff. This is 5 hours and 42 minutes, almost halfway to the 12-hour mark. And we're actually down in the $7,981 to go on the live stream super chat marathon to pay off the Harley Davidson. I just gave away 40 African soft furs. You know, you can actually go to reptile shows and they'll have African soft furs live ASF at some reptile shows. Are you tired? I am beyond tired. It's like I'm on my third wind. I can keep going forever. I am unstoppable. I never get tired. Actually, I don't get much sleep anyway. I usually get about 4 hours of sleep a night. I'm kind of always in this kind of a zombie state, I guess you would say. I don't know why I'm always like that. I only have 2 snakes. Doesn't matter when I pair them up. You can pair them up anytime. Doesn't really matter. Usually I pair up with everyone else, so we all have the same size hatchlings. Usually in the fall, everybody has hatchlings, kind of looking. If you can actually get a jump ahead of everyone else, sometimes you can start, you know, a little bit earlier and get a little bit of weight on your hatchlings. Sometimes that's I kind of hatch them out before some of the early shows in the fall too. Started with 7, and 4 months I had 40. Yeah, that's that's kind of crazy. So yeah, under a black light, you can get different patterns in your ball pythons. I probably wouldn't permanently put black lights over your snakes. I don't know if it'd be good for their eyes long term. It's kind of cool to shine different like black lights and UV lights on ball pythons. Sometimes you can see some really crazy patterns coming out, but I wouldn't do it long term. What'd you breed to a Mojave spider? You could do I'd probably do a lesser and get the Mojave lesser blue-eyed leucistic. Have I seen the Batman Grail? No, that would be I assume that would be the lavender albino clowns leopard spot nose, right? That would be a crazy combination. I've actually seen the Grails, the lavender albino clowns, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Do I still breed African soft furs? I gave up on African soft furs. I do not breed them. They breed so slow and they grow so slow. What's up, Junebug? What music do I like? I usually like more of kind of like hardcore rock, death metal, stuff like that. Sometimes I'll do a rap song kind of in the mix or a country song just to kind of mix it up. But I usually has to be the right words and the right song. I usually don't, you know, like binge watch a country station or listen to like a country station or like that. Depends kind of what I'm in the mood for. I'd say more kind of like hard thrash, death rock kind of stuff, stuff like that. How many females can one male ball python breed? I'd say most people will pair up anywhere from 1 to 3 females per male. That is kind of the average. Although I have seen the most I ever tried was 13 in a season. I think I got 9 of them to lay, which is kind of crazy. I've actually seen someone try 16 females to 1 male. that is insane. But a lot of times, if you have a bad male, it can definitely ruin your entire season. If you have like something happens, if your hot spot's too hot and your male is temporarily sterilized or something like that, you'll have a really super bad season trying to do something like that. Or if your male's too small and you're breeding a really immature male, like 400 or 500 grams, I would probably not even breed that. And if you try to do like 10 or 12 snakes and something like that, it can lead to a really bad season. Like I'm having this year. Actually, I kind of got greedy with some of my really young males from last year, tried to breed them, and this season was kind of a bust. Write a book about ball pythons using these live streams. Yeah, you can do that with my YouTube channel too. What's the longest I stayed awake for? Boy, that's a good one. Maybe, I guess 24 hours. We used to do, when I was back in the military, we did 24-hour kind of I can't even remember what we called them. It was some kind of a thing we would stay awake from for 24 hours, kind of on a regular basis too. It was kind of crazy. I have 3 females, ivory, and a spider, and a GHI het pied, and a male pastel. The ivory female, I'm always about the freeways. I would probably get a freeway or an asphalt, breed it to your ivory. So if you took an asphalt, even with some, I'd probably do asphalt with other genes, breed it to that female ivory, and you'd get freeway combinations, which would be pretty awesome. And then the rest of them would be yellow bellies. And then you have a spider. There's a bunch of stuff you can do with spider. I actually have quite a few videos on spider with a lot of cool combinations. And a GHI, of course, the GHI I'd probably do like a Mojave DHI is one of my favorites, like an all black snake with the yellow dotted line right down the top. Pretty awesome combination. Mystic to the Mojave spider, yeah. My favorite is Elvis. My mom was like crazy over Elvis. I might do an Elvis song once in a while, but I wouldn't do a binge on Elvis music. Dream Theater, more like AC/DC Black and Black, something like that. Or how about Iron Maiden, Run to the Hills? Some of the old classics. I don't know. I could actually ride my Harley with the AC/DC Back in Black, kind of blaring out of the speaker somewhere. I don't know. Can you shine a black light on your snakes? I actually don't have a black light. What are your thoughts on the black pastel mimosa? So the mimosa is the ghost champagne, which can be kind of a purplish colored snake, and the black pastel mixed in with that would be pretty cool. Champagne's kind of tough because a lot of times you end up with a patternless snake, or it reduces a lot of pattern. It would be a pretty cool snake though. Yeah, you wouldn't have expected my musical taste. A lot of people don't, yeah. Any particular brand? Any particular band? I like some Nine Inch Nails stuff. Maybe Marilyn Manson, kind of some dark rock. I don't know. Yeah. When it comes to music, it's funny. I used to work with a lot of people in the lab when we were working as chemists, and nobody could agree on music. And we got to the point where, we kind of go through this round robin, like someone would come up and, one girl would play her, I don't know, she put like flowers all over the place and played like this flowery, girly music. And then a couple hours later, we switched to some other guy who's doing country. And then another guy would do rap. And then at the end of the day, we do like hardcore rock or something, because nobody could ever agree on the music. Would I ever write a book with all my knowledge? I don't know if I'd write a book. I still feel like I make a lot of mistakes. I'd be like on the 10th edition and I'd be like, let's start this book over again. What if you combine a female blue-eyed leucistic Mojave lesser with a male pastel highway? So the highways and the freeways are a little bit tricky because the highway is the gravel and the yellow belly. And if you actually separate the genes, you really can't tell them apart from each other, and they look really close to a normal. Both of them will lighten the combos a little bit more. So essentially what you'd end up with is like Mojave highways. You wouldn't end up with any highways because it's allelic. You'd end up with a Mojave gravel or a Mojave yellow belly. And a lesser gravel, yes, lesser yellow belly. So you'd end up with snakes that look like lessers or Mojaves, maybe a little bit brighter from the gravel and the yellow belly, and then with the pastel in some of them too. So yeah, it'd be kind of an interesting combination in that one. Although what you could do is you could save some of the offspring, like a Mojave asphalt, and breed it back to the highway and get some Mojave highways and work the lesser and the Mojave into the highway project, except it would take a little bit more to actually work them into that project. Let's see. Wow, I'm kind of getting behind on the comments. All right, let's see. What happens? Let's see. What do you do for moisture in your tubs? I actually just sprinkle a little bit of water on my coconut husk chip substrate and just kind of check it to see if it dries out. Let's see. Yeah, don't go to PetSmart for ball python advice. Yeah, if you want real hardcore reptile advice, I would definitely go to a pet store that specializes in reptiles. Usually those guys are really up on their game because they've been doing it for quite a while. As far as, versus some of the pet stores that are like a jack of all trades, kind of doing everything all at once. What are your thoughts on the spider wobble? Breeding a spider can be kind of risky. I produced a few spiders in my collection, never had any really bad wobbles. I have some spiders that are perfectly fine, no wobble at all. So I think it really depends on your experience as far as, I've actually seen some people, they bred a spider to something else, and every single spider was like super bad head wobble. And if you have a really bad experience, you'll get out of spiders. And if you have a good experience, you might continue breeding some spiders. We still don't exactly know what causes the head wobble in the spider. And can you believe the snake around my neck? This is pretty amazing that this pinstripe is actually so mellow. It's kind of crazy. For a minute, I thought I had Bobby around my neck. I was like, what is going on with this pinstripe? That is kind of crazy. Your favorite female movie star? For a while, I was like, what was it, 7 and 9, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 01 in Star Trek. Yeah, that was like the whole Star Trek Next Generation. That was the I can't even remember her name now. What her name was. But I kind of don't really have a favorite. I don't watch a lot of TV, so kind of watch reruns over on Netflix or YouTube. Let's see. I'm in the process of getting a male and female fire Mojave adults. Def Leppard, yeah. Def Leppard's pretty good. Iron Maiden's pretty good. I like a few Iron Maiden songs, a few Def Leppard songs. Why don't I own a horse? Good question. So the only reason I don't own a horse is because horses will chew wood and they will tear up everything. I actually have some loafing sheds out there that I cut and made on a sawmill out of the trees I cut. And if I actually got a horse, that horse would completely tear up all my woods. As a matter of fact, my whole barn and all the fencing, the wooden fencing around my barn is all chewed up from the horses that they have. They completely destroyed everything. In order to keep a horse from chewing, you need to ride them almost every single day. And I just don't have time to ride a horse. And I'll probably end up getting thrown off anyways. All right, let's see where we're at. 5 hours and 56 minutes. Almost halfway through the live stream. Woo. 61 people on and $7,981 to go on the Harley Davidson. That is crazy. Don't ever stop doing YouTube. You would give up on breeding. So they actually came out with this new thing on YouTube The first time I heard about it was just a couple days ago, that if you actually stop uploading on YouTube and you don't upload a video within the next 6 months, they actually demonetize your channel, which is kind of crazy. You can actually reapply for the monetization, which sometimes it takes months to get approved. But if you actually just, if I wanted to take a break on YouTube and I stopped for 6 months, they would actually demonetize my channel, which is kind of crazy, which means I have to go back to my day job. So I'll at least upload, one time every 6 months, pretty much for the rest of my life, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Would pairing identical Mojave NG possible ghost have any negative effect? It shouldn't at all. The Mantic Glow. I'm not quite sure what the Mantic Glow is. Let's see if I can find it over here. The Mantic Glow. World's first NR Mandarin. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the NR Mandarin. I was kind of looking into that. There's only 28 examples over here. Still trying to wrap my head around that gene. It's kind of interesting. I have seen that snake over on Morphmarket quite a few times. That's a pretty awesome one. Let's see. What's something you wish you started doing earlier? Pretty much everything. I kind of wish I started in ball pythons like 5 years or 8 years before I actually started in ball pythons. Do I ski? Actually did some snow skiing for a while. I've done some water skiing, but I haven't skied in, it's been a few years since I actually did any snow skiing. It's been maybe over 10 years since I did any water skiing. I like to do both. I just don't have a lot of time to get out and do that. Yeah, do you candle your eggs and mark where the embryo is during incubation? I do candle all my eggs, and I do put the embryos all at the top. I separate all my eggs too. I actually saw one, it was actually like a scientific study that said if you put the embryos on top, it'll slightly increase your hatch rate. And then the other interesting thing is if you actually put the embryos on the bottom, it will slightly increase the size of the hatchlings, which I thought was interesting. So you get bigger hatchlings, but a lower hatch rate, which I thought was kind of weird. And sometimes, if you actually look at a whole clump of eggs and candle them all, sometimes the embryos are kind of all over the place. They're not just on the top, which is kind of wild. What's up, Malachi? Have I ever had ball pythons that needed more nutrition than rodents? The rodents are pretty much 100% nutritionally complete, so you definitely don't need any kind of a supplement for snakes. But kind of the interesting thing is I actually saw a video on YouTube where they did this experiment. They actually took rodents that were supplemented with vitamins and fed it to one snake, and the other one they didn't supplement with vitamins, and it seemed like the snake with vitamins actually grew a little bit bigger. I don't know how controlled the test was as far as kind of comparing them, but it seemed like in that video that with vitamins it actually grew a little bit. But most people would say that all you ever have to feed a ball python is rodents. Favorite python? Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Where's Bobby? Let me grab Bobby. My favorite python is Bobby. Let me get rid of this pinstripe. I thought this was Bobby. He's like sleeping on. He's the only ball python in my whole collection that is as relaxed as Bobby. This guy is so chill. That is crazy. All right, Bobby. I think Bobby was sleeping. Yeah, we had him out for like 3 hours earlier, and he's getting a little squirrely. He's going crazy. All right, we got another super chat to pay off the Harley Davidson. We made it below 7,000, and we made it below 8,000. All right. All right, so we are down to 79.79. Wow. That is cool. Yeah, this is Bobby. Bobby is back in the limelight. All right. Do I still have my large red corn snake? I actually sold Big Red and shipped him out, so he is not here anymore. I'm thinking about getting a boa at some point. Not exactly sure which boa to actually do. Let's see. How much difference do you notice when you candle your eggs versus setting them up the way they were laid? So I've never really set them up a lot, just the way they're laid. I've done it like once or twice, and usually only when I don't have a choice, when they lay them in a big clump and then I forget about them. If I actually don't get them for like 24 hours, sometimes they're so stuck together that you can't get them apart, so I just leave them together. I think I've only done it once or twice, and they all hatched, actually. It seems like in most cases, most of them will actually hatch either way. Well, yeah, the best time to invest in ball pythons was 20 years ago. So I would say the best time and the worst time, because 20 years ago, I've actually seen people they'll buy. There's been a lot of people that invested in bananas and coral glows, and they were spending like $25,000 a snake. So they buy two of them for like $50,000. And by the time they actually bred them, they were worth almost nothing. They crashed almost as fast as the scaleless head stuff. So kind of back in the early days, it seemed like, there's a lot of people making a lot of money and a lot of people losing a lot of money. And now here we are, like 20 years later, it seems like it's stabilized. You can actually buy, some blue-eyed leucistics, for a few $100, make a whole bunch of blue-eyed leucistics a couple of years down the road, 2 or 3 years, and you can still sell them for a few $100 versus, taking the risks. I'd say there's a lot fewer super risky genes in the market today compared to where they were 20 years ago. You saw me at a reptile show, but you didn't know who I was. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't, yeah, I've been on a lot of reptile shows, but I probably wasn't that popular back then. I didn't have that many videos on YouTube. So in the last year, as a matter of fact, in the last 2 years, if it was earlier on, in the last 2 years, I put out about almost 700 videos on YouTube. It's kind of crazy. So 2 years ago, people really didn't know who I was. Yeah, you get on YouTube and everybody sees your face. I actually looked over at my analytics. I'm getting about 12,000 views a day on my channel, which is kind of crazy that 12,000 people actually see who I am over here on YouTube. It's kind of crazy. Where did I work before the ball python hobby? I was actually a chemist in a chemistry. I was actually a scientist, I guess you would call it. I was a senior scientist and the director of special projects, and we worked on medical devices and getting a lot of new stuff to like new medical devices. I worked on a lot of startups too. We used to work on like drug-eluting stents and stuff like that on the drug side of developing new products for the medical device industry. It's kind of interesting. And it was a lot more, it's like really intense mind work. You're always like thinking and doing calculations and everything like that, trying to figure stuff out. What genes make more purple in a banana as an adult? That is a very good question. I don't think there's any genes that would keep the purple in the banana as an adult that I can actually recall off the top of my head. The bananas can be pretty purple when they're young, but when they grow up, they pretty much lose it all. All right, let's see. My favorite pinstripe combo. All right, so I have a new favorite pinstripe combo. If you're actually in the live stream, hey, we got 76 people, so there's at least 13 new people in the live stream. So I'll show you my favorite pinstripe combo right here in the live stream. This guy is gonna get tame. He's gonna get tame. Every time I pick him up, he hisses at me. He's a little hisser. So I don't know if you can actually see this on the live stream, but this is my favorite pinstripe combo. It is actually a really like a dark orange colored calico in with the pinstripe. This has got to be one of my favorites as far as one of the craziest looking pinstripes. I don't know if you can see that on the live stream, but in person, it almost looks like it's metallic. Almost looks like it's a brushed or like a polished copper color on that snake. It's just glowing like copper. It is so crazy. I can't even believe what this thing looks like. I don't know if you can see it kind of on the live stream with this kind of a low quality internet that I have going on. My internet is so bad. That's one of my favorite combos that I actually produced this year. And another one is the pinstripe bamboos. I really love those. Do you like steak? Yes. Steak on the grill, if it's cooked right, is probably my favorite food. Like a T-bone steak or something like that. You have a lemon python. So the lemon is, I believe the lemon is another line of pastel, which is the lemon pastel. Most people group all the pastels together, but sometimes they kind of separate them out into different lines. How to figure out hidden genes after you breed and weird babies come out of a clutch. That is always the question. It depends how many genes you have in your snake. So I've actually seen some people where they'll actually take like a 6-gene combo and breed it to a 4-gene combo with a possible of like 10 genes. And they'll pop out all these babies that you can't figure out what they are because there's so many genes interacting. And if you actually go over to Morphmarket and look at like 6 or 7 or 8 gene combos, most of them don't even exist because it's so difficult to actually produce them. So in that case, I've actually seen people, hatch out a whole clutch of all these hatchlings and they can't identify a single one because there's so many genes. And sometimes you can pick out 1 or 2 genes, but there's more stuff in there and you just don't know what it is. So sometimes it's like a rabbit hole that you're going down. And then as far as just identifying simple stuff, that's why I like to take like a bamboo and breed it to a normal, and you get half bamboos and half normals. That is like the best place to start as far as, looking at, figuring stuff out, and then just work in a couple genes at a time and slowly figure it out over time. Where do I live? I live in Bailey, Colorado, up about 9,000 feet above sea level in the mountains of Colorado. So there's actually a mountain right behind us that has snow on it 11 months of the year. Pretty crazy. And our summers are super short. Usually between our last snow and then after the end of the summer, our first snow, it's like usually about 2 months, 2.5 months. So it's a really short summer, kind of crazy. I'm the reason that you have ball pythons. Yeah. Couldn't get your head around the morphs until you started watching your videos. That was the point of my channel. It's funny. It's like nobody on YouTube really explained all the different morphs, and that was kind of like my number one goal is to it's hard to buy into ball pythons if you don't know the genetics and the morphs and how they work together and all the combinations. So it was kind of that was kind of the point of my whole YouTube channel. Beginner breeder with a budget. Incubator, buy one. Build a small room. Good question. I've actually seen people use, there's cheap incubators. You can actually build your own. Probably the best I'd say is to build your own out of like an old beverage cooler or a small refrigerator or something like that, and put in the heat tape and set it to like a heat controller, and then put a little fan for the air circulation. That's probably the best way that I would actually do it. What rack system? I would recommend going with the ARS racks, like the ones behind me, except they're super expensive. Probably all the racks in my room here, I probably paid about $20,000 for all my racks here. So one rack, I think like this rack behind me, I think they're like, I can't remember, like $1,300. But the cool thing about these ARS racks is you can actually buy them one level at a time. So when I first started, I actually bought 3 levels of an ARS 7030 rack, which was 9 tubs. And so 9 out of 30. So instead of 1,300, you're paying, I can't remember how much it was, like, I don't know, $500 or something like that. And it comes down to, just like over 100, 150 per tub, which isn't too bad in a rack system. So I'd say probably if you're going for the high end, you could do the ARS or the Freedom Breeder. If you're going mid-level, there's a whole bunch of kind of mid-level and cheaper stuff that you can go for as well. So I've actually seen people even use like a plastic tote with holes in the sides of the totes as far as starting out. And then once you sell hatchlings, a lot of times you can upgrade too. How hard is it to get set up and sell on Morphmarket? It's really easy to actually sell on Morphmarket, and so it's not hard at all. I think now is a better time to invest than 20 years ago. Yeah, I think you're right. The cool thing about now is there's a whole variety of levels. You can get into the low end or you can get into the high end, pretty much whatever your budget is. And there's a lot more cool combos you can make now versus 20 years ago. Do I drink coffee or beer? Root beer and black coffee. Yeah. Do you regret investing in retics? No, my retics actually serve a purpose. They eat all my leftover rats from my rat breeding operation. That's why I bought my reticulated pythons. And as a matter of fact, I might actually buy another boa because I have more rodents coming out of my racks. And I have a whole freezer full of old retired breeder rodents. I have more than I can actually handle. And the ball pythons won't eat the big full-size adult rats, so you definitely need something bigger. Some people actually get, instead of like a retic, you can actually get like an alligator or a crocodile or something like that, which is kind of crazy. I just lost my place. Oh, there we go. I'm kind of behind on the comments. I started with snakes before the lockdown. Now I own a corn snake and 4 ball pythons. Cool. 8 rosy boas. Wow. That's kind of crazy. Rosy boas are pretty cool. It's one of the first snakes I saw at one of my reptile stores that I was shopping at from the very beginning. You bought a banana pied and now have 29 ball pythons. Yeah, just wait until those 29 ball pythons have babies, and then you'll have so many ball pythons. It gets crazy. Pretty soon you'll have hundreds and hundreds. What genes age the best? I think the bamboo ages the best. Pretty much looks the same as a hatchling as an adult. Doesn't really change that much. You can actually do like the pastel desert ghosts. They age really well too. Desert Ghost and Enhancer. Some people think they are the same. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it that much. I haven't really done a comparison study on the Desert Ghost and the Enhancer. Do I have cats? There are wild cats. Although I don't know if they're the neighbor's cats or what, but there are quite a few cats that seem to be pretty friendly that are hanging around all the time. I actually have a lot of mice going, kind of getting the feed out of my chickens on my chicken coop. It seems like the mice are attracting all the cats. We also have mountain lions too, so that's kind of crazy. And then bobcats. I actually saw a bobcat, But I actually don't have I don't own a personal cat. Can you play the drums? Yes. As a matter of fact, I was a drummer for about 16 years in another life. Do you ever have trouble selling your hatchlings? Usually not, no. Well, it's a little bit harder if you actually have some really high-end hatchlings. Like anything, I'd say anything above $300 is a little bit more difficult to sell. Anything above 1,000 can be kind of a challenge. Not a lot of people have that kind of money. And I've actually gone to reptile shows and the guy's like, I have $10,000 in my pocket. I want to buy a $10,000 snake. I was like, I don't have anything that expensive. Usually I pretty much 1,000, 1,500 is the max for mine, pretty much from Waipanu's. The most expensive ball python is Bobby right here. He is the most expensive snake in my collection. He is worth $100,000. Well, when bamboos first came out, I think the first one actually sold for like $100,000 or something like that. And I don't know if I'd ever sell Bobby. He's probably my my most expensive. Have you had to deal with hissing? Yes, a lot of my ball pythons do hiss when I pick them up. It's pretty common. Yeah, usually if you pick them up and just handle them for a little bit, they'll just snap right out of it. Usually within about 60 seconds or so, unless you get some crazed ball python. 16-ounce ribeye. Yes, that is awesome. First ball python, it's a Mojave. That's cool. How big is my banana inchy clown? I can show you my banana inchy clown. He's getting really big. He's ready to breed too. I haven't weighed him in a while, but I would guess maybe 800, 900 grams, something like that. He's maybe 1,000. I don't know. He's definitely got some good size to him. So I bred him last year at 500 grams, and he did not eat at all, or did not breed at all. I bred him with 2 clowns, and neither of those clowns actually went. I think I bred him a little bit too small. But he's looking really big, pretty good size, nice and chunky. He's a inchy banana clown male. Pretty awesome. He was my big investment last year. $1,500 for this guy. Really crazy. Hoping to actually reproduce him, bring him to my clowns, and reproduce this guy. Make my money back, hopefully, if I can get him to actually breed. He is looking really good. Doing really good. Not bad at all. His name is Pasta. Can I bring Jeeves out? Jeeves, I can bring Jeeves. Jeeves is, let's see, which one is Jeeves? Here's one of my hatchlings named Jeeves. Take a look at that one. It's a really orange looking normal, pretty awesome snake. Pretty awesome. Just a normal possible desert ghost. Kind of a crazy looking normal. Almost looks like he has some granite or something in there. Pretty orange too. Pretty awesome. You know, actually, I was wondering if this one actually had some calico in it because it's pretty orange. It actually came from that calico. Oh, I wonder if this could have the calico in it. I don't know. It's pretty orange. I was expecting more white to come up the sides with the calicos, but this could possibly have the orange version of the calico, just not really affecting the pattern that much, which is a possibility, but pretty much just a normal looking, possible desert ghost, really awesome looking snake. I don't know what Bobby's doing here. Someone asked me how I avoid getting bit. Yeah, snake bite is nothing. Sometimes the snake bites can be pretty bad, but most cases they're not really that bad. And pretty much the way to avoid getting bit is to always avoid the head, kind of come around the back. And if they're kind of trying to go around, and sometimes you can actually snap them out of that feeding mode. That's kind of the biggest thing. Will I be breeding my Ridgebacks again? Nope. Actually, I bred my Rhodesian Ridgeback female, who's AKC registered, to my purebred Saint Bernard. Made some crosses between a Ridgeback and a Saint Bernard, and I kept one of the puppies, whose name is Cobra. Pretty awesome cross there. And I think my female Ridgeback is just too old. Like, I don't even know how old she is. She's probably like 9 or 10. And she had 2 litters of puppies since I had her. So yeah, I'm pretty much done breeding puppies. They're so cute and they're so much fun, but they are a lot of work. They are a handful. It's always kind of sad giving away your puppies too. Let's see. What snake do you have with the most stacked genes? So, let's see. I have my pastel, yellow belly, spider, pine. I don't know. Maybe I do have a 4-gene combo. I would say probably this guy. This is actually Bobby's grandson. That's probably the most stacked genes I have, with the bamboo, pastel, pinstripe, calico. You can definitely tell has Bobby's color right on the top. Kind of mixed up pattern from this. Essentially, it's a bamboo lemon blast calico. Really awesome. And it's a male too. This is one of my holdbacks. So that's probably the most genes I have in one snake. I also have a pastel yellow belly spider pied, 100% head albino too. That one has a lot of genes. But this is probably the best one for that I'm actually going to hold back as far as all the genes. The 4-gene combo. I should breed this one to another one, so you keep working up to try to get like a 6-gene and an 8-gene. Keep stacking those genes up. Yeah, I need to eventually get rid of my normals. Kind of cut back from my normals. So we are at 6 hours and 24 minutes, just past halfway in the live stream. Trying to pay for my Harley with the super chat. And if you're wondering, this is what we have left on the Harley Davidson, $7,979. That is a big number. We made $183 today towards the Harley Davidson. Pretty cool. And Bobby always wants to be one way on my neck. Kind of crazy. All right. Wow. Let's see. Yeah, hatchlings are more likely to bite you than adults or subadults. Almost every time I get bit, it's from a hatchling. Bobby's like, up my sleeve in my shirt. Come on, Bobby. Oh, where are you going? Oh, what are you doing? Oh, he's getting in trouble. Oh, my word. What are you doing? All right, Bobby. Now you're getting crazy. Whew. All right. How do I get my wife to stop buying snakes? Yeah, you stop buying snakes once you start. Once you have your first big year and you produce about 100 hatchlings, and then you're like kind of overwhelmed with snakes, and then you can start picking your own stuff out as holdbacks instead of buying into other projects. So you kind of have to go over that initial hump as far as buying snakes. What or who has inspired me to put all your hard work through a breeding and YouTube career? That's a good question. Let's see. Hey, we got another super chat. Nice. Thank you so much. So I don't know. It's funny. It seems like I discovered ball pythons. It seemed like I was like years, like almost 2 decades later than I felt like I should have discovered ball pythons. And I kind of felt like I missed the boat. As soon as I figured out ball pythons and wrapped my head around it, I pretty much jumped in with both feet. And then as far as YouTube, it was kind of interesting because I was watching some snake breeders putting YouTube videos out every single day. Some guys that were really super busy. I'm like, wait a minute, these guys don't have time to actually do YouTube videos. What are they actually doing? And then I found out you can actually make money on YouTube making videos. And I thought that is the perfect combination of doing YouTube to make money and doing snakes to make money. And I was thinking, all right, between both of those, I might actually make enough money to actually quit my day job. And that's kind of what made me jump the transition from working from a day job over to the snake and YouTube path, you know, trying to make up enough money to actually cover my income, which is still pretty tough. All right, let's do the super chat. Bring this number down. Woo! All right. This is that'll be 79 and 74, right? 79, 79. Yeah, that's a better number. We actually 79, 74. We started at 8,500 yesterday. That was a crazy number. I couldn't even believe how big that number was. Whew, so this is a little more manageable. So I actually bought a Harley Davidson and put 500 down. And the guy says I have 2 weeks to pay it off. So I was trying to pay it off with my super chat money. So I was thinking, all right, I can live stream for 2 weeks straight and see if I can pay it off. Kind of a crazy idea. I don't know if my voice is going to last that long, though. So the super chat, I've got a snake, like I said yesterday, that laid slugs. She is dehydrated and not eating. I took her to the vet. But have you had this before? Yeah, so I actually have had snakes that laid eggs, and a lot of times it's hard to get snakes that laid eggs back on food again. So one thing you can actually do is replace the coconut husk substrate in their enclosure, or if you're not using coconut husk, I probably recommend doing that with like the coconut husk chip, like a Pro Coco. It seems like it stimulates their appetite. I'd also probably wash the snake and clean the enclosure and everything. And sometimes that'll actually kind of stimulate them. You can also try like a live rodent to get them back on food. But yeah, so sometimes I've actually had snakes go a really long time after laying eggs before they'll eat again, which is kind of frustrating. And sometimes they'll eat right away within the first week. It really depends on the snake. All right, how's that tiny hatchling doing? He is doing great. So I do have a super tiny hatchling. His name is Lucky. So this one's kind of wild. I think this one was a twin, and the twin died. So it's a super small hatchling. And this one's actually eaten 4 meals already, which is kind of cool. All by itself. Hasn't had any help, no assist feeding or anything. We're doing really well. It's funny, I was actually showing Bobby his own picture on the phone here, and he's kind of freaking out. Let's see if this one will actually do the same thing. I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of a little blurry. My camera phone is kind of messed up. This is a really cool. This is a pastel yellow belly spider pied 100% het albino that is doing really fantastic, doing great. No head wobble at all from the spider, which is pretty awesome. Doing great. Yeah, this is probably the one with the most genes in my collection. If you include the het, it would be 5 genes. If you include 2 copies of the pod. It's actually 6 genes in the snake. Kind of crazy. Oh, look, someone brought me a treat. Thank you. So I have a helper, brought me my favorite mint chocolate chip ice cream. All right, so I'm gonna eat and do the live stream marathon. We are at 6 hours 32 minutes. Wow, that's crazy. So only 5.5 hours to go to midnight, huh? So where are you guys from? I was actually I asked that question the other day, and people were like, all over the place, from Antarctica and Australia and the UK. It is kind of crazy. It looks like we have 64 people on the line, which is kind of crazy. 66 now. Kind of keeps jumping up and down. Toronto, Canada. New Hope. All right. Is it hard to get hatchlings to eat frozen sometimes? Yes, you should start hatchlings with live mice, which is kind of crazy. Alabama, Minneapolis, South Jersey, awesome. All over the place. Any advice on taking photos of snakes? What I like to do is as a matter of fact, I've been doing photos with my phone. It seems like my Galaxy Note 9 is probably the best as far as taking pictures, as far as the clarity. I actually bring them into Photoshop. I put them on a black background. And then what I do in Photoshop is actually go all around the snake and kind of black out the background all around the snake, so you just see the snake on the black background. It seems like it really pops. Then I add a little bit of sharpness and maybe a little bit of contrast to the picture, and it's pretty awesome. So how does this live stream generate money? I'm glad you asked. So what I'm doing is I actually look at all the places: Long Island, Chicago, Canada. Crazy. So I actually saw Harley Davidson had really bad sales. Their sales have been down like 47%. So I thought, wouldn't it be nice to actually buy a Harley Davidson to help out Harley Davidson as a company and increase their sales? And I was thinking, well, I really don't have the money to buy a Harley, and no one's going to finance me because I'm a YouTuber and my income jumps all over the place. Sometimes it's really high, sometimes it's really low. And then I came up with this crazy idea. Hey, what if I bought a Harley and paid for it with my super chat money from a marathon live stream? So people have been donating money on the live stream as we go, trying to pay off this Harley Davidson. And it was a $9,000 bike. And we've been chipping away at it. So I put $500 down on the bike. And then yesterday we were like at $8,500. And then yesterday we had, I think it was like $401 that people put towards the bike. And today we're actually up to like $188. So what we owe left on the bike is $7,974. So that is crazy. And kind of the weird thing is, if you actually look at the replay over on my YouTube channel, it seems like my watch time and the viewers is up really crazy high from these live streams. So it's actually helping me on my YouTube channel too, which is kind of cool. And it helps me to connect with a lot of my viewers. So it's like a win-win all the way around. Although I don't know if I can keep going. I live streamed yesterday for 12 hours. And trying to do 12-hour days back to back until my Harley is paid off. I don't know if it's possible. It's kind of crazy. Las Vegas, Ontario, Canada, Long Island, Chicago, West Virginia, Canada, all over the place. So, any reptile shows going on in Colorado? I'm not exactly sure. I have seen some shows that they said that they were going to actually have. We have to wear masks and have all the kind of the regular stuff as far as, you know, the social distancing and everything. I think they limited the number of tables. I'm not sure if they're doing it in Colorado though, which is kind of interesting. All right, my ice cream is melting and my coffee is still warm. Got your first firefly today. Awesome. Yeah, so as far as feeding, I would just offer once a week and just keep going like that. Sometimes they'll eat and sometimes they won't eat. Let's see. So I'm going to go back a little bit. Be careful with super chats. Having worked with quite a few big YouTubers, as I don't want you to get the grifter label. Yeah, I don't usually do live stream super chats for the money. I just thought it was kind of interesting to kind of bring awareness to the Harley Davidson issue. I was wondering, yes, I usually don't do stuff for the money like that, so this is kind of unusual for me. And let me tell you, 12 hours of live stream. I'm definitely earning my money. I think I'd be better off working at the Loaf and Jug down the street to actually pay off the Harley Davidson. It's kind of crazy. I don't know. It's a crazy idea. I can't believe I'm actually still doing it. Let's see. Do hatchlings always have to eat live? I would say usually at the very beginning, usually you have to feed them live mice. I actually tried live rats and it doesn't really seem like it works as good. I'm back. Let's get this Harley Davidson. Yeah. Live stream with a purpose. That's what I'm talking about. The one thing I really don't like is people that just live stream for hours and hours and they'll get $500 super chats and it seems like the money just goes to them. They don't even have a purpose as far as what they're using the money for. So I thought this would be kind of a good purpose to actually do something with the live stream and super chat. So you're not just donating for nothing like some YouTubers do. So I thought it was a little bit different. I don't know. It's kind of a crazy idea. I've never actually seen anyone do it, so. Let's see. Said he was due a feeding tonight, but do you think she isn't interested due to settling in? I would probably, on my snakes, I just offer, and if they don't take it, I either throw the rodent away or move the rodent to another snake. With so many snakes here, I usually don't waste rodents, so it's not really an issue. If you just had one snake, one or two ball pythons, sometimes it can be a challenge because sometimes you can actually end up throwing a lot of rodents away, which is kind of unfortunate. As a matter of fact, a lot of times I'll actually take the old rodents and I'll throw them out back, and then like the crows and the hawks will actually get the old rodents. It's funny. I can actually go to Kentucky Fried Chicken and get one chicken wing, or something like that, and I'll throw it out back, and I'll go out a half hour later and it's gone. It's like there's something in the woods that just kind of everything that I put out there, it's gone right away. The kind of the weird thing is we had these little chipmunks that were just like a plague all over the place. And I would actually trap them, and I would, before I even checked on my traps, something would actually eat them right out of the traps. I don't know if it's a bear or a fox or an eagle, but let me tell you, the mountains up here in Colorado, you can't even close your eyes for a minute, and something will get something, especially if it's food. It's probably the bear too. We got some crazy bears up here. Is it okay to thaw a frozen rat in hot water? You can. A lot of people actually do it in hot water. You just don't want to cook it. That's the one thing. If you cook it too much, if you get it to the point where it's like rigid and firm, you cooked it too much. So you kind of have to watch that. I like to let my rats kind of warm up at room temperature. And then I put them under a heat lamp for about 5 minutes and then flip them over for another 5 minutes. Sometimes I'll flip them like a third time and kind of let them slowly warm up. So it almost seems like it's a natural way to thaw out your rodents where they're not all wet and you don't have to worry about overcooking them. Would you recommend a live feed? She's 3 months old. You can do a live feeding. 3 months old, you could probably do. I'll probably do a live mouse. You could also do like a small live rat too. Let's see. I paired my black pin female to my pewter beginning in April this year. Until this day, she's still bull wrapping. How long does it take before she lays eggs? So I actually have had females that'll bull wrap for months and still not lay eggs. So that can be kind of tricky. So usually if you breed your ball python, a lot of times the females will kind of hang out on the hot spot. And then at a certain point, they'll move up and bull wrap. And then usually right after the bull wrap, they'll go right back to the hot spot after that, after usually a couple months or something like that. And then usually once they go from the bull wrap back to the hot spot, they do their pre-lay shed. And then right after that, it's like 30 days before they lay. And what I do is I usually just ignore all that. And when it comes to, egg laying season, I just kind of peek in all my tubs just real quick to see if I have any eggs on any of my females, because sometimes they can throw you off. I usually check like once or twice a day for eggs. And then a lot of people, they look at the bull wrapping and they ultrasound and, they count the days down from the pre-lay shed and all that. I usually just ignore all that and just check all the tubs every day. Let's see. Keep the rat in the plastic Ziploc. Yeah, you can do that too. Is it bad to feed your ball python meals that are really big? So pretty much the biggest meal that you can get that you can actually feed your ball pythons, pretty much the thickest size of your snakes, so like this big. And usually on Bobby, I don't feed this. I feed just a little bit smaller than that. So if you actually feed bigger than the thickest part of your snake, they can actually regurgitate. They'll either regurgitate or they'll grow really super fast with those big rodents. I probably wouldn't feed rodents that are any bigger than that. And look at this, we got some fresh coffee. Let's get that Harley. I am literally so tired, says Junebug. We are beyond tired. We are die hard for the Harley. I wish I could show you a picture of that Harley, but I'm not sure exactly how to do it. They actually took all the ads down over on Auto Trader and at the dealership. So that's kind of interesting too. But it's actually a Harley Davidson Dyna Street Bob that's all tricked out, pretty much with all custom parts. It's a really awesome bike. It's black on silver, really super awesome, really big and flashy too. When you get a ball python, should you give a heat lamp and a heating pad, or one or the other? So it depends on the ambient temperature of your room. So in this room, I actually keep it about 82 degrees. So if you're probably like in the high 70s, you'd probably be okay just with an ambient. If you're in the 60s, I would probably get like a heat lamp on one side, like on a heat controller. You can actually have a dimmable heat lamp with a thermostat that controls the heat lamp and kind of dial it into like 80 degrees on the cold side, and then have a mat underneath on the other side set at 90 for the hot spot. That's probably what I do. But your heat lamps can actually dry out the substrate. So that's one thing with using a heat lamp. You have to kind of stay on top of the humidity. If my snake's head twitches, should I be concerned? I don't know. It depends. I've actually had some snakes where their head kind of twitches. I think certain genes mixed together can kind of cause that. Oh, let's see. I'm heading over to Morphmarket to buy a bamboo right now. All right. Bamboos are getting more and more popular. Let's see. Can ball pythons have bad sheds from time to time, even with everything being ideal? Yes, they can. And I do go through some bad sheds. It seems like the younger the snake, the easier it is for them to shed. And as they get older, sometimes you can have some really bad sheds. And sometimes I've actually struggled getting all the shed off before the next shed, which is kind of crazy. I don't know what Bobby's doing. What are you doing, Bobby? Crazy snake. You're over in the UK. Awesome. All right, Bobby. Can you put a heating pad under plastic bins? Yeah, you can. As long as you put a thermostat on a heating pad, you can dial it into just about any temperature. And what I like to do is I like to put the probe of the thermostat right on the heating pad. Because if you actually have it a ways away from the heating pad, what happens is the heating pad will actually get really, really hot until the thermostat gets to the correct temperature. So it'll cycle on and off and on and off and get really super hot, and then it'll get cold. So if you actually take the thermostat right to the heating pad, it'll actually dial in the temperature pretty exact for that temperature. But yeah, if you have it set up right, I think you still, yes, we're still going. Still 6 hours and 48 minutes on this live stream. Kind of crazy. All right, my ice cream is melting. I want a corn snake. Corn snakes are awesome. All right, bring them on. Bring on the questions. I'm here for another 5 hours. Yeah, about 5 hours. Which snakes poop the least? The ones that you feed the least, go to the bathroom the least. If they're fasting and they don't eat, they won't go to the bathroom. I've had some that you're wondering if they'll ever go to the bathroom. It's pretty crazy. All right, my ice cream is just about gone. Well, let's get out a different snake. I think Bobby's like tired of the live stream. Well, I don't know. Maybe he wants to stay out. He's like, don't put me back. All right. What else do we got here? What else do we got? We can pull out. Let's see. All right, we'll take this one out again. This is Slinky, the most requested snake of all time. Bamboo calico. Did you ever see yourself breeding colubrids? Probably not. pretty much a ball python guy. What do you get if you mix a lesser with a banana? So lesser with the banana, you will get lessers, you'll get bananas, you'll get lesser bananas, and you'll get normals. And if you mix a banana with an albino, you'll get half bananas, half normals, and all of them will be het for albino. How do you tell the age of your snake? You can't. It's pretty much impossible to tell the age of a snake. Depends on how much you feed them. Sometimes if you feed them a lot, they can grow really big super fast. I've seen someone was actually talking about breeding a female that was like a year and a half old and like 1,800 grams or something like that. that was kind of crazy. And sometimes, 1,800 grams, you can have like a 5-year-old female that's 1,800 grams. Let's see. Trying to go back into some of these older questions. Hey, got another super chat. All right. Chipping away on the Harley Davidson. Woo. All right. Awesome. Thank you. So we are down to 79.69. Whoever thought of this crazy idea to do a live stream marathon for Harley Davidson? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. Kind of the other idea I was thinking, I could actually show up at the reptile shows and everybody would be like, hey, is that your Harley Davidson super chat? It'd be kind of like a famous bike, right? How many people pay for a Harley with the super chats? I thought it'd be kind of fun. And that bike is so loud too. You'll hear me from 4 blocks away. They'll be like, here comes the super chat. I just thought it would be kind of fun to actually do it. It's kind of a crazy idea. I don't know how long we'll have to live stream to actually pay it off, but I don't know. All right. Super chat. Thanks, Moonstone Aquatics. Does tubbing cause health problems? I've heard stuff about no exercise, too rapid growth, and heart issues. Never heard of that. Not sure about that. Most of my ball pythons get exercise. They come out and wrap around my neck and squeeze me during the live streams. Being a YouTuber, it's kind of funny because I'm always pulling out my snakes and kind of doing stuff with them. So I think they do get more exercise than most people's ball pythons. Have you been on here since 2? Oh. Yeah, so I've been on right now for 6 hours and 55 minutes. We are going for the 12-hour live stream. Kind of crazy. Yesterday it was kind of funny. People were like, hey, I watched you before I went to work. I went to work for 8 hours and I came back and you were still on. And I watched it for a couple more hours. Yeah. And then another guy said, hey, I missed you yesterday. I was like, how can you miss a 12-hour live stream? That is kind of crazy. Yeah, if you tell your fans they can't ride it, they'll say they paid for it. I was actually thinking about giving people a ride on the super chat, actually pay for it with the super chat. That'd be something kind of cool to show on a lot of my YouTube videos too. Do ball pythons like live plants? I'd say if you had a glass aquarium, probably the best way to set it up would be with a lot of decorations and live plants and a lot of stuff in there so you can give them a place to hide versus in a tub where the whole tub is their hide and they feel really secure in the tub. So I'd say if you have a glass aquarium, I'd say you could probably do a lot of plants and decorations and stuff. Hey, how's it going, Chris from Lincoln, Nebraska? Cool. Yeah, we're still here. It's almost 7 hours into the live stream. Kind of crazy. Let's see. How many morphs did you prove out that you had no idea was in your snake? So This year actually proved out my desert ghost. So I actually took a visual desert ghost male and I bred it to my calico pastel female. Didn't even know she was het for desert ghosts, which kind of floored me. It's the first time I've ever seen anything like that. And I produced my super pastel desert ghost visual, which is a crazy looking snake. So that's the only one that really surprised me. And then I bred my possible het pied bumblebee to my albino pied and proved that out. So that was pretty crazy. So both of those were kind of crazy. On break again. What genetics are on the snake around your neck? This is actually a bamboo calico. This is actually one of Bobby's babies. So Bobby actually produced this by breeding to, as a matter of fact, I bred Bobby to that pastel calico and produced this, the kind of the orange version of the calico in this guy. Really awesome snake. Any unsold hatchlings you want to show or advertise? Yeah, that's I suppose I could. That wasn't really the purpose of the to kind of sell my hatchlings. As a matter of fact, I have quite a few people asking. I have to actually go over to Morphmarket. So I think I have 3 people that want to buy the last of my hatchlings over there. So I definitely have to check over there and kind of organize with some of those guys before I actually advertise over here as far as what's for sale. Do I put my VE300 on pulse, dim, or on off? That is a very good question. I usually do pulse on my VE300. So the pulse essentially, I think it has a lower range as far as, well, I'm not sure. Well, the dim is dimming. I don't really think it matters that much if you do pulse or dim. I think both of them are pretty good. So the on off is probably the least accurate, because essentially what that does is it's on until it reaches a certain temperature, and then it's off until it reaches a certain low temperature. So sometimes you can have a difference of like a degree or 2, sometimes even 3 degrees on an on-off thermostat as far as turning on and off. And then if you have a pulse, essentially what that does is it constantly sends little pulses to control the temperature a little better. And I think the dim is kind of the same as the pulse, where it's like a more continually variable amount of electricity that's going to the heat mat. So I think I would probably do anything but on off as far as the most accurate heat on that one. So yeah. So heavy feeding, yeah. So you might have, if you do really heavy feeding, you can have snakes that have a lot more fat reserves in the snake, where you can get kind of a chunky snake. And I can see, maybe you could have some health problems as far as, like heart problems in a snake. But I've never really, a lot of people say don't heavy feed too much to where your snakes are really super fat. So I kind of keep an eye on the body condition. If my snakes are looking really chunky, usually I'll reduce the frequency of the feeding. Sometimes I'll actually cut back to once every 2 or 3 weeks if they're really getting like an obese looking snake. You should sell a shirt that says, "This is kind of crazy." This is kind of crazy. Why are we doing this? Oh yeah, for the Harley Davidson. We have $7,969 left. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Ah, I'm being choked. All right, stop. This is what Bobby used to do when I first went around my neck. All right, I think I'm done with this snake. All right, stop. Stop. Oh, whoo, that was a choker. All right, that was like, I'm done. Wow. That's like the death grip. Woo. All right, Bobby. We'll bring out a real thing. Someone who knows how to live stream. craziest thing. I can't believe that thing was choking me to death. Woo! Have you been live for 6 hours? It's been 7 hours, 1 minute, 57 seconds. We're going for 12 hours today. Hoping to do the super chat to pay off the Harley Davidson. Doing pretty good, pretty good. Have you ever bought an adult female that was on frozen thawed and didn't eat live? Yes, so some snakes will do frozen thawed pretty good. You don't necessarily have to do live. And as a matter of fact, I prefer not to do live. Is the calico the line of that interest low white dark example? Yeah, it is, which is kind of interesting that whoa, I got another super chat. Wow, take a look at that. 4 a.m. in Moscow, but Russia is with you. Thanks from Russia. All right, all over the world. That is crazy. So I have to convert that RUB 200 RUB to USD. Russian ruble. Let's see what that is. That is $2.55. You never know what the conversion is going to be on some of these. So I'm going to round up to $3 because it's past the 55, which changes our Harley Davidson total. That is awesome. So we are down to 79.66, right? Crazy. Worldwide, yeah. I think that's right. 1 Russian ruble, yeah. All right. All right, cool. Yeah, I actually bought this dollar bill. It was like $1 million bill from Zimbabwe. It was worth like 10 cents or something. It was kind of, I think I paid $1 for it over on eBay. It was kind of crazy. The Zimbabwe currency versus the US currency. Kind of the old currency before it actually kind of bounced back. So I want to start breeding, and I was wondering, is there anywhere you can get racks cheap? That's what everybody wants to know. Where can I get cheap racks? So when it comes to racks, you pretty much get what you pay for. So these racks behind me, these are ARS caging racks. And the cool thing about these is these are like super heavy duty. You can like climb on them like a jungle gym. The cool thing is you can buy them one level at a time, so you can get some really high-end racks. I think one level is, as a matter of fact, like for these 5040s behind me, it comes to less than $100 a tub. So you could probably buy a level for, I'm not sure, you have to actually go over there and look at the prices. But I actually started with just 3 levels of an ARS 7010 when I first started. Or what you can do is go to the reptile shows, and a lot of times you can kind of shake them and see some of the cheaper ones and kind of take a look at them to figure out which racks you want. But the thing I wanted to avoid is getting really cheap racks and then upgrading to a medium rack and then upgrading again to a really high-end rack, which I've seen a lot of breeders do, especially when they get bigger and bigger, and then they go through and upgrade for a third time when they have a really big breeding operation. Sometimes it can get a little crazy when you're kind of chasing the upgrades of your rack. Hey again, keep popping in and popping out. All right. What are some tells or giveaways of het clowns? So het clowns is kind of interesting because a lot of people say you really can't tell a het clown. I've actually seen some people say het clowns could be a little bit brighter than a normal. And some people say that in a het clown, I've actually seen one guy say all of his het clowns had a stripe from the vent all the way to the tip of the tail underneath the snake right here, which I haven't seen on any of my het clowns. Well, the only het clowns I have are actually triple hets, my albino pied clowns, and they don't have any pied markers or clown markers. So I don't know if that would actually work, but you can actually look at the tails and see if there's a mark underneath the tail. Let's see. Let's see. Just started first breeding project today. Pulled the trigger on a sterling lesser male. Nice. So the sterling is the super pastel cinnamon with the lesser. Some of those can be a really silvery colored snake. Some of them can be a little kind of a brown, like a goldish brown color. Pretty awesome. And a male bamboo leopard pastel. Cool. So if you actually breed those together, you actually will get all white snakes because you'll get the lesser bamboo, which is an all white snake with blue eyes. So potentially 25% of the time you'll get the lesser bamboo, but that one could actually also have the pastel, the super pastel cinnamon, and the leopard all in the mix, and you wouldn't know because it would be an all white snake. It's kind of the bummer with the blue-eyed cystics. So a lot of times you can sell them a little bit better. You can't really raise the price too much because of the possible genes, but a lot of times you'll sell them faster than other blue-eyed leucistics when people are buying into possible genes in your blue-eyed leucistic. So let's see. If you want to breed nothing but blue-eyed leucistics, what two combos of snakes is the best? All right, we got another super chat. All right. So if I wanted to breed all blue-eyed leucistics, what I would actually do is I would take a super lesser with the bug eyes, the really crazy looking bug eyes of the super lesser, breed it with the super Mojave, which has the gray head. And when you actually mix them together, you get all lesser Mojaves, which is the perfect blue-eyed leucistic with one copy of the lesser, one copy of the Mojave, completely white, no gray head, and no bug eyes. And they would all, you'd actually know the genetics of all of them. They would all be Mojave lessers. That would be probably the best combination you could do for all blue-eyed leucistics. All right. We're moving the needle on this Harley Davidson. After 7 hours and 9 minutes on the live stream. That is crazy. $5. So we're down to $79.61. All right. Kind of crazy. I can almost hear that Harley rumbling. All right. All right. Tinny111, I showed my wife your killer clown video and told her it was my favorite morph. She bought me a pastel clown for my birthday on Friday. Awesome. Yeah, the killer clown is the super pastel clown, which was one of my recent videos. As a matter of fact, I did another one. You might want to check this one out. I did one quite a while ago. It was called Killer Pythons or something like that. And I was trying to kind of make it as a clickbait where someone would think it was something else. So what it was actually about is the super pastel. I think it was a couple of years since I made that. And I showed everything you could do with the super pastel, mixing other genes into the super pastel. And my conclusion is it'd be awesome to have a whole collection of nothing but super pastels, and the super pastel clown is another one of those really crazy. So if you're actually looking for something to breed it with, I'd probably go with something with pastel to make some of the super pastel combos. Some of the, they're readily available, inexpensive, and you can make some really amazing snakes with anything super pastel. How many videos are you up to? I can actually check real quick. I am connected to the internet, obviously, since I'm live streaming. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, that's weird. It won't show me, really. Let's see. 955 videos on my YouTube channel. That is kind of crazy. Yeah, so I'm doing a video a day, pretty much a video a day every single day. Last month I was doing 2 videos a day, so I put out like I think it was 60 videos in a month. That was crazy. That really boosted my channel. And in another less than 2 months, I'll be up to 1,000 videos on my channel, which is kind of crazy. Are you going to do a special video for 1,000? Yes, I am going to do something for, I'll probably name it, this is my 1,000th YouTube video or something crazy like that. I'm not really making enough on my YouTube channel to do a giveaway. I'm making, I think between my snakes and my YouTube channel, I'm making maybe about half as much as I was working at my day job still. So I'm still a small YouTuber with 36,000 subscribers, which is kind of crazy. Slowly climbing up there. Someday it's going to take me probably another 3 or 4 years of daily videos before I'm making some really good money over on YouTube. And then I'll be like, hey, give away a car or something like that. Give away a snake rack. And at that point, I'll be doing really good. Still trying to climb up to get there. Let's see. I noticed my male yellow belly pastel. There are black lines running from the bottom to the eyes under the cheek. The clown tear. I don't know. I've actually seen some interesting lines on the head, and I don't think it really means anything, but you never know. Let's see. Do you have or take any experience with the Creed morph? There's almost no information on the world of ball pythons and Morphmarket. Yeah, so if there's actually quite a few stuff. There's a lot of genes over on Morphmarket that I actually don't do videos on, because a lot of them, if anything, I'd say if anything's under like 20 ball pythons over there, it's really hard to get a feel as far as what it really mixes with, especially when you look over there and the kind of the standalone gene looks like a normal, and then when you mix it with other things, you really can't tell much of an effect. I kind of stay away from, trying to figure out some of those genes as far as what it can do. I kind of stick with mainly, combinations that I can clearly see that the beginner can kind of follow, or if I find some really good information on some YouTube videos, a lot of times I'll kind of use that video's information for a lot of my topics. But yes, there's a lot of stuff out there that I just haven't really done, and that is definitely one of them. I just purchased a male pinstripe. What can I pair it with to get something bright besides spider and banana? So it's kind of hard to work bright into a pinstripe. You can make some really cool dark stuff with the pinstripe because it's such a visually dominant gene. And usually if you actually mix other things in with the pinstripe, it can be pretty overwhelming. So let's see. You have an awesome wife. Yes, she brings me ice cream and coffee. She is good. She also helps me move my really big reticulated python, which is cool. What other breeders have you seen or met that has impressed you that you would give a shout out to? Well, the only one I've really met in person, I actually met Brian Barczyk in person at the NARBC, and that was kind of a weird experience because he actually had this kind of a U-shaped booth in front of his, he was like standing in the middle of his U-shaped booth, and he was standing there talking to people, and there was like a whole line of people waiting to go up and see him. So you had to actually stand in line to go up to see Brian Barczyk. That was kind of weird. Other than that, I actually saw Matt from Olympus Reptiles. He actually did a show here in Colorado. I actually saw him at one of the local shows. And I actually stopped by and said hi to him too. I said hi to Brian and hi to Matt. But other than that, I haven't really seen any others in person for per se. And when I actually went up when I went up to Matt from Olympus Reptiles, it seemed like I really couldn't talk to him because he's always dealing with the customers. Everyone wanted to buy snakes, which is kind of crazy. He was really busy at the show that day. So anyway, yeah. Uh, just picked up a chocolate pinstripe. Nice. A chocolate. Not many people working with chocolate. It's a pretty awesome morph. As a matter of fact, I have a video on the chocolate that really kind of dives deep into it. It's a pretty awesome dark gene. And I think it was Justin Kabelka that said the chocolate was allelic with spot nose, which is kind of one of the newest thing. I think that was the two genes, chocolate and spot nose. So if you had a chocolate, and so you couldn't make like a super chocolate spot nose. I think that's what he was trying to make, and he did like a whole bunch of clutches, and then figured out it was impossible to actually make, or maybe it was like a super spot nose chocolate. I can't remember what he was trying to make, but it was pretty much, he concluded it was impossible because they're actually allelic, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. So I was thinking about the pinstripe. If you want to make something bright with a pinstripe, which you could do, I was just thinking about the brightest pinstripe combination I've ever seen. You could make the brightest one that I've ever seen, which is really super awesome. You can make the pinstripe with the pastel to make the lemon blast, and then add in the desert ghost on top of it. The desert ghost lemon blast is probably the flashiest pinstripe combination that I've ever seen, going to the bright side. Got a super chocolate to pair with a clown. Cool. Tips for breeding feeder rats. Yeah, just get 2 rats and start breeding. I would probably try to avoid tubs that they could chew through. Start with glass aquariums or something like that, or go with like a professional rack so you don't end up with rats running around the house. They can breed super fast. They can kind of surprise you how fast they can grow. And the other thing, I'd say it's when you're breeding rats, it's more of an organization issue, because a lot of times, you produce a bunch of rats and they're like, if you actually kind of ignore them for a little while, they can get a little bit too big for even the biggest ball pythons, and then you can kind of run into problems as far as the sizes. So it's kind of interesting breeding rats. I'm gonna get a bamboo for my next snake. Should I get a male or a female? That is a good question. So I prefer male bamboos, especially if you have females that are ready to breed. So you can actually breed the bamboo to multiple females, and then you can get your own female bamboos the following year, which is probably the way I do it, because you can kind of crank out more bamboos. But if you're just looking for some females, a lot of people do a lot of females to start because they don't have a lot. I'd probably get a female. I don't know. It's kind of weird because you talk to a lot of guys, and a lot of guys will do mostly females with just a couple males. And I'm finding that when I first started, I was pretty much doing 1-to-1 male to female. And then I realized you could breed one male with multiple females, and I kind of switched to having more females. But now I'm getting to the point where I'm holding back so many females. I'm spreading my males so thin that it kind of limits the amount of males that I can choose as far as what I can breed them to. So it's almost like you almost want to go back to the one male and one female, and then give some of your males a break, and then kind of keep cycling them through. And then when you get more females, you actually have more males to cover them. So it really depends. You can kind of go kind of round and round with the males and the females. Let's see. You are number 1. Thank you. People knock pastel as being common, but it's common because it's awesome. Yes, it is really awesome. The pastels and the super pastels are really inexpensive and can make some really cool stuff. Do a shout out on Instagram. Yeah, I don't actually have Instagram, which is kind of interesting. I've never actually used Instagram. Let's see. Female to have the bell gene on the female side, unless the bells are targeting. Let's see. I think I skipped some comments here. Have you bought anything from Wilbanks? You use a lot of the snakes on Morphmarket. I think I have bought quite a few from Wilbanks. I can't remember which ones they were. I kind of lost track of that, but I was going through some of my old box, reusing some of my box, and I do remember quite a few snakes that I bought were actually from him. A lot of times I'll use his photos because he has the best photos as far as, you know, kind of photography, makes it a little bit more impressive. A lot of the photos on Morphmarket are really bad. A lot of them are blurry, or you have this little snake with a big background. You really can't see it when you blow it up on the screen. So I really wanted the kind of the best version of the picture. That's kind of why I use a lot of the snakes. Yeah, that's why where you're getting your lavender. I would definitely. He's got. Sounds like he's got a really good setup. I don't think I've seen a picture of him. It's kind of interesting. You hear a lot of these names, but you really don't see him like on YouTube or anything else, which is sometimes they're just like, you never know what they're going to look like in person as far as who they are, which is it's kind of crazy, especially in the ball python industry. Let's see. Hey, Chris, Aiden Sheriff, what is going on? Wilbanks was the breeder I went with for my first 6 morphs. Awesome. You combine shipping. That's pretty cool. Sure, yeah, I'm trying to hit every comment, and with 7.5 hour live stream, I think I almost hit every single comment. So if you commented and I missed it, you can comment again. I'm trying to go through every single one. Hey, what's up, Miss Kendra? To you. I know I'm down in the sevens. Can you believe it? Working on the Harley Davidson super chat, $7,961. We actually made $201 already on the super chat today. Made a pretty good dent on the Harley. Yesterday we made $401, which is pretty awesome. So already down $600 after 12 plus 7, 8, 9, almost 20 hours of live stream. That is pretty crazy. All right. Should I breed my sunset with my super Mojave? Yeah, that's pretty awesome. You could do a Mojave sunset. Sunset is recessive, so you'd make Mojave's het sunset, which would be pretty cool. How's Bobby doing? He is sleeping. I think Bobby's half asleep. I don't know what he's doing around my neck. Seems like he's happier around my neck than he is in the tub. That's kind of crazy. You should break it down to an hourly wage. Yeah. Somebody yesterday, I think they said it was like $36 an hour or something crazy like that. We can actually figure it out. So I made $401 divided by 12 hours. Yeah, that's like $33 an hour. Yeah, it's going to take me, let's see. If we actually did this, we can actually do the math if you want. So we have 79.61. This is kind of crazy. 79.61 divided by 33 divided by 12. We have another 20 days of live stream. Woo! All right. That is crazy. Let's see. I'm going to go all the way back up to the top to see if I missed any comments up at the top. I think I pretty much covered all the comments. Maybe I'll pull out another snake. Yeah, Bobby is like sleeping back there. All right. Here we go. How about this one? This one. Here's one I haven't showed you in 20 hours during the whole live stream. Take a look at this beauty. Big female pie. Take a look at that girl. Absolutely beautiful. This girl is 5 years old. I actually bought her at the NARBC 5 years ago, and she laid eggs for the first time this year. And it looked like they were all good eggs, and none of the eggs had veins or embryos, and they all kind of they all went bad in the incubator. So I had a whole good clutch from her. It looked like a good clutch, and it was a bust. All the eggs were kind of crazy. So, any adult females you looking to sell? I'm not quite sure. I might unload a normal female at some point. I have one clown that is getting kind of cramped in the enclosure. Although I am selling my jungle woman spider female, so I'll probably actually make room there. Probably not this year as far as selling anything. Maybe next year I might be selling some of my, probably my normal females is probably what I'll unload first. Yeah, this is a really pretty snake. I'm not sure exactly how tame she's going to. So she just laid eggs, just came on food, and ate her very first meal after she's kind of a little bit jumpy. Not used to being held. She's kind of a skittish snake. Not as tame as Bobby. That is for sure. We'll see if she'll actually kind of calm down around my neck here. Let's see. Yeah, actually getting paid more than a factory job, although it's kind of like being a YouTuber. You never know if you're actually going to make money or not. I actually worked my first 6 months making videos every day, and I didn't make anything. That was like kind of a crazy way to actually start. Love pies. Yeah, pies are pretty awesome. So she is my only female pie that I have in my whole collection. Although my dinker, I think, might be 50% het pied, which is pretty cool. So I could make some pies from her. All right, so this girl is pretty awesome. It's kind of interesting. It almost looks like some of the reticulated python pies with the white on the bottom and the big saddle on the top, which is kind of unusual for ball pythons. Pretty awesome breeder. I can't remember who I got this from the NARBC. I got a male and a female at the same time. I've since sold the male pied. This girl is really big. I think she was like almost 3,000 grams when she was gravid, but she's definitely lost some weight. She is super skinny. All right, girl. Oh, I'll get her back in the tub. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Here's one I haven't showed you. Since yesterday, I think. This is a big girl here. Take a look at this one. That is a big lemon blast. She is a really big female. She's a really good producer. I think her clutches are like 10 eggs as far as the size of the clutch. And this one, I think it's another like a Volta with a really big head and really thick body. As far as, look at how big and beefy she is. Really super big lemon blast. She's not very friendly either. Let's see what she's like on my neck. Hey, glad to see you back at it. And how's the fundraising? Doing pretty good. We actually raised Trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat. This is what we have left here on the wall. We actually raised $602 in the last 2 days, which is pretty good. Not too bad. We'll see. We'll see if my voice actually lasts for the next 20 days of live stream. I don't know if it's going to actually be possible to live stream until it's paid off, but we'll see. Let's see. How do you actually get a snake to calm down? Because mine is still pretty flighty. So the best way you can do it is just to handle the snake a lot. Maybe put it around your neck like I'm doing with these. And usually once they get really squirrely and start kind of going crazy, I usually put them back in the tub. But sometimes it just takes, a few handling sessions to actually, you really have to get them to trust you. And a lot of these snakes, like this one, so ball pythons won't actually bite you. They'll just kind of run away as far as, kind of the worst thing that can happen to a ball python. So yeah, this one's pretty big. Let's see. Oh, the weird thing about this one, I don't know if you can pick it up on the camera, but she kind of has the greenish tint to her too, kind of a yellowish green on that thing. I actually bred this one and she didn't lay any eggs. And this one is back on food. Ate 3 rooms this month. This girl's name is Poplar, after the tree. Pretty awesome snake. First time I showed it on the live stream. She's in this big ARS 8018 tub. Look at how big she is. Really super big. Pretty awesome snake. All right, what else do we have here? All right, I haven't showed you this one. This is one we haven't shown in the live stream. This one's name is Bunny. Take a look at Bunny. Bunny is hissing. Not used to being held at all. Crazy little hatchling. Brand new hatchling. This is actually a pastel calico with the kind of the orangish version of the calico. And it's kind of interesting how white the sides are on this one with the calico in it. Kind of like the reddish brown version of the calico, but higher white sides. Really beautiful looking pastel. This is the first time I've actually produced a pastel calico. Really crazy looking snake. That one is pretty awesome. I absolutely love the calico. It's really grown on me, especially my line of calico. I've seen some calicos that are completely different. A lot of calicos will have like a kind of like a pixelation on the sides where you see more of the little flecks of white, and this one's like a gradient. And the calico by itself seems to be like more of the orange, brings out a lot of the dark orange in a lot of these combinations. Really awesome. So this one, I'm not sure if I'm going to sell this one too. It's like, I don't know which ones I want to sell. I want to keep them all. This one's pretty cool. And then my pinstripe, that one with the calico is pretty cool. So what other ones I haven't shown yet? Let's see. We have Slippy. We have another pastel calico. Take a look at this one. So here's another one, another pastel calico. This is Slippy, pretty much the same snake. This one I actually had to assist feed 4 times, and then just recently the 5th one, she finally ate a rodent, which is cool. So this one's got a good start. Had a really difficult time at the beginning. This one's pretty awesome. Pretty much the same as the last one. I'll probably end up selling these over on Morphmarket at some point once they get to a certain size. I usually like to get at least a couple dozen meals into them so they got a really good start. So they'll eat just about anything else. Pretty awesome snake there. Some of the stuff I haven't showed yet, which is pretty cool. All right, we're gonna bring Bobby back. Ugh. All right. I just lost my DJI Woma hatchling. She was special needs and very loved. Yeah, sometimes you do lose some snakes. Sometimes it's pretty tough when you lose a snake. It's like with any animal, it's kind of the hardest part. Sometimes when you lose animals, it makes you want to get out of animals. Some people are like, I've lost, 5 dogs over my lifetime. I don't want to get another dog because I don't want to lose it again. It's kind of crazy. Do I have any ball pythons that push? Hey, we got a super chat. Nice. All right, we're chipping away at the Harley Davidson. I really don't have any ball pythons that push. And usually if they're pushing, usually it's overdue for a substrate change. If you get substrate, if you actually go in and water the coconut husk and it smells really musty and kind of moldy, usually that is the cause of your ball pythons pushing. It's a really bad smell in there. And usually if you go ahead and change the coconut husk and get it fresh, that it pretty much completely stops the pushing. But now reticulated pythons, let me tell you, they can really push like crazy. All right, we are chipping away at this number. Nice, $5. Thank you, Roger. We are down. All right, getting down, chipping down. 79.61. So we are at 79. Let's see, 56. Getting closer to the Harley Davidson super chat. I might repaint the tank that says Harley Davidson, then super chat under the Harley Davidson. Get it custom made like that. I think it'd be kind of a fun little adventure. Put some snakes on the tank or something. I don't know. Kind of a crazy thing. All right, so the super chat question: are prices at Repticon usually about the same as Morphmarket, or should I expect to sell cheaper ones than the others? So normally what I do, so I would say most prices at the shows are usually about the same as Morphmarket. And sometimes you can actually go over to Morphmarket and say, for example, if you see blue-eyed leucistics on Morphmarket, but the shipping is $50, a lot of times you can actually sell them at the shows for $350. So, a lot of people, they've been shopping for ball pythons and they know what the prices are almost to the dollar with the shipping. So a lot of times you'll actually see it at the show and you're like, a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll actually pull out their phone and they'll go, all right, I can actually get this snake for $300 plus $50 shipping, and it'll take me a day, or I can buy it at the show for $350. And that's usually, I'd say, pretty much an equivalent price. Sometimes you have ranges over on Morphmarket. I think the blue-eyed leucistics have gone up in price. I've actually seen them for $600 now. So a lot of people, it really depends. So for me, there's so many people that see my snakes and they just want to buy a snake from me. It doesn't really matter if I'm a little bit above some of those prices, but especially it seems like the more popular you are on YouTube, or as a bigger breeder, if you're real popular, sometimes you can ask a little bit higher of prices. I try not to do that. I try to be real competitive, but I've seen some of these big breeders that are more popular kind of using like the high end or a little bit above the high end, and they still sell them because they're like, hey, I want to buy a snake from so-and-so. So sometimes you can be at the high end. And if you're a new breeder, a lot of people sell them really cheap. When I started, I was selling normals for $20 and I was selling bamboos for like $250, and nobody really knew who I was. And then after you get into it and people will start to know who you are, sometimes you can sell them for more. So and then sometimes it really varies. And a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll do loops around the show. So if you have one at like if you have one like at 350, people will do loops around the show and see who's got the cheapest price. And I've actually seen this done before, where some of the breeders will actually go into the shows. They'll put out all their snakes, but they won't put prices on them until after the show starts. And then what they'll do is they'll do a loop around the show, see what everyone's selling their snakes at, and they'll pretty much match all the prices of the snakes at the shows. So that's another way to do it. So you're not competing with the guy next to you, or you're not, undercutting or something like that. So it really depends on kind of what you're doing. I've actually seen some people at the shows where they'll have all their prices more expensive, a little bit higher than Morphmarket. And usually those guys are not selling anything. And I've actually seen a lot of people, I'd say most people don't like to negotiate at the reptile shows. It's you pay the price or not. And most people won't budge, or they get offended if you actually try to negotiate. And a lot of people will actually, knowing that you actually won't negotiate at the shows, if your snake is like, $20 or $50 more expensive than somebody else, they won't even attempt to negotiate. They'll just go across to the other side of the show and buy the snake from there. They won't start a bidding war or anything like that. So it's kind of interesting when you're actually buying snakes at the show and trying to price. The hardest part is trying to price them and be within a reasonable price range that's fair to everyone, the buyer and the competition and everybody else. What's my favorite morph other than the bamboo? And what kind of Harley are you looking to buy? So probably my favorite morph out of all of them, besides the bamboo, is the Desert Ghost mixed with the pastel. I'd say that's probably the biggest thing I'm really trying to produce quite a bit of. If I can actually produce some visual pastel Desert Ghost, kind of crazy. And the Harley Davidson's kind of cool. I actually, so originally, the kind of the whole idea, the thing that got me started kind of spiraling down this road, I was doing this thing with the Harley, is actually, I saw that Harley Davidson was struggling with sales. Their sales were down like 47%, and they were closing retail stores and manufacturing. And I came up with this crazy idea: how would if I bought a Harley Davidson and kind of supported the manufacturer, Harley Davidson? The problem is I don't have the money to buy a Harley, and a bank probably won't finance me because I'm a YouTuber and my income kind of jumps all over. So I had this crazy idea: hey, how about I buy a Harley and then finance it over on Super Chat on a marathon live stream? Do something no one has ever done before. So what I actually did is I actually started searching on I think it was Auto Trader for motorcycles, and I actually found one that was like a really awesome bike. It's actually a Harley Davidson Dyna Street Bomb. And the guy that had it before me, it looked like he tore it down to the frame and then rebuilt the whole thing using all custom parts, which is pretty awesome. It has a completely different fork and a different tire on the front and a different fender. It has different handlebars, the really big ape hanger handlebars. It's got a different intake. It's got a different exhaust. Pretty much everything on the bike is custom, so it's pretty awesome. So what I did is actually put $500 down, thinking I could pay the rest on this Super Chat live stream. But the way it's going, it looks like we may be live streaming for 3 weeks before we actually get the bike. So that is kind of crazy. So I actually have one picked out and paid for. Well, I got the $500 deposit, so they already took it down off of the website. So do I have any Axanthics? No, but I am actually looking at getting an Axanthic at some point. Yeah, so I'm thinking about getting the TSK Xanthic, maybe getting a female and breeding it into some of my triple hets to make some quadruple hets down the road at some point. That's pretty cool. How long have I been going? 7 hours, 46 minutes, 22 seconds. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We still have 4 hours and 15 minutes. We can do it. We can do it. So why TSK? So probably the biggest reason for TSK is that there's one breeder called JD Constriction that pretty much all they do in their collection is axanthics, and they focus on the TSK line of axanthics. So it seems like some of the higher end, really cool stuff is TSK. As a matter of fact, the Stormtrooper came from JD Constriction, which is a pretty awesome thing. Any caffeine? I have coffee. Coffee. I'm on my half a cup of coffee. I'm on 1.5 cups of Coke. Yeah, we are going on caffeine. Yeah, so yeah, that's still a pretty big number. It's kind of funny. When I bought that bike, it was a $9,000 bike, and I had like $8,500, and it was such a big number. I was like, I don't know if this is actually going to work. Let's see if I can actually pay off this crazy bike. Stormtrooper looked great as a baby, bad as an adult. It's kind of interesting how the Stormtrooper changed and got a lot of black, and nobody really knows what the genes are in the Stormtrooper. We know it's a TSK axanthic, and there's a lot of people that speculated that it was a Desert Ghost axanthic, but I've actually seen some people make Desert Ghost axanthics, and they don't look like the Stormtrooper, so nobody really knows exactly what the Stormtrooper really is, and it's really interesting that it changed. So it'd be interesting to see if they actually could figure out what it is, and we could reproduce the Stormtrooper, which would be pretty cool. Day number 2, yes, day number 2. We are going on a marathon, yeah. What temperature do you have your eggs at? I set my incubator at 90 degrees. Yeah, I kind of like the mature Stormtrooper. It looks completely different than it's kind of weird. I actually went to the NARBC when he first showed the Stormtrooper, and he had the little Stormtrooper figurines from Star Wars all over his booth. I was like, what's going on? What is the Stormtrooper? I had no clue what it was. Any other hobbies? I have a list of, I'd say anywhere from 60 to 70 hobbies. I do a lot of different things. My family, we've always really been into fishing, kind of crazed over fishing. I haven't fished in a long time. I do hunting. Probably my favorite hunting is birds, for like pheasant and grouse, you know, the ones that kind of fly up in front of you. You try to shoot them, which is almost impossible, especially if you're doing pheasant hunting with a dog. That's pretty fun. I do some mushroom hunting, four-wheeling, driving my motorcycles. Yeah. So let's see. If you go to Reptile Show as a vendor, how much does it cost to get a booth? So I say most vendors will pay usually about anywhere. I think I've seen some tables like $85 all the way up to like $125 per 8-foot table. So if you actually have 2 or 3 tables, it can add up pretty quick. I've actually seen some people well, they'll have like a whole end booth, and those can be really expensive. Sometimes you can lose out on your booths versus your sales. Yeah, you love mushroom hunting. Yeah. As a matter of fact, at one point, I was so into mushroom hunting, I was actually the president of the Colorado Mycological Society. And some people are like, hey, I know you, you're the president of the mushroom club. It's kind of, I think I knew like 60 mushrooms to species, where I could actually identify quite a few edible mushrooms. Let's see. Is that per day or for the whole weekend? That's for the whole weekend. Just one table. So, yeah. And a lot of times you have to sign up early for those tables because you have to be a few weeks in advance. Otherwise, you lose them. Sometimes you can actually go on the websites. You can reserve a table, and you can actually pick your table as far as where you want to be in the show, which is kind of cool. I kind of like to be in the middle, on the inside middle of the show. So you kind of avoid kind of the, sometimes in some of the kind of the outside corners of the show, they don't get as much traffic as the middle. Sometimes I kind of stay away from the doors too, because sometimes it can be pretty drafty if it's cold and windy outside too. Paul Stamets, yeah, he is, he wrote a lot of mushroom books, one of the early mushroom guys, yeah. Let's see here. I think I have a little bit of yogurt just left here. Getting down to almost 8 hours, still 4 hours on the live stream. What are your thoughts on the ARS hybrid racks? So I do have some hybrid racks. They're quite a bit cheaper. So if you actually buy a regular rack, so I think this rack behind me is, I think this is the regular. Yeah, so this is the regular rack behind me. And when they ship these regular racks, essentially what they do is they have the rack all put together and they have it on a flatbed, and you can take each level off completely together in one piece, which is, I don't know, it's kind of pros and cons. I've actually received some of these kind of beat up a little bit where they're kind of warped. They kind of have to bang them together to straighten them out, which is kind of the bummer. These things are super heavy too, as far as you put them together and you can climb on them. They're like a jungle gym. But the ARS hybrid racks, they're a lot lighter. They're cheaper, but when you actually put them together, they come in like a billion pieces. It takes you like 8 hours to actually put your whole rack together in some of these. It's just so crazy. Once you've done one rack, it's a little bit easier to do the hybrids. I don't know which one I prefer. I almost prefer the kind of having the pre-made rack all together. As a matter of fact, I'd probably pay a little bit more for the for the non-hybrid just because it takes so long to put them together. So, sometimes you can actually put them together in a couple hours. Sometimes it takes long. There's some screws in some of the hybrids that I was actually talking to someone the other day. They said they were so frustrated trying to put their hybrid together. They're like throwing the tools across the room, trying to get the screws in some places. Sometimes they can be kind of crazy to put together. But once you get them together, it's no big deal at all. If you can actually buy a pre-assembled hybrid, I would probably go that route versus the standard as far as the ARS. Hey, welcome back, Hannah, the fallen angel. Womas are known to have the wobbles, so I don't buy them. Yeah, so the Womas, the Hidden Gene Womas, I think it's the Sable, the Super Spot Nose, the Spider, and the Champagne all can have wobbles to some degree. I think I've seen the worst wobbles in the Champagne out of all of them. Yeah. Debating between ARS and Freedom Breeder. Yeah. They're both pretty much the top of the line. So you have an adult male Vanilla Scream, adult female Pinstripe that I'll be pairing up. What would you get next if you're me? Vanilla Screams are pretty awesome. So that's the vanilla, the fire, and the pastel. Well, I would probably go, I don't know. I like the super vanillas. I actually did a video on the super vanilla, and I think it's one of the best supers that you can make. It makes really impressive combinations with just about anything. I'd probably do like another vanilla, something else with the combination to make some super vanillas, which would be pretty cool. How do you do these long streams? I hit the record button and keep going. Let's see. What do I do all day? I do live streams all day. That's what I've been doing. Red-eyed crocodile skink. I haven't seen those. Yeah, Bobby really wants to check out those bins behind me. Kind of crazy. It looks like my camera is kind of crooked, which is kind of crazy. Some people are like, I'm OCD, your camera's crooked, I can't take it. I don't even have a level around here, so I can't really tell if it's actually even level. Let's see. Do you have a BEL you can show? I do have a blue-eyed leucistic. I can actually show you that one. Let's see. We'll put Bobby back. This is Twinkie. Let's see how Twinkie's doing. Here is my only blue-eyed leucistic. I had a few of them and I sold them all, except this one. I had another one just like it, but it was a female. This is a male blue-eyed leucistic. Take a look at that beauty. This is actually a bamboo lesser, the bamboo gene and the lesser gene. And it's allelic, so everything I breed this to, half will be bamboo and half will be lesser. And kind of the weird thing is, look at the eyes on this one. It kind of has slightly smaller eyes than a regular ball python, just a little bit. It's kind of interesting look on this one. Sometimes with some of the blue-eyed leucistics, you can get smaller eyes or bigger eyes. Kind of crazy. Yeah, he is pretty awesome. As a matter of fact, I had him for sale at some of the shows. Everybody wanted to hold this one. I think about, probably, I'd say maybe 50 or 60 people actually held this snake at the shows. No one actually bought it. I decided to keep it. Hey, we have another super chat. All right. We're going to change the number on this Harley Davidson. We'll get there eventually. Kind of crazy. All right. So we are down to our super chat, Harley Davidson 7951. Awesome. Chipping away, chipping away. Cool. Thank you, Roger. Any advice to tame an overly aggressive eater still in feeding mode even after touching her? Have to use a snake hook to get her out. Sometimes some ball pythons are kind of crazy that way. You can try to feed them a little bit heavier. So what I'd actually do is start feeding them like every 3 or 4 days, maybe one rodent every 3 or 4 days until they're really fat and plump. usually once they get to that point where they're almost bloated with rodents, they kind of snap out of that phase. A lot of times they go through a really quick burst of growth, and sometimes if you feed them, you can actually snap them out of it. And it's actually good for some snakes to actually go through that phase too. But I found if you feed them too much to where they're looking really obese, you can actually put them off of food. So you don't want to feed them to where they look like a balloon, but you want to feed them to where they're a little bit more nice and plump. So sometimes it's kind of a sign that you should feed them a little bit more frequently, just for a short amount of time until you go back to like the once a week feeding. Have I ever seen a red-eyed leucistic? Yes, you can actually make what is known as a cherry bomb, which is a blue-eyed leucistic with albino. So it is kind of like this, but you work in the albino, and the albino can't break through the white, but it will change the eye color to where you can get a red eye, which is kind of crazy. Kind of a weird, it's not like I've actually seen a lot of people that said, those red eyes freak me out. I just cannot do albinos, which is kind of an interesting, a lot of people just do not like the red eyes. Got a bell from McBride. Thinks she's a Karma. Awesome. I actually just did a video on the Karma. You can actually see a little bit of pattern coming through the Karmas, and you can see sometimes you can actually see some of the other genes kind of breaking through the Karma. One of the few blue-eyed leucistics where you can actually see a little bit coming through. Love your videos. Keep it up. Thank you. This guy's joking me. Oh, I want the complete ball python book at Nerd. $175 is the cheapest. I actually had that book for a while. I thought it was pretty interesting. So I actually bought, I can't remember what snake that I actually bought that with. It was one I actually found a snake over on Craigslist, and the guy gave me the ball python, like a plexiglass enclosure, and the book from Nerd, which I don't know if he realized that you can actually sell that book. I think I sold it for like 150 over on Amazon, and it sold right away, which is kind of crazy. So you can actually get that book, read it for a little bit, and then go back over to Amazon and resell it for almost what you bought it for. It's a pretty interesting book. As a matter of fact, I kind of wish I would have kept it to do all my morph videos because uh yeah, so yeah, I probably should have bought that like 200 videos ago before I did a lot of my morph videos. It's got some really good information in it. It goes through a lot of the different genes. What should I breed my pinstripe to? I absolutely love the pinstripe bamboos. That's probably my favorite pinstripe. Or do a pastel pinstripe desert ghost. That's another one of my favorites. You could do the pinstripe pieds, which is pretty cool. Pastel pinstripe lemon blast. Yes, very popular. Pinstripe coral glows. I just made some this year. Pretty awesome combination. One of my favorite combos with the pinstripe. Lots of really cool stuff you can do with the pinstripe. For bioactive setups, can you use plastic plants and dead plants? Yeah, you can do that. Actually, for the bioactive, I actually have a bioactive setup for my crested geckos, which is kind of interesting. I used the coconut husk and the peat moss and kind of crushed up leaves from some of my houseplants. And then I have springtails and those little, what do you call the little roly-polies in there? The little tiny white, I can't remember what you call them, isopods. And they're doing great. I don't ever change the substrate in there. And I actually have a little water fountain that I kind of overflow and keep the substrate a little bit damp with the humidity in there. I haven't changed the substrate for like a year, and you open it up and it smells like a forest floor, which is pretty awesome to do kind of a completely hands-off substrate. Pretty awesome. Should new breeders stock up on males or females? I would actually start with females first. Sub for sub. Yeah, so if you actually say sub for sub over here on YouTube, they can actually delete your channel for saying sub for sub. As a matter of fact, most ball python, most YouTubers will actually ban you from commenting on their channel if you even mention sub for sub, because you can get in some really big trouble. Sub for sub. And I've actually seen some people in the beginning of the YouTube craze, people would do sub for sub and they get like 10,000 subscribers, and then they put out a video and they get like 10 views because you're subbing for something you're not necessarily watching. You don't get paid for subscribers, and what you really want is a subscriber that likes your stuff, that'll watch your stuff. So it doesn't really, sub for sub doesn't help you, and it can actually get your channel deleted. So just in case you're thinking, as a matter of fact, when I started, I was like sub for sub, and then I was like, I found out about, subscribe to my channel, I'll subscribe to your channel. It doesn't really work, and it's against YouTube policies. Let's see. Why don't you do bioactive for your ball pythons? Yeah, I've thought about that. You could actually do that, but I haven't actually done that. Would you like to expand one day? I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do as far as expansion. If I want to get too big, it's like you always want more and more and more. I'm not sure if I want to get to the point where I have like a whole warehouse of snakes and a bunch of employees. I think it would get a little bit overwhelming to actually, be in the grind as, cranking out thousands of snakes. I don't know if I actually want to get to that point. I think I might focus more on my YouTube channel versus focusing on the snakes, and just kind of dabble in the snakes just a little bit. Yeah, it could be cost effective for ball pythons if you did bioactive. Yeah, the problem with bioactives is you really have to keep the humidity pretty high all the time, because if you let it dry out, you'll pretty much lose all your springtails. I think it'd be kind of hard with ball pythons to keep the humidity up all the time. It's a lot better with something where you can keep a really high humidity. I think if you like lived in Florida or something like that, you could do a bioactive pretty good. Yeah, bioactive for a lot of ball pythons. Yeah, I tried isopods in one of my tubs, and then it dried out and all my isopods died and I kind of gave up. Can you purchase a snake for me? I actually do have a store over on Morphmarket. You can kind of browse the store. If you actually watch my videos, usually I do a snakes for sale video right before I post new snakes on Morphmarket. And they sell really fast once I post them over there. I usually don't have much over on Morphmarket. So everyone says you don't have much of a selection. It's because they sell super fast. The average percent humidity, I usually go through the tubs and just kind of water them down with a watering can like every few days, and they dry out super fast, so it really fluctuates from one day to another. All right, I want to go back in time. Let's see. Cinnamon to pinstripe is a beauty as well. Yes, I love the cinnamon pinstripes. What do I think about the Lori gene? That's a good question. So, I don't know. I think the Super Lori really looks like the red axanthic. I was wondering if it was actually related to the red axanthic. With the 2 copies of the gene. It'd be interesting to breed the Super Lori to the red axanthic with 2 copies of the red axanthic to see if they're compatible, if they're actually different. I was kind of thinking the same thing about the Monarch and the Ultramel when I first started, and it sounds like someone actually made a Het Monarch, Het Ultramel, so it looks like they're not compatible genes, which is kind of interesting. Let's see. Got a Lori Leopard from BHB. Cool. It'd be interesting to breed that to a Het Red Axanthic and see if you can make a red axanthic looking snake, which would be kind of interesting. Have you seen the Quake? I have. I haven't really done a video. I think there's not that many examples of the Quake over on Morphmarket. Yeah, that's the goal. Have enough ball pythons so you don't have to work and you can just breed ball pythons all day. It's pretty cool. Yeah. All right. This guy, I think we're gonna have to find a new snake. All right. Let's see what we can get here. All right, so we're going back to Bobby. Oh. How much does Morphmarket charge to a fee to the seller? So you actually pay so much per year over on Morphmarket. Yeah, so you pay, I think it's about 300 a year for 40. Yeah. They actually have different plans. I think they have a higher plan where it's unlimited. I think they changed it. I'm still going at it. 8 hours, 11 minutes. Will I live stream tomorrow? Yes. Hopefully we can keep going on the live stream. Kind of crazy. 12-hour days. The Harley's coming down though. 7,951. Yesterday we were at 8,500. So hopefully the super chat will bring it down. I don't know. If I got down to like, 1500 or something, I might just throw in the last 1500 and call it quits and buy that Harley. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what goes on with that Harley Davidson and the super chat. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting on Morphmarket. You can actually, I think you can start a free account and have like 10 snakes. And you can actually sell some of them and post some more as long as you stay under a total of 10. So it's not like 40 total posts, it's 40 maximum snakes at one time over there, unless they've actually changed it. Do I believe in Bigfoot? There might be a Bigfoot. I don't know. It's possible. My 2 ball pythons ate today. Finally, I have 1 picky eater. That is pretty awesome. The Bigfoot gene. Hey, that's a good idea. Maybe if I find a new gene, I'll call it the Bigfoot gene. How's the little runt baby? She is doing great. I can actually show you that one. I pulled her out a couple times about 8 hours ago. She's going to be super tame after this live stream. So take a look at this. This is Lucky. After 4 meals on her own, she's almost like still on pinky mice. Almost pink. A little bit over pinky. Look at how small she is. So I do mice. Like crawlers about the size of that. She is really looking good. Super small. This is my pastel yellow belly spider pied 100% het albino. Probably the most genes in any snake in my collection. Kind of wild. I can't even believe I produced this because the female was possible het pied. We definitely proved out the pied in this one. No head wobble at all, pretty much in this one. Pretty awesome little girl. And kind of the weird thing is if you actually look, if you hold the light up to her, you can almost see right through her. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I can show you if it actually come through. Take a look at this. Let's see if it works with the light. You can almost see right through her. She's almost like transparent. Kind of wild looking. Look at that. Kind of crazy looking snake. You can almost, it's like she's almost transparent. I think I can see her gallbladder right here. That is kind of wild, even without the light. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's I kind of shine the light so you can see it better on the video, but you don't really need the light if you look at it in person. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. What's your favorite ball python, not including Bobby? We got another super chat. All right. So my favorite ball python in my collection, not including Bobby, would have to be my super pastel desert ghost female, which I produced. I can actually show you that one too. All right, we're chipping away, chipping away. Wow, we're going down pretty good. So we're at 79.46. Wow, that's crazy. Cool, awesome. Chipping away. It'll be kind of cool with that thing on the replay, because you can kind of skip through and see it kind of slowly go down on the replay. Kind of crazy. So the super chat, always watching. What do you think of the panda, black and white? Are there issues with that gene? They are expensive, but worth breeding. So yes, there are issues with the panda pied. It's actually the super black pastel, which could you can actually get duck billing, where it kind of has a flattened out mouth that looks kind of like a duck bill. You can also get kinking with the panda pied. The super cinnamon and the super black pastel both can have the issues with the kinking and the duck bill. And the other issue with the panda pied is most of the times when you make a panda pied, it's either a really high white or a completely white snake. There's very few panda pieds that are 50-50 black and white. So sometimes you make a panda pied, it just has it's a completely white snake with one little tiny black spot here and there. That's kind of the more typical panda pied. Are they worth breeding? You can definitely sell them for a lot of money if you're actually doing panda pies. I think a lot of people, it's kind of a small market, but I think there's a high demand for the panda pies. Can I do a little rodent breeding tomorrow? Yeah, I'm pretty much stuck. I don't really want to move my camera as far as the live stream. I can probably do some more rodent videos after the live stream, after we pay off the Harley Davidson, whatever that will be. What rodent size for the snake? So essentially for the rodent size, the biggest size that I would ever go on a ball python is the thickest part of the body, like a rodent size like this thick for Bobby. And usually I go smaller than the thickest size of the snake. If you get it too big, they can actually regurgitate, or they will just refuse to eat it. If you have like a rodent that's significantly bigger, like 50% bigger than the size of the snake, and you try to feed it to them, a lot of times they will just refuse to actually eat that snake. So that rodent. Yeah, so Sumapide is the workaround for the panda pied. They're trying to make a different route to the panda pied. That's the whole idea with the super mahogany. And I've actually seen where they're trying to work black pastel into the super mahogany pied to kind of replicate the panda pied. I don't know if anyone's actually made one as awesome as the panda pied though. Are you pack NW as well? Not sure. Don't want to ship. So I'm actually located here in Colorado. I'm not sure what pack NW is, but I do local pickups for people that are local. Sometimes I'll drive down to Denver and meet people. Do you have a Mojave? I don't have Mojave in my collection. Yeah. Lesser Mojave, kind of a duckbill. That's kind of interesting. Have you talked about monsoons? I have talked about monsoons about 6 hours ago. We can talk about them. Again, monsoons are pretty cool. Yeah. Do I eat my cows? No, I actually don't eat my cows. I use them mainly for, I guess, like a prop on my YouTube channel. So a lot of my animals are to kind of give me more content on my YouTube, so I can show you my cows and my ducks and all the other snakes. Kind of give you a little more content here on YouTube. I do sell them pretty much live on the. When I do sell them, I'm like, don't tell me what you're gonna do with them. Just just take them away. I sell them because you get too many cows and they can eat you out of house and home. It's kind of crazy. And a lot of people, it's funny, I'll tell people, yeah, I have black Angus cows, and everybody wants to eat my cows. Kind of weird. I get a lot of viewers from India who pretty much they consider the cow like a holy animal or something like that. And they're like, they a lot of people from India actually watch because I have cows, which is pretty wild. How do you unthaw a frozen rat? What I actually do is I actually set them out to thaw about noon here in my reptile room and let them thaw for, sometimes I'll let them thaw for like 6 hours until they're at room temperature. And then after they're completely thawed, I'll actually put them under a heat lamp for about 5 minutes per side and kind of flip them over until they're warm, like really warm to the touch, but not hot to where they would burn you. And if you cook them too much under the heat lamp, then you can actually cook them to where they're really firm, and that's pretty much you overcooked them and they're no good for the snacks. You don't want to cook your own, but that's how I do it. It seems pretty easy just to kind of lay them out at room temperature. Let's see. Suma is my dream. Yeah, so they are pricey. So you can actually get mahoganies pretty inexpensive and make your own Sumas. What's for dinner? I actually ate a bowl of stew and an ice cream and a couple of yogurts. So probably when this is over, I'll probably have some more of my 15 bean stew. Still have 3 hours and 3.5 hours to go. So if we hit the 12-hour mark on this live stream, Pacific Northwest. Yeah. So like airport, from the airport to airport. Yeah, I usually just ship through FedEx when I'm shipping. What are the chances of visuals when crossing a visual to a hat or hat with a hat? So a visual to a hat, you get 50% visuals. Hat with a hat, you get 25% visuals. Yeah, I've been streaming for 8 hours now. Going for 12. I don't have enough content to post every day, so is it even worth it to post 2 times per month? I would just start posting and post as much as you can. Even, it's kind of funny because when I actually started YouTube, I started YouTube over 10 years ago, and I actually just posted like, I think it was like 8 random videos. And I didn't know anything about YouTube, that you could make money on it or anything. And I actually had one video that actually went viral. It was a cow, one of my cow videos went viral. I had like 200,000 views on it or something. And that gave me like my first, I think I had like 400 subscribers or something. It was like a really short, like a 20-second video or something, but I got quite a few subscribers. So when I actually decided to go on YouTube full time, I already had that boost from the initial start. So if you actually post something, sometimes it usually takes a few months or sometimes a few years for those videos to actually start gaining views. So I would definitely post whatever you can over on YouTube. Even if you don't think you're going to do YouTube, sometimes in the long term, it can actually pay off. Do you need a license or permit with FedEx when shipping? Nope. I do use Ship Your Reptiles is who I shipyourreptiles.com, and they actually give you a discount on the FedEx. It's a significant discount based on the regular pricing. Hello from Virginia. The live stream marathon you have going on is nuts. It is crazy. Don't post snake feeding. Yes, US ARC is fighting for us, and that doesn't help. So some people, I've actually seen some people do all like snake feedings over and over and over on their YouTube channel, and you can actually drive more views with the snake feeding, but a lot of times you'll get demonetized on those. So yeah, I'm still kicking with the live stream. Yeah, right. Let's see. You get a firefly tomorrow. That's awesome. Pretty awesome. Can you do a video on how to prep your frozen thawed rats for feeding? I actually did how to feed frozen thawed rats. I do have a video on that. I kind of stay away from any type of feeding or anything like that, because kind of the risk of demonetization on the video. Don't want to have too many strikes against my videos as far as like anything with feeding, or especially live feeding over here. You know, you could probably do it if you're a small channel and get away with it. Nobody's going to notice it. But once you get like 1,000 videos, you start getting really worried about getting demonetized, because that's pretty much what I'm living on, is my YouTube money. Hey, you're checking in. I am below 8K. I'll be done by Christmas. We actually sat down and figured out, if I'm trying to pay off my Harley Davidson, over here we have $7,946 to go on the Harley Davidson, paying with Super Chat. We actually figured it out. It'll be like 20 days of live streams at the current rate. So hopefully it actually picks up at some point. You never know how it's going to go. I was thinking if I get it down to a reasonable amount, I may just, you know, sell a few snakes and pay the rest and call it good. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. We'll see how long it goes. We'll see if my voice can actually hold up for more than 2 days of live streams. If I can actually do it one more day tomorrow, we'll see where we get tomorrow. Try to do another 12-hour live stream. That's crazy. Yeah, that is dedication. Kind of crazy. Blackhead Mojave Leopard Pied equals Panda Pied. Huh, yeah. Huh. Blackhead Mojave Leopard Pied. That's kind of interesting. Have you had any other snakes? So the only snakes that I've had Arizona Mountain King snakes, California king snakes, Australian Woma python, reticulated pythons, and ball pythons. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Thank you. We're chipping away on the Harley Davidson super chat. Awesome. So we're down to 79.41. Yeah. I was thinking if I lose my voice, I could just write stuff out and then hold it up. I don't know. That'd be kind of crazy. If I lose my voice, we're pretty much done. I was kind of wondering about that this morning, how long I can actually talk for on a marathon. All right. Put it at an angle. Cool. Whoo! So we are at, I shouldn't even look at the time. Got a ways to go. All right. Let's see. Our female ball pythons, do they cost more than a male? Usually the females can cost quite a bit more, especially if you have a mature female. So I always thought it'd be kind of cool to get like a whole bunch of female pieds. You can buy them pretty much the same as a male pied. And you could actually grow up the females to, if you actually grew up female pieds to about 1,500, 2,000 grams, I bet you could sell those females for over $1,000 a piece. You could probably sell them for some crazy money, which would be kind of cool to just buy hatchlings, grow them up and sell them. I don't know if it'd be more, if you'd come out ahead more than actually just breeding your own snakes. Let's see. What female morph is nice with a male banana pinstripe? The banana pinstripe is pretty cool. I'm not sure exactly what you could mix with the banana pinstripe. You could probably do the banana pastel pinstripe, which would be like a banana lemon blast, which would really explode the pattern. You can maybe add some leopard in there to really mix up the pattern, or Anchi or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, everyone's searching for the purple ball python. Or reds, yeah. Dream projects popular breeders have. What I would actually like to see is a bright green ball python, like kind of like the green tree python. I don't know if you can actually do it. That'd be kind of crazy. What do you think of a crystal bred to a DJI Mojave? That would be a pretty good mix. Are there any snakes you hold regularly? Like Bobby? Not really. Bobby's pretty much my number one. Do you have anything venomous? Nope, no venomous. All right. How's my frog doing? I have a Pac-Man frog doing really good. He's really big. I have so many roaches. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I can't believe you're still on. Crazy. 8 hours, 31 minutes. Yeah, I don't have a life. I just kind of hang out here in front of my camera phone answering questions on the live stream. What female morph would you be cool with the Ghost Mojave? You know what a cool thing would be with a ghost is you could make a true ghost, breed your ghost to an axanthic and go for the double recessive, the ghost axanthic visual. Those are really awesome. Would a clown gene pair well with a fire pastel? Yeah, the clown, the fire, and the pastel. So you get pastel clowns really jumble up the pattern. That's a really good combo with the pastel and the clown. And then the fire would kind of lighten it a little bit. That would be a good combination. The acid and the hurricane. I'm not real familiar with the hurricane. As a matter of fact, let's see. Let's see. Matter of fact, I have not done a video on the hurricane. So if you actually go over to Morphmarket and look up the hurricane, I don't know if there's a whole lot that has been done on the hurricane. Let me check real quick. That might be another one that I might do that video next to the hurricane. If you actually come over here, there's been 166 hurricanes. All right, so I may be doing a morph review on the hurricane, which is kind of crazy. Is there a red ball python? I don't think there is really a red. Some of the sunsets are a little bit red. You can actually do a little bit of red with the red stripe can give you kind of a red, but not really a bright red like you would think as far as a bright red combination. The Batman Grail, I have seen the Batman Grail. It's pretty crazy. I've actually, so the Batman is the leopard spot nose clown, and the Grail is the lavender albino clown. So the lavender albino, leopard spot nose clown, a lot of genes in there. The Grails are really awesome. DJI Mojaves are really awesome. Yes. Hurricane, Trick, and Blitz, many are the same. Okay. So really just a pattern mutation. I think I did actually did a video on the Trick, and it really kind of jumbles up the pattern on the side. The Trick pinstripe, if you're looking for something to do with a pinstripe, I think that's probably one of the best combinations with pinstripe. Adding Trick, it really jumbles up the pattern. Have I ever discovered a new gene? I have one Dinker project that is, I'm not sure if it's a new gene or not. I'm still working to see if it's genetic. So I'm going to prove that, try to prove it out and see if there's something in there. Yeah, banana freeways do fade as they get older, which is kind of a bummer. Getting into breeding, I was wondering if it's worth getting into the Candinos. So the Candino is het candy, het albino, acts as a visual albino. That's a pretty amazing combination. You can actually do, if you actually bred two Candinos together, you would get albinos, Candinos, and candies. And the candies can sell for quite a bit. The prices for candies has been really high pretty much since I started in ball pythons. I think that would be a good project to get into. Yeah, the spider gene. Yeah, so the spider gene can have head wobbles. It's pretty much a natural defect. I've actually heard people where they take a spider with a really bad head wobble, breed it to something else, and all the spiders come out fine. So when it comes to the head wobbles and spiders, I don't think it's genetic. Meaning, if you have a snake with a really bad head wobble, that it'll produce spiders with a really bad head wobble. It's hey, we got a super chat. All right, nice, nice. All right, so that is 2099 CA. Convert CA to USD. What is Canadian dollars? All right. So many conversions. Thank you for the super chat. So that is $20.99 in CA, which is $15.68 in the US. It's weird, the conversion rate. I thought Canada at one time was pretty much par on with the US. It seems like it's changed quite a bit. Like some conversions change over time. As a matter of fact, as actually, well, maybe not. It looks like there's actually conversion here. Anyway, so I'll just round that up to $16. All right, we're moving along. Woohoo! Get this thing going. So let's see where we're at here. So that is let me see here. We're at 79.26. All right. All right. Slowly chipping away. All right. Let's see. Ball python that I think is overrated. I don't know. That is a good question. I don't really know of any genes that are really overrated. They all have their strengths and their weaknesses. Which do you prefer for a male banana super chocolate or banana super extreme gene? So it's kind of interesting. I haven't really done a morph review on the extreme gene either. I've been kind of looking into that one, so I don't really know a whole lot about that gene. It's amazing. I've done 1,000 videos and I still don't know some of these genes. There's just so many to actually look into. It's kind of crazy. As a matter of fact, I think the hurricane was on my list to do, and the extreme gene. And there's some other ones that people have been asking about. They're kind of on a list of some of the genes that I need to do. What kind of job did you used to have? So that is an interesting question. So actually, my first job right out of high school, I went in the military in the 101st Airborne back in 1984. That was my first job for the first 4 years. And then after that, I went to college, got a master's degree in chemistry. And then I was a chemist for about 20 years. So I worked in a laboratory as a chemist, working with medical devices and natural products. That's pretty much what I was doing right up until I jumped over to snakes and the YouTube. I worked in the lab every day. I was pretty much had my head in a fume hood, mixing chemicals together every single day. Haven't been on par with the currency conversion. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, all the different currency conversions, and it seems like every every time I get a super chat, I'm like, what country is this from and what's the conversion? It's kind of crazy. How much money now? Yes, I actually have it up here. $7,926 to go. And we actually made, yesterday we made $401 donated towards the Harley Davidson Super Chat. And today we're actually at $236, which is pretty cool. Yeah, toffee and candy are pretty much the same, kind of like the banana and the Coral Glow. I think I did a comparison video, toffee versus candy, pretty much concluded that it was the same gene. All right, let's see. See if I have another drink in here. I actually do have another cold one, another Coke. All right, I'm on my third Coke. You know what that means? So I have my Yeti beverage cooler holder and my Coke. I actually had a black one yesterday. Today I have my, I think they call this color Seafoam. It's actually from Yeti, which is kind of cool. Not that I sponsor Coke or Yeti. Well, my third Coke, that means we're getting near the end. Yesterday I had 2.5 Cokes by the time we finished. So we're at 8:42, which would be 9, with 3 hours to go. Whoo! Getting crazy. Yeah, sweet, still going. It's the never-ending live stream. If I could take any more from any snake and put it in a ball python, what would you pick? You know, the one I would really like is like the tiger or the tiger reticulated python. That thing is crazy. I'd absolutely love to have that in a ball python. What do I have my space heater sitting on in videos? My space heater. So I actually have a space heater right up against my air cleaner, and usually I just kind of lay it on its side for the videos to kind of turn it off. I don't have a humidifier here in the room. Being a chemist and then a snake breeder is definitely must have been different. Yes. Yeah, quitting my day job and jumping over to YouTube and breeding snakes. That was a big transition. I thought about it for a long time before I actually made the jump. And sometimes I think it might be easier to actually go back, but I don't know. It's nice working from home. Trying to do both was hard, trying to, do the commute and everything. I really didn't sleep much. I definitely sleep more now. Well, at least I slept pretty good up until the live streams, and now I don't sleep that much. We'll see how long this actually goes. But the first time you handle your ball python, how long should you handle them? So I think it's better to handle ball pythons for a longer period of time, probably at least 30 minutes to an hour each session. Because if you handle them just a short amount of time, sometimes they don't really relax and trust you. Some guy actually sold me my clown female, and when he sold it to me, he said it was his meanest hatchlings of all of his hatchlings. And I actually held that thing for like 3 hours straight, and it calmed down so much it became one of my tamest hatchlings. So I think it can definitely work holding them for a long time. I should sponsor Yeti. I know. Yeah, that's yeah, this is not brought to you by Yeti. It's funny that someone was watching the replay of yesterday, and they said they were going to watch the whole thing until I started today. I was wondering how many people would watch a 12-hour replay of a live stream. I don't know. That is pretty crazy. Any chemistry applicable to keeping the animals? Not really. No chemistry. Don't really use my science skills in breeding ball pythons. Maybe genetics, but I was not really a geneticist, so this is completely different than what I was doing. Can't wait because I'll be buying one from you. I will definitely have some for sale. Yeah, the air cleaner. I have a big air cleaner. I used to use a humidifier here in the room, and I went through like, I think it was like 3 gallons of water a day or something like that. It was kind of crazy. I got tired of hauling water, so I kind of stopped doing the humidifier. Will I have any desert ghost babies? No, I had some het desert ghosts and some possible het desert ghosts, but nothing as far as a visual desert ghost. Yeah, I don't think you can crossbreed a reticulated python and a ball python. I wonder if you'd actually do a super dwarf reticulated python with the ball python, which would be kind of interesting. Made a list of future projects and you had 1.5 pages. Yeah. I was there at the very beginning, which is kind of crazy. What gene are you going to get into that you're not in yet? The puzzle. Oh, as a matter of fact, I would like to get into the puzzle. That would be a pretty awesome project. I was actually thinking of the confusion, the acid, or the static, which is pretty cool. I'd like to bring leopard into my collection, which is not very expensive. Probably, I probably would get into the puzzle, which is probably one of the craziest things you can actually mix in with a lot of combinations. Can I help you with chemistry homework? I actually don't do tutoring. I was wondering if Bobby was actually going to go to the bathroom on me. Hopefully not. Definitely don't want him to make a mess. I haven't even been checking on that. Oh, that's kind of crazy. So when I first started, as a matter of fact, my very first job out of college, I was an adjunct chemistry professor teaching general chemistry, thermodynamics, kinetics, equilibrium, and stuff like that. It was kind of fun. Didn't make any money. I think I spent more money in gas than I made teaching. I was like, I couldn't teach. I just couldn't afford it. What makes the puzzle gene unique? So the puzzle, if you actually look at the puzzle just by itself, it looks almost like a normal as far as the colors. Sometimes it can have some streaking on the side. When you work other genes in with the puzzle, you can get some really crazy combinations like you really haven't seen with anything else. Puzzles are really expensive too. Would you do possible hets to start off? I would say possible hets, you might as well consider them as not het at all as far as the possible het. Your snake pooped on you earlier? Bobby's peed on me once in the middle of a video. He was like peeing all over me. I actually left it in the video too. It's pretty crazy. The best time of the year to breed a ball python, I pair up on October 15th. Yeah, the teaching I do now is on ball pythons on my YouTube channel. I guess I still am a teacher over here on YouTube. Have I done a freeway? No, I haven't done any freeway. That's another gene that I like to get into is the asphalt and the yellow bellies, the combination in the freeways. Do I have any trouble with the airborne ammonia acting on the metalworks of your air cleaner? So yeah, if I can actually walk into my reptile room and smell ammonia, that means I let my rodents go too far. I definitely don't want to smell ammonia in my reptile room. I kind of stay on top of all the rodents. Try to keep them nice and clean. Chemistry videos, another 900 videos. Yeah, I probably won't do a chemistry channel. No, chemistry did not help me know the genetics of ball pythons. I don't really use any chemistry at all over here. I just kind of learned it myself and just kind of researched genes and started making videos and made a lot of mistakes along the way. And a lot of times, When I actually make a mistake on a video, I get corrected a lot from the viewers and the chat. That's probably the biggest thing that helps you with learning your genes over here on kind of working on YouTube. Yeah, I do a lot of genetics videos on my channel. All right, let's see if we can find another snake. All right, Bobby does not want to go back in. Huh? Let's see what we have. We'll pull this girl out. She hasn't been out in a while, huh? This is a cool snake. Oh, let's see. All right, take a look at this one. Speaking of Candinos, this is an albino, high contrast albino female, looking really good, really beautiful looking albino. I bred her 1 year. I made a whole bunch of albino het pieds, bred her to my albino pieds, and then this last year, I gave her the year off. She's really beautiful, really high contrast. Crazy looking snake, really big and beefy too. We'll see how she does around my neck. I don't know. She probably won't fall asleep like Bobby. She'll probably like be taking off and going all over the place like all the other ones. I want to see some retic eggs. I want to see some retic eggs too. I've been breeding those retics for 3 years now. Still no eggs. Hopefully this year will be the year. How many snakes did you have before you made your own rodent colony? I think I had about 20 snakes before I started in rodents. So yeah, so I did have one ball python that really does not like me because of the bad shipping process. And the problem with that one, it was actually shipped UPS right to my house, and I think it got beat up in shipping. So I actually had one other one that got beat up in shipping. So I really pick them up at the FedEx ship centers anymore. I don't ship them to the house. That kind of solves it. So when you get a ball python, do you have to cover the terrarium? It's good enough for them to have a place to retreat to. That's why I like the dark tubs. It's pretty much perfect for ball pythons. Hey, another super chat. All right. Thanks. Cool. Let's whittle down on this number. All right. Whew. Cool. All right. If this snake will actually stay still, huh? All right. So we're down to 79.21. Chipping away. On the Harley Davidson super chat. Oh, this snake is going crazy. Oh, at least she hasn't choked me out yet. Oh, that number's looking better and better every time, huh? All right, Terrell Harrington, $5 super chat. Are you still breeding other farm animals? Yes, I am breeding a whole bunch of other farm animals. So, as a matter of fact, I have a cow that should have a baby anytime now, maybe within the next week or two. She is, almost looks like she's getting dilated. So I'm thinking she's getting really close. It's kind of late in the season to actually have a calf. So I'll probably have to really bed that calf down to keep it from the cold. Also, I have ducks and chickens and muscovies. As far as my farm animals, I have some dogs, but I'm not breeding my dogs anymore. I bred my female dog twice. Not going to do that again. It was really cute with all those puppies, but it's definitely a lot of work. If you could jump into a gene that a lot of people aren't working with, what would it be? I was thinking probably the tri-stripe. Not a whole lot has actually been done with the tri-stripe, so it'd be kind of interesting to work other genes into it to see the true potential of what it can do. Especially like the probably my favorite is the albino tri-stripe. Those are really awesome. I'd probably breed a tri-stripe to something like this and get the double heads and breed them back together. What type of certification did you get for a breeding license? So you don't need a license here in Colorado to breed snakes. I know there's different rules for different places. I think in like Australia, it's like super. I don't think you can have ball pythons in Australia, but some places I think do need certain requirements for certain snakes, but you don't need anything. Colorado is a free state when it comes to snakes. No license, no permits or anything like that, which is pretty cool. Although there's certain areas of Denver where you can't have really big snakes like a reticulated python. 8 hours, 57 minutes. So 9 hours, well, only 3 hours to go. We can do it. Crazy. Let's see. Gonna put the Lori to the spot-nosed clown. Awesome. What did I breed to an ivory? So what I would do with an ivory is I would actually do like a pastel asphalt and go for the pastel freeways, which is probably one of the craziest combinations that you can actually work. I kind of wish I had a female ivory so I could get into that project. That's probably the cheapest way to actually get into the freeways. This albino is going crazy. Whew. All right, I'm gonna have to put her back. She is a really good looking snake, really big too. Awesome snake, not used to being held. She's freaking out. All right, here we go. All right, we're back with the Bobby. It's funny, every time I put Bobby back in the tub, he's like, no, don't put me back. He wants to come out and sleep on my neck. It's kind of weird. Oh, let's see. I got my mom into ball pythons. She likes the expensive morphs. That's pretty funny. The more you spend, the more you can make. Although I've seen some people with 20 ball pythons and they don't breed them. They just have them all as pets, which is kind of crazy. How can you tell if a female is ready to breed? Usually I look at the body condition and the age. If it's over 1,500 grams, you can breed it. If it's still eating pretty good and has a good body condition. So if it's been fasting for months and months and it's like really super skinny, I probably wouldn't pair up that ball python. But if it's been eating every week for like the last month or two and it's over 1,500 grams, I'd probably go ahead and pair it up. Can you say hi, Benny? Hi, Benny. What is going on? The most anticipated clutch of the 2021 season. Well, some of the stuff that I keep trying that I want to pair my banana inchy clown to my lesser clown female and get some more visual banana inchy. If I could get a banana inchy lesser clown, that would be awesome. And then I want to breed my visual desert ghost male. It's actually a pastel inchy desert ghost to my other desert ghost, which is a pastel spider desert ghost female. That's probably my number one most anticipated. I've paired them up for the last 2 years and she still doesn't go. I thought for sure she was going to go this year. She started out really good and they were locking and locking. At the beginning of the season, she was eating really good, just pounding the rats. And I thought she was actually developing follicles. As a matter of fact, I think I did an ultrasound and it looked like they were about 20 millimeters at one point. And for whatever reason, it seemed like she just reabsorbed the follicles and didn't actually lay any eggs. I don't know why she actually did that. It was kind of crazy. So yeah, if I can actually get those to breed. Let's see. And my reticulated pythons too. If I could get those to finally breed after 3 years of trying, that would be awesome. How's the tiny baby doing? We can bring out the tiny baby. The tiny baby. Everybody knows the tiny baby. Oh, that is Lucky. Lucky is the tiny baby. The tiny baby. I want to show you something. I want to show you something on this tiny baby before I show it to you. Let's see. All right, so this is kind of wild. So this is my Coral Glow pinstripe, the last one, my last clutch of eggs that just hatched out. This is fresh out of the egg. Look at that. It looks almost looks like an egg. All coiled up. This is fresh out of the egg, hasn't shed, hasn't eaten yet. And here is the tiny baby after 4 meals. Look at that. Not even as big as a newly hatched ball python. Kind of crazy the difference between the little tiny baby and this one. So this one we think was actually a twin, and we think the twin actually died in the egg, and then this one was the other twin. And look at the difference between the two. Whoa, if we can, I don't want to lose Bobby with all these snakes here compared to this one. Super tiny little baby hatchling. Quite a difference between those two after 4 meals that it ate by itself. So this one is my pastel yellow bellies spider pied 100% het albino. Kind of crazy. All those genes in this one. Doing really well. Haven't had to assist feed this one. It's almost like a little worm. Like you can go fishing with this guy or something. Really awesome. Really no head wobble from the spider on this one, which is pretty awesome. So that is the little tiny baby there. Pretty cool, doing pretty good. Yeah, thanks for letting us pick your brain. Yeah, no problem. Show us your biggest ball python. I think we do that every 2 hours now. I can definitely show you my biggest ball python. All right, Bobby. I know you don't want to go back. All right, buddy. She is not happy. She's hissing at me. All right, so here is my biggest ball python. She is a monster. She weighs about, I think she's a little over 5,000 grams now. Really super big snake. Super fat, too. She's been eating pretty good. I'm definitely going to breed her this year, maybe to my bamboo lesser. I'll probably get, she'll lay like 13 eggs. She's super big. I don't know what she's doing. Kind of going all over the place. We'll see if I can put her around my neck. I don't know. She is all twisted up. This girl's name is Zeus. She is a big girl, really super big. I thought she was going to lay eggs this year. I bred her and she did breed. As a matter of fact, she's 100% het caramel albino. And I bred a scaleless head, 50% het caramel albino. I was shooting for the visual caramel albino scaleless head, but she didn't lay, and I don't think I'm going to try that pairing again. I think I'm going to try Pairing something else with her. She's a pretty awesome snake. She's got a really big head on her too. Pretty awesome. Just a normal looking snake. No other genes that you can actually see in this ball python. Definitely my biggest female. I don't know if she actually got around my neck. She might be able to choke me out. I don't know. Whew. Let's see. What's between a classic and other ball python? Oh, let's see. All right, I don't know if this girl. I don't know if we can. I don't know if I can handle this ball python too much. She's a monster. Look at her. Huh? She is like on me. She is so big. She's almost like a blood python. Look at how big she is. Super big. She's got like a death grip on my arm. That is a crazy snake. I don't know what she's doing. Woo! Wow. That is my biggest. All right, we're going back to sleepy here. Whew. All right, between a classic and other ball python, what would it be to make other genes? So like that ball python I just had, that's considered a classic or a normal, and essentially that is pretty much all genes stripped away. That is like the wild type with no genes at all. So if you bred a bamboo to a classic, you would get half bamboos and half classics. It's kind of the absence of all genes is what a classic or a normal is. Let's see. So they actually don't have a season. So ball pythons really don't have a season per se. You can breed them any time of the year. Are my sales down with less shows? I think my sales are actually up, which is kind of crazy. My snakes have been selling really super fast. So actually, seems like you sell more over on Morphmarket. Of course, it helps to have a YouTube channel because every time I put snakes over there, I do a video. Hey, I got these snakes for sale, and then I can drive, like 1,000 viewers over to my snakes. And I don't think you get that kind of viewers at a reptile show, 1,000 people looking at your snakes. So I think it's actually better to do a combination of YouTube and Morphmarket versus selling at the shows, which is kind of interesting. What are we at, folks? We are at, we're doing the Harley Davidson Livestream Marathon Super Chat. I actually put the number up here. I don't know if you guys have noticed. We still owe $7,921 on the Harley Davidson. We actually had a pretty good day, $241 in Super Chats, which isn't too bad. Yesterday we had $401. We're trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the Super Chats. What is a crazy idea? I don't know if my throat is going to last another 12 hours talking on the live stream, which is kind of crazy. And we are at 9 hours and 9 minutes, so we still have just a little under 3 hours before midnight. Pretty good. 51 viewers, 51 diehard viewers still watching on the live stream, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting project. It's just doing what I'm doing. I don't know if anyone's ever done a live stream marathon. Looks like breeding pythons in Tennessee is a lot more strict than most states. Some states are really super strict. Some places ball pythons are illegal, which is kind of crazy. I think parts of New York have a ban altogether on ball pythons, which is crazy. Do you have a hard time selling reticulated python babies? I actually have never produced baby reticulated pythons. So I'm actually hoping to produce them at some point. The only problem with my retics is they'll pretty much all look exactly the same. And if I have 35 retics that are all the same, I think they might be hard to unload. Probably what I'll do is wholesale quite a few of them. You can actually wholesale them. Like over on kingsnake.com, they have a lot of wholesalers that'll buy 10 or more snakes. And I probably sell like a dozen and then wholesale the rest over there. The most amount of eggs that I've had in one clutch, let's see. I can actually go back in I think it's 13. Maybe it's 10. I thought I had 13 one year. I think 13 was the most amount that I've had as far as one clutch. I think it was one of those big ones. It might have been that Het Caramel that was the 13 egg clutch. What's the most that I sold a ball python baby for, and what morph was it? I actually sold, I think I had a bamboo pastel, no, it's bamboo calico pastel was one of the higher ones that I sold. I think the most I sold for one was like 1,000. I still sold one of my triple hets for 1,000, albino pied clowns. I think I sold some of those for about 1,000 a piece, which is kind of crazy. Can you use PayPal or credit card on Morphmarket? It depends on the buyer. So I take PayPal, Venmo, and credit cards. I use Square for my credit cards, but not everybody uses the same thing. So you kind of have to figure out exactly what the buyer will accept or the seller will accept. Hello from Bahrain. Nice. How's it going? What gene or morph holds its value the most? It really depends. Sometimes they can really change. Sometimes they can actually go up in price, and sometimes they can go down. I'd say usually your pieds and your clowns, just the base genes, have been holding the same value pretty much over the long haul. The albino pieds, the lavender albino pieds have been really holding strong over the long haul. You can never find my Morphmarket. You can actually go under any of my videos and expand the description. You can click on more and actually have a link to Morphmarket under every one of my videos to my Morphmarket store. What do bamboo pythons go for? I actually started selling bamboos for like $250 when I first started out. And then the next year I sold them for $300. This year I've been selling them for $400, and they've been just flying off the shelf. So I could probably go to $500 and still sell a lot of bamboos. It seems like the prices keep going up and up for the bamboos. I'd say this year, pretty much across the board, most people are selling for $400 plus shipping. So it's like, I'd say like $450 to $475. If you actually get them over on Morphmarket, it's kind of the average price. You actually see some less expensive ones, and sometimes you can see some cheaper ones that are kind of browned out, almost like a cheaper line of bamboo. I don't know. I've actually seen some at the shows that were cheap, and it's like I don't think I'd buy that one compared to like some of Bobby's babies. There's definitely differences in the lines of bamboos. Greetings from Los Angeles. What is going on? We still have 50 people on the line. 9 hours and 15 minutes on the live stream. Kind of crazy. So it is 9:28 p.m. All right. I actually got kind of a late start at noon. I was trying to start right at noon, so I wouldn't have to go past midnight over here. But I think we're gonna go a little past midnight because I started kind of late getting everything set up. I don't know why, but I tore everything down. I didn't realize I could just jump right back into the live stream here in my reptile room. Kind of crazy. You think the bamboo market is going to crash due to Bobby's fame? Actually, the bamboo market is taken off due to Bobby's fame. Everyone is selling bamboos for more and more. Everybody wants a bamboo. I have like probably 30 people online that want bamboos. I don't take reservations, but yeah, I'm going to try to produce a whole bunch of bamboos this year. because so many people want them. It's kind of crazy. And when the demand increases, the prices increase too. So yeah, I could probably do pretty good just making all bamboos. If I actually had a super bamboo, I could produce whole clutches of bamboos, which would be kind of crazy. That's all because of Bobby. Bobby's so famous now. I don't know what is going on with Bobby. Kind of acting weird after 9 hours on a live stream. Starting to choke me out. It's crazy. You watch me every day since January and you don't have any snakes. uh, you did a cool painting of a king cobra. That's awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of people that watch my channel that don't have snakes and kind of live, vicariously through what I'm doing here on YouTube. It's kind of interesting. I was actually surprised how many views per day I have, like 10,000 views on my channel every day, pretty much for the last 12 months. It's kind of crazy how many people actually watch my snake videos. All right. So we can do a lightning round. Any questions? I'll answer anything. Doesn't have to be snake related. Show us a couple of my favorite snakes. Sure. I'll show you probably my number one favorite snake. I've showed this a few times. All right, so here is my number one favorite snake. It was a hatchling from this year, Super Pastel Desert Ghost. Her name, it's a girl, is Fang. This is super crazy bright. I don't know how you can actually see that on the live stream with my really bad internet connection. It's probably the brightest snake that I've ever seen. Super Pastel and Desert Ghost. So that's probably my number one most favorite besides Bobby that I actually produced this year. And then let's see what else we have. Let's see. Well, we could do yeah, that's probably my number one favorite. And then of course the ones that I have been showing over here. I could show you, let's see. I'll show you this one again. This is probably my number two favorite of all time. So that was my number one favorite. I'd say this is probably my number two favorite, which is Bobby's grandson, which I showed quite a few times on the live stream. This is a bamboo calico pastel pinstripe. 4 genes in this guy. Well, it's one of my biggest combos as far as the multiple genes. Absolutely love the pattern on the side. Look at the pattern on the side of the belly, kind of all spotted right in here. That's pretty cool. That guy is a stunner. I got some really awesome holdbacks this year. Those are probably my two best ones. We love you. You're awesome. Thanks. Am I getting tired? Yeah, I think I'm beyond tired. I think I'm delirious at this point. I think Bobby's having fun though. Do you have any reptiles? So I just have my snakes, and then I have a Greek tortoise, which is pretty cool. I've had him for a long time. Let's see. You should do some sort of video thing where people can send pictures or video clips or something of their snakes and can help tell them what the genes it might have or give advice. So you can actually, if you, well, sometimes it's kind of hard to actually pick out the genes in some of the snakes. I actually did that. I've had some people post little links to their YouTube videos, and sometimes I'll go over to one of the videos they post and kind of pick out which genes are possibly in their combinations. Let's see. Don't have any snakes. I kind of want one. Wait a bit for the excitement to go away. So, yeah, snakes are addictive. Yeah, I should start by including Lucky in all my vids so you can watch Lucky grow up. I think it'd be kind of interesting to have kind of transition videos. As a matter of fact, if you look back at some of my old videos, Bobby was a lot smaller than he is, and you can actually see him kind of grow up on the videos every day. The problem with Lucky is I'm not sure if I want to actually keep Lucky or sell that one. I might end up selling Lucky at some point. After seeing your videos, I kind of want to breed ball pythons. It is addictive. There don't seem to be other breeders in Alaska. It seems like I think there would be a pretty good market in Alaska if you could actually breed some and kind of get it going. Yeah, it's definitely a commitment in breeding ball pythons. Let's see. Will you breed the same pair this year to replicate those desert ghosts? I'm not quite sure. I might actually do the same pairing. That's actually a super pastel desert ghost. So if I actually do that pairing again, they're both hets, which means the odds of producing a desert ghost would be 25%. And then the odds of producing a super pastel desert ghost drops down to probably like 1 in 16 or something like that. And if you add calico in there, it'd be like 1 in 32. So my odds are pretty slim to actually breed those together. What I actually might do is I might take my bamboo calico, which is a 50% het desert ghost, breed it back to that the one that we know that's 100% het desert ghost, and kind of prove out that pastel calico. And then if that one's 100%, then we know the hatchlings are 50%, and kind of chase the hets through my collection and kind of prove them out. Do I breed rats? I do breed rats, and sometimes sometimes if I'm running low, I'll make an order and get some. If I produce a whole bunch of hatchlings and I don't have enough mice or something, actually this year I filled the freezer, so I'm pretty good as far as most of the stuff. Kind of running low on some of the larger rats, so even with breeding my own, sometimes I still run short. How much did that ARS rack cost behind you? I think they're about, for an ARS 5040, I think they're like $1,300 or something. I think in this room I have like $20,000 worth of racks in this room, which is kind of crazy. I have a pied het ghost male and a pastel ghost 50% het pied. Yeah, it's always good to prove out your het pieds as soon as possible, so then you can kind of trace the hets, or if they're not het at all, then you don't have to worry about the possible hets. Can you diffuse UVB and use it? Is this effective? You don't really need UV for ball pythons, so I'm not exactly sure with other reptiles if you can actually do that for like lizards and stuff. Can you talk about what snake morphs have green eyes? So as far as I know, the only green eyes that I know for sure are the pastels that have green eyes. Sometimes if you work pastels and other genes together, you can get the green eyes. So Chomper, actually, one of my most aggressive snakes, actually has green eyes right behind me. Let's see if we can actually do this without getting bit by Chomper. But I don't know if you can see his eyes. She's got some really pretty green eyes. Let's see if we can avoid taking a bite. You can kind of see She's kind of eyeing me. See, I don't know if you can see her green eyes. She's got some really pretty green eyes. Pretty awesome. Look, she sees herself in the phone. I think she's gonna bite her own reflection. She is pretty funny. That's the pastel bringing out the green in her eyes, which is pretty cool. All right, Chopper, you don't have to bite us today. Didn't I used to breed colubrids? I actually had colubrids at the beginning, but I didn't actually breed them. I got into colubrids first, and then I transitioned over to ball pythons. Never did produce any colubrid hatchlings. The most expensive snake that I have, actually, that was my banana inchy clown. That was right over here. This guy right here. This is the one I paid the most for. And Bobby is on my head. I don't know what Bobby's doing. So this is, whoa, Bobby. I don't know where Bobby's going. Kind of going crazy with all these snakes. This is the most expensive snake that I have. I paid $1,500 for this one, which is kind of crazy. Banana inchy clown. And the banana pretty much loses all its spots when you mix it with the inchy, which is pretty cool. That is an awesome snake. Oh, too many snakes. I don't know what Bobby's doing. Oh, all right, Bobby. Bobby's getting a little frisky on the live stream. All right, Bobby. I'm getting a beautiful male inchy pinstripe orange dream. That's awesome. So the inchy and the orange dream can really make it bright. I have the choice between a banana or an albino butter female. I would probably do, let's see, well, if you do orange dream with banana, you might lose the orange dream in the banana, so you might not see it. The pinstripe and the banana is pretty cool. And if you have the inchy with the banana, that's pretty cool. I would probably do, with the albino, you're going to have all hets. And then with the butter, that would be pretty good too. I would probably go with the banana on that pairing. How often do you feed Bobby? I feed him once a week, pretty much on a continual basis. He pretty much eats every single week the last couple of months. Are blue-eyed leucistics valuable? They are pretty valuable. As a matter of fact, the price for blue-eyed leucistics has gone up quite a bit. It seemed like they're $300 for the longest time. It seems like lately they've gone up to like $600, almost doubled in price overnight, which is kind of weird. Is a tub or a small tank better for a baby ball python? I definitely prefer tubs over tanks. Yeah, tanks can stress them out. I'd say if you have a pretty big tank, I'd probably do a bigger tank and then a bigger hide, where the hide is kind of the equivalent of what you would expect as far as a tub. So the hard part is if you actually had like an ARS 5040 tub and you put it in an aquarium, that would be like the living space for a ball python. It'd be kind of cool if you could actually like cut holes in these and flip them upside down and put them in an aquarium. And that would kind of be the ideal thing, where they could live in the tub and then they can actually come out whenever they want and kind of crawl around. Let's see. Do you have any Sumas? I don't have any mahogany in my collection. The Suma is the super mahogany. Do I have any killer bees? No, I don't. I have spiders, but no super pastel spiders. Thanks for the advice. Sure. Let's see. Do you think it's best for a keeper breeder to breed their own rodents? There's pros and cons to rodents. I'd say probably the one thing is if you have a really picky eater and you have live rodents, you can actually offer them a live rodent, which is kind of the best advantage of breeding your own rodents. That's probably the biggest thing. And if I've actually seen some rodent facilities where they'll actually get like something running through their collection, like a disease or something. Sometimes rodents can be hard to find, even online, and it kind of gives you some independence as far as keeping a reliable food supply for your ball pythons. So I don't know if it's actually worth breeding rodents. If you take your labor into consideration, the cleaning of the rodents, you probably end up losing money versus if you actually were to just buy rodents. But kind of the weird thing with ball pythons is it seems like there's always some that have a need for live only. So I would probably breed a few rodents on the side. If I wanted to breed BEL, but I blew my money, wanted to breed, blew my money on my other two snakes. That is, yeah, that's the problem. So many snakes, so little money, kind of crazy. So we are at 9 hours, 32 minutes. Whew, that is a long live stream. You know what? We're up to 58 people, so we actually gained a few people, which is kind of crazy. It's weird. It's like last night, right before midnight. It's like 10 to midnight. We seemed like we gained a lot of people right at the end. We got up to like almost 80 from 50 to like 80, which is kind of crazy. Do you think the rumor about all black morphs being more aggressive has any truth to it? So I actually heard from some big breeders that they've actually said that they're more aggressive, but I'm not exactly sure. Well, when you talk about, well, it really depends on what it's, so I wouldn't take that as they're more aggressive, so I don't want one. So as a matter of fact, in ball pythons, a more aggressive snake sometimes is a good thing, especially with like ball python hatchlings. The bamboos can be a lot more aggressive as a hatchling, which means they feed better than others in most cases. So it's not necessarily that you can't tame them down that they're aggressive. How many snakes do you think you should have before breeding rodents? Most people say one female rodent per snake. So if you actually had one snake, you could have one male and one female rat, even with one snake. And kind of the tricky part is depending on the size of the snake, you'd have to euthanize and freeze those rodents before they got too big. So essentially what you're doing is you're breeding your own and making your own frozen thawed over the long haul. Unless you have a collection like mine, it's really big, and I can take anywhere from my small rodents to my big rodents and kind of work them through my collection and kind of have a minimal amount in the freezer. Would I ever get venomous? No, probably not. Yeah, I started before you woke up. I'm going non-stop all the way. Trying to pay off the Harley Davidson. We're doing pretty good, actually. We're down to $7,921 paying down the Harley Davidson on the super chat money. We actually made $241 in donations towards the Harley. Pretty awesome. Not too bad. Woo, Bobby's choking me. All right. It is the marathon. My boyfriend and his daughter met you last year at a show, and you put them in your video. Awesome. Yeah, I put a lot of people in my videos at the shows. It's kind of crazy. Some of my older videos on the reptile shows, I was actually doing like a time lapse video of the people in front of my snakes, and I caught a whole bunch of people at the reptile shows looking at my snakes. It was pretty awesome. Just kind of like a slideshow of all the different people. That was pretty fun. I have a blue-eyed leucistic, lesser male, and a normal female. So if it's a super lesser and you breed it to a normal, you'll get all lesser offsprings, which is pretty crazy. Why am I still streaming? I am still streaming. It's a streaming marathon. So I'm trying to raise super chat money to pay for my Harley Davidson. We're doing pretty good, actually. I started at $8,500. It was actually a $9,000 Harley. I put $500 down to hold it. And we're down to 79.21. Pretty cool. I'm going to keep going until I think I lose my voice, which could be coming up. I don't know. I don't know how long I could go. I might kind of chip down away at it a little bit, and then maybe I'll just sell a bunch of snakes and pay it off and get my bike. I don't know. It's kind of a crazy idea. I don't know how long I can continually stream like this. How long do you suggest before getting your second ball python? I actually got, I think my first 20 snakes in 6 months. I kind of jumped into it pretty fast. What would you choose between a leucistic or a melanistic? I'd probably go for the leucistic. Are you going to have any bamboos for sale soon? I just have one bamboo left. I'm assist feeding that bamboo, which is kind of crazy. It's actually a bamboo pastel calico that if I can get it back on food, I'll actually sell it at some point. I can actually show you that snake. It is struggling. It's only eaten one meal, assist fed. Kind of crazy. It's a really cute snake. I'm not even sure if it's a male or female. I don't think I've probed this one yet. So this is the troublemaker. This thing will not eat for me no matter what. It's really cool. It's got the bamboo, the calico that brings it up. I'm thinking it has the pastel, not 100% sure, but the head is really super light as far as the head. And I actually made another one like this with the pinstripe in it. So I pretty much, I was actually going to hold this one back. If I can actually get this one to eat reliably and get like a couple dozen meals into it, I'll definitely sell it over on Morphmarket. But this is probably the only bamboo that I have left here that I'm going to sell on Morphmarket. All right. What will happen if you don't get enough to pay it off? Yeah, I'm going to have to raise the money one way or another on that Harley Davidson. So yeah, we're doing pretty good. So we'll just chip away at it for a few days and see what happens as far as the super chat. So probably what I'll end up doing is I'll sell a bunch of stuff. I was thinking about selling some of my snakes here to pay off the Harley Davidson. I'm not sure exactly which ones I would sell. I do have some older ones that I'm thinking about. Maybe some up in this rack. I got some scaleless head stuff. I got some other like coral glows and coral glow pinstripes that I can sell too. Not sure I could come up with that much money for my snakes. I might have to sell. I actually have quite a collection of guns, a whole bunch of guns that I never use. I was thinking I could sell. I could probably sell a bunch of guns and pay it off today if I really wanted to. But we'll just keep going. We'll see if I get enough to actually kind of chip away at it. That's kind of crazy. And I think now it's kind of bad because we're down to like 52 people. So it's kind of getting towards the end of the day. It seems like in the middle of the day, we'll get more super chats because we get more random people kind of coming in kind of hard late at the end of the night. And probably most of the people watching have already given super chat. So no problem there. All right, let's see. Let's go back. Where were we, Bobby? All right. I think I lost my place. Oh, still going strong. Yes. 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. So yeah, it's 9 hours, 41 9:41, kind of crazy. That is a long time to live stream. I think Bobby's getting kind of tired. I think he wants to go back in his tub. All right, Bobby. All right, I'm bringing you out. We've never brought you out in front of the live stream. This one, let's see. You have not seen this one. Here's one you've not seen so far. This is another lemon blast. Kind of crazy. This one has been so picky, fasted for 3 months with no food at all. Finally came back on food and is almost looking normal after eating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rats after a 3-month fast, kind of getting back up to kind of a normal body condition. She was getting so skinny. If I could get more rodents into her, I might actually breed her. Look at how skinny she is. Sometimes they can get super thinned out on their fast. Kind of crazy. What do you think the coolest morph is? Probably the bamboo as a standalone gene. You and Brian Barczyk should do a podcast together. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Hi, how are you? Good. I am doing good. How often should you handle your ball python so it can get used to handling without stressing it? You can actually handle it every day. I'd probably do like a half hour to an hour, probably once a day at maximum. I wouldn't handle them too much more than that. I don't know if you can really handle a ball python too much. Bobby, I handle him every single day for like 2 hours a day, and he seems like he's fine with it. Really super chill. It gets to the point where I think he likes to sleep on my shoulders instead of going back in his hide. It's kind of crazy. What do you think the best banana morph is? So with the banana, I actually like the banana and the enchi together. It makes a really good combination. And the banana with the leopard, or as a matter of fact, if you actually did the banana leopard spot nose, that would be a really crazy combination with the banana. I also love the banana pinstripes. I actually made some of those, the coral glow pinstripes. Those are probably one of my favorite combinations. This guy's finally kind of chilling out. Sometimes you just handle them for a little bit and they kind of figure out what is going on. He's kind of coming back around to see what's going on. All right, so we'll see what else we can do. See if we have another snake. Another one you haven't seen. Now, some of you guys have been watching a long time. You may have seen all of them. I'll pull out one of my triple hats. We'll take a look at these beauties. I actually have 3 females and 1 male triple het albino pied clowns. Look pretty much like, it looks like a really bright normal, super bright, which is kind of crazy for the triple hets. And the weird thing about this is if you actually look at the belly, you really can't tell that it's het for pied. Doesn't really have the real strong het pied markers, which is kind of crazy. Maybe a little bit brighter because of the het clown. I don't know. I don't know. Looks like a really bright normal as far as albino. So it's triple het for albino, pied, and clown. Kind of a crazy looking normal. You wouldn't actually know it was a triple het. It's almost big enough to put around my neck, which is pretty cool. How do you tell if it's het for sure? You can't really tell. Pretty much have to know the breeder and the breeding as far as if it's het or not. The brightest snake, I think the brightest snake was my super pastel This one right here. Oh, not that one. Whoa. Jumped in her water. So this is my brightest one right here. Fresh out of the water bowl. That's the Super Pastel Desert Ghost female. All balled up in a little ball. That one is pretty crazy. That's probably my favorite snake in my whole collection. Let's see where we were at here. How is Big Red doing? Big Red is sold and gone. It's funny, I sold Big Red, and someone said, all right, yeah, I want to buy Big Red. So as a matter of fact, I actually sold Big Red and took the money, and then they changed their mind. So I refunded them the money, and then I sold them again, and I think they paid a deposit and changed their mind, and I actually gave them the deposit back. Then I sold it a third time, which is kind of crazy. And then I finally shipped it out and sold Big Red, which is I'm thinking about putting a boa in the tub or something and breeding boas. I didn't really want to breed corn snakes. There's a lot of people at the shows with a lot of corn snakes. I think I'd have a lot of competition breeding corn snakes. How often are females ready to breed in 2 years? Let's see. A lot of times they can be ready in 2 years as far as the weight, but if you actually wait for a third year, a lot of times you can get them a lot bigger, and then in the long term you can actually produce more eggs per year, which I would rather do versus doing 2 years. How often do you get females to lay at around 2 years? I'd say not very often. Once in a while, you can actually try to. You can try it if they're 1,500 grams. You can do it, but a lot of times, if you breed them at 1,500 grams, they'll go on a fast, and then when they're done laying eggs, they're usually below 1,500. So you're always trying to catch up to 1,500. I think it's better to wait till 3 years. Tempted to breed leopard geckos. Yeah, those are pretty awesome. I had some leopard geckos and I actually got rid of them because they only ate crickets or mealworms. And I'm not really into the cricket thing. I actually did not want any crickets in my house, so I actually got rid of the leopard geckos and the crickets. Hello from Malaysia. Wow, that is kind of crazy. What time is it in Malaysia? It's gotta be, I don't know what time it is. Let's see. It is, yeah. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Thank you very much. Hey, we got 2 super chats. Wow, back to back. That is pretty awesome. All right, so we're trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat live stream marathon. We're getting closer. That is for sure. All right, that is awesome. That kind of wakes me up. It's like I'm starting to get delirious after 9 hours and 49 minutes on a live stream. We are down to 79.11. Yeah. Awesome. We can do it. We can do it. I don't know about tomorrow. I woke up this morning. I felt like I ran a marathon. It was kind of crazy. I kind of feel like back in the day when I was actually working 2 jobs that were 40 hours a week. That was insane. I'd work 8 hours a day in the daytime at a hardware store, and then I'd work 8 hours a day at night as a bouncer in a bar. So it was like 16 hours a day I was at work. So it was like 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, so I had like 8 hours that I was off in the day. It was so crazy. I did that for like almost a year. That was so insane. It was kind of fun though, being at the bar as a bouncer. All right, super chats. Show us your normal ball pythons. We want to see how beautiful they can be. Normals are pretty cool. So this one looks like a normal, but it's a triple het. Het albino, het pied, and het clown. So that one I can show you. How about if we go on a normal binge? Let's do a normal. I'll show you all my normals in my collection. Here is my biggest normal. Look at this. This is Zeus, a normal 100% het caramel albino. She is a monster, almost 5,000 grams. She's almost like a blood ball python. That is kind of crazy. That's Zeus. And then this one, oh, this one doesn't have a name. Here's another one. The no name. This is another het caramel albino in a deep shed. A little bit. I actually bought this at the same time as my other one. This one's like 1,000 grams lighter than Zeus. Really good female breeder. 100% het caramel albino on that one. All my normals. All right. I have a lot of normals. Here's another normal female. Look at how small it is compared to Zeus. This one is, this actually produced my dinker. Some kind of, I think it's like a reduced pattern. Something in here. I don't know what's going on with this one, but it was sold to me as a normal. And as far as I can tell, it's just kind of a reduced pattern, different colored normal, which is pretty awesome. And let's see what else I have here. I have this one. Oh, so I have another normal here. Really good breeder. Lots of normal. These are all normal females that I use. Breeding bamboos and a bunch of stuff to my normals. No hets or anything in this one. Lots of normals. Good breeders. Good way to start. Still have some of my original stuff. Let's see. Let's see what other normal. Oh, I have Jeeves. Jeeves is another normal, which is, I'm starting to think this one may have that calico and it's really super bright. Possible het desert ghost. This is Jeeves. Another normal. What other normal do I have? Here's one you have not seen. Look at this one. I've not showed you this one. Here is a normal. His name is Fettuccine. Another normal, possible het desert ghosts. That is kind of a yellowish normal right there. Let's see what else I have over here. Pinstripe, normal, Biggie. You have not seen Biggie. Biggie is a new hatchling, still in shed. Hasn't eaten his first meal. Another normal. Lots of normals. It's hard to tell on this if it's actually what it really looks like because it hasn't shed out yet. And then let's see. That is all my normals. Pretty much every single normal I have in my whole collection right there. So there you go. Pretty cool. And it's hard to get rid of those big normals because they're so productive. It's kind of crazy. You can actually breed like a lesser bamboo to those normals, get half lessers and half bamboos. Especially if I breed like a 4-gene combo to some of those, like a 5 or 6-gene combo, you can get, it doesn't matter. A lot of times you don't even get a normal if you have enough genes in there. Boas are cool, yes. I should definitely start breeding them. I'm thinking about buying maybe one of the IMGs that turn completely black, or maybe the super fires that are completely white. Do I keep my ball pythons and rodents in the same room? That's kind of interesting. I actually have rodents on one wall right behind the camera here, and then I have all my ball pythons pretty much on these two walls, all in the same room. And kind of the cool thing about rodents is what's weird is I actually forgot to turn the heater on last night. And I came in here this morning and the rodents actually heat the room. I came in, it was like 80 degrees, just heated from all the rodents, which is, I think it saves on electricity actually having rodents in the snake room, which is kind of crazy. May I know how big I can go for adult ball pythons? So adult ball pythons can actually get up to, I've actually seen some over 5,000 grams, like bigger than that biggest normal, which is kind of unusual, I'd say. Usually they get about as big as Bobby, not much bigger than Bobby. All right, so we're at the second super chat. Thank you. I've learned a lot from watching your videos. Thank you for replying my questions. You're right. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the super chat. All right, yeah. All right, I'm trying to catch up. Oh, we're almost close. Sometimes I run out of questions, and sometimes I'm like way behind on the questions. As a matter of fact, I think I might bring out another snake. Let me try the pinstripe. The pinstripe was really mellow around my neck. Almost as mellow as Bobby, which really surprised me. So we'll give Bobby a break because I think Bobby's been out in front of the camera for what, 5 hours today. It seems like he was getting a little squirrely there at the end. We'll see if we can actually use a different snake here for a little bit. No, this pinstripe was kind of really mellow the last time I had him out. Yeah, even my normals are beautiful. Yeah, I am from Colorado. You're in Lafayette. That is pretty cool. Master in chemistry. Sounds like you were once passionate for that field. Why the switch? I kind of consider myself to be retired, I guess. Retired at 54, kind of doing something completely different. I did chemistry for pretty much 20 years, so it's been a long time that I was in chemistry. And chemistry is actually can be pretty dangerous. We've had some close calls in the lab. We had one explosion that was a really close call. Some stuff can be, pretty bad in the chemistry lab. You can be exposed to some really bad stuff. So it's kind of like I had, I felt like I did my 20 years and I kind of wanted to get away from the dangerous chemicals and the crazy stuff in the chemistry lab that would go on and blow up and just kind of go crazy in the lab. So that's one of the reasons I got out of it too. What is your opinion on catching wild mice and feeding them to your snakes? So you can actually, I probably wouldn't catch wild mice, especially here in Colorado, because we actually have, you can actually get fleas on a lot of your rodents and your rabbits, and the fleas can actually carry the plague, the bubonic plague. And there's a lot of people that die of the plague from catching it from the fleas on the rodents. And kind of the weird thing, I don't know if you've known what's going on with the rabbits in Colorado. There's actually a disease going around that's like Ebola for rabbits, where they bleed from the eyes. It's really contagious, and it's like running through all the wild rabbits, and they're all dying, which is kind of crazy. So if you have rabbits in Colorado, I would definitely keep them away from the wild rabbits here in Colorado. It's kind of crazy. Can I breed a dinker to a normal? So a dinker is a normal ball python that you think might have another gene in there. And as a matter of fact, the best way to prove out a dinker is to breed it to a normal, because then you can prove it's genetic. So if you actually take a dinker and you breed it to like a multi-gene animal, unless the gene in that dinker is really visually noticeable with other genes, sometimes it's hard to actually see the true effect. So yeah, I would definitely breed a dinker to the problem. The problem is if you have a dinker, you think there's a gene in there, you breed it to a normal and it's not genetic, you end up with a whole clutch of normals, which is kind of a gamble. So normals, sometimes you can't even break even as far as the care of the snake, the care and the feeding, just breeding normals. But if you're actually going for dinkers, I would definitely breed it with a normal. Can anyone answer my question? I'm curious of everyone's opinion. Let's see. Yeah, I already got to that one. Be careful getting into boas. Boas have a different frame of mind. Pretty addictive, yeah. Any kind of snake can be addictive. The thing with boas is you definitely need larger enclosures and larger food items for your boas. And I've heard that boas can be pretty tough to breed. Some people you don't actually breed boas as often as like a ball python. So sometimes it can be, I've seen some people, it's kind of like the reticulated pythons. Yeah, I've been trying to breed the same pair for 5 years and they just won't go. It's kind of crazy. And the parasites in the boas actually can be an issue. There's one disease with the boas, I can't remember what it is, that can be I think it's pretty contagious from boa to boa. So I'm not really a boa guy. I'm more of a ball python guy. I might just get one female boa and sit on it until it's an adult, and then maybe later down the road get a male. I'm in Texas and I've considered catching and feeding mice to my snakes. Could I isolate the caught mice and visually sex? So here's another interesting thing about about mice. Yeah, this is a really good story. I tried something that I would never do again. And so I was actually out getting hay for my cows. And I kind of was thinking about the whole thing about mice. And if the kind of to get around the whole issue of the fleas and the bubonic plague and everything, I actually was loading up hay on my truck, and I picked up this bale of hay, and I looked under the bale. It was like right on the ground. Some mouse had made a nest of little tiny baby mice, all these little pinky mice on the ground underneath this bale of hay. And I thought, those mice, those pinky mice, surely they don't have fleas, so there's no risk of bubonic plague or anything like that on those pinky mice. So I actually took those pinky mice and I put it in a little Dixie cup, and I brought them home, and I actually was breeding some mice. So I put those pinky mice underneath my white mice. At the time, I actually had the mice in a little glass enclosure. I had all my mice in glass, like a glass critter cage. And those mice, it was unbelievable. I don't know what kind of mice it is. Come to find out, there's 30 different kinds of wild mice here in Colorado. So you can get some random mouse that you don't know. And those mice were so fast. And when they started growing up, there was no way I could actually open that critter cage to actually get in there to even feed those mice. They were like just jumping all over. It was like popcorn in my tank with all these wild mice that grew up with my, and it was so bad. What I actually did is I took my CO2 tube and just gassed the whole tank. It was like, there's no way I'm letting those mice out. So if you actually compare the wild mice to the domesticated mice, sometimes those wild mice can be super fast, and if they got away, there's no way you could catch them. So that's another thing with the wild mice, especially if you're thinking about breeding them, which would be kind of crazy. Let's see. Didn't think wild rodents would be worth the risk. So the other thing about wild is, so around here I actually put out the poison. I as a matter of fact, here at the house we had this mouse explosion. There was mice everywhere. You could actually look out in the forest, and there's so many mice, all the leaves would move because there was so many mice underneath. And there were so many mice, they were like in my car, in the headliner, and I'd be driving down the road in a rainstorm, and they'd be like on the windshield, on the windshield wiper blades. There's so many mice. I finally went to a poison, like a rat poison, to kill all the mice. So if you actually have mice that eat the rat poison and then you kill them while they're still doing good before they die from the poison, then you feed them to your snakes, there's that risk of actually poisoning your snakes as well. All right, so that is my story on all the mice. I got kind of down a tangent on that one. All right. Yeah, inclusion body disease, that's what it is for the boas that's really contagious and they can die from it. I think it gives them kind of like a spider head wobble or something. Great content and presence. Thanks. I try. I'm kind of getting my second win, getting down to only 2 hours left on the live stream. Kind of crazy. Let's see. Do you think a 45-inch tank is too long for a 3-inch snake? So if you're actually using a glass tank, I don't really think it matters on the size of the tank. It really matters on the size of the hide. I actually used to have all my ball pythons in tanks on a wire rack, and you can have as big as an aquarium you have, and the snake pretty much lives in the hide pretty much full time. So I'd say you'd want, so for like a hatchling rack, I'd probably use like a hatchling rack size hide in a really big glass aquarium. They pretty much would live in the hide as far as, working them into kind of a hide in a glass aquarium. Glass aquariums can be pretty tough. But yeah, 45-inch tank, I would definitely get the appropriate size hide. What do you recommend breeding my Orange Dream pinstripe to? I really like the Super Orange Dream, especially when you mix in like pastel and fire and the real bright genes. That is pretty awesome. Super Orange Dream is probably the best thing. So probably what I would do is I get another Orange Dream combo, go for the Super Orange Dreams. They are really super bright. Hey, Chris, what's up, Syndicate? Where is Bobby? Bobby is taking a break. I got him out here for like 5 hours. He just started freaking out. I think he's like done, completely done on the live stream. And then I found out, I was kind of going through all my snakes. I found out this pinstripe likes to sit on my shoulder. I don't know what the deal with that, but he's kind of, look at that. He's just kind of hanging out, almost like a Bobby replacement, which I didn't even know this pinstripe was so mellow. It's pretty awesome. Where did I purchase my feeder cards and Velcro and pouches? So if you actually take a look at this, what this is it's actually, the feeder card itself is actually just a 3x5 index card. And what I did is I got the blank index cards that were just completely blank. And then I just ran them through the printer to print off the grid on there. So on the grid, you can actually see every month, and then 5 weeks in every month. You can tell this one hasn't eaten hardly anything. Some of them are completely full, and some of them are really super picky feeders. This one's really super picky. You can tell a lot of my snakes, for some reason, they just started eating quite a bit just recently. And then as far as these, I actually got these are actually baseball card holders. You can get them over on Amazon.com, and the 3x5 cards. And then I just use a little bit of Scotch tape right here. So when I first started putting them in the sliders here, I couldn't actually get them out. So I put that on. And then for the Velcro, I just got the rolls of Velcro and then just cut it with the scissors and put it right on here. That is my clown, kind of crazy. Tried to breed my clown, and she fasted for, 4 months? That's kind of crazy. As far as, just fasted for 4 months and didn't lay any eggs. Crazy clown. How many females could one male mate to? You could go, most people do 3 females per male. That's probably the safest maximum. I've actually seen people do 16, which is kind of crazy. I actually saw it on a YouTube video like from 10 years ago. This guy had this whole board of all of his breeding, and I was like, I actually had to pause the video. I was like, is that right? That he's actually breeding one male to like 16 females. And if you actually spread them out that much, I don't think all the females would actually lay. So I probably the maximum is like 1 to 3 females, maybe 5. But sometimes that can be kind of risky too. Sometimes males just don't have that much oomph to go through all the females. Has anyone else ever pointed out your love of the label maker? Yes, I love my label maker. I go crazy with the label maker. That's where I make all my little labels, and then I actually put it on a roll of magnetic tape. I just put them right on there. I just, it's pretty awesome. You can move them around, and you can add stuff to them. It's pretty awesome. Deserve a sponsorship? Yeah. Be sponsored by the label maker company and Yeti. I do a lot of stuff on Yeti. I actually have the blue Yeti can and Coca-Cola. Yeah, I don't do any sponsors. I don't do ads on my channel as far as sponsorships. Yeah, so you have two ball pythons. Thinking about breeding, but you don't know what sex they are. What's the easiest way to sex your snakes? So probably what I would do is I would probably bring your ball pythons to a reptile store and have the guy at the reptile store either pop them or probe them. I've actually had a lot of people bring their snakes up to me at the reptile shows, and people have me probe them. I'll bring my probe kit to the reptile shows, especially when I'm selling snakes. And I'll actually, there's a lot of people that have come up to me with hatchlings, and essentially what you do is you actually, some people actually try to kind of roll this out and then they pop out the hemipenes right here. The problem is if you don't know what you're doing and you're doing it for the first time, especially if you get a female and you try to pop it, nothing comes out, and then you start thinking, all right, am I doing it right, or is this a male or female? So some people try again and again and again and again, and they think they're actually popping it wrong. And some veterinarians will say that you can actually hurt the snake if you don't know what you're doing and you're trying to pop out the hemipenes. And really the safest way is to get a metal probe and you stick it in there, and you lube it up with some kind of lube. And then if it goes in just a little bit, it's a female. If it goes way in, it's a male. And a lot of people bring the hatchlings up to me. They're like, we've been trying to pop this thing for an hour and we can't figure out if it's a male or female. I'll just probe it real quick and you can tell that way. And if you're not used to probing, that can be a little nerve-wracking too. So you definitely want someone who's familiar with one or the other technique. I'd say they're both pretty good, but you definitely have to have experience. What's the difference between a mouse and a rat? Yeah, so if your snake takes rats, you could switch her to a mouse diet, but the problem is, especially with ball pythons eat mice like candy, and they can get stuck on mice. And it's really hard if you actually feed them mice for like several years, it's almost impossible to get them back to rats in some cases. And if you're trying to breed a ball python, especially a female, a lot of times you can't get enough weight on them if you're feeding them mice, which is kind of frustrating. So I'd say definitely stick with rats. Definitely not go back to mice. Is that pinstripe a male or a female? This is a female. This is a pretty good looking female. She's actually been eating pretty good. Her name is Bubbles. She went back on food. She's been eating almost every single week for the last couple months. She fasted. I paired her up, and as a matter of fact, she actually did lay a clutch of eggs this year, which is pretty awesome. She fasted for 1, 2, 3, 4. She fasted for 5 months. She is so super skinny after she laid those eggs. And now she's been back on food for 2 months. I'm thinking about breeding her again. She's doing pretty good. But she's choking me out. Can you overfeed a ball python? You definitely can overfeed them. If you feed too many in a row, they'll actually regurgitate. I actually had a hatchling that I fed. I think I fed 3 mice to one of my hatchlings once, and it actually regurgitated all within the same day. So I probably would go like maximum 2 mice as far as, a hatchling or any ball python. You definitely don't want too big of a meal. What causes females to begin forming follicles? So there's different things. Some people think when you start feeding them pretty heavy that they form follicles. Some people think that when you actually pair the males and the females, it stimulates the follicle development, the development of the immature eggs in the ball pythons. The most I ever paid for a snake was $1,500, and that was my banana inchy clown, which is, I can actually show them again. That was this one right here. My banana inchy clown, my most expensive. Take a look at that. Beautiful. And he is a male. I tried to breed him last year. He was too small last year. Tried to breed him, and none of my clowns actually went. I was trying to reproduce them so I could get my money back. But he didn't go, and I'm thinking of breeding them to multiple snakes this year. Maybe even to some normals. I could actually get some banana inchy het clowns, which is pretty awesome. I think the banana and the inchy goes really well together. It seems like he had a higher contrast when he was smaller. It seems like he kind of faded out a little bit as he kind of aged and matured. That guy is 2 years old, so he actually fasted for quite a bit. Kind of went through the 1,000-gram wall, got up against the wall, and then kind of finally went back on food. How do I know when to change sizes of a mouse? I usually go pretty much the maximum I go is the thickest part of the snake is pretty much the maximum width of a mouse. So it's if you're feeding your ball python and it still looks kind of skinny, you can actually move it up to a bigger mouse. But I wouldn't go with a mouse bigger than the thickest part of the snake. Can we see Desert Ghost stuff? I do Desert Ghost stuff. I produced probably my best Desert Ghost ever this year. It's pretty awesome. I'll put this pinstripe back and I'll show you some of mine. I have 3 Desert Ghosts actually. What are you doing? Oh, I opened the top. This one had its head under the water. I was like, what are you doing? Are you okay? This is a super pastel Desert Ghost. Probably the brightest, most awesome Desert Ghost that I've ever produced. For some reason, the pastel with the Desert Ghost gets super bright. Look at that crease. I don't know if you can actually see that on the live stream. That is like glowing, super bright yellow. It is so crazy. I actually showed this in some of my videos. It's kind of crazy. So this is a super pastel Desert Ghost, which is recessive, and it's a female. One of my holdbacks, pretty awesome. And let's see. I also have, I'll show you the male that came from. This is my male. Really beautiful male pastel inchy Desert Ghost. Pretty awesome. They fade out a little bit as they age and mature, but they pretty much keep their brightness as far as some of the brightness and the contrast. This one's kind of wild. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. He has like little stitches like right on the back, like this little line. It looks like someone took a sewing machine and stitched it right down the top of the snake. Kind of crazy on that one. So this is my male, and I bred it to some random female and popped out. I didn't even know the female was het, and I popped out that super pastel, which is kind of crazy. And then I have one more over here. All right, buddy. Time to wake up. This is my other Desert Ghost. Look at how beautiful this one is. This is a pastel spider Desert Ghost. Really super awesome. And this one is, it looks like she's going into shed a little bit. She's usually quite a bit brighter than this. And you can see the spider gives her that really cool spider web pattern. Really keeps a lot of the brightness and the contrast as she gets old. She's got kind of a cool head, if you can actually see her head kind of sticking out there. But it seems like when they're really young, they're super, super bright. They fade a little bit as they age. These are still really expensive. I think as hatchlings, I think I was paying like 700 or 800 a piece for these. I think they're still almost about the same. So a girl like this, if you're actually, you probably couldn't even buy one like this. She'd probably be worth thousands. You know, a big, mature pastel spider desert ghost. Kind of crazy. This girl's so big. If I get her back in her tub. All right, so we're bringing Bobby back out on the live stream. 10 hours, 22 minutes on the live stream. Only an hour 40, 30, hour 38 to go. That is crazy. And the funny thing is, it seems like the further we get into the live stream, coming up against midnight, everybody our views are going up. We were down to like 50 people. Now we're up to 73, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Yeah, I can definitely feel it in my throat. I've been talking for almost, let's see, 12. I've been talking for 22 hours in the last 2 days. That is crazy. So yeah, we're actually trying to do a marathon live stream. If you just joined in and don't know what's going on, I actually have been trying to pay for a Harley Davidson with the super chat money. We actually have the balance on the Harley here. We're actually chipping it down, 7,911. Yesterday we started at $8,500, which is kind of crazy. So we'll see if we can actually raise enough super chat to buy the Harley Davidson super chat. And I could bring it to the reptile shows and give everybody rides, which would be kind of cool. Pretty cool little project. All right, I just want to let you know I've been in the snake hobby for a month. I have marathoned your videos and feel so much more confident in my husbandry. Yes, thank you. Definitely worth 1,500. Yeah, that banana inchy clown is crazy. Thoughts on the Burmese ball python hybrids? Burmese ball python. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting combination. It's almost like a really giant ball python, which is kind of crazy. I didn't even know you could do that. I just found one this year. I actually saw them over on Morphmarket. Talk about my future pairing plans. So what I actually do is I pull up, I actually have my 2020 pairing here in a spreadsheet. So believe it or not, I actually have, let's see, 36 females in my collection that are either being grown up to breed, or a lot of them are actually holdbacks. So I have like 4 of my holdbacks that I just hatched this year. So what I do is actually have, well, this year I'm thinking about maybe pairing up 24 snakes this year, which is the most ever. So it's kind of interesting. Like I'll pair up certain ones. So for example, my banana inchy clown I have in here several times. I want to breed my banana inchy clown to my pastel pinstripe bamboo, which would be so I could get pastel pinstripe bamboo banana inchy het clown. That would be like a 5 gene plus the het clown. That would be probably the best thing. I'm actually going to breed those desert ghosts together. Breed my banana inchy clown to both of my clown females. So quite a few things. I'll probably breed my bamboo lessers to those really big normal looking het caramel albino snakes to get some bamboos and lessers. So yeah, that's kind of my So some of them I'm actually gonna have to pull out of this rotation, like my pied. I don't know. My pie just laid late and just ate one rodent since she went off of food. So some of these, I don't know. I don't know if I can actually pair up all those snakes, but it's kind of crazy. Yeah, pastel and desert ghost is the key for your desert ghost combos. It's kind of funny if you look just at the desert ghost by itself. I don't think it's that impressive, especially with certain genes. It seems like the desert ghost is one of those. Sometimes you can find genes that work well with everything. Sometimes they only work good with just a few things. And the desert ghost, if you work in the pastel or the super pastel, it seems like no matter what you mix into that, you can make some really amazing combos. It's definitely the pastel that really makes it pop. That super pastel desert ghost. So that really super bright, super pastel desert ghost that I showed you. Some guy actually offered me $1,500 for that snake, and I actually turned it down because I definitely want to get more into the desert ghost stuff. I could probably get, I don't know, maybe 1,500 to 2,000 for a really crazy snake like that. The desert ghost seems like it's really holding its value over the long term. Bobby is beautiful. Take a look at Bobby. He is really awesome. He's doing a live stream marathon too. Crazy Bobby. He's been out here for 10 hours on and off. I don't know how long he's been out here in front of the camera. For a while, he like crawled up around my neck and he was sleeping, I think, for a couple hours there. That is kind of crazy. Woohoo! Yeah, we are going on the marathon. Favorite axanthics. So the axanthics that I like have the pastel and the fire in them to really clean them up and make them super bright. As a matter of fact, I saw a pastel. I think it was a pastel fire axanthic, the TSK, that looked almost like the Stormtrooper, which was kind of interesting. Probably the closest thing that I've seen to the Stormtrooper. Did you get my $5, Brandon? Nope, I don't think I did. Yeah, I did. Brandon, yeah, $5. That was the last one we did, right? Uh, did I miss that one on the thing? 79.21. Oh, I think I missed that one, right? 79.21, 79.11. Hey, I missed a super chat on the super chat. All right. Thank you for reminding me. Wow. How did I miss that one? All right. I missed the super chat. We're trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat. We're whittling it down. I missed one. I am delirious. All right. 79.11 minus 5, which is 79. Yeah, 79.06. Yes, 79.06. Wow, we might get down in the 7,800s by the time the night is over. When we first started, I didn't think we'd ever get below the 8,000 mark. Oh my, that's kind of crazy. And yesterday when we started at 8,500, I was like, I don't know if we'll ever get this done. Kind of crazy. All right, thank you. Sweet. No rattlesnakes, no rattlesnakes, no venomous. Definitely not. Can I share some bad experiences breeding ball pythons? I actually got, probably the worst is when I got a mite infestation. I had like 20 snakes and I had no quarantine at all. I got mites in here. It took me forever to get rid of. I think it took me 2 months to finally get rid of those mites with the sprays and the wipes and the vacuuming and everything. That was probably my number one worst experience as far as ball pythons. Probably my worst bite is when I had my big spider pied bite me like right in the web of my hand right here and wrapped around my whole arm, and I was like bleeding all over. I can't remember. I was doing some video or something, and I was feeding the snake, and he grabbed me and wrapped around, and I just had to like stop the video and like clean up. It was so bad. I couldn't believe I was bleeding so much. So that was the only really bad bite that I took from a ball python. That and the mites is probably the worst as far as. And this year it's probably the third worst thing is I was trying to breed males that were a little bit too small last year, and I had pretty much half of my females that I expected to lay didn't lay because I was using males that were too small. That's probably the worst things that I've had in ball pythons. Are you going to get more tarantulas? Probably not. Yes, thank you for that super chat. What are your thoughts on the sunset? So the sunset is a really visually dominant gene where you actually work other genes into the sunset, and it really dominates. I say it's up there with something like the champagne. So I think it's kind of a challenging project. Not a lot of people are into the sunsets, but you can make some pretty good money in the sunsets, which is pretty cool. I don't think we've really seen the true potential of that gene. I think like with the champagne, you can make like the gray matters and stuff like that, which a lot of people didn't realize at first, I think. Yeah, they're like a dirty brown sock, and it's kind of the same thing with the champagne. When you look at the champagne working other genes into the mix, but if you actually make the super cinnamon champagne, you get like a metallic looking pied snake. If you actually take the champagne and breed it with the pied, all the champagne het pieds look like visual pieds. So you can actually do certain things with difficult genes to make some really impressive results. And the sunset, I'd say it's a little bit difficult, and we really haven't seen the true potential of what we can actually do with the sunset. So I think it's still pretty new as far as making a judgment call on the sunset. Glad to see you're still hanging. Yeah, I'm kind of dying. 10 hours and 33. We still have an hour and a half to go. That is kind of crazy. My voice is kind of giving out. I'm on my third Coke already. How do you find me on Morphmarket? You can actually go underneath any one of my videos. You can click and expand the description under my video. You can click the More tab, and I actually have a link to my Morphmarket store under every one of my videos. I want to try to make a black white striped ball python. Call it the Beetlejuice. Would Axanthic Enchi do it? So a black and white striped, which you can actually do is you can make let's see, you can do a lesser leopard Axanthic. So the lesser leopard makes a striped snake, and you can make an Axanthic with probably the best thing would be a lesser leopard pastel fire, because the pastel and the fire would really clean it up and make it sharp and bright, and then the lesser leopard would actually make it I don't know what Bobby's doing on my head, but then you get a really clean, bright, striped snake with all those genes together. Although it'd be kind of hard to reproduce because you have the lesser, the leopard, the fire, the pastel, and the Axanthics. It'd be like a combination of 6 genes, which would be kind of difficult to actually hit. Are the champagnes prone to the wobble? Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, one of the first champagnes I ever saw was one in a pet store. Whoa, Bobby's falling off. And I actually saw one that was really bad in a pet store. I don't know what Bobby's doing. Hopefully he doesn't pee on me. He's been on me all day long. I don't know what you're doing, Bobby. So actually, one of the first champagnes that I saw was in a pet store, crawling upside down on its back. It had a really bad head wobble, and I had no clue about the head wobbles or anything like that. And usually when people talk about the head wobble, they kind of point their finger at the spider, although I have seen it in champagnes. But it seems like it's not really that common as far as what you see in a lot of champagnes or a lot of spiders. It seems kind of rare as far as what you'd see. Some people kind of give those genes a bad name from the head wobble, but I've actually produced spiders in my collection and I've never really seen a bad head wobble. I have an ivory and a Mojave female. Should I buy a yellow belly Mojave and try to breed supers or buy 2 gravels for super gravels? Ivory and a Mojave female. So the ivory is the super yellow belly and a Mojave. Should I buy a yellow belly Mojave? So if you had a yellow belly Mojave, you could go for the supers, or yeah, you could go for the ivories, or buy 2 gravels for the super gravels. So yeah, you could either buy, what I would actually do is I'd buy gravels or asphalts and breed it to the ivory and make some highways or freeways. Actually, what I would do is I would buy probably like an asphalt with other genes in the mix and go for multi-genes like a pinstripe gravel or a pinstripe asphalt. The pinstripe freeways are kind of crazy. You could go for the super gravels too. You could buy 2 gravels. What kind of ball python is that and how much does it cost? This snake around my neck, this is not for sale. This is Bobby. Bobby is a bamboo. So I've been selling hatchlings, bamboo hatchlings for about 400 this year. With shipping is about about 470 shipped. So I can show you. I actually have macaroni, something like this. So here is a little Bobby, little baby bamboo. This is Bobby's grand 4 to 500, kind of on the top end. Depends on if they're really clean and crisp and bright like this. Sometimes you can get browned out ones for cheaper. I've seen some of the really browned out lines of bamboo go for like $250 or something like that at some of the local reptile shows. And then Bobby actually paid, when Bobby's a male adult, I actually paid, I think it was like $1,200 for him as an adult male. I bought him over on Morphmarket. So that's kind of the pricing for bamboos. Is there a website where you sell your ducks? So, so my ducks are a big money maker. The black and green ones are cayugas. And what I actually do is I sell the hatching eggs over on eBay. They sell like crazy. As a matter of fact, I actually have a video on my YouTube channel that is how to make $2,000 a month with 24 ducks, and you can do it. As a matter of fact, I might make more than that with those cayugas. And when I actually bought that, I sell the hatching eggs. So when I bought the hatching eggs for those ducks, I paid $70 a dozen for those eggs, which is kind of crazy. And they'll lay an egg like every other day. So I'll get like a dozen eggs every other day. So that's, just for the cayugas, it's like $70 every other day, which is kind of crazy. And then the black Australorps, those were selling for, I think, like $50 a dozen or something like that. And then the Muscovies, I paid even more for those. So if you sell the hatching eggs, you can really make a lot of money on the ducks and the chickens. Yeah, Bobby is pretty funny. He's like crawls all over my head. How much does a super cinnamon champagne go for? The super cinnamon champagne is the gray matter. I think you'd have to look over on Morphmarket. I think they're like 1,500. It's pretty crazy for the gray matters. What's the best months to start pairing up your females? I actually pair up on October 15th. Bobby's doing. Bobby is getting into trouble. October 15th is when I start pairing up all my females. Macaroni is a female, not for sale. I had a whole bunch of bamboos this year. As a matter of fact, I had like a whole handful of bamboos, and I actually made a video, snakes for sale, my bamboos. Posted them over on Morphmarket, and in like 10 hours, they all sold. It was kind of crazy. And I decided just to keep one of my best females back, and that is Macaroni. So just kind of keeping the one just to see, I don't know, I don't know, you kind of get to the end of the year and you have all these holdbacks. I think I have like 9 or 10 holdbacks that I want to hold back. I don't know if I have enough rack space for all those, which is kind of crazy. Hello, what is going on? Greetings from Canada. Hey, what is up? Do I do cross-border shipping? So I actually looked into shipping to Canada. Someone wanted to buy some snakes over in Canada and actually got a quote of, I think it was between $600 and $800 to actually ship to Canada. So if you're actually like a really big breeder and you sold a whole bunch of snakes all at once, or if you were selling like $10,000 snakes or something like that, it might be worth shipping across across the lines of the United States up to Canada or over to UK. Some people actually ship pretty much around the world, but it's super expensive. I need a female to go with my Mystic Potion. Can't find a female that I want to breed it with. So the Mystic Potion is the Mystic and the Mojave. Pretty awesome. Almost looks kind of like the Purple Passion, kind of like a purplish blue-eyed leucistic. So let's see, what would you breed a Mystic Potion to? Well, you can do like a lesser and make the Mojave lessers. And you would also make the, you can, so the Mojave lesser is actually probably the best blue-eyed leucistic that you can make. So, which would probably be the best thing with a Mystic Potion. Yep, you can make the Super Mystic too. Yep, the Super Mystic. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. The Mystic Potion with the Mystic. Then you'd make this half Super Mystics and half Mystic Potions, which would be pretty cool. You'd also make Mystics and Mojaves and normals too. How tired am I right now? Not too bad. We have an hour and about 15 minutes left before midnight, the 12-hour live stream. I'd say probably the worst part right now is my throat. That is from 24 hours of talking. It seemed like in the last hour yesterday, my throat got really sore. It's kind of like the same thing today. But it seems like, all right, Bobby. Seems like today is a little bit better than yesterday. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting used to the marathon live stream. Do you have any questions for us? No, that's fine. I can keep going. I want either a pied or a banana or a blue-eyed Lucy. What to choose? That is a tough choice. So the pied is actually, I found that visual pieds, from what I found, are kind of picky eaters. Some people disagree. I've had a lot of people agree that pieds can be pretty finicky when it comes to eating. That's why I don't do a whole lot of pieds. The banana is cool because you can breed it to anything. Half the offspring come out as banana. The blue-eyed Lucy is there's like 40 different ways you can make a blue-eyed Lucy. So it depends on what genes are in there as far as breeding it to something else. Which axanthic would be the best for Beetlejuice? I'd probably go with the TSK axanthic just because there's more of them over on Morphmarket. I'd probably start with the really high quality axanthic. So it really depends on what they look like over there. Some of them are kind of browned out and some of them are kind of silverish color, which is pretty cool. What's your favorite morph to breed with a pinstripe? I'd say probably the bamboo. The bamboo pinstripes are pretty awesome. So There's a lot of different things you can breed to a pinstripe. As a matter of fact, I do have one that is one of my new ones. I just produced it this year. Is my pinstripe calico. I showed it off a few times. I'll show you that one. That one's pretty cool. Let's see. So this is my newest favorite pinstripe combination with the pinstripe, and I have this bright, deep, like a deep orange, kind of a coppery colored a calico, which I just kind of discovered that was in my collection, which is kind of wild. And I don't know if you can see the color on this. I have a really low quality live stream connection. I think my upload speed is only like 0.5 megabits per second, but the color of this thing is, it looks like a really bright coppery color, kind of, it's almost like a metallic looking color from my certain version of calico. Some calicos are really super orange like that. Probably my favorite combination with the pinstripe that I've pretty much ever produced. Pretty awesome little hats. It's like almost super bright, kind of an orangish gold copper color. Pretty wild looking thing. Yeah, I think this is going to be one of my holdbacks too. So many holdbacks. I may need another rack at some point. We'll have to see. My favorite eye color in a snake. Bobby's got some interesting eye colors. I don't know what Bobby's doing over there, but he's got it's kind of like a, I don't know if you can really see it. Kind of the favorite eye color. I actually have a snake, but it's in shed. I don't know if you can see the eye color, but it's like a steel gray eye, kind of really unique for a ball python. That one's actually a bamboo pastel pinstripe, which kind of has a really interesting eye color. Let's see. Oh, Bobby. Out of those three, which one would you do? I'm learning the banana or the blue-eyed Lucy. I would probably start with the banana. As far as if you're just starting out in snakes, it'd be a lot easier, I think, with a banana than a blue-eyed leucistic. Although if you bought two snakes to breed, you can buy two blue-eyed leucistics and breed them together and produce all blue-eyed leucistics. That'd be pretty cool. But the banana is pretty cool. I think I'd go with the banana. Will I continue posting on my other channel? I actually have, I think I'm up to like 8 channels on YouTube. I have like my treasure hunter channel and a whole bunch of stuff that are pretty much dead in the water. So I probably won't do anything with those channels. I found out pretty much on YouTube, it's always best to have one channel. So if I decided, all right, I'm not going to do ball pythons, I'm going to switch to real estate or something like that. The best thing to do instead of starting a separate channel would be to actually change this channel to real estate and kind of make all my playlists real estate and the banner and everything, and kind of hide all my ball python stuff kind of in the background. And that way all the ball python and the 1,000 videos I have over there will actually drive the momentum of my real estate channel. It's always best to kind of do it that way instead of completely starting over. So if you start over on a channel, it almost builds exponentially. When you're first starting out, it's really difficult to start. Once you get to the end, it's the payoff is at the end. So it's always best to have one channel versus multiple. That's why they're kind of dead in the water. Bought a pinstripe and a GHI, but I'm going to sell them because they aren't females. Yeah, I don't know. GHI. Yeah, it depends on how big of an operation you would get. What I would actually do is I would take like the pinstripe and the GHI and hold on to them, breed them to your females that you eventually get, and work pinstripe into all the genes. So if you actually bought the pinstripe and worked it into like a 2-gene combo, you got the 3 genes with the pinstripe, then you could actually sell the pinstripe at that time after you bred it into a higher level combination. So that's kind of what I did with Bobby. So I took Bobby and I bred him into like the calico, the bamboo calico. Then I had the bamboo calico and I bred it into a lemon blast. So then I have the bamboo calico pastel pinstripe. And now the Bobby is obsolete. And then my other one is obsolete too. And you can keep increasing the amount of genes and make them obsolete. But you definitely, probably what I do is I get those into some higher level combinations before you actually sell them, unless you just want to get out of pinstripe and GHI. Why kegs? Not sure what that means. Let's see. Yeah, definitely keep that pinstripe. How many more days will you be live streaming for? Yeah, so I had this crazy idea. Hey, I want to buy a Harley Davidson and try to pay it off with the super chat money from a marathon live stream. And we're doing pretty good. We're actually down to, we owe $7,906 on the Harley Davidson. We actually made $400 yesterday. It was like 401. Today we're up to, we made 256, which isn't too bad. I was planning on live streaming until until this goes to zero right here. I don't know if that's actually going to work. I'll actually get down to a reasonable level, and then depending on, I don't know if I'll get down to zero or if I'll just get down to close to, a couple thousand or something, and then just pay the rest off some other way, sell some snakes or something. We'll see if my voice can actually hold up to a marathon live stream. Hello, I just bought a banana blade clown. First year, awesome. So banana blade clown. So that is that's kind of like my banana inchy clown, which is pretty cool. Bobby, you're choking me. So I would probably breed that with another clown and reproduce it, the banana blade clown, or do the banana super blade clown. The thing I like with the banana is the leopard and the spot nose works really well with the banana. Breed two hets together, or do you prefer buying visuals? So yeah, the problem with hets is it's always difficult, especially if they're females, to kind of replace them. That's kind of why I'm up against the wall with my females, because they're really productive and can produce a lot of offspring. And sometimes you're almost tempted to hold the bigger female hets instead of replacing them with really small visuals. I would always start with visuals if you can actually afford it. It'll definitely pay off in the long run. Do you take care of your ball pythons and rodents yourself? Yes, I do. How much time daily? Not really that much time. So probably the biggest thing is when I go through once a month and change all the substrate in these tubs. And that usually takes, I'd say maybe 2 to 3 hours a day over 3 hours. So maybe 9 or 10 hours to actually go through and change all the substrate in my ball python. Other than that, it's not that much work. And then my rodents, usually I go through at least once a week and change all the bedding. My mice, I actually go through like every 4 days and change it, which is not too bad. So usually like at the end of the day, and then I have to feed the snakes too. So maybe 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours a day maximum in my snake room here. So not too bad as far as my snakes. Yes, I am still on. Yes, Juggernaut. 10 hours, 54 minutes, 59 seconds. We have an hour and 5 minutes to midnight. What do I use to disinfect your tubs? I was actually using an F10 solution, and I couldn't find F10 it wasn't very much available. I actually went over to I can't even remember what the name of it is. Chlorhexidine is what I'm using now. So I kind of just went back to this. I don't think it's as good as F10 as far as cutting through all the smells and as much, but it works pretty good. A lot of the veterinarians actually recommend chlorhexidine. You can actually leave a little bit in the tub and it doesn't hurt your snakes at all. So I actually dilute just a little bit with water in a spray bottle and use that to spray down my rats and my mice in the tubs. It's like a non-toxic disinfectant for animal use. It doesn't say, it says for use on horses and dogs. That's pretty crazy. Let's see. Yeah, like the color of Bobby. Bobby is pretty cool getting into bamboos. Substrate, I see people using doggy pads to absorb the waste. I have heard a lot of people using the doggy pads in their ball pythons. I haven't really used. I actually went to paper for a while. I actually bought some liners that went in my tubs, and I used paper towels. But it seems like the ball pythons don't really get a good grip on the paper, and they don't really feel comfortable. Sometimes if you're using like a paper substrate, sometimes they'll wrap around the water bowl and kind of grab onto that because there's nothing else in the tub to grab onto. That's why I really like the coconut husk gives them something to actually grip onto. All right, so we are down. We caught up with all the comments. Pretty cool. And what I think I'll do, I am still here. We're all still here. All right, let's pull out another snake. See what we can find in this collection of snakes. Let's see. Maybe I'll pull out my clown. Beautiful clown. This girl, well, she's in shed. Clown's in shed. How about my Lemon Blast scaleless head? This girl needs some handling. So this one's pretty cool. Pastel pinstripe scaleless head. Beautiful. It's a female. When I hatched this girl out, they were selling on Morphmarket for $6,000. I held back two of them. I should have sold one of them for $6,000. I don't know. I'm actually trying to shoot for the completely scaleless ball pythons that sometimes. She's a really awesome snake. She's almost big enough to put around my neck. 2 years old and still pretty small. She fasted for quite a long time, and she's back on food, doing pretty good. I think maybe next year I could actually breed her. For handling a hatchling, do you suggest handling 2 weeks maximum? Yeah, so for a hatchling, I would probably, if you have a really aggressive hatchling that's really hissing and snapping, I would probably pick it up and hold it for like maybe an hour or something like that to really calm down that hatchling. You got to really get them used to people. You can actually handle a hatchling every day for like half hour, 45 minutes a day, or as much as you can, I would say. Probably wouldn't handle them much more than an hour at a time. And this you can tell if you don't handle them, they kind of get like this. This one's really never been handled that much. She's kind of flighty and skittish as far as a snake. And usually once they get to this age, then it's kind of hard to tame them down. It's a lot easier to tame down a hatchling versus kind of like a 2-year-old female like this. She's really long and lanky. I think if she started eating really well, she could gain some weight pretty fast. Do you have any bearded dragons? No bearded dragons. I have some crested geckos. That's pretty much the only thing that I have besides that are 4-legged lizards. Can you bring Jeeves' parents out? Yeah, so Jeeves, let's see. Let's see. Let's take a look at this. Let's come back. So Jeeves is my second clutch of the year. I might have to look this one up. Let's see what I actually did on that breeding. Let's see. Second clutch. Bamboo Calico with my pastel female number 1. Pastel female number 1. That is Boss, or is it? It's Bugs. My eyes are starting to blur. Bugs, pastel female number 1. All right, Bugs. Bugs is doing pretty good. Ugh. So this is the female from Jeeves. Big pastel, really awesome. Laid a big clutch of eggs. She's a big female, laid a bunch of eggs. Looking pretty good. She's got kind of like a leopard pattern all over. Kind of a jumbled up pattern. Pretty awesome snake. Pretty awesome pastel. It's funny how the pastels kind of brown out as they get older a little bit. Pretty big female. I think this one's produced every single year for me. Looking pretty good. So Jeeves was actually from this one crossed with my Bamboo Calico. This girl's heavy. She might be, I don't know, she's eating pretty good. Almost every week now, which is pretty, for the last 3 months. That is pretty good. And then the father of that one was this one. Calico Bamboo. So this one is the father, the Calico Bamboo. And this is kind of like the orange version of the Calico that brings out a lot of oranges in a lot of my Calicos stuff. It's kind of interesting how high white of a side this one has. So the one that actually produced this was 100% Het Desert Ghost. So this is 50% Het Desert Ghost, which means that Jeeves is possible Het Desert Ghost. Depends on this one, if this one is Het Desert Ghost or not. So there's a possibility that that gene could actually get kind of transferred down through to Jeeves. So if people that are just kind of joining, we can actually show you Jeeves here. So this one's kind of interesting. I think this one's just a normal possible Het Desert Ghost, but it's really super orange, almost like that Calico, which is kind of interesting. So I was wondering if this one could have that Calico in it. Of course, usually with the Calico, you don't have the alien heads with the eyes in it. So I think it's just kind of a really orange normal. So this was the product of those two snakes. Possible Het Desert Ghost. Kind of a crazy belly pattern on that one. Pretty awesome. There's really no markers for the Het Desert Ghost that I know of, as far as trying to tell if it has the gene in there or not. So that is the lineage for that one. Which is pretty awesome. Also want a bearded dragon. Yes, bearded. What is your live streaming setup? Let me bring Bobby out. I have to have at least one snake on my neck. Well, maybe we'll bring the pinstripe out. All right, girl. Here we go. So, do you think my video quality is good or bad? I think it might be pretty bad because of my upload speed. I'm like, I think I have like 0.5 megabits per second upload speed. I'm surprised this even works. So what I actually have is I just have my phone. I'm just live streaming on my phone, and my phone is in a tripod with a phone holder. I actually have a Galaxy Note 9. So it's a pretty high-end phone, and that's what I'm live streaming on. My phone is just plugged into my computer here, and then I have my laptop where I can actually see all the comments over here and kind of scroll up and down on my laptop. What temperature and humidity do you try to keep? Actually, my ambient temperature in my snake room is 80 to 82 degrees as the ambient temperature. My hotspot is 90, and the humidity is really super dry in my snake room. I try to keep the humidity in the tubs a little bit higher, and I go through with a little watering can every couple days and water all the snakes for the humidity. Any reptiles? Hello, Chris. I had to leave, but I'm back. I'm doing pretty good for the 11th hour. Up against the clock. We only have like 50 minutes left. Major live stream marathon. My Mystic is like 2 years old and he's like 30 inches. Sometimes that happens. These ball pythons, sometimes they can be really old and be really picky feeders their whole life, and it kind of just drives you mad. And sometimes you can have some really picky feeders, and all of a sudden, whatever it is, they just snap and they start eating like crazy. And sometimes you have to watch that. If you actually have a really picky eater and it decides to go back on food, and you see it wants to eat like every 3 or 4 days, sometimes I'll actually increase the food to try to beef it up a little bit. It's kind of like my reticulated python. Sonny, he fasted for like 3 months, would not eat a single thing. And then for whatever reason, just like, when was it? A month ago, he went back on food, and I've been feeding him 3 big rats a week for the last 4 or 5 weeks. After what? No, it was a 5-month fast on that one. It's just so crazy. Sometimes these snakes will just drive you bonkers. All right, let's see. What up from Tennessee? All right. Hopefully gonna get a female off you this year. Let's start a breed. I don't know how many snakes I actually have. Well, I have some coral glows that are all males. I will have some stuff that I hatched out. I might have some females coming up. We'll have to see. They go pretty quick though. It's kind of crazy. I have some ball pythons and panther chameleons. Awesome. Looking at getting into bamboo and Mojave. Awesome. Lots of people getting into bamboo. And the Mojave's pretty awesome. Making you jealous with all the bamboos. Yeah, bamboos are pretty awesome. How many snakes do I have that aren't pythons? I have pretty much all ball pythons except my 2 reticulated pythons, Sunny and Lucy. Other than that, I think I sold everything. I actually had a corn snake, just sold that one. Pretty much every single snake now is a python. That's kind of crazy. You remind me of Andy Dufresne. I don't know who that is. I'll have to actually look that up. Oh yeah. I know who that is now. Okay, yeah, it's Shawshank Redemption, right? Are you rocking with the Wi-Fi extender? No, I'm actually, I'm just pretty much right below the router upstairs, so I'm not that far from the router. Just working with my phone. My phone actually works pretty good down here. Am I coming to the next Tinley in Chicago, March 2021? Maybe if I get my COVID vaccination by then. Pretty much stuck here in my house until the whole pandemic is over. As a matter of fact, it was about a year and a half ago, I actually got influenza A at one of the reptile shows. I was selling at the reptile shows, shaking everybody's hand and eating sausage. I had the sausage and crackers I was eating after shaking everyone's hand. For some reason, I picked up influenza A, ended up in the hospital and almost died. I could feel like my kidneys starting to fail. I was so sick for so long. I couldn't believe it. That was the sickest I've ever been, I think. You can do it. Yes, we're close. 11 hours, 11 minutes, 37 seconds. How do you measure your snakes? So most people actually weigh their snakes and talk about a weight of a snake versus actually measuring the length. But there's actually an app, the Snake Measure. Let's see. I might actually have it. Yeah, Snake Measure. So it's actually serpwidgets.com, and you can go to the snake measure. And what you do is you put your snake down next to a ruler and take a picture of it. And then you go into the software and measure the ruler in the software, and it calibrates the software's ruler in the software. And then you can just draw a line right down the center of your snake, the whole kind of all around the snake, and it gives you a measurement of your snake, which is pretty cool. That's the easiest way to do it. What's the longest you've had a snake fast for? I had one fast, believe it or not, I've had one fast for over a year, which is kind of crazy. It was a female, and she was gravid, and she went off of food and fasted for a long time, laid some eggs, and then would not go back on food after she laid the eggs. So I think it's usually March, early March, that they go off of food. So March, April, May, June, July, August, when they usually start laying eggs. So it's like 5 months. And for some reason, I think it was almost a year, maybe over a year. And she got super skinny and then went back on food and then started eating like crazy. These snakes can drive you crazy. How's your experience with the corn snake? I do like the corn snake. I would definitely recommend a corn snake. Yeah, they eat every single time. They're really friendly, kind of squirrely. Don't really want to get into breeding them, but they would be an awesome pet, the corn snakes. Yeah, Shawshank Redemption. The pandemic will never end. Some people think it's a scamdemic and it's never started. Just got back. All right. Nice pinstripe. Yes, this is my nice pinstripe. All right. COVID is a myth. Yeah, you never know what's really going on. Red hot sausages and orange crackers. I was actually eating summer sausage when I actually got the flu. The pandemic has been over for months. Get out and enjoy life. Yes, some people would say that. That's awesome. If you haven't tried that way, yeah. Stay inside and wear a mask. Yeah, that's like, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting if you actually look at the pandemic and they say, all right, 200,000 people have died of COVID, but normally 80,000 people die of the flu. So you could technically say it's only twice as bad as the flu, which is kind of crazy. It really depends how you look at it. And with the flu, it seems like we can never get a vaccine because it keeps mutating. So it could be, we could end up with a COVID kind of like the flu. You have to get your COVID shot every single year. Ugh, I got something in my eye. All right, so we are at 11 hours, 15 minutes, 45 minutes to go. We can do it. We can do it. Had a pinstripe female go off of food for a year. That's sometimes it'll actually happen to go off of food for a really long time. Sometimes it's like, it can go for a really long time for ball pythons fasting. That's why a lot of people, they'll email me and they say, my pinstripe and my ball python hasn't eaten for 2 weeks. I'm panicking. I'm like, that is nothing compared to what could actually be going on. Scamdemic. I agree. It could be considered a scamdemic. Just a few more minutes. Yes, almost there. We are going the hours. How long does it take for a ball python to reach maturity? You can actually breed a male after 1 year and a female after 2 years is pretty much the earliest that I've ever heard of. Usually it's 2 years for a male and 3 years for a female as far as being able to breed. Do you think we would profit from moving to a warm environment when raising snakes? I don't know. You'd probably save a little bit on heating, but if you have your rodents in with your snakes, the rodents can actually heat. I don't know. I don't know if it's that much of a difference. Good insulation is the key. How long can I power feed a ball python? Really depends on what you call power feed. I wouldn't feed them. I wouldn't power feed too much. I'd say usually hatchlings every 4 days is probably the maximum. With ball pythons, maybe 2 rodents a week would be pretty much the most. I wouldn't go much over that. If you power feed too much, they can either regurgitate, or sometimes if they get so full and bloated, they decide they don't want to eat and they can go off of food. So that can be kind of a risk of power feeding. Oh, I got something in my eye. I think it was maybe this chlorhexidine. I don't know. Or I got some snake slime in my eye. I don't know what it is. What's my horoscope? I am a Gemini. 59 people on the live stream at the end, running towards the finish line. That's kind of crazy. Paired my super inchy blade clown male to my albino pied female. Triple hets. Nice. That is the way to go. We're switching a ball python from live to frozen. Should I pre-kill, then freeze, or straight to frozen? You can go straight to frozen. I think that'd be fine. I don't think there's much difference between frozen thawed and pre-killed as far as the snake's concerned. As a matter of fact, usually what I do is kind of one of the things I've been doing pre-killed, and then I heat it with a heat lamp, and it seems better than just the pre-killed by itself without actually hitting it. So usually with a frozen thawed, you'll actually heat it with the heat lamp right at the end. Is there an all black python with black eyes? I'm not sure what color eyes the super cinnamon or the super black pastel have, but those are definitely all black ball pythons. How do you feel about breeding normals to normals? You can actually do it to make a bunch of normals, no problem. Normals sell really good. You don't make a lot of money, but it'd be kind of a fun project if you're just starting out. How can I get my ball python off mice? That is a good question. Sometimes you just can't get them off mice. It's very frustrating. It'd be cool if there was there actually is an all black ball python. It is the super black pastel. It is pretty much the blackest ball python that you can get. How many years can you breed a female? You can breed them for decades, a really long time. So I've seen ball pythons live as long as 60 years, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, I definitely have something in my eye, which is killing me. I don't know what I got in my eye. I almost need some eye drops or something. Let's see. Why do ball pythons go off of food? That is the question. It's like, why did the chicken cross the road? 30 minutes to go. Actually, we're at 11 hours, 21 minutes. You know what's weird? I did the live stream yesterday, and we actually went over 12 hours. And if you look at the replay, it says 11 hours and 55 minutes, which is kind of crazy. It's like they shrunk it down 5 minutes. I don't know how they did that. You should do a feed of your snakes, frozen thawed. I actually don't do feeding videos anymore because they demonetized all my feeding videos. Whew. I got something in my eye. I don't know what it is. Kind of crazy. How long until my female pinstripe is 5 feet? Yeah. My biggest ball python is only 8 years old, so for some it doesn't really take that long. Some of them will never get to 5 feet. It really depends. Is there a blue ball python? Probably the bluest one that I've seen is like a red axanthic, as far as being blue. I wasn't there the whole stream, but have you used the bathroom? Actually, I haven't. 12 hours is a long time. No problem. No problem at all. I have a bladder of steel. No problem. It's not even uncomfortable. What do you use to remove the egg bound issue? So for egg bound, I pretty much leave them past their eggs on their own. I've actually, well, for one of my egg bound, what I actually did is I actually fed them a pretty good sized rodent after they were egg bound, and that actually pushed the last egg out, which is kind of the best thing you can do. What would you recommend for me to buy at a reptile expo for someone trying to start breeding ball pythons? A budget of 1,000. The sky is the limit. To start breeding ball pythons, I'd probably go with dominant or co-dominant genes like the pinstripe or the pastel or the Mojave, so you can actually breed it and see that half the offspring get it, versus like going with recessives, which can be a little bit more challenging. What weight can I start pairing my males and females? Most people say the minimum weight for males is 500 grams, but I actually prefer I'd probably wait until like 800 grams for your males. And then for the females, most people say 500, but I'd probably do like 1,800 to 2,000 before I actually paired up my females. What animals would I never get? I would probably never get a crocodile or an alligator. I don't know if I'd ever get venomous snakes either. That's kind of crazy. I've seen some guys doing venomous for years and years and years, and then it's one little mistake that does them in. That's kind of crazy. So, yeah. I was thinking about getting elephants, but I didn't really have, instead of elephants, I got my cows. Pretty much the same thing on a smaller scale. I thought it'd be pretty cool if you could actually get like little miniature elephants instead of that. But an elephant can eat so much food. It's kind of crazy. So can my cows, which is crazy too. Thinking of getting a green tree python. So the green trees, I've actually heard that they have the biggest teeth of all the snakes. So if you actually get bit by a green tree, it's like worse than getting bit from any other snake. So you definitely have to be careful with the green trees. I've heard most of the green trees are not really a hands-on species, although I have seen some people tame them down. Do I have any horses? No, don't have any horses. I just have 4 cows and 38 birds, chickens, and ducks. Pretty much my only barnyard animals that I have at the moment. Never had a horse. Horses, the problem with horses is they have teeth on the top and the bottom, and they can actually chew through wood, and they would pretty much destroy all my wood structures out in my barnyard. So nope, no, no horses. I don't want to chase the wood destruction from the horses. They had elephants at the country fair. Yeah, 3 elephants ate 12 bales in a day. You should see how much my cows eat. My Angus bull probably weighs like 2,500 pounds, and then I have a steer that probably weighs maybe 1,500 pounds. So that's like 4,000 pounds right there. And then I have a female that's about 1,000. So I have like I probably have over 5,000 pounds of cows out there. They can plow some hay down. It's pretty amazing. I go through, yeah, maybe, well, I'm not sure exactly how long it lasts. Maybe about 700 pounds of hay every week, which is a lot of hay. It's kind of crazy. All right. Once at a petting zoo. Yeah, have you ever had a snake die and you didn't know of what? I actually had one snake die out of all the hundreds of snakes that I've had. Just kind of fell over dead for some reason. It was weird. I just opened the tub. It had water, fresh bedding, just randomly fell over dead, which is kind of weird. I've had a lot of animals die. As a matter of fact, I had a chicken that just fell over dead one day too, just kind of out of the blue, a young chicken. I think it's kind of like a bad heart issue on some animals. It's kind of random genetic anomalies, like with something inside, like internal organs or something. I don't know. That's kind of the weirdest thing. Because usually snakes, you can't kill a snake. They're pretty much bulletproof, indestructible. They'll go off of food for a year and they'll still live. It's pretty crazy. It's very rare that you actually see a snake die compared to other animals, especially. Yeah, so you saw a blue green tree python. Those are really super. Some of the green tree python colors can be really crazy. Are you calibrating your super chat donations for what YouTube is going to take from you? Yes, YouTube does take a part of the super chat. That is true. And if you actually end up making a profit at the end of the year, Uncle Sam may take up to 50% of what you actually make as a profit. So there's a lot of other stuff you have to take into consideration as far as all that too. Yeah, so you have to take all that into consideration. I thought about the turkeys once, but one thunderstorm, they'd be dead. Yeah, so turkeys are kind of interesting. Turkeys, I was almost going to get some turkeys on my barnyard, and I found out how much turkeys can eat. They can eat an incredible amount of food. It's pretty amazing. I heard how much turkeys, I was like, there's no way I could feed a whole flock of 40 ducks and chickens for the amount of food that like just a handful of turkeys would eat. Kind of crazy. My food expenses must be more than my mortgage. It is pretty expensive. Although my food expenses is actually tax deductible. So, if, whatever I make as a profit, you kind of subtract that from your expenses, and you only pay taxes on your profits, which is kind of cool. So at some point I'll be really profitable and I'll be paying a massive amount of taxes at some point. So it's all tax deductible as far as the food. What's your recommendation on taming down a ball python? Year and a half old female. Yeah, sometimes you get a ball python that is crazy. Sometimes what probably the best thing to do is kind of hold the ball python for like an hour at a time if you can actually do it. I only ever had one ball python that I really couldn't tame down. That thing is a beast. And I actually finally sold it. Could not tame it down for anything. It's kind of crazy. But I'd say in most cases, if you actually take a ball python and hold it for like a couple hours, it'll actually really tame down. It's just really, it doesn't trust you and it thinks that you're going to hurt it. So it's really a trust issue between you and the snake. That is a dark pinstripe. This is a really dark pinstripe. Pretty amazing how dark this one is. Not too bad. Well, I guess you get it out in the light. It looks a little bit more reddish on the camera, but it is pretty gold. Not too bad. Pretty much your typical looking pinstripe. And she's been, look at, she just laid some eggs and she's getting fat again, been eating really good. Look at how mellow she is. She's almost as mellow as Bobby. I'm wondering if someone had her before and handled her a lot, which is kind of interesting. I actually bought her as part of a collection of females. I didn't realize she was so mellow just until the live stream when I was putting snakes on my neck. It's funny, I'd open up the tub and I'd pull her out and she'd kind of jump and flinch. And now she's like super mellow, almost like Bobby. Kind of crazy that I figured out a new personality on one of my snakes. This is like the new Bobby stand-in here. Any place you recommend for getting frozen rats? I pretty much buy them all from rodentpro.com is where I get all my frozen rats. Are you sad that the Denver Repticon got canceled? Actually, I didn't know it got canceled from the pandemic. I haven't really been looking at the reptile scene over here in Denver. Let's see. If you haven't sent a super chat, then you're in the wrong. Yeah. So yeah, we've been doing super chats to try to pay off the Harley Davidson. We've been doing really good. As a matter of fact, we started at $8,500 that we owed on the Harley. So I actually bought a $9,000 Harley, paid $500 down, and trying to pay the rest off with the super chat, which is kind of crazy on the marathon, which is insane. And we got it down. We did $256 today, which is pretty cool. We did $400 yesterday. Got it down to $79.06. So you never know on the super chats. Sometimes they can come in. I've actually seen some people on other channels do like $500 super chats, and sometimes it's kind of unpredictable. It's kind of like the whole YouTube. Sometimes you can make a lot in 1 month, and sometimes you don't make anything at all. Crazy ups and downs on YouTube. And I don't know how long, if I'll actually go all the way to 0 on these super chat live stream marathons, or if I'll get it down to maybe just a couple thousand and then maybe pay the rest off and just get the bike. I'm not sure how long my voice is going to last. So this is the second 12-hour live stream day in a row. Kind of crazy. Ever got a snake that was DOA? No, I never have. Very rare that you'll actually have a snake die in transport. I haven't really heard of that very often. How long does Morphmarket let you sell as a new seller? What hints do you have for breaking in as a seller? I've never really had a problem with selling as a new seller over on Morphmarket. I don't think a lot of people really care about that. I just put your snakes over there and they'll eventually sell. The pinstripe that I just got was like a yellow and then an orange stripe. So Yeah, so sometimes pinstripes can have a little bit of orange on the side when they're hatchlings, and a lot of times they'll actually grow out of that. Bobby is the best. Yes, he is. I am the snake whisperer. I actually have a video, one of my early videos that's like how to become a snake whisperer. Yeah, it's pretty funny. All right, we'll stay tuned. Cool. What do you do? You do Zoom consultations for a fee? Probably not. I pretty much have a really busy schedule. Not sure if I'd want to do Zoom stuff like that. Let's see. And then the DJI that the dude was also selling at the same time is like a dark snake, like the one on your neck, with a lot of 10 spots. It is cool. Will you be on tomorrow for 12 hours more? I'm going to plan on it. We need to whittle down that Harley Davidson number. That is a really big number still, 7,900. Whew. We'll see how far we can actually get that. If it comes down to 3,000, I might consider just bailing. I don't know how long I could actually keep it up. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Pinstripe's 2 years old, huh? I own many different morphs, but I only choose to breed normals. That is interesting. As a matter of fact, a lot of people come up to my tables at the reptile shows and they're like looking at all my snakes and they're like, I like this one the best. And it's actually a normal, which is kind of crazy that out of all those genes, people would pick out the normal. All right, so we're down to, we're at 11:37. I'm going to bring Bobby out for the finale. All right, Bobby. All right. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. All right, we can change the number here. We are down to 7901. I don't even need a calculator for that one. I might actually leave this whole setup here in my reptile room. Bobby is back for the last 20 minutes. Yeah, I'll probably keep going tomorrow. We'll keep it going for one more day at least. Cool. All right, Bobby. Bobby's got a pretty cool eye color. Take a look at that. Kind of like a bronze eye color. Kind of an interesting eye on Bobby. Can I explain what a dinker is? So a dinker looks like a normal where people think there is a potentially a new gene in that normal. They're trying to prove it to be genetic. So a lot of people take a dinker, breed it to another normal, and if everything comes out, half the offspring come out looking like the dinker, then you know it's either dominant or co-dominant. And sometimes you can actually kind of shoot for the super and make the super gene. If you actually find a brand new gene in a dinker, a lot of people will name it and kind of take credit for it. A lot of people have a dinker and it's not genetic. It's just kind of an unusual looking normal. And some people pay a lot for dinkers because they look really crazy and then they try to breed them over and over and over and it's not genetic and you can't prove them out. All right, let's see. Do you have any tips on introducing 3-month-old to my family members? So a 3-month-old ball python? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, some people are afraid of snakes, so sometimes it's hard. I'll be back tomorrow. Go to bed. All right. We'll see you tomorrow at 12 noon. Sounds good. Going to the end. 20 more minutes. 11:40, 39. Woo. Winding it down. What kind of comedy am I into? I don't really do a lot of comedy. Probably the only one I really watch is the Seinfeld episodes, I guess. Pretty much the only comedy that I really got into. So yeah, like a different pattern, yeah. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. All right, let's change the label. Woo! All right. We're down to the 7,800s. That was my goal for the day. So it's let's see, it'd be 78.91, right? 78, yeah. On the Harley Davidson super chat. I might as well do a live stream. I have nothing better to do. If I wasn't doing a live stream, I'd be doing some other videos, and it usually takes me like 12 hours to put a video together anyway. So I might as well sit here and do a live stream. Kind of crazy. All right, cool. Learned a lot from you. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so like different patterns. So if you're wondering about a dinker, let me show you this snake here. So for example, let me show you. I'll show you this one here. I can show you like So here's my biggest ball python. Take a look at this. This is kind of what a normal looks like as far as the color and the pattern of a regular normal ball python. Sometimes you have the alien heads like this one right here. Sometimes the patterns can be a little bit jumbled up. Usually you have the kind of the spots right down the back. This is pretty much your typical normal. And then when we talk about dinker, I actually have one that you'd consider a dinker, which is this one. So take a look at this. So this is what I would consider, she's deep in shed, so it's not really that bright. If we can actually unravel her here, see if we can get her unraveled. But she has this unusual line right down the top with these little blobs in here. It looks like there's a different gene, and sometimes dinkers can actually be another gene. Maybe you're just not familiar with it. Maybe it already exists as a gene. Maybe it's something new. Maybe I think she might be het pied, so the het pied might have an influence. But look at the crazy patterns, like these floating alien heads and the flames coming up. So I'm thinking this is kind of a dinker, something that I can't explain. I bred a coral glow to a normal. So this is either a normal or a coral glow. It's not what I would expect from the breeding on those two snakes. So this would be a dinker, really unusual looking normal that I just can't explain as far as the visual appearance of what I would expect in a normal ball python, just breeding a normal to a coral glow. So that is my dinker. That is what a dinker is. And they can look really different. Sometimes they can look, completely variable depending on what your dinker looks like. This is an unexplained looking normal. We'll bring Bobby back for the last little bit. Great 12-hour stretch. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that dinker was that dinker's 2 years old. That is a female. Hoping to breed it. I was thinking of breeding it this year. I might wait one more year on that one to actually play around with that dinker. I might actually pick up a male normal, breed it to that dinker, and see if any of the offspring come out looking like that female. It's probably the best way to actually do it. All right, good night, bro. So we're down to 14 minutes left on the 12-hour live stream. Second day of the 12-hour live stream. Whoo! Getting kind of delirious. How many feedings do you recommend before I start attempting frozen thawed? So as far as doing live mice for like a brand new hatchling, I usually do like 4 or 5 at least. Hey, I got another super chat. All right, cool. Let's bring this number down a little bit more right at the end. Awesome. So we are down to, all right. Jesus is King, Trump 2020. All right, see you tomorrow. So this is 78.91. We are at, let's see, this would be 78.86, right? All right. All right, getting down in the 7800s. Wow. Pretty awesome. Making a dent. All right, Bobby. All right. Are you just going to knock out, or do you want your bean stew? Yeah, so I like water the plants and have my bean stew, and I usually watch the news. I usually stay up. Normally I stay up, believe it or not, I actually stay up till about 1:30 usually. So I'll probably kind of kick back for about an hour and a half after this and relax and kind of clean all this mess up. I got a whole bunch of stuff down here. I might leave most of it set up. As far as last night, I like tore all this down, and then I didn't have much time off, and I set it all back up again. It was kind of useless to actually tear it all down. So that'll save me some time. And then I wake up early in the morning, early in the morning is about 7 or 8. That is early for me. And then I feed my cows and my dogs and my chickens, and then jump right back on the live stream so we can actually do it. How old is Bobby? Bobby is 7 years old now. So he was born in 2013, which is pretty cool. Actually, I don't think I actually have a birth date for Bobby. He's actually over on Morphmarket. I can actually pull him up and see if we can get a birthday. You can actually go over to Morphmarket, search by all the snakes instead of for sale, and then type in bamboo, and then search by the oldest birth. And he is the #1 oldest bamboo ever to have been sold on Morphmarket, which is kind of crazy. I paid $1,200. He was born in 2013. No birthday on Bobby. Well, you know what? Well, no. It actually came from Breeders' Circle. I could probably contact Breeders' Circle and get a birth date if they actually keep records that far back, which is kind of cool. So, Bobby for president. Yeah. Morning from the UK. It is morning of what time is it in the UK? It is midnight here in Colorado. It's actually 12:03. I started a little bit past noon. That's why we're going a little bit past midnight. We still have 9 minutes to go. uh, that is crazy. Let's see. On Morphmarket, who did you buy Bobby from? The breeder is called Breeder Circle. They're actually in Miami, Florida. You can go over to. They actually have 171 ball pythons over here. In fact, I'm kind of curious to see how many ball pythons that they've posted over here. They've been on there. Wow. Breeder Circle has posted 1,632 ball pythons over here on Morphmarket. And let's see, the oldest posted. Let's see when they started posting over here. Maybe since the beginning of Morphmarket, back in 2015. Kind of crazy. Wow, they're selling bamboos for $2,000 back in 2015. Wow, that is crazy. Huh. Bobby 2020 t-shirt is necessary. Definitely. Yeah. Do you know any breeders you'd recommend in Europe? I really don't know any breeders in Europe that I've really worked with at all. Yeah, Teespring is where I do all my merch over on Teespring, and I hook it with my YouTube account, and you can actually see my merch on YouTube. My ball python strikes and kills its food, but won't eat it for the second time. So what I would actually do is make sure that you don't disturb the ball python after it actually strikes and wraps the food. So I've actually had ball pythons where a lot of times what they'll do is they'll grab it, they'll wrap, and then they'll let it go like they're gonna ignore it, but they actually do go back. I've only seen a ball python not eat after a wrap maybe once or twice, and usually it's because it's too big of a rodent or maybe too cold of a rodent or something like that. But usually if you actually feed them and just kind of leave them alone for maybe 20 minutes and then go back in on checking them after like 20 minutes, usually they'll have eaten that rodent. So sometimes they can kind of trick you where you think they're not gonna, where they're just gonna ignore it, and they actually do go back and eat it. Bobby just yawned. I saw it on the on the replay there. That is pretty funny. But you know, when Bobby yawns, we're getting late into the live stream, up against the wall as far as the live stream. We still have 50 people on the line. That is pretty amazing. At midnight, that is kind of crazy. How many months do you recommend to switch a baby ball python from live to frozen? So it's actually for baby ball pythons, usually what I do is I'll do maybe the first 5 or 6 feedings live. You can actually go maybe up to 10 or 12 feedings, really depends on the ball python. And then once they start getting some weight to them, after maybe about a dozen feedings, I would actually switch over to a frozen thawed. Usually about 12. It really depends on how often you're feeding. So it's not really how many months, it's how many feedings. The quicker you can transfer over, the better. Usually what I do is I feed live until the ball python hatchling, you kind of open the tub and it's like moving its head back and forth, like where's the rodent, and at that point usually you can switch them over to a frozen thawed. 207 in New York. All right, in Texas, how much weight really depends on the snake. Harley Davidson, yes, we're doing good on the bike, really good. We actually made $276 on the super chats today. Brought it down to in the 7,800, 7,886 left on the Harley. Pretty awesome. Harley should sponsor you. Yeah. Except I'm not a motorcycle channel. And after this live stream, I'll show you my bike, but I probably won't do like, I don't know. I suppose I don't know. I won't do a whole lot of motorcycle videos over here. I'll probably show it probably as much as my cows, just every once in a while on my channel. Do you believe in feeding ASF? Let's see. We have 4 minutes left. All right. Do you believe in feeding ASF better than regular ones, and that they have more protein even though they're smaller? I've heard that ASF do have more protein, but I think it doesn't really matter. I think it's still a balanced diet. The ASF versus the rats and the mice, I think it's pretty much all the same.